I assume this is coming through.
No, it's not that. I've tried 2 different cables. I'm even converting it, and it's still not doing it. Which is a bit of an arse because I really need to record this.
What's the power input on that?
I've got a proper samurai input on it. Power rider. It is literally.
Is it an SD card you're recording on?
No, literally the display is green. This is what I don't understand. Minutes live.
We're ready to roll, guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
1.5 minutes.
Oh,
Microphone, haven't had a chance to do anything with that yet.
no, it's fine. We'll. It's just if we haven't got drivers, I'll need to.
James will be live 2 minutes before the 8 o'clock. Okay.
James's mic's live.
Cool. So we're
Yep.
ready.
James, you just test yours?
That should be working loud and clear.
Lovely. Did you get a feed through on that, Darren? Darren,
Pardon?
did you get a feed through on his mic?
I did, yes.
Cool.
Yes, so we are live out at the moment, yeah.
This is just going to help.
Can you monitor this?
You need to power it though.
With
Here. That's the issue.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And good morning, everybody, and welcome to Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. What have we got? The return of the British Rental Car Championship. It's been 2 years and a lifetime away, but we're delighted to be back. The first post-COVID championship. We've had delays and cancellations due to the pandemic, but now we're finally back on. And what a race we're going to start with. We've got Heat 1 of the first round. There are 4 rounds with 10 heat races in each round. Each driver races in one of those heat races. After that, the top 30 will go through to the semi-finals. There are 3 semi-finals, and that whittles them down 10 drivers for the final, and that will be for Sunday afternoon. Meantime, we are back with the first race of the first round, and what a glittering international entry we've got in this one. Headed up by no less than Mateusz Barsz from Poland. He has been a finalist in the World Championship, very respected driver, multiple finalist here in the British Rental Kart Championship. His campaign starts here and now. He's actually going to be about 4th in the lineup for qualifying. The drivers will be going out doing 1 fast qualifying lap, and that will set the grid for the race itself. Each race has its own qualifying. So after Matt Barsz, we've got Dylan Jute, total opposite end of the spectrum, making his debut in the BRKC. Dylan Jute, one of the local drivers, a multiple champion at junior level around this area, now moving up to the senior levels, and in fact a son of Richard Jute, the South African driver who we've seen many times here at Formula Fast competing in the BRKC. Marcin Naroda, another driver from abroad, this time from Poland, believed to be the brother of Patrick Naroda, who we'll be seeing later on. Patrick, of course, another one of the international drivers who competes all over Europe and the world. Marcin Naroda, he has raced before here in the BRKC, but not really achieved the same standing as his brother. Maybe that will change this year. Karolis Končikas from Lithuania. Now, he has been racing in Club 100 karting, which of course is an outdoor series. He's now thrown the gauntlet down in indoor karting. He's here with us in the BRKC. Sam Shaw, British driver. He's again a multiple finalist in various other championships. Dante Dillon, everyone knows Dante Dillon. He's been here so much. He's achieved so much over the years. Started out very young driver, now much more experienced, and his intention is to win a heat, but that should be very easy for him, and it could well happen in this first race. Charlie Smith, he's a driver who's been racing long distance. He's a regular in this Teesside 24 hours. He's down there. Brandon Lee Oxley. Brandon Lee Oxley is more of a circuit racer, a GB3 driver this year in the car racing championships. Spanish Formula 4 last year he was racing in, so we'll see how Brandon Lee Oxley converts to the indoor karting challenge he faces. Thomas Walas, a Polish driver. He has actually won the Polish Grand Prix for karting twice, and second in the championship in Poland in 2017. I've seen Thomas Walas and commentate on him in the Polish championship in Szczecin before. An excellent and exciting driver to watch. Dylan Davis is rounding out the drivers there, and they're crossing the line to take the checkered flag, and we're already seeing it. Dylan Jute fastest. Dylan Jute, the rookie, is quicker, but he's been beaten by Matt Barsz. Matt Barsz is currently fastest from Dylan Jute. Končikas has gone third, but he's been beaten down by Brandon Lee Oxley. And they've all been beaten by Dante Dillon and Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw goes fastest. Sam Shaw is the quickest from Dante Dillon and Matt Barsz. Walas comes through to 4th. Dylan Jute has been pushed down to 5th. Brandon Lee Oxley in 6th. Karolis Končikas in 7th. Marcin Naroda is 8th. Charlie Smith 9th. And Dylan Davis brings up the tail in 10th place. So a very exciting end to that qualifying run there. But it is Sam Shaw who starts his British Rental Kart Championship campaign from pole position. This is going to be a very important race for him. Dante Dillon is in 2nd. Mateusz Barsz is in 3rd. And really, this race was looking like it was going to be Matt Barsz on pole. Technically, on paper, I think everyone would have had Matt Barsz from past experience as much as anything else on the pole position there, but he's going to be in 3rd. Now, Matt Barsz, he will probably be seeing this as, well, one of the less strong contingents he has to face. Later on in the heat races, he does have some more regarded competition, shall we say, but clearly this is going to be no mean feat getting top points here. So Matt Barsz will be starting 3rd. Dante Dillon is in 2nd, and it is Sam Shaw in 3rd. You can see now they're just organising the carts ready for the start. It's going to be an in-line, single-file, rolling start. So down the bottom there, if you're looking on your screens, you can see the 21. That is Matt Barsz. You can just about see the head there of Dante Dillon, and in fact, front of the line up there, it is Sam Shaw. There's Sam Shaw. Dark screen, and we will see what happens when the race starts. So you're back live with us here at Formula Fast. We have in position, of course, Sam Shaw. He's going to take pole position for this first race. A great opener for Sam Shaw. Dante Dillon, he will be second, and Matt Barsh. There's Matt Barsh in the yellow and orange helmet, and they're about to get them going. Fourth, of course, is Thomas Vallas. Thomas Vallas did very well in the practice yesterday and is backing that up with a fourth place here in this first heat race qualifying. And behind him, of course, Dylan Jute. Dylan Jute moving up to the senior levels of karting. Great success so far in the local area in the junior levels. We'll see what happens here. So it's waiting for the marshals and crew to be ready. It's just a short run from where they're parked up now to the start line. It's going to be a rolling start, single file, and that will get the British Rental Kart Championship 2022 underway good and properly. So we'll be waiting for the start there. They're just making sure everything is working. Once the heat races come into play, it's a very quick fire action, very little downtime indeed. It's either qualifying, racing, and on it goes. So they're at the start. Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw, not that well known, but he has been racing the British Indoor Kart Championship. It's more of a team sport organised event, multi-round, and he actually has in his local finals, he's been one of the best. First places, second places last year, and he's looking to make his mark more on an international competition such as the British Rental Kart Championship. You can see on the live stream screen there, he is the one at the front. He's following the marshal, waiting to be told to move on, clearly thinking about what he has to do. Okay, so they're starting forward. This is effectively the rolling half lap, if you like, or quarter lap. There is Sam Shaw. Now, what sort of start will he make? This will be new to him, less new to Dante Dillon, and a lot less new to Matt Barsh. So we're about to go green. The green is on. They're crossing the line to start, and there is Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw leads the way. He's got Dante Dillon on the back of him. Now, how patient is Matt Barsh going to be? They're going into the fabled Snell section. Having looked down the inside of Matt Barsh, that was Thomas Vallas. Already Vallas getting pretty racy there, but it is Sam Shaw who's opened up a couple of carts lead there. Dante Dillon, and there's battling going on behind. That looks like it might be Brandon Lee Oxley actually in the middle of that. Down backstretch, there is Sam Shaw, and there is Dante Dillon and Matt Barsh. They're making a bit of a gap there, and I think that could well be Brandon Lee Oxley there. We'll have a look. It's the 19 kart. It is Brandon Lee Oxley. Brandon Lee Oxley has come up to 4th place from 6th, so absolutely flying start from the single-seat car racer. As they go round, it is still Sam Shaw, but now Dante Dillon's closed in that little bit of a gap. It's much less than it was last time through. Matt Barsh is in 3rd. Definite breakaway there, and that will be as a result of Brandon Lee Oxley having a sort of bulldoze his way through into 4th place. Now, can Brandon Lee Oxley bridge that gap? He's quick and August there. That will give Dillon some hope there. He's starting to get Brandon Lee Oxley rattled already. Although we'll see how that plays out. So across the line, there's Brandon Lee Oxley, Dylan Duke behind him, and Charlie Smith in 6th place. Bringing up the tail, of course, is now Thomas Vallas by the looks of things. Vallas in the pits. Vallas in the pits. Very early pit stop. And now each driver in each heat race has to make a pit stop. They stop twice in the pits, and we'll see a lot more of that action later on. But a very early pit stop from Thomas Vallas. He's out of the way, and now he's going to be foot down all the way to the finish. What he'd be hoping for is to bring himself out of a collection of karts that he may have felt are slower than him. So there he is, coming down the backstretch on your screen now. That is Thomas Vallas. He has rolled the dice very early on, an incredibly early pit stop by him. He has to find some speed now, close in on the group ahead, so when they pit, he will actually come out in front of them. That'll be his plan. Meantime, at the front there on screen, down this back straight there, that is Sam Shaw in the lead. Whoa, Dante Dillon very sideways going in. Dante Dillon in that 2nd place, very sideways. Matt Barsh. Now, could Matt Barsh be biding his time? He's been racing for years under this idea of making pit stops at major championships. He knows exactly what to do. If anyone's got an experienced brain out of these three for this format of racing, it will be Matt Barsh. Now, Matt Barsh in 3rd place at the moment, but clearly not that worried about it. He's obviously not being held up by those in front, in his eye, or he would probably be making that pit stop. So there's Sam Shaw through the final corner at the back there, the tight one at the end. We've seen so much action here. There's Brandon Lee Oxley getting a little bit of a nudge there by Dylan Jute. So the leaders cross the line. 1, 2, 3. Now here's fourth place, Brandley Oxley. Now it looks like Jute's in the pits. Yes, it is. Dylan Jute has come into the pits. Another early pit stop. Now Dylan Jute won't be used to this sort of strategy of racing, but he's had his dad giving him the full lowdown on what to do there. So I'm sure Richard Jute is watching and following this very closely. Dylan Jute makes his opening pit stop of the tournament. Meantime, the leaders carry on into the corner at the end of the long back straight, round that long right-hander, leading to the final hairpin. We've seen a lot of action in the final hairpin there. And on screen, there's Brandley Oxley. He's got a little bit of a gap because of Dylan Jute pitting out of that position behind him. So Matt Barsh currently looks like he's the fastest. Charlie Smith in the pits. Charlie Smith has come into the pits, and he's making his way through. Now, he's the third pit stopper. The fastest pit stop we've seen so far has been by Thomas Vallas, 12.5 seconds. Dylan Jute is second. Now, it's very interesting, Dylan Jute being the second fastest pit stopper, because yesterday there was a lot of talk about how the pit stop's going to play out. It was clearly a new game for Dylan Jute and his brother, who we'll be seeing later. So they were practicing very hard. It's obviously paid off, because second fastest pit stop has been by Dylan Jute. It's a pretty tricky thing to get correctly. Very easy to not stay stationary long enough and pick up a penalty. Very serious offence that in the eyes of the organisers, and we'll probably see that come into play. But Dylan Jute looks very quick indeed, and possibly the fastest lap so far, maybe. No, not quite, not quite. Dylan Jute still looking very quick indeed. So Sam Shaw continues to lead, 7 laps in. He's been followed by Dante Dillon, but look at this, there's a bigger gap now to Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh appears to be falling away a little bit in third place, and this is a surprise. Many people have Matt Barsh pegged in for the win in this first heat race. Sam Shaw has come from apparently nowhere. Dante Dillon, oh, and another pit stopper, that will be the 8 car, that's Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis has pitted out from the tail of the group he was in, and was the tail of those who had not stopped so far, and he actually resumes in that 10th place. But you can see there on screen, that was Matt Barsh going through in the predominantly white suit with the yellow and orange helmet. He's actually falling back now, and this is a big surprise. Sam Shaw is a surprise in the front. It won't be a surprise to him, but oh, and into the pits we've got another stopper. It's the 14, and the 14 is Marcin Naroda. 14 is Marcin Naroda. We'll see what he does pit-wise. He should be a little bit more experienced at this kind of stop. Yes, it's the fastest stop so far. Marcin Naroda has pitted from nearer the tail of the field, but the fastest pit stop so far, and that will help his cause, no question. So, meantime, there he is on screen there, so just going through, and behind him, I think is Dylan Davis, that's right. So a bit of a wide run there on screen. There in the blue suit there, that is Dylan Jute. Now he's in 6th place. He's got Thomas Vallas on his tail. Now Thomas Vallas was hoping to make that early pit stop to leapfrog ahead of exactly the likes of Dylan Jute, so hasn't quite worked out for Thomas Vallas, but he's now got to tackle Dylan Jute on track, but he's right in his tail. So we're looking now at the final turn there, going through that. Does look like Brandon Lee Oxley. That means it's Carolus Conchitas behind him in the 5th place, so mid-pack action there. So they're the leaders, 1, 2, 3. And look at that gap there. Matt Barsh is actually falling back. It's opened up to 1.7 seconds now from the leaders. Here they come down the backstretch. There's the leader, Shaw, Dylan behind, and that gap there to Barsh. The Polish veteran now, Matt Barsh, has been around the international scene for such a long time now as Matt Barsh, considered one of the favourites. He won't be looking at this with keen eyes, though, because he is falling back. The question will be, can he make up something in the pit stop? Clearly not too worried about it at the moment. Not enough to make a pit stop. Someone getting egged on. That looks like support there for Sam Shaw just out the corner of the screen. There's Matt Barsh in 3rd. Down the back stretch, we have a clearer picture of the gap. A couple of cart lengths now between the leader and Dante Dillon, but Dillon's closed it up on the braking. Very combative driver is Dante Dillon. He's just 1 cart length as they cross the line again, and then several cart lengths back to Matt Barsh. This is the run onto the back stretch there. This corner very fast indeed. Full power for nearly half the lap here at Formula Fast. The leaders come through. They're entering that bit where they're going to be full throttle now, all the way around that long corner and all the way down the back stretch. Now, look at that. There's a cart in front, and it's almost a lap down now to Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw has not pit stopped, and that cart in front, Dylan Davis, has, hence why they are actually starting to close in on him. There is actually a pit stop there, so it's not as if Dylan Davis is driving particularly slowly at all. He has been caught by the leaders simply because he has made a pit stop, and Sam Shaw, Dante Dillon and Matt Barsh have not. However, Will they be a factor? Will that be a factor? Because Dylan Davis, he's going to be made aware by the race organisers. Dylan Davis, of course, he doesn't really want to go a lap down naturally. He doesn't want to have to back off to let them through. So he will be hoping that he can either stay in front clear enough that he doesn't get blue flag. But they're right on his tail now. They're right on Dylan Davis' tail. Now, is this a chance for Dante Dillon? So Dylan Davis, there's a lot of Dylans going on here with this race. Dylan Davis is in front. Now, he's going to get the blue flag. He's got the blue flag. The blue flag's been waved. He moves out of the way and he lets the leaders through. So very sportsmanlike driving from Dylan Davis. He's out of the way and the two leaders have gone through. Now, will it be a problem? No, he's moving out of the way for Matt Barsh, and Matt Barsh is through. So Dylan Davis very sportingly, quite a big effort there to get out of the way, particularly of Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh has lost no time at all. Of course, from Barsh's eyes, he'd have been quite keen to see Sam Shaw and Dante Dillon lose a lot of time there. Oh, a big battle behind. I think it's a change for lead. Possibly a change for lead. Is it? Yes, it is. It's Dante Dillon who's taken the lead. Dante Dillon has taken the lead in the snail section. A big lunge there on Sam Shaw. Down the backstretch, there it is. You can see clearly Dante Dillon has the lead now. Now, this is very important. Dante Dillon, one of the fancied runners going in. Matt Barsh, of course, will still be seeing this. He'll have seen change for lead and into the pits. It looks like Shaw. Sam Shaw makes his first pit stop. He's stopped for what seems like a long time. It always seems a long time when you're desperate to get moving. There you can see the second stop. They make two stops in the pit lane, one at the entry, one at the exit. They wait for the green light and go. And resuming the track, he has come out in fourth place as Sam Shaw. So Karolis Končikas, the Lithuanian driver, has moved into third place, chasing Dillon and Barsh. There's a bit of a gap there, about 8 seconds between the third place to the fourth place Končikas, and that would almost be a pit stop. So Matt Barsh could almost make a pit stop now and come out still in position. Of course, probably Sam Shaw would leapfrog the pair of them, Dante Dillon and Matt Barsh. But certainly Matt Barsh will be keen to be not losing a position and be at least being able to come back where he is relative in the round of pit stops. So Dante Dillon, 18 laps in the book. There's Dante Dillon. There, he's in first place. There's Matt Barsh, currently in second. Sam Shaw is in fourth, but has made a pit stop. So Končikas, he's about 10 seconds behind them now. We'll see what happens when he crosses the line. Yes, he's... He does a good lap, actually, 30.8. Sam Shaw, just 1/10 of a second faster than Končikas. So, down the backstretch, it's Dante Dillon. There's another back marker ahead. That's probably Marcin Naroda. It is. So, there's Dante Dillon. There's Marcin Naroda on screen now. There's Dante Dillon. There's Matt Barsh. Now, Matt Barsh looks though he's closing in a little bit. Matt Barsh is definitely closing in. He's within a second of Dante Dillon, the leader, as they go round the snail section. There is a back marker ahead. It is Marcin Naroda. Marcin Naroda, another Polish driver. Now, obviously, these probably are not racing sort of from a national point of view, so Marcin Naroda won't really care whether it's Dillon or Barsh behind, but Matt Barsh has definitely closed in on race leader Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon has either lost a bit of time or Matt Barsh has found some time. Dante Dillon still listed as being the second fastest on lap times this morning, and Matt Barsh third fastest. So Matt Barsh has obviously gained pretty much by a couple of errors somewhere from Dante Dillon. Now, what's going to happen, ref from the back markers? There's a blue flag. There's a blue flag, but can Dillon get through? Dillon's trying to squeeze through on the inside. Dillon gets through. There he is. He's making the move to the inside. So there's a back marker now. Oh, and look at that. Naroda waves Barsh through. He sees that there's a battle going on for the lead. Keen to get out of the way. Very sportsmanlike behaviour there, again, by the back markers. Very high level of karting, this. It's... potentially outside of the World Championship, one of the strongest competitions with a major international sort of lineup here as Dante Dillon continues round. Now, Matt Barsh has lost some of his advantage. He's trying to close in again. Is he going to be thinking about the pit stop? They've got some time left to go. They are 22 laps in as we speak. They're about to click off 23 laps. So just over half distance, really. Matt Barsh seems to have gained a little bit on Dante Dillon. He's only 0.6 of a second behind. Končikas has now gone 10 seconds behind. We're normally considering somebody's going to lose 12.5 seconds in a pit stop. So Matt Barsh will know this situation. He will know the gap. He will be aware that although he wants to leapfrog Dante Dillon, there's no rush involved in this. There really is no rush. The worst thing to do will be to come out behind Karolis Končikas, the Lithuanian driver. He's going to sit there with Dante Dillon, try to close the gap. But even if he can't, he will will stay there in position until he knows there is a gap there, enough of a gap between him and the third place so that he can make his pit stop and come out in the position he's in at the moment. So there's the two leaders, Dylan and Barsh. Round the fast corner, onto the backstretch they go. Very long section this of full throttle all the way. Nearly half a lap here at Formula Fast of full power as they come around to complete another lap. Neither of the two leaders making a pit stop. There's no rush for either of them. Dante Dillon, Matt Barsh, they'll be aware. They're trying to make some time up on Sam Shaw, the early leader. He is 12.1 seconds behind them. So it's very, very close indeed. If Dante Dillon made the world's most blistering pit stop, he could just come out in the lead at the moment. It's now 12.2 is the gap. Maybe that's what Dante Dillon's got in mind. He could be aware that he is about a pit stop. If he went in the pits now and came out and made a good pit stop, what would be among the best so far in this race, he would come out absolutely side by side with Sam Shaw, currently fourth place. Sam, of course, was the early race leader, making his BRKC debut. So Dante Dillon continues to put in the lap times, continues to try and create a bigger gap between himself and Sam Shaw. So when he comes out of the pits, it won't quite be alongside. We've got another pit visitor and out, and I think that was probably Charlie Smith. No, it was Conchicas out of fourth. Carolus Conchicas has made his pit stop. He's come out. That promotes Sam Shaw back to third place now. This is for position now because Sam Shaw has made his stop. The leaders have not. Sam Shaw is now 12.4 seconds behind. If Dante Dillon came into pits right now, if Dante Dillon made the best pit stop so far of the race, which was Niroda on 12.3, he would lead by 0.1 of a second. That would mean coming out absolutely side by side. So Dante Dillon needs to continue to set the fast laps. Sam Shaw, though, is the one he's trying to pull away from, is the current fastest in this race. So it's all stats all the way at the moment. That's what this is about here with this pit stop situation. We have Dante Dillon first. There he is. There's Barsh second. Third place is Sam Shaw, 12.6 seconds behind. And that means that Dante Dillon is in position now. He could make a pit stop and conceivably still be in the lead. What will Matt Barsh do? Will Matt Barsh try to stay with Dillon, or is he going to roll the dice of an earlier pit stop? We'll find out. So we're looking for Sam Shaw to see what that gap is. We're looking at the time, the 15 cart there. He's about to cross the line. Now we will know the real picture of what will happen if a pit stop's made. Now, that's it. That is it. Sam Shaw will definitely not resume in the lead unless Dante Dillon really messes up the pit stop. Dillon is in the lead of the race and should be in the lead once he comes out of the pit. So the pit is effectively open to him in terms of continuing to lead after this stop. So Dante Dillon with the lead. Matt Barsh with second. Almost identical in lap time, both of them 30.4 in that last lap. Matt Barsh, probably the best tactician in this race, purely down to experience. Dante Dillon, definitely very fast, and Dante Dillon's going to try and win this one on speed. This is the thinking element of the British Rental Kart Championship. It's not enough to be out there brainlessly quick, because if Dillon was faster than Sam Shaw, but pitted earlier, he would find that he came out behind Shaw, but he has put in those laps, he has created that gap that he is able to make a pit stop and come out in the lead. The gap is now 13.2, and clearly Sam Shaw will be in third place now because Matt Barsh making a pit stop and out should come out literally just in front of Sam Shaw. Thomas Vallas, of course, is in fourth place. Dylan Jute, haven't mentioned Dylan for a while. He was the first pit stopper of the, the second pit stopper of the tournament. So the first two pit stops we saw, Vallas and Jute, they have played into their hands quite well. Vallas, of course, did come out of the pits, or did make an early pit stop to get away from that battling mid-pack, and that worked out for him. Again, the European sort of style of race events such as this, Thomas Vallas, plenty of experience at that, and has made it work here. Meantime, here are other leaders. They are catching another back marker, which probably, well, let's have a think. It's probably Charlie Smith. Yes, it is. It's Charles Smith. We've got in the pits. It's Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh is the first of the two leaders to make the pit stop. We saw Sam Shaw make a pit stop earlier. Matt Barsh is making his pit stop now. Matt Barsh was arguably the best pit stopper. We'll see. Is it going to be the quickest pit stop? No, not by the looks of it. No, he's only about sixth fastest through the pits, but he does resume in second place. Matt Barsh is in second place. We'll have a look, and it's very close. Matt Barsh has Sam Shaw on his tail. Now, Sam Shaw, Is it going to be a massive lunge down the backstretch here? Sam Shaw is positioned. Getting Matt Barsh sooner rather than later would be key. We're waiting to see about the leader, but Sam Shaw cannot make the pass. He does close in on Barsh, though. Sam Shaw is now right in the tail. On screen there, there's Barsh with the yellow helmet, and Sam Shaw in third place with the black helmet, as Dante Dillon is going to be in picture any second. Hang on, that's the snail section there we are. So Dante Dillon is going to come around. There's Matt Barsh. There is Matt Barsh, followed by Sam Shaw. That's the battle for second place. We're waiting for the pit stop for Dante Dillon, who does not take it. Dante Dillon leaving it really late in this race to make a pit stop. There's Barsh. There's Sam Shaw. They're battling for second place, and hopefully will be in the mix for the lead. So we'll see what happens. Dante Dillon, we're going to have to wait for his pit stop for any sort of leadership contest, really. It's going to come into where they come out. So just to call out from the race organiser, it's Marco Brem. Marco Brem, we need you down in the pit lane now. Marco Brem, who is in the second heat race. So Marco Brem, the German driver, you need to be down in the pit lane and ready for heat race 2. So we'll be talking about Marco Brem in that heat race. Meantime, we're still waiting for Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon leaving so late, and here he comes. It's the race leader into the pits. Now, this is crucial. All that work, piling in those laps, piling in those lap times, being the fastest, being in first place. There's Dillon. He's waiting. Oh, it did a perfect pit stop. Is he going to come out in the lead? Yes, comfortably in the lead. There is second. There is third on screen. They are nowhere near Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon, absolute masterful performance in this opening round of the British Rental Kart Championship. Look at him go. What a result here for Dante Dillon. He was hoping for a heat win. He started that with the very first race in the whole competition. Best of all, from his point of view, he has a back marker between him and the fighting second and third place of Matt Barsh and Sam Shaw. So there's Barsh, there's Shaw. So Dillon, back marker. Barsh and Shaw. There's no way Barsh and Shaw are going to catch Dillon now. Dante Dillon has set a flying pace. He's streaked away in the lead, and really, it's his for the taking now. It's going to take a monster muck-up from Dante Dillon, and he is got this one in the bag if he can just keep going. He's got a back mark. He's got everything on his side to take the first race win here and start his campaign in style. Dante Dillon had a lot of success in karting, but really come on strong in the past few years. Pandemic has played its part with everybody, but not Dante Dillon by the looks of things. It's an amazing performance by what I was going to say the young driver, but he's been on the scene a little while now. So here he is, Dante Dillon. There's the leader. The back marker, of course, is the 14, and that is Marcin Naroda. Marcin Naroda is between them. Now, we know Marcin Naroda, very much one of those aware drivers, and he will be aware of the second place battle closing in. He already, you saw there, he just tipped, a little tip of the green helmet there, looking back to see when Matt Barsh, and the flag is out, and Dante Dillon. What a masterful performance by Dante Dillon. A great second by Matt Barsh, a lot of points there. Sam Shaw, an amazing introduction to the British Rental Kart Championship. And there's Dillon due to cross the line. He's come through in fifth place with Thomas Vallas in fourth. Brandon Lee Oxley takes sixth. And Conchicas, who we saw running third place, fourth place, and third place for a while, is in seventh. Charlie Smith, eighth. And we've just heard that kart number 10, which is Dante Dillon, the race winner, is under investigation. So this could yet fall apart from Dante Dillon. Action all the way immediately. Just waiting to find out exactly what that investigation might be about. As you can see there, they're talking with Dante and just telling him to get out for the weight check. But clearly there's some questions. Dante Dillon at the front there, you can see it says Birrell on the back there of his suit. So we'll see what that was all about. And there's Sean Briley. Gosh, Sean Briley's we're going to be talking about him a lot, no doubt, in this second heat race. Perennial BRKC competitor and World Championship regular. Meantime, Dante Dillon having a conversation. They're having a chat about something with the marshal up front. Dante Dillon shaking his head. What was a masterful performance could yet be undone for the young racer, but he's certainly shown his hand at what he can do. We'll see what this transpires at, exactly what the transgression they've got. And Maybe that little weight thing there is for his seat. All drivers have to be weighted up to 90 kilos, and Dante Dillon, such a short and slender chap, there's nearly double the weight in his seat. Now, a lot of these drivers have a seat insert that they use. They have to be weighted up, but Dante Dillon, his seat is so heavy. There you can see it's a struggle for the marshal. Weighted up with lead, seat insert there that Dante Dillon will use in all major competitions. Most major competitions of this nature do operate a 90 kilogram minimum weight, so there's no advantage really for lighter drivers or disadvantage for heavy. Dante Dillon is very much of the lighter variety, so we'll see what this investigation brings. But the race leader, Heat 1, Race 1, and we already have the winner under some sort of investigation. So it's BRKC resumes normal as we enter the second heat race. So we'll bring you any news we have on the first race. Just to recap, it was a win there by Dante Dillon from Matt Barsh and Sam Shaw. So heat race 2 coming up. Okay, so heat race 2, British Rental Kart Championship. Now, every driver drives in one heat race of this opening round. There are 10 heat races. There are 100 drivers battling for this. £1,000 first prize, so a lot to go for here. Each driver has one heat race in each round, and we have 10 heat races total in each round. So here's heat 2. Who have we got in this one? Well, we open the batting here with Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley, we've seen so much of him over the last 10 years. BRKC finalist a number of times. He's been racing in the World Championship. He's one of Britain's major competitors in that, in the World Indoor Championship, the KWC. He's even been a finalist at world level. So Sean Brierley heading the entry in heat race 2. Thomas Russell was 14th a couple of years ago in the British Indoor Championship, which is a separate thing, multi-venue, national final. So he's really a name that we're going to keep an eye on, making his debut here in the BRKC, of course. Luke Evans, now he's been in a lot of things. He's been an outdoor karter in the MSA Championships, the British Championships in 2019. He was actually the Welsh champion in 2018 there, Luke Evans. Talking to him yesterday, and he was the 2018 Welsh champion, so we'll see what he has to throw forward. A number of competitors from Wales actually today. Gavin Williams, obviously we've seen Gavin Williams before. He's out in this. Neil Durant, another Welshman actually, and he was actually third in the Castle Combe Championship last year. In fact, he's had a number of third places in various championships, including the British Indoor Series. Marco Brem. Now, hopefully Marco Brem has made his way down and will be in action in this race. The German driver over for the weekend. Brett Crow, another newcomer. Josh Palmer. Now, Josh Palmer is a rookie entrant, and he has no major competition experience at all. So Josh Palmer, if anyone's on the back foot in this race and this weekend, it's Josh Palmer. We'll keep a big eye on how he does. Robin Kassam is also in this race, and what can we say about Robin Kassam? He has been around so much. He has done so much karting, so much with the BRKC. There is so much to Robin Kassam's name, but just take it from me, he's going to be one of the real stars of this championship. He's made the semi-finals twice in the BRKC, and he has multiple wins in championships, various parts of the country. And Ryan Taylor. Now, Ryan Taylor was last year's Castle Combe karting champion, so Ryan Taylor, relatively unknown here. He's not raced the BRKC before, but he is... he's going to be one to watch. Now, let's see. Now, Neil Durant is actually in the lead. Neil Durant from Brett Crow, but Sean Brierley, as it has to be said, expected, has gone fastest. Sean Brierley is still fastest from Robin Kassam. And then it's Neil Durant in third. Now, we've seen Neil Durant before, but not at this kind of level. So we'll see what he can throw forward. He's third place there. Brett Crow from nowhere to fourth. Gavin Williams is fifth. Thomas Russell is sixth. Ryan Taylor seventh. Josh Palmer. Now, Josh Palmer, he has no real experience, and he is not last, so he'll be delighted. Last place is Luke Evans, but before you consider that Luke Evans may be last because he's not that good, consider this. Luke Evans is the 2018 Welsh champion, so it's clearly not a bad driver at all. And even if you are a national champion, you could still line up at the tail of the of a BRKC qualifying. It looks like we have not got Marco Brem. Marco Brem was unable to take the start, so there will be 9 karts in this race. Missing Marco Brem, the German driver, will not be taking the start here and has not made a qualifying attempt and therefore will not be in on the start. So there is Sean Briley at the front, the familiar yellow and black, very waspish looking helmet there by Sean Briley. He's looking to sting him in this opening one. Second place is going to be Robin Kassam. There's Robin Kassam in the white helmet. Little GoPro on there, so those of you who do follow things online, you will be clearly looking at Robin Kassam later on, possibly tomorrow or Monday maybe, and see some footage from that GoPro on the top of the helmet there. Third place, of course, is Neil Durant. Now, he's going to be very interesting to watch. He has a lot of experience in karting, but not really here at the BRKC, so we'll see what he can do from that third place. It's the format that's going to be new for Neil Durant. The idea of making pit stops, this qualifying, being very quick, straight away first thing in the morning. There he is in orange in that third place. Now they're coming around. There's Sean Briley. He knows exactly how to pace this. Robin Kassam knows exactly how to match Sean Briley for pace and possibly even consider an early lead. So watch for a lunge for Kassam into the snail section probably. But Briley's got the start he wants. He's got a kart length ahead of Kassam. That's what he needed. Kassam is a kart length ahead of Durant, who has all over the back of him Brett Crow. Brett Crow in the blue suit is all over the back of Neil Durant. But Sean Briley leads the way. There he is at the yellow helmet. There's Durant, and really close in fourth is Brett Crow. So Briley, Kassam, Durant, and there is Crow. Crow, is he going to make a move down the back stretch? He's looking, but he's not going to make a move. So Crow stays there in fourth place in the blue suit in your screen. Oh, and a battle over the last place there, really fighting over last place there. The 21, of course, is Josh Palmer, and Luke Evans, the Welsh champion, is still at the tail, but trying to move up the order there. It certainly had about 3 or 4 attempts on the opening lap alone on the rookie, Josh Palmer. So Sean Briley ran the long left-hander. He's heading down the back stretch. Here they go. It's Briley, Kassam, Durant, and then Crow. Now, Crow has dropped back a bit into the clutches of Gavin Williams. Now, Gavin Williams is a very strong driver indeed, and Gavin Williams will start to work on Crow. So Crow, from being the hunter, is now the hunted, as Gavin Williams is closer to Crow than Crow is to Durant. So third place for Durant does seem a lot safer than it was on the previous lap. Meantime, in the lead, here they come round in front of us. Here he is. It's Sean Briley with Robin Kassam, Neil Durant, then Crow, then Williams, and then Russell, Taylor, and then Palmer and Luke Evans at the rear. So what's Palmer? Oh, Palmer and Evans are side by side, and Evans has made the move. Evans has got down the inside. He's got Palmer coming back at him down the back stretch, and the battle for last place really is very strong. Here's the last two. There they are. So it is Luke Evans who has definitely taken the 8th place away from Palmer, so Palmer has been pushed back to last. Right then, so in the about to come through on screen now is Sean Briley. He's got a good lead there from Kassam, and they're both breaking away from third place Neil Durant. Neil Durant looking over his shoulder there to see Brett Crow. He had Brett Crow beaten on the bumper of his kart, and Brett Crow has actually now pulled away a little bit from Gavin Williams. So Crow, having dropped back a little bit, is now pushed forward and is much closer to Neil Durant than he was on the previous lap. So let's just resume here. We've got Sean Briley now. He's on his 5th lap of this opening race. There he is, Sean Briley. And there is Robin Kassam. They are increasing their lead. It's almost, a second between Kassam now and Durant, so just over. So there's that big gap there. And there is Crow. Crow is closing in on third place. A big slide going into the final corner there. Sometimes that can be fast. Sometimes it just loses speed. It seems to be working for Crow, though. Crow is ever closer to Durant. Now, Crow is going to make a serious race of this. Will Crow choose to pit out of the position here and try to overtake Durant on making up time, having pitted away from him? And then when Durant pits, he will come out behind Crow. Now, a more experienced mind at this kind of racing would think of that. But Brett Crow, this is a new game to him, this idea of making the pit stop. So he may try and just fight it out with Durant on the track. This will be tailor-made now for Crow if he thinks he's faster to make the pit stop and pit around his problem of Durant in front of him. But will he think of that, or will he fight it out? We're going to find out any second, because Durant is definitely losing time to Crow. Crow is, there he is. See, Crow is closer than he has been probably since the first lap. So the action at the moment really is over third place. There's Durant in orange. There's Crow in blue. They're down the back there, so it's just less than a cart length now. Crow has closed that gap right up. Will he pit away? Will he not? Sean Brierley is definitely not going to pit. I think Sean's going to go for the late pit stop. Sean is definitely one of those who really thinks about when to make the pit stops. We've seen him make some very early pit stops. We've seen him make some late pit stops. We've seen him miss the pit stop window completely and get disqualified from a race. So anything is possible from our race leader, Sean Brierley. We'll see what he's going to plan. I think he'll go for the late stop in this one. Robin Kassam, more than anything, is likely to follow what Sean Brierley does, I think. At the moment, the smart move strategically would really be for Kassam in second place with the white helmet there, to just really match Sean for, for action, because I think if he just stays with Sean, Sean will pull him clear of the pack. Beating Sean Brierley is probably not going to do it now, so confirming second place would probably be the best result possible for Robin Kassam. Definitely will not want to end up doing anything in the pits that brings him out in the middle of this third place battle, because this is heating up. Here it is, it's Durant, there's Crow, and there is Gavin Williams. So Gavin Williams, having lost some time to Crow, is now actually slightly clawing at him. So this third place fight could become a three-cart fight if Gavin Williams closes in more. So there's Kassam through the picture. Now here it is. So Sean Brierley, Robin Kassam, down the back straight. There's the race leader, Brierley. And there's the second Kassam. Now here it is. And Crow runs a bit wider. It looks like he was trying some kind of wild outside move, but it wasn't really trying anything, just a bit of a wider exit, I suppose. There they go across the line. So Durant still has that third place over Crow, but there's less than half a second in it. Just a couple of tenths between the third and fourth place drivers, so we'll have a look at that visually. So here's Sean Brierley. That is about as comfortable as you're going to see. There's Robin Kassam in second place with the white helmet. So there's Kassam now. He's going to be watching Brierley and pretty much match him for move. Down the inside, it's Crow into that final corner. Has it worked? Has it worked? No, not quite. He had to back out of it last second there, and it has actually cost him time. Into the pits, though. Into the pits is Brett Crow. Crow has read the strategy right, and I think he's done what everybody's thinking. Now look at this, we're looking for the lights above the drivers. So there's the red light telling Crow he must not move. There's the green light telling him he can. And out of the pits goes Crow. Now, Crow's mission, he's resumed in last place. Crow's mission is to set a series of fast laps that faster than Neil Durant, that mean when Durant pits, Crow will be ahead when Durant comes out of the pit lane. That will be the aim now for Brett Crow. That is why he's pitted now. He's seen he's having to fight Durant. He's seen it's not going to be easy, so he's pitted away from the problem and will try and leapfrog him through the pit stops. However, in the pits, we've got another one. We'll just check who that is. That is the 20. Now, that is actually brilliant news for Brett Crow. And in behind the 21, Josh Palmer. This is probably bad timing by Palmer there, because he's had to wait a little bit for Luke Evans. So maybe a bit of a strategic fail there by Palmer. He's gone a lap down to race leader Sean Brierley. And but that was perfect for Brett Crow. I was about to say Crow's biggest problem, there he is on screen now. We saw him pit out of that third place battle. His big problem was having pitted out the third place battle if he was going to lose time fighting through people who he would consider back markers that don't have to move out of the way because it is therefore for position. Brett Crow has had that problem, he's been relieved of that problem because Luke Evans and Josh Palmer have literally pitted out of his way. So Brett Crow is now up to 7th place. He's got Ryan Taylor ahead of him, but Ryan Taylor is a good 5 or 6 seconds in front. So Brett Crow he rolled the dice, but he's got a bit of a lucky one there. He's dealt a pair of 6s for sure, as Brett Crow resumes in 7th place. So let's recap the situation. There is, I think, Brett Crow there. So we'll have a look here. So there is Evans, the Welsh champion. Down the backstretch, the 14 there, that's Thomas Russell. And there is the 17, that is Ryan Taylor. Now, Ryan Taylor is the one that Brett Crow is chasing down. So in the back there, that looks like it was, there's Evans. And here's Sean Brierley. Now, Sean Brierley is closing on the back marker Evans. Now, Evans, we're calling him a back marker, but he is, former Welsh champion. He's no slouch there. There he is, Luke Evans. And there's Sean Brierley, the race leader. Now, Evans has pitted, and Sean Brierley has not. That is really why Evans is close to going a lap down. So Sean Brierley is going to be looking at Luke Evans now. Considering his speed, he's going to be it's going to be a driver Sean Brierley is not really familiar with, Luke Evans, and Sean Brierley is going to be wondering how is Luke going to respond to the blue flags. He's got a big gap to Robin Kassam, so should Luke Evans not be that responsive to blue flags, it's not the end of the world for Brierley, but Brierley may pit out of this. He had a chance to pit there and he didn't take it, so he's clearly going to be relying on the blue flags. Now Evans is out of the way. Evans moves aside. He has seen that Sean Brierley's there, so Evans has moved aside. Sean Brierley continues through in the lead. Evans is now a lap down. Now the best thing Luke Evans can do here is just stay with Sean Brierley, allow Brierley to pull him along, try and learn something from the more experienced competitor at this event, that it being Sean Brierley. There's Sean Brierley turning in. There's Luke Evans, a lap down. The Welsh champion is a lap down at the moment, but purely because he's made his pit stop. As soon as Sean Brierley makes for the pits himself, Luke Evans will take back his position on the lead lap. There's Robin Kassam going across the line. Now there's Durant. Now Durant has a big gap either side of him now. The pressure is relieved. The most easy part of the race for him, I think, this part. Once he makes his pit stop, he'll have a battling Brett Crow on his hands. So we can see there the leader going through. There is Luke Evans, the Welsh champion, and there's Robin Kassam, who's second place on track. Now, third place at the moment is Neil Durant. He's been followed by Gavin Williams. Now, Gavin Williams was closing in, it looked, on Durant, but it's still about a second and a half between those two drivers there. So there's Kassam round the Snell section. And there's Durant in orange. So there is a kart a lap down between Kassam and Durant, and that'll be great news obviously for Kassam. Kassam clearly is not going to be catching and challenging Sean Brierley for the win. Sean Brierley is about to complete 20 laps. There it is. And Sean Brierley, there have only been 3 people in the pits so far this race. Brierley, I assume, is going to leave a late pit stop. But those who've been watching the BRKC for years... Oh, and in the pits, it's Neil Durant. Neil Durant has made the pit stop from third place. Now, this can be crucial. Where is Brett Crow? Crow is going to be coming through, and Crow takes up third place quite clearly. So Crow goes through into third place. Durant resumes fourth. I think it was Ryan Taylor who pitted behind... Durant, no, maybe it was Thomas Russell. So we have Gavin Williams up to third place. He has not made a pit stop, of course, but Neil Durant there, crucial was that pit stop, and Durant has come out. In fact, no, I'm mistaken. It looks like Durant has actually come out ahead of Crow. So there was me getting confused a little bit, and it is Crow and into the pits. Who have we got this time? We've got the 17. That is Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor is into the pits. And Ryan Taylor has fallen out of fourth place now, so Durant is up to fourth. Crow is in fifth, and Crow is right on the tail of Durant, just as they were before. So Crow couldn't make up quite enough speed. Evans says, oh, Evans is making a move as well. It looks like Luke Evans on Ryan Taylor. So Evans has managed to jump past Ryan Taylor as Taylor came out of the pits there. So Evans has been able to capitalise on the relatively slower moving Ryan Taylor exiting the pits and has snatched that position. A big lunge there by Luke Evans, really showing fighting performance. And down the inside to Kassam. Kassam putting Taylor a lap down, and well, Taylor there getting a bit of a biff from Kassam. Obviously hadn't quite seen him coming, and Kassam pretty committed to going up the inside there. So Sean Brierley has the lead. Robin Kassam is second. It's Gavin Williams third. The pit stop here to keep an eye on is Gavin Williams, because if he pits now and comes out, he will probably be behind Durant and Crow, but if he can make up some time, we'll see that change. So the 14th there, very sideways, Thomas Russell has gone a lap down to Sean Brierley. Thomas Russell has been in the pits, so he's clearly going to lose that extra bit of time on Sean Brierley, who has not pitted. So Sean Brierley, the race leader, with the yellow helmet there, yellow and black. There's Kassam in the lead now, ahead now of Evans and Taylor. Kassam definitely in second place, as Gavin Williams really is the pit stop we're waiting for now to see what happens with that third. Will Neil Durant take it when Gavin Williams makes a pit stop? Gavin Williams is trying his absolute hardest to just eke out. All he needs is a couple of seconds more. If he can just make a couple of seconds more up on Neil Durant, purely on lap time. Into the pits, though, it is Gavin Williams. Now, this is it. Here is Gavin Williams pitting out third place. What's going to happen? The light's red. The light's always yellow. It's yellow. We may find him having to make another pit stop. We will see what happens with that one from race control. So Gavin Williams, he knew he had to make it fast. He may have made it too fast. We'll see what race control say about that, because there is the battle that we're talking about. So we've got carts here. Let's see when they come down the backstretch. We'll see exactly who we're dealing with here, because obviously haven't crossed the line. So there is in third place. Who have we got here? That's the 12. The 12 is Gavin Williams. So Gavin Williams, in fact, there's been a change. Brett Crowe has got past Neil Durant. So this is the third place battle, subject to confirmation. Gavin Williams crossed the line in the black and white, or black and grey suit. There he is. Gavin Williams leads. There on back position, being given back there by Brett Crowe. Clearly deemed an illegal pass there. So there is Williams, there is Durant, and there is Crowe. So now, Gavin Williams may have made a stop too fast. We'll see if the organisers penalise him for that. So there's Gavin Williams. There is Durant. There is Crowe. Gavin Williams has got what he wanted out of the pit stop, but it may be deemed too fast. We'll see what happens. So the battling Durant, the battling Crowe with Gavin Williams ahead, and they're almost a lap ahead. So having almost lapped up to second place is Sean Briley. Now, is Sean Briley going to make a pit stop to avoid having to fight his way through Durant and Crowe? So we could see Sean Briley coming in the pits, and there is Durant, there is Crowe, and there is Briley there, right behind them. So Briley will be looking at this, and we may yet see the race leader in the pits very soon. So, will Briley come in? Yes, he is. Briley has seen the battle ahead. This is the race leader. There he is in the pit stop. This is going to have to be very clean. He's got time on his hands. He does not need to rush this. So the light's red, waiting for the green. There it's green, and away goes Sean Briley back into the lead. Robin Kassam has assumed the lead, of course, because he's yet to make a stop. Now, Sean Briley has come out behind some back markers. Is it Ryan Taylor, perhaps, or Thomas Russell, maybe? We'll soon find out. But here we are. There's, looks like Luke Evans, and there behind the pair of them is Sean Briley. So expect some blue flags. Sean Briley, will he make a lunge down the inside? He's looking, he's down the inside is Sean Briley, and puts the 17 cart, which is Taylor, and into the pits then. This must be the 19 of the race leader, Robin Kassam, the current race leader. The light's red, it's green, he's good. Out he goes, resuming second place. A comfortable second place, because Gavin Williams isn't even in picture. So Gavin Williams continues in third place, subject to confirmation. There's Sean Briley. He has passed Luke Evans there, the Welsh champion. There's Briley with the race lead. There's Luke Evans, former Welsh champion. Now he is fighting to stave off Ryan Taylor there. So Ryan Taylor in the blue suit. So Luke Evans, it was very important that he was not losing much time in allowing the race leader Sean Briley through. So not long to go in this race, with Sean Briley with a comfortable lead, several carts a lap down. A little bit more of a one-horse race, this one, with Sean Briley. Sean has been on this sort of international scene such a long time, so many years now in the British Rental Kart Championship. He's won races, he's made the finals. He's very much one who is a potential winner here. We'll come around to the most ultimate likely winner, the one everyone's got down for the win, Ruben Boutons, of course. He is the 6-time winner here of the whole championship. But Sean Briley is probably one of Britain's better hopes. We'll be talking about those as the event unfolds. Robin Kassam there in second place. Now, Robin Kassam is definitely somebody who gets better year by year, and Kassam has actually been a semi-finalist here in the BRKC twice. So Robin Kassam is definitely going to be a contender here. Gavin Williams, now Gavin Williams is one who we've seen a lot of, but running third place, he'll be pretty pleased with that. Neil Durant and Brett Crowe are both relative newcomers to this exact championship and format. Runs to a very much a different format to what you'd expect from the UK. It's much more of a European format. This is how the international races, all the national championships across Europe run, and that's why the BRKC is the same. Single weekend format, qualifying for each heat race, and a inline rolling start, as we've already seen. So 34 laps in the books. It's Sean Briley with the lead, and Robin Kassam second, Gavin Williams third. It looks like everybody has made their pit stop now, so the battle's really, we've got to keep an eye on that Durant and Crowe battle. They've just crossed the line. They're still nose to tail. These two have been at it all race long. So there is the Durant in fourth, the orange of Durant in fourth, and Crowe in blue is the fifth place driver. So there's the race leader. And so Here we are. Now, side by side down the back straight. Durant getting very defensive into that turn at the end of the straight there. Durant having to cover both sides. You saw Durant there got the middle of the track so he could cover Crow from both angles. Crow stayed to the outside, arguably the normal racing line, but Durant had him covered either way. So here's Durant. He's going to have to watch out in the Snell section. Durant keeping it pretty tight going in. The middle of the road, middle or outside's where you'd want to be. Crow really pushing him hard now, so Durant feeling the pressure. There's Durant in orange. There's Crow in blue. They come round onto the backstretch. Now, will it be a big lunge down the inside? Durant's got it covered, but Crow still goes to the inside, and he's back again behind Durant. So Durant, every lap now, is going to the middle there to cover both sides. Crow did try it. It's going to be a huge lunge. If he does force it through, it's going to involve a bit of the barrier and a bit of Durant if Crow's going to make it down the inside there. In the Snell section, can Crow force a mistake in the Snell section? It's easy to lose a lot of time in that area there. Very windy, hence the name, the Snell. But here's Crow in the blue. He's pushing Durant. Durant going a little bit wider there than Crow. Crow keeping it really tight. Down the back stretch. Durant to the middle as we've seen. Crow to the outside this time. He can't make that work either. Will he cut back? No, it doesn't quite work there. Is it going to be a last corner lunge? He's on the other side, so no. Across the line again. It's pushing him all the way is Brett Crow. Durant doing a master performance holding off. Another area is the Snell section, but Durant keeping it really tight to block Crow out. Durant doesn't care now whether he's slow through the Snell section. Durant looked like he was having to check up the inside, but they are absolutely nose to tail is what's going to happen down the back stretch here. A move to the inside, no, the outside, and back again. It's Crow trying both sides. Durant having some kind of sixth sense as to which way to go. He's keeping it central to cover both sides initially, but went perfectly with where Crow went from behind. They've just gone past a back marker there. So no problems with the back marker as the battle for fourth place continues. This is probably the most exciting battle we've had so far in the BRKC. Tight there is Crow, but he's still held back from Durant now. Again, down the back stretch, Durant to the middle. No, Durant to the inside, Crow the outside. Durant now increasingly towards the inside there, so there wasn't even a cart's width this time. Durant getting about as tight as you can without losing too much time through the corner at the end as they cross the line again once more. We're almost at the end of this race, but still we have a fight on for fourth place now. Crow to the outside, the more normal line through the Snell, trying to make up some speed. He's trying to build up momentum from here, because from here it is flat out that will line him up for a lunge down the backstretch. Is Crow going to do it? They're onto the backstretch now. Which side's Crow going to go? He's got to go to the outside. He's trying to force Durant to the inside. Now, is Crow setting Durant up for a final lap lunge, because he's now seen the checker flags could be coming out any second. So they've got one more lap for the fight for fourth. Surely Briley's going to get the win here. The back marker waves him through, and Sean Briley takes the win. Heat race 2. Sean Briley's the winner. Look at the flares going up there from on the finish line. The checker flag is out, but what's happening over fourth place? We've got Durant still ahead. Durant still ahead. Is it going to be? They're coming on the backstretch now. There they are. Which side's Crow going to go? Durant's got it covered. Crow to the outside. Crow round the outside. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. A desperate lunge there by Crow. He was trying to make it work around the outside. Down the inside. No, not here. It's going to be Durant for fourth. It's Durant for fourth. So what a finish. Crow and Durant really working hard for that fourth place. That's about the toughest fourth place we'll see. And so a race win there for Sean Briley. Sean Briley has taken the victory there, race 2, as probably the most expected result there, I think, from Robin Kassam. A strong performance from Robin Kassam. We've got a third place list in there for Gavin Williams, Neil Durant 4th, Brett Crow 5th, Thomas Russell 6th, Luke Evans 7th, Ryan Taylor 8th, and Josh Palmer brings him up in 9th place there. So commanding performance, it has to be said, by Sean Briley. Robin Kassam pretty much getting kind of best of the rest, really. His performance was very, very strong. There was no question of Gavin Williams challenging him, it has to be said. And so Robin Kassam, a lot of points there for second place. So a great result there. So the third heat race, we're going to be getting ready for that. There's Dan Truman on screen. Now, Dan Truman's been around a long time. He's racing in car racing this year with Team Hard, racing the Brit Car Championship there. So he's made the move up from karts, but returning to karts for this event, the British Rental Kart Championship, for which we've seen him in many times when it was a multi-championship, a multi-round championship, and also when it's been an indoor single event championship as well. So you can see one of those weighted seats there. The drivers have to be weighted up to 90 kilos. Some people have to really weigh themselves up to get in that. We'll see who that is. That looks as though it could be Dolan, perhaps there, getting his seat loaded in. Marshall's just testing a cart by the looks of things. So we're getting ready for this third heat race. So far, epic performances and results. We saw a first round win for Dante Dillon from Matt Barsh, and that was an outstanding performance there. Sam Shaw, of course, was third, and then Sean Briley from Robin Kassam and Gavin Williams. This one is going to be very, very tough as we'll just run through the entries here. So we've got Nicky Dolan leading the entry list for this race, Tyler Mays, Joe Peters, Mateus Matus, Sam Slater, Johnny Elliott, Jamie Henderson, Richard Jute, Billy Good, and Dan Truman in this race. Now this is going to be a really, really tough heat to be in. Certainly as we run through them, we can see that Nicky Dolan, very new driver to us, don't know much about him, haven't seen him before. Tyler Mays, now Tyler Mays has been in so many editions of the British Rental Kart Championship, and he's regular in things like Club 100 through the summer. So Tyler Mays, very well known on the British scene. Joe Peters, he was a national finalist in his rookie season of the multi-round British Indoor Kart Championship. So Joe Peters, we haven't seen him in BRKC at all, but he's certainly been named to watch. There's Richard Jute on screen, and Richard Jute's a South African. He's been BRKC Masters champion in 2019 and 2020, and they were the last two events. So really, Richard Jute's going to be very strong in this race. You can see Tyler Mays there, and ahead of him, Sam Slater. Now, Sam Slater, very much worthy of note. He is probably Britain's current #1 driver on the international scene. Mostly because he does so many of the international events, regular in the World Championship alongside Sean Briley, and certainly a name to watch in this race, but it's going to be tough. Mateus Matus is a regular in the Polish Championship, and he's also been a semi-finalist in the BRKC here at Formula Fast. So Mateus Matus, a Polish driver, he is definitely a name to watch. And then we come on to Johnny Elliott. Now, Johnny Elliott has been in the BRKC from the very beginning. Has really grown with the series now. Johnny Elliott used to have the tag of the BRKCs and potentially karting's most unlucky driver. We've seen things go magnificently for Elliott, and we've seen them go awfully for Elliott. And it looks like it's possibly Johnny Elliott there, just on the screen. So I'll just double check what number we're going to be dealing with for Johnny Elliott. Seem to recognise the helmet there. Up at the front there, we've got it looked like it was going to be Dan Truman leading the way, but we'll soon see when we get out there. Now, Dan Truman, he races with Team Hard in circuit car racing this year, but he has been a top 10 finisher in the BRKC, and he is a race winner in karting also with Club 100. Billy Good is a T-side regular in the 24 hours there, so he's good at the long distance races. Obviously Billy Good, let's hope he turns out to be good. Richard Jute, we've mentioned. Jamie Henderson. Now Jamie Henderson was 34th last time in the BRKC, but he has had 3 podiums, and he's looking to turn that into a semi-final position. Now semi-finals, to make that you have to be in the top 30, so Jamie Henderson very close in 34th place in the past. We've got the qualifying laps about to start, so we'll talk through that. We'll see what happens. They're close to commencing those qualifying laps. It looks like now crossing the line to begin his first lap. It's Nicky Dolan. Joe Peters goes through. Matisse is going through. Truman started his lap. Billy Good started his. Sam Slater is on his qualifier now. Mays, Henderson, they're all on their qualifiers as Richard Duke crosses the line, and then Johnny Elliott crosses the line. Johnny Elliott is looking like he's the one at the tail of this qualifying run here. So down the back stretch, it's Nicky Dolan. He's going to be the first one to open with a qualifying lap. We'll see what he can do. So Dolan is going to cross the line and set a time. He's going to be fastest immediately, of course. He's been pushed down, though. It's Matus who's gone quickest. Truman is in third. Slater fourth. Mays third. And Slater has been pushed down. Henderson, it looks good for Matus, though. So he's ahead of Dolan, Mays, and Elliott comes through to 5th. Johnny Elliott, I think, will have been hoping for higher than that, but it's a very tough heat this, so maybe he'll think starting between Slater and Henderson isn't a bad place to be. And so we'll see what happens when this race gets underway. So round 1, heat race 3. We've got Mateusz Matus, the Polish driver, starting in pole position. He's been a front runner in the Polish Championship for a number of years now. We've seen him here at the BRKC. Mateusz Matus, he's been a semi-finalist here, just outside qualifying for the final. But Matus's campaign for 2022 begins here and now. In this heat race, he's starting from pole position. Second is Nicky Dolan. Nicky Dolan is not where we expected him to be. This could be a bit of a wild card performance here from Nicky Dolan. He's had to out-qualify Tyler Mays. He's had to out-qualify Sam Slater and Johnny Elliott and Jamie Henderson and Dan Truman and Richard Jute. And so an amazing performance there by Nicky Dolan. We'll see what happens in this race. Nicky Dolan starting in 2nd place. So the marshals just getting ready to send them on their way. They're going to be led round by the Polish driver, Mateusz Matus, as they're just holding them something just being made ready. We have all 10 carts in this race, as opposed to 9 from the last one. Billy Good is bringing up the rear there. Joe Peters is in front of him, and ahead of him is the double BRKC Masters champion, Richard Jute. We saw Jute Junior earlier on, now we're seeing Jute Senior. So a bit of bumping and boring on that bit of a pace half lap, but they were going to go green, surely. Yes, we are. And Mateusz Matus leads the way, opening lap here into the snail section. Now, are we going to see some change of positions? We're seeing some pushing and shoving going on. There's a lunge down the inside. Someone's trying to make a move. It's somebody making a move on maybe Johnny Elliott, or no, the cart behind him. So that would have been the Jamie Henderson area of the track. As down the back stretch they come. It looks like Matus with a clear lead here from Dolan, and behind him is Tyler Mays. So Tyler Mays and Sam Slater and everybody else all queuing up behind Nicky Dolan. So across the line it's Matus with several car lengths, Dolan, and then a huge train behind him. Everybody in the race right now is on the tail of Nicky Dolan in 2nd place. So there goes Matus through the snail, and there's Dolan and the rest. All the way around down to Billy Good in last place. So there's Matus with the lead, and you can see it's just cart after cart following, all on the tail of Nicky Dolan. Now, is Tyler Mays going to make a lunge early on Nicky Dolan? Is he going to try and pit away from Dolan? He probably doesn't know Nicky Dolan that well, so may consider the early pit stop action. I wouldn't be surprised to see some early pit stops out of this, and there is one. It's Sam Slater. Regarded as one of the top Brits on the international scene, and Sam Slater knows this format so well indeed. And Slater has rolled the dice with the early pit stop. He wasn't keen on the lower, from his point of view, starting position, and he certainly wasn't keen on being in that queue behind Nicky Dolan. So Slater, he has pitted out of this and is looking to make up some fast laps to leapfrog ahead of the others when they make their stops. Now, what is going to be the idea from Johnny Elliott? Is Johnny Elliott going to try and close that gap to Tyler Mays and get to the front that way? Is Elliott going to make a pit stop? He is very well used to the format. A frequent competitor at world level as well as the national level is Johnny Elliott, so he knows exactly what he's doing. He has a gap between himself and Tyler Mays in 3rd, which he's looking to close in. So here's the leader, Matus. Here's 2nd, Nicky Dolan. Then it's Tyler Mays. Then Johnny Elliott. Now, Johnny Elliott has got on his tail Jamie Henderson and Dan Truman and Richard Jute. So any pit stoppers? Is it going to be Elliott? No, it's not. There is a stopper, but it's not Elliott. Looks like it might be Jay. Was it? No, it was. Who's in? Going to have to check this. It's Truman. It's Dan Truman who's taken the pit stop. Another early stopper. Quite predictable, really, this rash of early pit stops. Although, if everybody was to pit stop early, they kind of cancel that out because they'd all be back in the same spot. But they seem to really be kind of managing amongst themselves is about the best way of putting it, when to come in. If everyone just bailed into the pits, it's not going to achieve anything. The drivers will be looking at who is pitting and who's not. So now, if one other driver has a pit stop, it may well be the case that it's just not worth pitting anymore. You might as well stay out there because enough people have pitted out of that main group. So let's have a recap. We've got Matus in the lead. Nicky Dolan still 2nd. Tyler Mays still 3rd. That is no change. Johnny Elliott has moved up to 4th, and Johnny Elliott's got the attentions of Jamie Henderson behind him, and then Richard Jute further back. Now, Jute has closed in slightly on Jamie Henderson now that Dan Truman's out of the way. And then, of course, behind him is Joe Peters. So there is Matus, and there is Dolan, and there is Tyler Mays. Now, Tyler Mays is right on the tail of Dolan. Now, Tyler Mays, surely he's the sort of combative driver who's going to think about how he can move up straight away as soon as possible. We've seen some big lunges from Tyler Mays in the past. Will Mays try to make the move on the track or in the pits? This is a golden example of a driver sizing up his opposition. So Tyler Mays will be considering Dolan in front of him. Is Dolan actually faster? Is Dolan slightly slower? If Dolan's slightly slower, Tyler Mays has that pit stop opportunity to pit around Dolan. If Dolan is keeping a speed that Mays is happy with, then Mays might just stay with him and hope that the pair of them pull away from those behind, especially from a pit stop point of view. So, Matus, Dolan, Mays. There's Elliott, there's Henderson, right on the tail of Johnny Elliott. Now, Jamie Henderson has been racing Johnny Elliott for years. These two know each other very well, and certainly Henderson does know what he's dealing with when it comes to Johnny Elliott, and also knows what he's dealing with behind from Richard Jute. Richard Jute, the South African, has been in the BRKC for a number of years. He's won several awards. He's been the Masters champion, the over 40-year-old drivers. Richard Jute, and we've seen him win races. We've seen him win races outright. At the moment, he's 6th place. We have seen him first before. He's on the back of Jamie Henderson and probably is of a caliber where he's going to be running the same sort of speed as Elliott and Henderson. They're running 4th, 5th and 6th. So, on the 10th lap now, it is Matus in the lead, Nicky Dolan 2nd, Tyler Mays 3rd. Now, we've had a bit of a time since the last pit stop. As I was saying, people will be pitting out that main group, but everybody pitting would achieve nothing. So the people who've seen how many stops there have been deciding to stay out, that includes obviously Mays, Elliott, Henderson, Jute. Those who did stop, Slater, Truman and Good. Now we've got another one in the pits, and who is this? Oh, this is Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays has pitted out of 3rd place. So Tyler Mays considers he could be faster than Dolan. So Tyler Mays pits out of 3rd place, going to try and make his way around Dolan through fast laps after a pit stop. How does that work? Well, Tyler Mays has made his pit stop. He goes out, he sets a bunch of fast laps so that when Dolan makes his pit stops and come out, he will end up coming out of the pits behind Tyler Mays. So a pit stop does allow for that strategic advantage there. Johnny Elliott will now be closing in on Nicky Dolan to see what he can make of Dolan. Henderson will be coming with him. Jute will be coming with him. So very soon we'll have another 4-way fight for 2nd place. So we'll see where they are actually on the screen. Try and get a little view on that. So Matus continues to lead. We know that the Polish driver continues in the lead. So right now this looks like that's the 2nd place of Dolan in the grey and black suit, and then it's Elliott. So there is actually quite a gap there. So there's that big gap between 2nd place and the white helmet. Into the pits though, we've got one in the pits, and it's Richard Jute. Richard Jute, the experienced South African driver, he's made a pit stop. He's closed in a bit on Jamie Henderson and Johnny Elliott, and I think he's trying to pit himself around them. Now where he comes out will be interesting. So he's lost a place to Sam Slater. Will he lose a place to Dan Truman? It looks as though he does not. So Richard Jute has come out between Slater and Truman, 2 of the early pit stoppers. Now, Richard Jute definitely started it behind Dan Truman. I remember that. So Jute has certainly made up 1 place from that pit stop. We'll see what happens about the rest when they take place. So at the moment, Matus is in the lead. He's got a good 5.5 second gap there to Nicky Dolan. Now, Nicky Dolan's not looking bad in 2nd place either. He's got Johnny Elliott on his case, but Elliott is not closing in on him, really. So the leader there, Matus, is about to start another lap. We'll see what these gaps are really like. So there's quite a big gap there. In fact, Johnny Elliott is now right on the tail, as I speak, of Nicky Dolan. There they are crossing the line. Now, the gap is more than halved. Elliott is virtually on the tail of Dolan, the 2nd place driver. So it's a 3-car fight there on screen in the snail section. So around the corner, here comes Nicky Dolan, passes now. There's Dolan, there's Elliott, and there is Jamie Henderson. Joe Peters has fallen back a little bit further from them, but down the backstretch, here we are. This is 2nd place, Dolan and Elliott and Henderson. So this is really hotting up now. Now, Johnny Elliott, will he take the same approach that we saw by, who was it? Tyler Mays, that was it. We saw Tyler Mays close into Dolan, but Elliott down the inside. Johnny Elliott has made the position on track. Now that is a very, very bold move. So a great pass by Johnny Elliott. And Johnny Elliott, one of the BRKC favourites, even has his own BRKC meme. Now, Elliott there, you saw him wave at Dolan. That was probably the indoor Carter sort of little finger and thumb wave, as in work with me, don't fight me. So he's looking for Dolan to just sit there and go with him. Dolan will be well advised to do that because he's seen that Elliott is faster. Elliott closed in and made the pass on Dolan. So the best thing Dolan can do now is just stick with Johnny Elliott, and that will keep Dolan up near the front. If he tries to fight Elliott, they'll just all lose time. Jamie Henderson may get the pair of them because there he is, third of that group, fourth in the race. So there's Elliott, there's Dolan, there's Henderson. Now, Henderson, what's he going to do? He's from way up north, the Sunderland area, is James Henderson. Henderson comes in the pits. He's answered the question straight away. So Henderson is trying to pit his way around Elliott and Dolan. Elliott did the pass on Dolan on merit on the track. Henderson's gone for the pit stop route. He resumes out ahead by the looks of things of Richard Jute, and that's going to be really important. The last thing he needed from his point of view was to lose a place coming out of the pits to Richard Jute. So there's Elliott, there's Dolan. So Dolan really needs to stay with Elliott if he can. Neither of these two have pitted. They're battling over second place. Matus has an 8-second lead, as we've already established. So there they are in the Snell section. Johnny Elliott, way up in the northwest there. He's been a regular in the Manchester area, team sport karting there, known all over the country, known various parts of the world as well, having raced in various national championships on the European continent and a number of times in the World Championship. Johnny Elliott repeatedly remembered. Oh, and into the pits then, it's Nicky Dolan. Now, this is going to be crucial. Dolan needs to make a good pit stop. Will he come out ahead or behind Henderson? Because if he comes out ahead or behind Henderson, that'll almost certainly be ahead or behind Richard Jute as well. It's worked out badly for Dolan. He's been done by Henderson and Jute. Just nipped out. Maybe Dolan came in a little bit early there. If he'd left it a bit later, he may have had a bit of a bigger gap from Henderson. But Henderson, this has worked out so well for Jamie Henderson. In fact, it looks like on screen, though, I've missed it, they've both got white helmets, but it looks as though Richard Jute may have passed Jamie Henderson. Yes, he has. You can see there on screen. Richard Jute is ahead of Jamie Henderson. So Richard Jute is a man on the move here in this race. He started way further down in this. He's currently running 5th. There are 3 pit stops to be made in front of him. Sam Slater is the only one ahead of Richard Jute who has not made a pit stop. Richard Jute is 20 seconds behind the leader. So he, you know, if Matus pits from the lead now, he's in the pits here. It's Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott makes a pit stop. There is one of Britain's hopes for the championship potentially this year. His first pit stop was good. His second pit stop is very good. It's an excellent pit stop. He comes out comfortably ahead of Richard Jute. But Richard Jute's got speed. Richard Jute's got speed on Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott's going to have to defend in the Snell section. He's keeping it tight. Oh, middle of the road there by Johnny Elliott. He holds the position. The change of direction does help Johnny Elliott, but Jute's all over his tail. Johnny Elliott's getting waved on from the pits there. He's going to have to keep it tight now. Is Jute going to make the lunge up the inside? Jute, is he going to look left? No, he doesn't. He stays in behind Johnny Elliott. He can't make the move. Johnny Elliott maintains that position. It's 4th, but, oh, and in the pits there, that, I believe, is Joe Peters. Joe Peters in the pits there, and he's obviously going to come out where further down the order in 8th. So Sam Slater brings up second place. Johnny Elliott 3rd. Now, we need to take a quick look here because Matus has got enough of a gap over the second place Slater to make a pit stop and come out still in the lead. So the Polish driver Mateusz Matus has a sterling performance there to build up enough of a lead that he can make a pit stop and theoretically come out in front. Slater has a decent enough gap, but the battle is behind. It's Elliott, Jute, Henderson, Dolan. They are very close. Within a second on the first two, there's a pit stopper, and it's the 19. It's Matus, the race leader. The race leader, Matus, is in the pits as we speak. First stop's good. Second stop is very good. Matus comes out still in the lead. He's 24 laps in the race now, so just over halfway, and he's made his pit stop and is in the lead. So a comfortable lead there of 7 seconds over one of the top British drivers, Sam Slater, ahead of another of the top British drivers, Johnny Elliott, ahead of one of South Africa's finest, which is Richard Jute, now living in the UK, and then Jamie Henderson, well, Sunderland's greatest perhaps is Jamie Henderson, from Nicky Dolan. Now a sterling performance by Nicky Dolan so far. We've seen him come from nowhere to qualify 2nd. He's now running 6th, which is, in many people's eyes, probably a more realistic exact position. He's just kind of really been pushed back by the more experienced drivers of Slater, Elliott, Jute, Henderson. Holding second place early on was Nicky Dolan. He is in sixth place, but he's definitely in a fighting sixth place here. He's on the tail of Elliott, Jute, Henderson. It's a four-way fight, and it's going to be on screen. There it is. So there's Henderson, there's Jute, there's Elliott, Jute, Henderson, and there was Dolan. So there it is, Elliott, Jute, Henderson, and then a slight cart's gap there. So there they are. There's Elliott with the more red on his helmet. The first white helmet's Richard Jute, the second white helmet is Henderson, and then the cart behind will be Nicky Dolan. There's Nicky Dolan, just a couple of cart lengths behind. So Johnny Elliott, the full attention of Richard Jute. Now Richard Jute, very experienced around here, acknowledges some sort of pit signal there, and is he going to make a move? Elliott, very defensive. We saw that earlier on by Neil Durant. Neil Durant was very defensive down the inside there in his battle with Brett Crow. But Johnny Elliott having to make a similar sort of defence there. But this time, instead of just being one cart fighting, it's two. Jute's biggest problem there in the middle of that gap, in the middle of that battle, is if he makes a move on Elliott that doesn't come off, Jamie Henderson's perfectly positioned to pounce. And if Henderson gets through, Dolan will probably follow with him. Although there's a couple of carts gap there, any problem there for Jute could easily result in losing another place to Dolan further back. So there's Elliott, there's Jute, and there is Jamie Henderson. This is a really tight battle, possibly the biggest battle we've seen so far this championship. As they cross the line to start another lap, it's Johnny Elliott. Now, Johnny Elliott's running third. He's running third. They've all made their pit stops. In fact, everyone in the race has made their pit stop. Jamie Henderson was the one with the fastest stop of the race. First one into 11 seconds for a pit stop there. So an amazing pit stop for Jamie Henderson. And he is in the relatively lower position of fifth place. Third in this group, of course. So Johnny Elliott holding off Richard Jute, the British driver, versus the South African, and another Brit following him. As they enter the snail section, there is Johnny Elliott with the red helmet. Johnny Elliott, you can see, holding just more of an inside line going into the snail there than Jute. The normal line would be to the outside turning in, but Elliott having to defend. Now, what's Elliott can do here? He's in the middle of the road. In fact, he's on the inside. He's definitely got the inside covered. Johnny Elliott knows the threat that's coming from Richard Jute. He knows the kind of driver Richard Jute is. They've raced together for many years in this BRKC championship, and Richard Jute is exactly the sort of driver who's going to throw one up the inside down that back stretch. So you can see Johnny Elliott defensive there into the tight hairpin part of the snail section. There's Johnny Elliott, the red helmet, and there's Richard Jute. Now, let's have a look down here. Johnny Elliott, we've seen up against the inside barrier. He's again up against the inside barrier, blocking Jute off. Now, Jute cannot take the risk, because that's exactly what I was thinking. He has lost a place. Richard Jute has lost a place to Jamie Henderson there, and Jamie Henderson is now the one battling with Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott won't realise that. He probably will still think it's Jute behind him, but now he's got Jamie Henderson fighting position. Now, Jute was having to be very careful, and even then he lost a place to Henderson, such is the tightness of this competition. So there's Johnny Elliott. This time it's Henderson. Now, what's going to happen behind it? It's Henderson getting defensive, and behind them is Dolan. Nicky Dolan is now back in the mix. As the result of all those shenanigans, Dolan has been able to close that four-cart gap, and it's Dolan who's looking the raciest of the four. So Johnny Elliott has a bit of a breather, the biggest breather he's had so far, about 2 carts gap there, and it's Henderson, Jute, Dolan. Now, what's Dolan going to do? Because I think Dolan's going to get, well, he's going to get pretty racy, but he's not quite close enough to make a move. And down that backstretch, every one of these four has been looking at something down that backstretch. So far from Johnny Elliott, all we've seen is defence. He knows that they're all going to try and attack him, but it also means he's thinking of attack. So if Elliott was to lose a position, expect him to fight back down that backstretch. So Matus is still continuing with the lead. Not in the. I think I questioned one, but I think that was because it was under that one. Okay, so we're back, and just race control are still investigating something from earlier on. We'll bring you the latest news on that as we get it. So just getting you some information there from race control of a previous race, not concerning this one. Meantime, though, you have been watching the continuing battle over third place. Johnny Elliott continues to hold that third place from Jamie Henderson, Richard Jute, Nicky Dolan. Nicky Dolan is fourth of that group, and is he going to be making a move on Jute? Jute thinks he is going to. That's why Jute was defensive there, staying to the extreme inside down the backstretch. But nothing going there by Nicky Dolan. They click off another lap. There's only a minute and a half left in this race, so they're going to have to really... any move that's going to be made is going to be made now, and Dolan has got that particular message. He was having a look down the inside the Snell section. So here's Elliott, but look in the fourth place there of this group. It is Nicky Dolan, and he's the one looking the racist of the lot at the moment. Duke's probably going to have to be, yes, Duke was looking over his shoulder, having to be a little bit defensive, checking out where Dolan actually is as they continue round this final part of the lap. About to click off another lap. Now, there's probably only going to be about 2 laps left. They run to a 20-minute format, and we're into that final minute now. So almost certainly they will be able to start another lap, but probably not one more than that. So they're probably on the penultimate lap there. So you can see the hand signals to the drivers from the pit lane on your screen as Johnny Elliott continues. Now, Johnny Elliott is feeling some heat there, so he just tags to the inside and then back to the normal racing line down the back stretch there. So Matu still leads. Slater in second place, and they're both in the clear, and definitely not in the clear is Johnny Elliott in third place. It's always all action where Johnny Elliott's concerned. It's usually pretty good action. Henderson and Duke are concerned. Dolan isn't someone we know, but, well, he's certainly been showing some racing spirit in this race as they're coming round on what is surely going to be the last lap, but maybe not, maybe not. Maybe, oh, and at the inside. That is a big move by Henderson, and Duke's gone with him. Duke's the outside, but Elliott fights back, and Duke's got the inside, and Dolan's going to push Elliott back, but has Elliott got the advantage through the right-hander? Yes, he does. Elliott only loses 2 places, and there's no time for Elliott to come back. It's, well, some would say it's typical Johnny Elliott bad luck there, but it's one more run down the backstretch. It's all going to be down to this final run down the long backstretch. Here they go, but Johnny Elliott's lost so much time he can't come back. It's Henderson into third, it's Jute into fourth, it's Elliott in fifth, and Dolan in sixth. And Dolan is trying to make a move on Elliott, but it can't work as they come across the line. They're starting the last lap now, so just confirmation there. We're starting the last lap. There is one more lap for Elliott, but there's not enough you know, there's no room. He's not close enough to the 2 battlers ahead. Elliott is definitely down in 5th place. Tip of the head there by Johnny Elliott. The checker flag is out. It's Mateus Matus who's going to take the win. Matus across the line to take the win. Slater's going to come through into second. Henderson third. And Richard Jute's going to be in fourth. Are they? Yes, they are. That's the result. It's Henderson and Jute, a gap, and then Elliott and Dolan, all, and then Dan Truman, then Tyler May. Tyler May's down in 8th place. My goodness. Remember, we saw him running third early on. Tyler Mays was potential winner of this race down there. Such was the competition. And what a race there. And what a finish there. That battle for third place ended up going the way of Jamie Henderson, who was nowhere near third at the beginning there. Richard Jute had gone with him down that huge lunge down the inside of Johnny Elliott. Again, so many will be looking at that. So many who know Johnny Elliott, and that's a lot of people. And they're certainly will be considering another piece of Johnny Elliott bad luck there. So not only does 1 cart come through, 2 carts come through. So poor old Johnny Elliott. It's well, it's the British Rental Kart Championship, and these things happen. So a result there by Mateus Matus, and a very kind of clean and easy run for him. Led all the way, started on pole, drew out enough of a gap to make a pit stop and continue out there in the lead, and got the job done. The first driver we've seen this morning so far into the 29 seconds on lap time. So an amazing run there by Mateus Matus. Haven't had to speak much about him. Such has been the intensity of that third place battle. Sam Slater equally has come through to a very unnoticed second place in the midst of all that. He was a fairly early pit stop, if you remember. He pitted out of the main group, made up the time by having a clear bit of track in front of him, and ended up in second place, which was obviously clearly his plan. 30.1, very fast lap. But Jamie Henderson, what a move. I mean, gosh, we saw him qualifying way further back than that. He came through, he stayed out a long time. He was forever in that battle with Richard Jute and Johnny Elliott and Nicky Dolan. And Jute, very opportunistic move there when he made his pass on Johnny Elliott. He had to really work for that one because he followed Henderson down the inside, using Henderson as the leader, the lever on Johnny Elliott. Was pretty much side by side through a couple of corners that followed that long back stretch with Elliott. Elliott forced to concede the position. And Elliott did all he could to hold off Dolan because he nearly lost an extra place there. So Nicky Dolan running through in 6th place, but my goodness, it was the sort of performance that could easily have yielded a third himself, you know, for Dolan. So a result there, Matus, Slater, and in 3rd place, the incredible Jamie Henderson. So going to be joined for this race by Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley, we've seen win races in the BRKC, made the final regularly. And Lewis, we've just seen a heck of a race there. And some would say Johnny Elliott's bad luck has returned in that one race. Hopefully it will improve. What do you think?
Yeah, I'll have to improve because getting overtaken like that right to the end was frustrating for him. Was a little bit tough contact, but I don't know what the outcome is. But they obviously seem to be a fair move. I don't know what the result will be, so it depends like how his luck turns out in the next heat.
Absolutely. So you're listening there to Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley is one of the, potential winners of the whole tournament, a regular in the final of the BRKC, so certainly knows a thing or two about how to win races around here. When it came to Henderson's move, Lewis, obviously we all saw it on the screen, a real desperate lunge there on Johnny Elliott down the inside of that long backstretch. Obviously, a favoured place for overtaking, but it does take a bit of effort, right?
Exactly, because unless you're Ruben Boutons, he'll just go for it straight away, because he'll just now the overtake down the straight. But it's so tough to overtake, because as I say, you have to break in a straight line, because otherwise you're just going to lose the rear. But when Boutons does it, he just does it so smoothly, and that's why he's 6-time champion here, obviously going for the Magnificent 7 this weekend.
Absolutely, and it says a lot that Richard Jute was able to make a similar sort of lunge on Elliott following Henderson through. So, right then, we'll have a look here and we'll see what's going on in this next heat race. This is heat race 4 of the opening round. And in this one, we've got Ben Templeman, Anton Schuppler. Anton Schuppler is one of the American drivers who showed so well in the practice day yesterday. Kel Morrison, over to the intro now for round 4. So, British Rental Car Championship, round 1, heat 4, Ben Templeman, Anton Schuppler, Kel Morrison, Josh Nye. We've got Carl Stevens returning for this one. Carl Stevens, who's been a regular in this area, but not at this track, has got great results over at on the other side of Milton Keynes at Daytona. We've got Kiba Pichulski, another Polish driver, and a very competitive one, a major driver out there in the Junior Championships, stepping up to the senior level this year. Matthew West, Kieran Eve, Dennis Huller, one of the fastest drivers in the world from Germany. Dennis Huller, a finalist in the World Championship and Champions Cup champion last year, so an amazing driver there. Dennis Huller, Sebastian Miller as well, who is a regular podium finisher, and Sebastian Miller is the one who's gone fastest, amazingly. Sebastian Miller from Dennis Huller. Josh Nye, Pichulski is there in 4th place. Carl Stevens is up to 5th. Now, Carl Stevens, we're normally seeing a bit further down the order. Stevens in 5th place. Matt West is, moving up to the midfield, you could argue. Schuppler, now Schuppler was one of the fastest yesterday overall. He will probably be a little bit disappointed with that 7th place there. Ben Templeman, Kieran Eve and Kel Morrison bringing up the rear. Lewis Manley, this could be a tough one. A few people that ordinarily we consider out of place.
Yeah, Seb Miller, first out to qualify in pole position as well, so really good effort for him. Dennis Solin, Kart 10 P2 and Josh Nye P3, so that's fair play to him, so he'll be pretty happy with that. Of course, that's only half the job done, so it's a 20-minute race ahead of us, so they'll be starting quite shortly.
Absolutely. Can we have a similar situation, do you think, that we had with, say, Nicky Dolan there? Nicky Dolan qualified 2nd. We weren't really expecting that, and he had a race-long fight for the uppermost positions. Will that play out, I wonder? So we're going to see the start here. It is, of course, Sebastian Miller who's going to lead the way round. So Miller there going to take the start. He's on the 19 kart. He's going to be going through across the line now. Round 4 begins. It's Miller with the lead, of course, and Holler and Nye. Now, will Dennis Holler make a move for position? And whoa, he's being pushed and shoved there by Josh Knee. I think Dennis Holler may end up making an early pit stop. What do you reckon, Lewis?
I'm not too sure if he'll pit early because he'll just come out in traffic later on in the race. He'll just continue for now. He got a little shove at the snail, and now Seb Miller's pulled away with that little contact. So that will settle him down very quickly, and so he's going to pull away. I do expect Holler to catch up. So he has great European experience, and obviously he was really quick yesterday in testing. He's B2 at the moment. He will certainly hunt down Miller for the lead.
Absolutely, and Dennis Holler in second place. The key thing here is that there are now gaps either side of Holler, and that will definitely change his approach to this race. Because, of course, if he was in a fight, if he was getting pushed and shoved by Josh Knee all the way around the rest of the lap, then he would probably consider pitting out of that situation because he feels he's faster. However, he's now got a bit of a gap, so that opens up the possibility of staying out there. He's going to be keeping tabs on Miller. Have we any early pit stops? Not yet. No hero pit stops early on as they continue around. So everyone obviously feels that they're in a position relative to where they should be. In fact, Dennis Holler seems a little bit closer to Sebastian Miller on this lap. We're on the 3rd lap already. Holler does seem to be inching in, but well, maybe it's opened up a bit. But if we look on screen there's Miller with the lead. There's the German Holler behind. And behind him is Josh Knee and Picholski. Kuba Picholski from Poland is in 4th. Now, Picholski is going to be starting to work on the back of Josh Knee. Josh Nye. Josh Nye, we've seen competitive, but this is a better performance I think we've seen in any BRKC race from Josh Nye. What do you think, Lewis Manley?
Yeah, he's definitely stepping up this year. As last 2 years ago, I should say, was his debut of BRKC. The experience does pay off normally, and the more you do, then the better you're going to get at this level. And he's doing very well at the moment. A little bit under pressure from 4th place, but he's still P3 at the minute. He's really stepping up this year.
Absolutely. Josh Nye there in 3rd place definitely has the yellow-suited Kuba Picholski all over his tail, but they're not losing time really to Dennis Holler. Dennis Holler seems to be slightly closing in there on Sebastian Miller in the Snell section. But once they get out onto the main stretch, Sebastian Miller does seem to have gained a little bit through this turn, and then it evens out down the back stretch. So what Holler gains in the Snell section, Miller seems to pull out slightly on the faster corner and to even things out. But Josh Nye is definitely getting the attentions there of Kuba Picholski. Now, Kuba Picholski, he's going to have the question mark. Do I pit around Josh Nye, or do I try to fight him on track? Lewis, it could be either way at the moment, really, couldn't it?
Exactly. It could still a long way to go yet. It's only coming up to 3 minutes into this race. The leading two are still quite close. It seems Dennis Holler's closer through the corners, but down the straight, Miller seems to pull away on the straight line speed. They're pulling away a little bit from the 3rd and 4th places. So, as I said, it's a long way to go yet. There's still going to be about 35 odd laps to go yet.
Now, it has to be said that we, through Scruffy Bear, we do have an amazing production team up here with amazing cameras this year, better than ever, really. I mean, look at this bit through the Snell section. So what we want to do as well is, if this position stays the same, as we see Dennis Holler is now much closer, because I think Huller's making it up going into the Snell section, but coming out of the Snell section is where Miller's advantage is. But now Huller's really closed in on the leader. Now, this is where we want to see it. Now, this is it. So what we're looking at here is Huller's closer going in, but coming out at this point. Is this where Miller is slightly quicker? So it could be that being slightly slower going in means he's slightly quicker, but Holler is definitely closer than he's been so far, Lewis. This is really, really looking good for Dennis Holler. If Dennis Holler can close the gap, like now, he's almost on the tail as they conclude the lap. Out the window here, Dennis Holler is absolutely all over the back of Sebastian Miller. Now, Holler is definitely going to be looking at making a move on track or in the pit lane, Lewis.
Probably he'll think of both. Again, he's very close at the snail, but it's by the time they past the left-handers and down to the straight, and then Seb will just pull away slightly, but he might have to go defensive here. I'm not too sure. The gap still looks a bit enough not to defend just yet, but it might be the undercut or overcut could work, but it depends what Holler does, but he's definitely a little bit faster at the moment.
Absolutely, and Dennis Holler is all over the back of the race leader, Sebastian Miller. Now, Holler is probably, looking at the way this is going now and the way Dennis Holler thinks, is going to try to pass Miller for position on the track. So long as he's feeling that he's not losing any time doing so. When in the pits, it's the 18. That will be Ben Templeman. Ben Templeman is actually the first one to pit in this race. So far, we've not had any pit stoppers. We're like quite a number of laps in. We're nearly 10 laps in without a pit stop. It's the longest we've had so far. Now, Dennis Huller is maintaining a sort of position with the race lead. He's not really challenging him, Lewis. It's still like that. Into the pits is Huller. Huller is in the pits. Now, this could be the pit stop of the race. It's really, oh, a yellow light for Dennis Huller. What will race control say about that? Two yellow. Oh, my, Dennis Huller. Dear, oh, dear. Now, in a championship this tight, we may have seen one of the main contenders, one of the fastest people in the place, actually lose the whole championship first thing on Saturday morning. Lewis Manley, what can be said about that?
Oh, I don't know what to say. 2 yellows, that's 2 extra pit stops. That's effectively destroyed his race, so he's got no chance of winning now. That's just too greedy in the pits. We have another pit stop, which is number 13.
Yeah, the 13 cut is, who we got? It's Anton Schuppler, the American. Now, and another one, the 10, that is Dennis Huller. Dennis Huller. Now, Huller has come into the pits a second time because he's had a penalty. What it is, if those, we'll be going through these pit stops many times today. Those of you watching on the live stream, you'll see above the lights are red and then they're green when it's good to go. But if it goes yellow, you've gone too soon. Dennis Huller went yellow on both parts of that earlier pit stop. So he's had to do it all again. Now, Huller, we know he's very fast, but he's going to have to be ridiculously fast to claw something back here. We know he's lost a lot of points already. The sheer amount of bad language in German that's going to be coming from that helmet right now, Lewis Manley, it's going to be intense. But how far up the order could Dennis Huller get on merit?
He's got another pit stop because he had 2 bad stops. This is his 3rd stop now, which is going to obviously make sure it goes green. Yes, it does. Another one is in, number 19, which is the leader, Seb Miller, and also 15's in. It's not a good idea when you pit behind somebody because that's just going to lose time. Seb's got both green, so he's fine. And 15's going to get green as well. Yep, I think as now Josh Nye and Carl Stevens are 1 and 2, they could effectively stay out till the end and they can do the overcut, which is quite good round here. There's another one, number 9 is also in. Cal Morrison, a little bit slow to get going, so just make sure it's both green. And obviously Josh Nye and Carl Stevens now do fancy their chances, to be honest, because if they can stay out when like another 10 odd minutes, they can easily be 1-2 in this race. As Cole Stevens, of course, is one of my teammates, so I really hope he can do a really good job here, like Josh Nye can too.
Well, Josh Nye is running in the lead, and Josh Nye, the 8, Kieran Eve comes into the pits, Kieran Eve, and he was pitting out of 4th place. He's dropping behind Miller, the former leader, dropping behind Pachulski and Schuppler, the American. But Josh Nye continues to lead, and Stevens is in 2nd place, and the 14 there, Stevens, is under massive pressure from West and Miller, and the pit stop there, I think it's Stevens, isn't it? Yep. Yes, it is. Carl Stevens makes his first pit stop. He's green. Now, it's going to be really important considering the pit stop blunders we've seen so far, and it's a good stop there, both ends of it, by Carl Stevens. He's lost maybe some ground, but he's in front of Pachulski, which I think is the key element there. Yes, he lost the position to Miller, but Pachulski is behind him, and that will be key for Carl Stevens. Now, we saw in the rounds of pit stops there the ways pit stops can go wrong. Obviously, we saw Dennis Huller, and Dennis Huller, my goodness, he managed to even get a penalty on his penalty, for goodness sake. So it's a disaster there for Huller. But so Huller's issues there were going too early, so he wasn't quite green before he was going, and therefore got a penalty. But then we saw behind him, I think it was Pachulski making a pit stop right behind Sebastian Miller, and of course Pachulski lost some time because he effectively had to wait for Miller, so that added time in the pits there. So a number of ways to lose time in the pits we saw. There's one by just completely going too early like Huller, and then the Pachulski incident where he had to actually take a little bit longer because he pitted behind Sebastian Miller. A little bit too close, arguably there, Lewis. You've got to really be careful with these pit stops, haven't you?
Absolutely, because now the pressure's on, because it was all fun and games and testing yesterday, and today's the serious stuff begins, as now Carl Stevens has overcut a cube. As I did say not long ago, the overcut can be quite powerful here. Undercuts don't normally work, but the overcuts can be effective around here, because Josh Nye's going to probably stay out until the last chance to pit board. But as of course, when you see it first time, you must pit that lap. So obviously, Seb Miller's now 9 seconds behind Josh. I think he's looking favourite to win this. I think Josh could be in a net P2 at the moment.
Right. So looking now on screen as we want to really consider where 4th and 5th place are, because Carl Stevens and Kuba Pachulski are very close with less than half a second. The reason I mention that is because Pachulski actually was delayed in his pit stop, having pitted right behind Sebastian Miller, so arguably lost the gap he's now got to Stevens. Now, there they are. So there's Stevens in the black suit, and there's Puchalski in the yellow, crossing the line now. So Carl Stevens was able to leapfrog there Puchalski because of just basically a clean pit stop. Puchalski came in behind Miller, lost that little bit of extra time, and that is maybe what made the difference there. So there they are, Carl Stevens, there's Puchalski. So here comes Stevens down the back stretch. How racy is Puchalski feeling? He's feeling like staying right behind. You could see there the barrier move, clip there. In the pits, and was that an error there, Lewis Manley?
It was an error because the first was yellow and he's just put his head up. So, and I think Carl Stevens is going to head of Josh. Yep, Josh has got a yellow first box, so that's another penalty stop. So there's so many penalties going on at the moment. He's just defending from Kieran. If he's going for the inside lunge, I don't know if he's going to do this little contact. They're trying to squeeze each other. I think Nye still got the position, but the problem is he's going to have another stop to make because the first stop was yellow, and of course that's a penalty.
And what a disaster really for Josh Nye. He pitted out the lead, but look at this battle. And down the inside, it's Puchalski, the pole, and the American goes through. Schopler goes through as well. Puchalski's followed, waving away there was Josh Nye. Unfortunately, he's back in the pits to take his penalty. Let's see. So we see the red light at the top. Now it's green. That's key. Let's have a look. Second part of this pit stop, we can see the red. Is it going to be green? Yes, it is. So that's the way to do it for Josh Nye. And Josh Nye resumed. It may be that he's lost another place. We'll see when that shakes out. He's sort of in the Kieran Eve area of and Ben Templeman area there. Dennis Huller is trying to close in. He's only 5 seconds, but there's a warning out on Kuba Puchalski because if you remember, there was that massive move there by Kuba Puchalski. Now, Kuba Puchalski has got Anton Schopler, so the Polish driver versus the American. They're in the Snell section now. Puchalski's in the yellow suit. In the black suit behind him with the black helmet is Anton Schopler. Now, Anton Schopler, one of the fastest drivers yesterday, over from the USA. It's his first British Rental Kart Championship. He's now going down the backstretch right behind Puchalski. Is he going to make the move at the end? Puchalski under a warning for contact. Nothing going there by Schopler, but they cross the line. And Lewis Manley, there's been so much aggravation in the pits, if you like, and also a contact warning.
Oh, exactly, because as I said, from testing, I still expect yellows will be here today and tomorrow. It's so easy to happen. If you do it too fast, if you do it a fraction too fast, it's going to be yellow. If you time it perfectly, it can be green at times, but I still expect more yellows later on. And even for Dennis Holler's experience, getting 2 yellows like that, that's not like him. I don't know, didn't expect that at all. I don't think anyone did, to be honest.
Absolutely. Dennis Holler, the vastly experienced German driver, been on the scene many years now, regular here, and also at the World Indoor Championships as well. Dennis Holler passed for position there, and we'll see when they cross the line. Who was that? That was Josh Nye passing Kieran Eve. So Josh Nye moves up to 7th place now. Closing in on them still is Dennis Huller. Now, this isn't actually over for Dennis Huller because although he got a penalty on his penalty, such is the speed of the German that he's only 3 seconds behind the battling Nye and Eve, and in turn only 5 seconds behind Ben Templeman, and Ben Templeman is in 6th place. So Dennis Huller, although he outwardly has a lot of work to do, theoretically, oh, there's a stoppage. We've got a stoppage here. There's been an incident at the Snail, and it looks like Puchalski is facing the wrong way. People are still moving. We'll see what race control.
Yeah,
it was Puchalski, and the position being given back. Obviously, contact there between Schopler and Puchalski. A little bit out of view there, but certainly Puchalski has been positioned back in front of Schopler. Now, quite a few people can continue moving. Anton Schopler has had a contact warning, so clearly the move there by Schopler didn't come off, resulted in a spin by Puchalski. The race officials stopped the action and resumed, but that may have shaken up the result a little bit. Let's see where this puts us. Oh, Schopler's dropped right back, and he's behind Kieran Eve. So, as we look now, this is played right into the hands of Dennis Huller. So, Dennis Huller, a seriously up and down race. He is 9th at the moment, but with just under 6 minutes to go, it's far from over. Now, he's only 3 seconds, although Dennis is 9th, he's only 3 seconds behind the 5th place Kuba Puchalski, which is only 4 seconds behind the 4th place Ben Templeman. So, although he's had 2 penalties, 2 extra pit stops, we're certainly seeing that Huller is not out of the picture. In fact, he's up to 8th now. So Dennis Huller has passed the American Schopler as Dennis Huller really could be charging through this field. There's a big sort of pack there in the middle, and Huller is already working on Kieran Eve. Now they're heading down the backstretch. There is Eve, and there is Huller. So we can see there Dennis Huller in the 10 car. He's in the middle of that sandwich. He's making the move to the outside. But Shuppler's come through on the inside. Shuppler has passed Huller. Huller's back down the inside. They're side by side crossing the line. It's Schuller versus, Shuppler versus Huller. I'm mixing the two there, Lewis. As such the intensity here. But Huller has been passed back by Shuppler, the American. The American's taken his place back. Now, Dennis Huller is still there, though, so it's not like he's lost any time. So, Huller, is he going to make a move down the back straight? This should be the place to do it, Lewis.
Yep. I don't think he's too far back at the moment, but obviously they had a contact warning earlier, but I don't think it'll be investigated now as he gave them the place back. 4 minutes 40 to go. I think Matt West could be in a Met P3 at the minute because there's been a lot of contacts and stuff, and there's 4.5 to go. I think it won't be long till he'll pit it because you have to make sure he does pit before the pit entry closes.
Absolutely. So, from a pit stop point of view, those watching at home on screen, if you look at the positions at the moment, we can see Matt West is leading, but he has not made a stop. Now, was that somebody in? No, continue on. Matt West is continuing to lead. Oh, Dennis Huller's got in front of Anton Shuppler. So Huller makes the move. He's made it stick. Now, Huller's next target is going to be Kieran Eve. So going back to the results bit of the screen up in the top left corner, Matt West has yet to pit. Miller's pitted. Stevens, and who's in? It's the 17. It's Miller. Sorry, it's West. So Miller goes back in the lead. West is down to third. Where's he going to come out? He's going to come out in third. So this is looking good for Matt West. His third place. Carl Stevens is in second, and we know he's pitted, Lewis. So this is a great result for Carl Stevens, yeah?
It certainly is. He's one of my teammates, as I said earlier. He was, I think his best result 2 years ago was P4. Now he's in P2. He'll be well happy with this. A P5 in quali and P2 in the race. That's a very good effort, considering he was halfway down the grid, and P2 now, that's no mean effort. It's a very good start to his 2022 campaign.
Absolutely. The last time we saw Carl Stevens in action was in the 2020 event, which was before the pandemic in January of 20. Dennis Huller getting some attention from Anton Shuppler down the backstretch, though. Huller continues to be behind Kieran Eve. Now, Kieran Eve really is doing amazingly to hold off Dennis Huller. Kieran Eve has made a pit stop, so this is absolutely for outright position. In fact, everybody's made a pit stop now. So what we are seeing is the actual race order with everyone having cycled through their pit stop. So Sebastian Miller is leading by only 1.8 seconds from Carl Stevens. A big gap there, 10 seconds to Matt West. And then Templeman, Pachulski, Nye, Eve, Huller and Shuppler. Now, as we look further back, we can see it is, of course, the battle between Neve, Huller, Shuppler, which is going on. Just ahead of them is Josh Nye. So there is the leader, Miller. He's in that very distinctive black and lighter blue suit, with Carl Stevens only 1.8 seconds behind. You know what? It actually looks closer than that on the screen, doesn't it? So if we look here, there is the leader, Miller, and next one through is Stevens. So there's the leader, Miller, and there's Stevens. So it visually looks a bit closer than the nearly 2 seconds we're crediting.
I was actually going to say it is closing the gap. It's under 2 seconds as we got just 2 minutes to go, but I think it's going to be a bit too late. So you have to gain probably 2.5 to 3 tenths a lap. I don't think he's going to do that. It was 1.9 at the last lap, and it depends what the gap is when they've crossed the line. There's not many laps to go. It's just 150 left. But P2, as I said, is a really good start. But these guys battling down the straight, they just won't leave each other alone at the moment. P7, P8 and P9 are still fighting. They're not going to finish this until the flag's out. They're still going to be continuing fighting and get as many points, an extra point as they can.
Absolutely, and Dennis Huller there, the German, he's in the middle of that little group there. Now, he's not only trying to pass Kieran Eve for position, but he knows how aggressive and racy that Shuppler is, and Huller makes the move. Huller makes the move on the inside. There he is, and Shuppler's going with him. Are they going to freight train? They are. They freight trained Kieran Eve out of 7th to 9th. So Huller down the inside into the turn. Huller needs to come out of this in front of this group. He does, and Shuppler's behind him. So Huller has moved up to 7th place, and now has a clear run to try with only a minute remaining till we start the last lap. Dennis Huller is going to have to try to bridge that gap to Josh Nye. And what is it? It's 6 seconds. That's too much of an ask, Lewis. Surely 7th's best for Huller now.
I think so. There's no chance of 6 second gap with less than a minute to go now. Even the leaders are nearly coming up to lap the guys from 7th, 8th and 9th places. As he's down the straight now, he's still got, he's just over 2 seconds ahead with half a minute to go. I think Dennis Huller is going to be seething inside himself with P7 after starting P2 with double yellows. That's really put him on the back foot, and that might even struggle for the semi-final. He's going to have to do a miracle to make it, as I did 2 years ago as I was the last one to get in. As now Holler, he was second in the World Championship, if I remember, in 2019, behind Michael Schottler, of course. But P7 here is not going to please him, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Dennis Holler, the really highly decorated German driver there. There's certainly going to be some choice German words under that helmet, though, but it has to be said, you end up with 2 penalty pit stops. He's had to make 3 pit stops when everyone else has only made 1, and he's still managed to make it through to 7th. Is a pretty epic performance whichever way you look at it. But Sebastian Miller is on his last lap now. Sebastian Miller with what is the shortest looking 2.2 seconds to Carl Stevens. They're on the final lap now. Crossing the line there is Templeman and Pachulski to start their final lap. and then after that it's the Nye, Huller and Schuppler groupage. But certainly Sebastian Miller is coming through now. He's going to take the win. The checker flag. It's Sebastian Miller from Carl Stevens and Matt West. Really an amazing result there in this heat race. Quite an unexpected result for round 4.
It was unexpected. Obviously, first out to qualify and to be on pole and to win as well. That's a superb effort, because normally first out can be a disadvantage. If you're normally at the back of the queue, it normally helps, because there'll be a little bit more grip put down to the track. As Seb Miller will be very delighted with his win, and Carl Stevens will be equally pleased with P2. But I think the one that's not going to be so pleased, or a couple of them won't be so pleased, will be Josh Nye and Dennis Holler, as they messed their pit stops up, and that's not helped their campaign for 2022, so they're going to have to do it better for the next round.
Absolutely, and there is the winner, Sebastian Miller. Sebastian Miller has taken the win. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. It has to be said, this can be considered an unexpected result. Miller from Stevens, from West. Really what that came down to was driving perfection. Absolutely no mistakes made. Very, very solid pit stops by all those in the top 3. I'm sure certainly Sebastian Miller will be very, very pleased to get a whole load of points there for his opening race in this campaign. Maybe a little bit surprised, but definitely relieved. Not too much in the way of weight there. We can see he's got that blue block of weight which fits down the side of the cart there. And so Sebastian Miller taking that opening race win. Carl Stevens, though, he'll be absolutely delighted with that, I think. And certainly pretty gobsmacked to be able to start his BRKC campaign with an opening second place there. So we're moving forward now to the 5th race. And so that's race 4 of round 1. And we will be ready for race 5. Okay then, so we're resuming the British Rental Kart Championship with race number 5 of round 1. Obviously, as we go through this round, we're consistently seeing drivers that we've not yet seen so far this championship, and we'll be running through. So we've got Jamie Burke in this one, and Jamie Burke, he's up against Brad Philpott, the series frontman and one of the main organisers. Certainly the instigator all those years ago of the British Rental Kart Championship. Gary Llewellyn is in this, Steve Gray is in this, Charlie Ratford, Adam Shergold, Vika Schletz, Ivan Shana, and Harry Taylor and Lucas Sullivan there. So as we look down the order here in the 10 there, and number 13 there at the back, that'll be Steve Gray. Steve Gray, now one of the most popular heat winners of all time was Steve Gray, that sort of Blackpool double, you could say, with his teammate Adam Davis there. Now Steve Gray up the back there, ahead of him out to qualify will be Jamie Burke, and in front of them we can see Vika Schletz. Now Vika Schletz is a new one for us here at the BRKC, but as you can see from the suit, he's one of the fabled Blue Star team, that Dutch-Belgian group there, which includes, of course, multiple champion and double world champion Ruben Boutens. Now, there'll be a lot of support for this Blue Star team watching this live stream as we speak, actually, Lewis, from Belgium and Holland. I'm sure Greg Laporte and the rest over there will be watching with interest. Arguably one of their newer drivers here, Vika Schletz. We've not seen him here in the BRKC, but he comes back with success in the 2020 Polish Championship. He was the junior champion. In the European Indoor Championships 20 and 21, he was the junior champion. And in the Belgian National Championships, he was the junior champion last year. And in the senior category, he raced junior and senior last year in the Belgian Championship. He was second in the championship in Belgium. So absolutely well known over on the continent. Completely unknown to us, but comes back here with just about all the credentials he needs, Lewis. Surely we'll see a good result by Schlitz there, but he's going to have to tackle Brad Philpott, Jana, and, well, you know, potentially Steve Gray possibly for this one.
It depends what qualifying goes like. I've seen my teammate Gary's in kart 15, which has looked pretty fast in the 4 heats, as Vickers Schlez is in kart number 12, which is not too bad either. Steve Gray was in 13, which is another pretty fast kart, to be quite fair. But it depends how these one-lap qualifying goes and whatever order it's in, and it's to see how it plans out.
Absolutely. It's going to be very interesting seeing the qualifying here, because we have what could be described a relatively even race through the mid-pack. Number 19 there is Harry Tyler, and he's going to actually start the, you know, he's going to be leading the way out there. We don't know an awful lot about Harry. I don't remember catching up with him yesterday either. The 14 there, of course, is going to be a competitive proposition in Lucas Sullivan. Lucas Sullivan is actually normally an outdoor racer. He has won the Formula TKM Festival, so he's clearly not a driver to be messed with, but that's with the 2-stroke outdoors. So we'll see what he has to throw forward in a 4-stroke indoor car.
Yep, he had a little wave to the camera when he went out the pit lane, so that was quite fun. But there's no point doing that now. You obviously got a completely maximum concentration now to maximise your qualifying lap to be high up on the grid, as now doing no 1 laps now. But it depends who goes fastest at the moment. But as long as they're not too close to each other, so they can get maximum speed and momentum as possible and don't get held up, because that would be the troubled thing at the minute, because there is quite 2 of them together just past the left-handers. So as long as they don't get held up, so then they can put their qualifying laps and have a clean lap, of course.
Absolutely there, Lewis. So going to be setting the opening time is, of course, Harry Tyler, and we'll see what his time is. It's some sort of benchmark, and we'll see how it's shaping out there. So the flag is out. Harry Tyler is a bit further down, and Lucas Sullivan currently is fastest. Brad Philpott's gone into first place. Now this is one of the heavy hitters. Jana in second. Ratford's beaten a lot of them so far. And what about Schlitz? Schlitz goes to pole position. Vika Schlitz is in pole position. Steve Gray comes through in 7th. That concludes it. So Vika Schlitz into pole position from Charlie Ratford, who is actually a double junior champion for the British Indoor Series, you know, the multi-venue one, the team sport-based one. So that's going to be an interesting one. So Charlie Ratford and Vika Schlitz are both very sort of junior drivers, junior in terms of age, but clearly not in experience and speed. Vika Schlitz there, obviously a member of this Blue Star team. Now, you don't get in that Blue Star team unless you're anything than ballistically brilliant. He has the form abroad, and maybe we'll have the form here. Brad Philpott there, we can see on screen in the 17 car, already looking back over at number 15, which is Gary Llewellyn. Now, obviously a little deal made there. Maybe that's more from Brad's point of view of a, don't race me, let's try and get these first 2 early on. Do you think, Lewis Manley?
Yeah, I think he was just saying not to attack each other. They're going to probably work together to begin with and then try and fight later on. Kart 12 on pole, which was expected. But Charlie Ratford, that's a very good quality for him. And Kart 18 has been really fast as well, because Sean Briley had it in his 2nd heat, and he's P2 on the grid. That's a good start, but of course it's a 20-minute race, and that's when, of course, the pressure will mount. And of course he has to keep Bradley and Gary and the others behind and try keep with the pole man, Vickers Schlez, of course. Absolutely.
Now, Brad Philpott in 3rd place was the original founder of the British Rental Kart Championship way back in 2011. And, of course, he has been a regular competitor since. Raced at world level, international level, racing cars. He was a Peugeot factory driver. He's been racing the VLN at Nürburgring and in the 24 hours. And really someone to watch there in 3rd place. But Vika Schlitz is the one who leads the way on the opening lap. Schlitz converts pole position to the race lead. Philpott down the inside already on Ratford there. So Philpott already meaning business. So whatever Philpott was saying to Gary Llewellyn, well, already doesn't count, because Philpott straight away into 2nd place. Now, Philpott versus Schlitz. Now, Schlitz has something of a lead, but Philpott's already closing in on him, so we'll see what Brad Philpott can do as they complete the opening lap. It is Schlitz with about the healthiest lead you can hope for from Brad Philpott. Lewis Manley, this is going to be a tough one for Schlitz, but he is showing the form that it needs to stay in front.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a gap at the moment. As now Brad straight away past Charlie for P2 at the Snail. Very clean move, no problems at all. So, of course, Charlie's still keeping with Brad. As I said, car 18 is pretty fast, so he'll still expect to keep him. It depends how he can overtake Brad back or undercut him, overcut him. And hopefully them two can stay with the leader, because you expect, as Vickers in the Blue Star team, you can expect him to do well. And we have an early pit order number 14, which is Lucas Sullivan, I believe, which his first stop is green. So you want to make sure the second one's green as well. Don't take risks. Yep, no problems with green, so he's away.
Absolutely, and Lucas Sullivan there, the Formula TKM Festival winner, has made it through the pit stop in a very early pit stop. It's his first time at the British Rental Car Championship and his first pit stop there, so a very early stopper. Now, Charlie Ratford clearly is showing some speed. He's back to Brad Philpott and obviously intending to take second place back. Brad Philpott is maintaining some sort of station behind Vika Schlitz. Vika Schlitz will, of course, be getting amongst the best strategy. Oh, in the pits there, is that Jamie Burke? Yes, it's Jamie Burke. And Jamie Burke, a clean stop, exits behind Lucas Sullivan, though. So Jamie Burke resumes in 10th place. So Lucas Sullivan's early pit stop is already paying dividends. He's already making up one place there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gary lost a place at the Snail to car number 9, so now Gary's down to P5. That's not ideal for him, but obviously you want to try and get it back later on in the race. Hopefully he can keep up with those guys, but he's struggling at the moment, that's for sure, but I'm hoping he can just continue his good pace, and hopefully both of my teammates, Gary and Carl, can make the semi-finals.
Absolutely, and it was Ivan Shana, the Hungarian driver, who made that place up on Gary Llewellyn. So Ivan Shana now is trying to bridge that gap. There he is with a green-fronted helmet. It's Ivan Shana. And Shana is going to try and close in on Ratford. Ratford, of course, a teammate here of Lewis Manley, who you've been listening to. And then maybe even close the gap on Philpott and potentially even the leader, Schlitz. But Shana is now the one on the move, up to 4th place now, trying to close in on 3rd place. Ratford. Now, will Shana go for the late pit stop? He might as well. He has a clear track in front of him, so there's no pressure on Shana to make a pit stop. Now, down the backstretch, there is the race leader, Vika Schlitz, and there's Brad Philpott, who seems to be closing in a little bit on Schlitz. Philpott certainly has got a gap behind him to Ratford, and I don't think that's because Ratford's fallen back. I think Philpott may well be closing in, because he's less than a second now to Vika Schlitz. 6 laps in the books now, and there's Vika Schlitz into the Snell section. There's Philpott just over, well, no, he's 1 second behind, so he's actually, well, that's the biggest 1 second I've ever seen, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly over a second just now. I'm not going to guarantee these top guys are going to have a clear pit stop, as we just seen in the previous race. So I don't know if it will go yellow or not, but due to these guys' experiences, they'll probably take a lot more circumspect. But of course, as we saw in the previous one, there was lots of yellows, which we did not expect. So you don't know what to expect for this one either.
Absolutely, and he's won seemingly everything on the junior level is Vika Schlitz. He's now really trying to do it at senior level, and he's got Brad Philpott, which is a really good measure. Those who've been following racing for a long time will remember that amazing Race of Champions result where Brad Philpott actually won a wild card entry on the basis of being Red Bull kart fight winner, and actually beat Sebastian Vettel in the Race of Champions. So Brad Philpott actually able to beat former world F1 champion Sebastian Vettel on merit, on pace in the Race of Champions, is in second place. So Vika Schlitz is doing amazing to stay in front of that, really, Lewis Manley. But I'm looking at this, and I'm seeing on the screen it's like a second gap, but it does seem the short. Oh, and in the pits, the 19, is it? Is the 18? Which one? Harry Tyler. He was the first one we saw out to qualify. He's pitting. He's now down in 10th place, but Brad Philpott still has the speed. Vika Schlitz definitely has speed. Another one in the pits by the looks of it. Steve Gray. So the Blackpool racer, Steve Gray, and those who are among his many fans on Facebook, Steve Gray seems to permanently be on holiday, usually somewhere sunny, usually while the rest of us are in the middle of winter and cold. But Steve Gray is now down into 7th place, but we've seen him win a heat race before. Now, Steve Gray, potentially a bit of a dark horse. He could literally be occupying any position in any race, Lewis Manley.
Well, exactly. As we've known, he's won a race, and that was back in 2018 when him and Adam Davis came P1 and P2. They were the opposite on the grid and then the opposite in the race, and that was obviously probably their finest moment in their BRKC career. So that was definitely a great moment for him. But P7 at the moment, as he's had his pit stop, no problems there, so he'll just keep going. As Brad is going to try and close down, it's still around about a second at the minute, as they're pulling away from P3, Charlie, and number 9 is definitely closing on Charlie for P3, so that's definitely not over, and they're not pitting, obviously not now, be a bit too risky, but I'd say stay out, you're still in the clear track. When you come up to traffic, that's when you can probably think of pitting, as of course, if you get held up, that's when you want to do it, so then you don't get held up at all.
Absolutely, and he is currently, we're talking about the 4th place driver, Ivan Shana, who's moving in there. He's closing on Charlie Ratford. Now, Shana is currently leading the Polish Championship, which is a multi-round championship. Sorry, not the Polish, the Hungarian. So Shana, his home country of Hungary, he's currently in the lead of the championship. They have a number of different divisions, and he has actually won each division over the past 3 years. So Shana is a man on the move in many ways. Certainly in this race, he's moved up to 4th place from 5th ahead of Gary Llewellyn, and is now closing in on Charlie Ratford. And the question really that someone would want to ask is Ratford actually losing time to Shana, or is it Shana closing in? Because that gap has opened up to Bradley Philpott in 2nd place, hasn't it? We can see, right, where are we? So there is the race leader, Schlitz, there's Philpott, there's Ratford, and now Shana is on the back of Ratford, so there's leader Schlitz. And there is Philpott, and here comes Ratford and Shana. Now Shana in the green helmet is much closer. This is the closest we've seen. He's soon be close enough to start thinking about making a move on Ratford. They're at the bottom of the circuit now, and look how close he is. That is a gap that has been closed down. But is it Ratford falling back, or is it Shana moving forward?
I think it's Shana moving forward because he's closing on Charlie completely as P3's in his sights. P1 and P2 is still roughly about a second or so. I think the next 2 or 3 laps, maybe in the next lap or so, this is where he's going to be right on Charlie, and this is where Charlie's going to have to go defensive. But of course, you've got to keep the position, try keep him behind, of course. But the problem is, if you go defensive, you're going to lose time to the leading 2. But there's no gap to P5. They've got plenty of a gap, over 4 seconds. And of course, they don't pit still. They still carry on. But as of course, when you go defensive, you're going to lose valuable time a little bit to the lean 2. But as now the lean 2 are pulling away a bit, I think, yeah, probably defensing is probably not a problem. So you want to keep P3 at the moment. As now, of course, P3 and P4 is right on him. So coming down the snow, I expect Charlie's going to go defensive. But if not, I think the move can definitely be on. He's not defensive. I don't know if he's going for the move. No, he's not. So you have to hold stationary for now.
Absolutely, and we can confirm that Shana, the second of those two with the green helmet, the race we're looking at, the race for 3rd place, is actually faster than Charlie Ratford at the moment. It's not by much, but he is slightly quicker. As has been achieved now, he has closed right on the back of Charlie Ratford. So Charlie Ratford is really going to be facing a bit of a rear guard action here. Now, down the backstretch, is Shana close enough? That's the question. He's not quite close enough to make a move, so nothing's going to be going on down the backstretch there. Shana, with the green front to the helmet, is working all over the back of Charlie Ratford. Where is he quicker? He's definitely quicker here because he's right on his tail. That may open out across the start line into the snail section. Could there be a move into the snail section? Here is the snail section. Not quite a move there, but Shana is really all over the tail there of the 3rd place Ratford. As they come out, he's going to need to be close. He must be close here if he's going to move down the backstretch and into that 3rd position. He's right on his tail. Will it happen this time? He moves to the inside, but no, thinks the better of it. Jana there, Ivan Jana, the current Hungarian Championship leader, is looking at the back of Charlie Ratford there. There's nothing between them really in terms of position. They are certainly close enough that if he should feel appropriate, Jana could make a move there. So Jana, it's not happening in the snail section. He maintains position. So there is Ratford, there is Jana. Now Jana's holding a tighter line there, just trying to cover less ground than Ratford. Ratford trying to open up his speed there, but Jana having a little look up the inside, but not really making that move. Just sort of sizing up the situation, I think, as they come around. A very difficult corner, this final one there. Sam Slater, on his videos, for those who've been watching them, did narrate a lap round this track, and coming off that final corner, he's talking about steering around it, then straightening up for a moment, and then effectively steering away from the barrier. So very technical final corner there, but it's Jana. Jana is now holding the ultimate inside line. Will he make a move? He's not even looking. Jana is really playing a waiting game here. I think Jana's got a bit of an idea how he's going to do this. Question is, though, will he pit and consider himself faster than Ratford and pit and then set some laps, which puts him out ahead of Ratford once Ratford himself pits and returns, or will he try and make the move on the track? At the moment, he seems pretty content there in that fourth place behind third place Ratford. But there is the position there. It's Ratford in the white helmet. Hungarian driver Jean. Now Ratford's already starting to consider the defensive positioning there down the backstretch. Defensive position down that backstretch is definitely middle of the road to defend either side. Super defensive would be considered up against the inside wall there. Lewis Manley, if somebody moves to the inside, how easy is it to then make a move in or outside down that backstretch?
Very easy, because you can easily do the switcheroo as he's been closer than ever. I think what's keeping Charlie ahead is this straight line speed down the straight. He's slightly pulling away from kart 9 down the straight. It's a bit close at the moment. I don't know if he's going to go for the move. No, still not. Just over halfway through the race. I think kart 18, he's definitely got a good straight line speed compared to 9. That's how it's keeping him ahead at the minute, but it's very close. Number 9 is in the pits.
It's Svana. It's Zana in the pit lane. And is it good? Yes, it's good. The second stop. This is really important here. Is this going to be good? We're on red, we're on red, we're on green. So a great stop there by Svana. And he was really moving when that light went green. Another one in the pits. Another one in the pits. Is that Gary Llewellyn? We'll have to double check that. I think it might be Gary Llewellyn, but we'll soon see. No, it's Adam Sheargold. Adam Sheargold, you're right there, Lewis. Adam Sheargold resumes in 8th place there. So further down the order at Adam Sheargold, he's come out ahead of Jamie Burke and behind Lucas Sullivan. So the early pit stop of Lucas Sullivan is now up to 7th. And in the pits, this is the 18 kart. It is Ratford.
Yeah, he's responding straight away to number 9. Yeah, both are green, good stops, and he's staying ahead of number 9. But it's no change for the position-wise. They're still back to where they were before. But is he going to go for the move on the snail? He was thinking, but not quite.
Shana there. Shana had momentum as Ratford came out of the pit lane. He was obviously slow, building up speed. Shana had momentum from the final corner and was trying to get up the inside in the snail section there. Ratford saw it and blocked it. And battle resumes as they were, so to speak. But yes, as Lewis Manley has just said, it was really important there for Charlie Ratford to immediately respond to that move. It was a good spot to see that Shana had pitted behind him. He had to pit immediately so that Shana could not take any advantage of any sort of speed advantage he might have over the lap as a whole. So Ratford did exactly what he needed to. It was important to come straight into the pits there and cover the move by Jana, which was the first one of these two to make the pit stop. I know it sounds complicated to those watching at home. You will soon get the gist of it if you're new to this sort of racing. So there's the battle. That's third place. God, what a great camera angle that was. It really gets a feel for it. Very close to the track there, and it's deceptive how fast it is in this final turn. There we go. And the number 10 there, of course, is Jamie Burke. He's battling with Adam Sheargold, who we saw pit a moment ago. And there's the race leader, and there's Brad Philpott in second place. So Vika Schlets, the Blue Star team driver from Holland, he's making his BRKC debut, and in what style? Leading a race from championship founder Brad Philpott. Brad Philpott, who we have seen, and what's going on there, Steve Gray? Gary Llewellyn in.
Yeah, my teammate's pit in from P3. He'll drop down to, I think, P6 at the moment, yeah. So Steve Gray's done the undercut on Gary Llewellyn from earlier, as he pitted a lot earlier, so that's P5 done at the minute. As I think P3 and P4s, have they changed?
Well,
I'm not sure.
It's a bit weird, actually, Lewis, because there's been a change and a change back, because Shana is now, whoa, look at that, side to side down the backstretch there. That's Shana and Ratford. But if you look at the positions, they crossed the line the other way round. So there was a position change while we were looking there at the at some of the other action, and they are back to where they were, but there's nothing between them. And in fact, they were somewhere. Oh, up the inside there was Jana, but he saw Jana tweak the wheel and get back on the racing line. Now he's looking at a lunge maybe down the backstretch. The whole point of aborting that move in the snail was to make a good exit from the snail, which in turn will make a good lunge down the inside. But what's happening in the end of the backstretch? We see there the leader, Schlets. So there's Vika Schlets, there's the leader, there's Brad in second. Down the backstretch. So here's the race leader, Vika Schlets. There's Brad Philpott second. Now what is happening in third? Is it Ratford? Is it Shana? And down the backstretch, there's quite a big gap there from the race leaders. Here they are. No, this is one of the back markers there. We'll have a look. Now they're coming onto the backstretch. Yes, here they are. Now they're side, whoa, side, one side, then the other, but it's still Ratford holding up. Oh, Ratford very slow into the corner. Shana, the Hungarian championship leader, is all over the back of him across the line. This is quite a race. It's really combative here for third place. A lot of points there up for grabs. And unnoticed, Steve Gray's gone into fifth place.
Yeah, I think the 5th and 6th guys are closing on P3 and P4 because they're just going defensive. It don't matter now because they're going to be. This is going to be the battle towards the finish. Charlie's going defensive again. I think when they switched around, I think it might have been a bad pass stop flag, which is the reason why they've given it back to him. I think Steve Gray, Gary Lowen, and Lucas Solomon will be closing for P3 and P4 because they're going to be. Steve Gray's certainly closing in, so it's not over yet for 3rd, that's for sure.
And the way Ratford and Shana are going at it down the backstretch, it's very possible that Shana may have made a bit of a multiple contact lunge, so to speak. He may have rattled off Ratford into position, so he would have been given it back. So we'll see. Philpott is in the pits. Is he?
Yeah, he was.
He was in the pits. Sorry, I was talking over that there. So we have Brad Philpott in the pit. He has resumed in 2nd place. Now, Vika Schlitz, he had enough of a lead over Brad Philpott that he just needs a competent pit stop. And he's in. The race leader's in. Vika Schlitz, the Blue Tar Team driver from Holland, makes his first BRKC pit stop. The first stop is good. The second stop, so we can see the lights at the top of the screen, is on red. Oh, we've lost the view, but it is good. It's green. So, and here comes Philpott. Here comes Philpott. He's going to make a move into the snail, is he? He's got the momentum. He's going around the outside. Now he's cut back to the inside, but Schlitz has got it covered. And this is the closest they've been. Brad Philpott has made up a huge amount of time under the pit stops. A great pit stop by Brad Philpott. He's the fastest stopper in this race. And he is now on the tail of the race leader. Now, this has livened up for the lead. What can Brad Philpott do over Vika Schlitz? Vika Schlitz has a lot of credentials behind him, but Philpott's got a lot of experience behind him. Philpott has had to fight and deal with the likes of Sebastian Vettel in the past and defeat him, so can he do the same to Vika Schlitz? So Vika Schlitz through the snail section still has the lead, but Brad Philpott's behind him. Now, a good exit from the snail because they are on the power here. They are on the power all the way through this corner at the top, on the power all the way down the backstretch, and this is where the lunge could be made. It's not going to be made this time round, but Philpott closer than ever to Vika Schlitz. This is even closer than lap 1.
It certainly is close, as Vika had a pretty steady pit stop. I wanted to make sure it's green. I didn't see Philpott stop, but if it was both green, it must have been a flawless stop. So it could have been, probably it was a sub 10-second stop, as I think Vika's stop was about 11 and a bit, as it's really tight now. From 1.5 seconds, it's literally nothing at all now.
Brad Philpott did actually do the fastest stop in this race. Vika Schlitz was actually the 9th fastest stop, so he was trying to be very conservative, and rightly so, but I think he'd underestimated the sort of time that Philpott was clawing back on him. So Philpott is now less than a 10th behind, and in fact visual is absolutely on his tail. As they enter the snail section, it's Vika Schlitz with a serious rear-guard action. Philpott feints the inside. Schlitz covers him, but now Philpott's got a great exit to the snail. It could happen down the back stretch. They're heading around the turn, around the back of the circuit there, and Philpott is in position to make a move down the back stretch. Is he going to go one side or the other? No, there's just not enough of a, there's too much of a gap is what I'm saying there, Lewis, by Philpott, what he considers, but he's all over the back of him, going over the start line. Absolutely nose to tail. There they are crossing the line. The blue suit of the Blue Star Racing Team driver, Vika Schlitz. Philpott at the inside. No, Schlitz has that covered.
He has had it covered. He's going to have to keep his cool now with 1.5 minutes to go. And Philpott's really sensing victories on the cards here. P3 and P4 exactly the same, going defensive themselves. It's definitely not over for the front as Schlitz goes defensive again. But there was a lap before Philpott was a bit too far back to go for the lunge. But he's definitely a lot closer through the corner. So Schlitz needs to keep his cool. He's very defensive to the last corner to make sure he covers the inside line. But he's definitely going to feel a lot of pressure on him. So he's going to have to keep his cool here.
And what a great camera angle there from the new Scruffy Bear Productions crew. Look at that. The race leaders there. Now, look at the leader there. That is Vika Schlitz. Now, Vika Schlitz, he's learning fast, he's driving fast, and he's going to have to do both if he's going to beat Brad Philpott. This is about the biggest gap we've seen so far since the pit stops from these two leaders. The third place battle continues, but it's closer. It's closer. Ratford fending off Ivan Shana as the leaders cross the line now. The Vika Schlitz has maybe opened up a couple of kart lengths, but, well, you could still lose the race with that kind of lead, couldn't you?
Exactly, because it doesn't need to go defense. I think Philpott tried to go for the lunge on the left corner after the snail, and I think he just lost momentum a little bit, so that's just settled things a tiny bit, but I think it's half a second a gap, just over. I don't know if there's a change in the position. Yes, I think Steve Gray's now up to P4. I think number 9 tried to go for Radford, and now Steve Gray's now in P4.
And, well, the unthinkable has happened. Steve Gray has somehow managed to catch and pass Ivan Shana. Now, Steve Gray absolutely driving his heart out across the line. He's come from nowhere to 4th. And, well, they're the leaders. They're going to be starting their last lap in a second. But Steve Gray is up to 4th place. Charlie Ratford's going to be wondering what on earth's going on behind him, because Steve Gray has somehow caught that pair and somehow got ahead of Shana. He's pulled off the impossible before, and Steve Gray, well, he's literally come from nowhere in this race. He's getting defensive over Shana down the backstretch. They're on the last lap. The leaders have started the last lap. 40 laps in as Vika Schlitz continues to lead Brad Philpott, but anything could happen behind over this battle for 3rd place. Now, they're entering the final backstretch. This is Philpott's last chance, but he's too far back. He's too far back. Surely Vika Schlitz has got this in the bag. He just needs to make no mistakes, but Philpott is keeping him honest in 2nd place. So here are the leaders. There's Vika Schlitz. There's Brad Philpott. They're coming around that final turn. They're crossing the line now, and it's Schlitz. Schlitz takes the win. Vika Schlitz, the Dutchman, takes the win. But what about 3rd? Is it going to be Ratford? Is it going to be Gray? Is it going to be Shana? It's Ratford from Gray from Shana. Ratford round the final turn. There's Gray, there's Shana. And Ratford gets 3rd place. What an amazing result by Charlie Ratford. What an incredible move up to 4th by Steve Gray. And racing hard all along, but 5th place for Ivan Shana. Lewis Manley, that's about as tough as it gets.
It certainly does. I think what Ivan was trying to do is pass Charlie, and then, of course, at the snail, and then, of course, Steve Gray got to the inside of the left-hander and got the extra position, so that will be, he'll be very happy with that. With the head pump across the line, I think he'll be really pleased with P4. So Charlie Rafford will be very happy with P3. He'll be relieved, of course, with all that pressure and defensive he had to do. I think Philpott will be a little bit disappointed not to get the lead. I think on pure pace, I think they were evenly matched, them top two, as, of course, Vicar will be relieved, of course, to win his first race, and of course this is his debut for BRKC, and he'll be looking good for the other heats.
Absolutely, and there's Vika Schlitz. He's the race winner on screen now. This is the first we've seen of him, and it certainly is not going to be the last. He has thrown down the gauntlet. He's ready to lead, and if possible, win at BRKC level, and I'm talking semi-final and final now. Brad Philpott's the first one on the scales, so Philpott wins the race to the scales, but here comes Vika Schlitz. He won the race to the line, and Vika Schlitz got to come in over 90 kilos, so the drivers are weighted up with either seat or weights on their body, or even, you know, and look at this, gosh, that's a very seriously weighted seat there, isn't it? That would be, yeah, the driver behind. Now, that was a very tough race. We had a lot of change there, but really, the unexpected was Steve Gray. There he is on screen now. It's the reason I'm mentioning him. You can see the weight he's carrying, getting on the scales there. All the drivers, they check the weights going in. There he is. He's happy with 4th place. He knows what he's done, and we can expect a lot more of that from Steve Gray. He was saying yesterday that I'd said on one of the previous commentaries, previous years, that the unthinkable happened. Steve Gray was in 3rd, and I'll have to say, I'm going to say it again, the unthinkable happened there, and Steve Gray was 4th. So well done by Steve Gray, and clearly delighted. Definitely loves his racing. One of the most popular victories in BRKC of all time was that heat race where Steve Gray and Adam Davis, the Blackpool drivers, managed to 1-2 it, and what a result there from Steve Gray. But Vika Schlitz, we've seen him win, and the way he drove that race, I don't think we've seen the last of his wins today.
No, certainly not. As Steve Gray looked in the camera, he was more than over the moon with P4. He would certainly be, as starting P7 and up to P4, very good effort, and Kart 13 has been pretty quick, as he proved it in that race, getting an extra position right at the end. So it depends how he gets on with this alternate there, which is going to be brand new this year.
Absolutely, and Ratford, worthy of mention, in 3rd place, of course. He held off enormous pressure from Hungarian champion Ivan Shana all race long, and then Steve Gray at the very end. So Ratford having to deal with a variety of drivers during that. Now we're moving on to race 6 in a moment. The karts are getting fueled and checked over, so we will have a moment, a bit of respite, and then we will be resuming with race 6 of the British Rental Kart Championship first round.
Thanks for the commentary, Bo.
You're welcome, mate. Nice one there, Lewis. Well done, mate. So the karts are being fueled as we speak, and we will be right back with BRKC action. Stay with us on the live stream. It won't be very long at all.
Can I grab a coffee, Darren? Or
and welcome if you're just joining us to the British Rental Car Championship 2022. We've had 2 years out, and now we're back. And are we ever back with a bang? Steve Gray will be joining me as co-commentator in this race. I'm James Auld. I'm the regular commentator of the BRKC. And Steve, you've just had an epic run to finish fourth in your opening heat race. That must feel good.
It feels absolutely amazing. Again, we say this year in, year out, both Adam and myself, two lads from Blackpool. I'm a bus driver, he's a car salesman. We come here, we love racing drivers of this sort of calibre, and to get a result like that was just absolute icing on the cake, especially for the first round.
Absolutely, there have been some epic performances all around. Again, those who may be new to the British Rental Car Championship, it runs to a slightly different format to what you might be used to for indoor and rental karting. It's not a grid start, it's more of a line start. And the way it works, each driver actually gets a qualifying lap. Everybody puts in a qualifying time, and they line nose to tail, and then it's a rolling start to begin each race. After that, it's 20 minutes and then one final lap. There's a pit stop involved, and during the pit stop, each driver must stop twice. They stop at the beginning of the pit entrance and at the end of the entrance, and already we've seen drama in that. One of the top drivers, Dennis Huller, who's been second in the World Championship, a regular on the international scene, he actually made too quick a pit stop, so received a penalty, and then received a penalty on his penalty. So he ended up making 3 stops. Was he last? No. He still managed to come through into 7th place. So an amazing performance there by Dennis Huller, the German driver. Steve, when things like that go on from a World Championship regular, it shows exactly how tough this game is.
We say it year in, year out, James, don't we? Every year it gets tougher and tougher and tougher. And, you know, despite, you know, all the problems with last year and everything going on, I think the calibre of drivers this year, especially from only watching, the first 2-3 races, it's insane. There's going to be a lot of upsets this year. And I think a lot of the main contenders are going to be pushed.
Oh, 100% there. And of course, it is an international event. There's a huge international contingent. A lot of people who you'd find in any of the national championships, you know, a whole bunch will be racing the Polish Championship over in Szczecin at the end of the month. Obviously, Remy Drazga, the organiser, he's often here with us racing, but needless to say, he's probably got his hands full at the moment trying to organise that. But yeah, there'll be a lot of people there then in the national champs after, and of course the World Championships in the middle of the year. So it's almost the World Championships in miniature, because the front runners, by and large, the same guys. Ruben Boutens, multiple winner here at in the British Championship, also double world champion. He's also back here to defend to regain his title, should we say. Michael Gerb, the only person to win the BRKC in its indoor format. He is not here. So, and obviously yourself, Steve, you've been out in action already. I should imagine it's been pretty intense on the track.
It's been intense. I mean, that last race for me completely flew by. You know, you're sitting in the car, next thing you're going out, you're doing your lap, you come around, the grid's off, and you're looking at the time ticking down, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. You're on the last lap. You know, and it never changes every year. But no, the competition is so fierce this year. Like I said, that race probably, we've been coming in now 5 years. That race was probably one of the most competitive races I've been in.
Absolutely. It was a big fight for you, and those who saw it, which was the previous race, Steve here was closing in on a battle for 3rd place between Ratford, one of the British drivers, and Jana, the he's the leader of the Hungarian Championship at the moment. They have a multi-round series, and Steve, you managed to get ahead of Jana and almost got Ratford on the run up to the line, but couldn't quite make it. It was a heck of a comeback, wasn't it?
I'd say it was child's play, but nobody would believe me. It was I mean, the fact obviously those two were battling. It was they were in a way slowing each other up. It allowed me to close, the way I did. But still, again, it's great being in that position to see the battling in front. Obviously, Ratford was doing such a good defensive drive. He was driving around the inside of the track for 3 laps. But it was great to see it from my point of view, and then to obviously nab him with 2 or 3 laps to go. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Over the moon.
Indeed. And we've got more to look forward to. Just having a look out the window here. We'll going to be returned to the track very soon, because the drivers are getting ready now to get into the karts. They have to be weighted up to 90 kilograms. Again, this is running much more to a European format than maybe what people will be expecting here in the UK. So the drivers all have to run at 90 kilos. Now, for some of them, that means a loaded seat. And there are a couple of drivers, I'm thinking maybe of early race winner Dante Dillon, who's carrying a lot of kilos of lead in that seat, isn't he?
I think the seat weighs more than him.
Absolutely.
Poor Dante, he's only this big, isn't he?
Yeah, about half the overall weight is the seat, and half of it is Dante. Yeah. Obviously, we'll be seeing him in action later on, and yourself. You'll be commentating on this next race, Steve. Obviously, giving us the driver's eye view. And in this
Doing my
next,
best anyway.
in this next heat race, can I just run through some of the people we're going to be seeing in this one? We've got a little bit of a mixed one in this. This is pretty wide open, I think, potentially the widest open we've seen.
Yeah.
We've got Ben Churchill, we've got Jennifer Tompkins, we've got Mohammed Roshan, we've got Corey Richards, Michael Yakovo, Harrison Kirkham, Oliver Davis, Zach Venn, Adrian Hull, and Chris Peacock. Now, of all of that lot, who would you actually pick for a win there? I mean,
The one driver who stands out for me, and it's only because I've raced him quite a lot, and I know how quick he is Zach Venn. Obviously he's proven here. I know him obviously from BRKC. I've raced there, obviously,
Yeah.
with him, and he's lightning quick driver. But then it's like any heat. You try and pick a winner out of it. We've done this so many times, haven't we? You try to pick a winner out of that, and you end up completely wrong. It always ends up somebody.
We
completely
almost
different.
guarantee they won't win, don't
Yeah.
we? We'd all be
You give
down
him
the
a kiss of death, don't you?
Yeah, but I think you're right with Zach Venn there.
Yeah.
Even if he ends up not winning on paper in this
Yeah.
race, he does look like a more obvious one to throw into the mix there for victory.
Absolutely,
He's won so much of everything else that he can't be counted. He knows how to win.
Yeah.
It's just a question of if he's got the speed. Pit stops are key. We saw Dennis Huller actually, as we said earlier on, get a penalty on his penalty.
On the penalty, yeah.
So he basically fluffed the pit stop,
Yep.
came in, went out too fast. There's a certain amount of time you've got to be in. And then so he had to serve another pit stop. He had to do another pit stop to cover that first error, and he blew it in the second one. So I should imagine a lot of choice German words under the helmet.
I think it's a good job one of these microphones wasn't put inside his helmet, because it might have been rated harsh, we say.
It's one thing being live, maybe you can be too live.
Correct,
But again, away from that, one interesting person, of course, is going to be Michael Yakovu, because he was in BRKC way back in the day, in 2011, making a bit of a return. It's the first time in Formula Fast, because last time he raced in it was a
multi-round
multi-venue.
season,
Yeah,
yeah,
so it was out, well, most of it was outdoor, some was indoor, most of it was outdoor, and it was multi-venue. Now, of course, he's faced with the task of, he's got World Championship competitors, not just British ones, and he may be in for a surprise. He may spring a surprise. We don't know. And then at the total other scale of things, we've got Mohammed Roshan, and he's simply aiming not to be last, because this is his first competition.
That's crazy.
And
all
he's at
credit to
British and international level, so
Yeah,
we'll
that's
keep an eye on
unbelievable.
Roshan
Yep.
for sure. I was speaking to him yesterday. He's aware of his situation, shall we say? But he's obviously,
As we all are, I think.
he is
isn't it? It's
actually
always,
a very nice lad, a
Yeah.
very young guy, and he's a nice lad. But we'll see how it is. Ben Churchill. Now, Ben Churchill's another one that we need to have a look at, and we are going to move down now to the track in a minute, because we're going green very soon with the qualifying. Now, obviously, from a qualifying point of view, it's very, very important to get a good start, because you are starting nose to tail. It is actually quite a genuine way of doing it, and it does cut down on the number of pointless accidents early doors, So we're not really likely to see any first lap incidents. We're looking out the window now, and all the drivers are in the karts. This could be theoretically the most, well, as far as we're concerned, the most open event now, and we'll be getting underway in a second. Race Control have all the drivers in the karts, and we're just really waiting for them to make sure they're happy with the track, and we'll resume the action. You can see now we're looking on screen, those who are looking on the live stream. This is a key area, this bit, Steve. This is the long backstretch, the fastest part of the track. But although we might focus on it being the fastest part, you've had to go through a long corner and a bit of a straight and another corner before it. You've been flat out for half the lap at this point, right?
Yeah, you don't really. The thing is, it's very. To look at it from that, you think, oh, it's just one straight. But as you just said, James, you're flat out from half a lap before. Your foot's planted to the floor, and you're all the way around. By the time you hit that hairpin, and I'll be honest, I hate the corner. It's my worst corner on the track. I try and drive. It doesn't suit my driving style. I'm a very smooth sort of driver, but I think I've just about got it right now. But especially during practice, I was getting so annoyed. I was, half spinning and hitting the tyres and thinking, oh God, it's a nightmare. But no, that is definitely, like you say, it's the fastest point on the track, and it is as well the most crucial, because so many moves are made there, obviously, that we've seen. And it can make for some cracking racing out there.
And it's a bit funny, because we've not only seen moves for position, but we've seen moves go wrong. And
many a time.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of moves go wrong there. Sometimes it's one of those that it must be almost too tempting to do something. and it goes wrong, and it's, oh my goodness, you know.
The problem is when you're racing drivers of this caliber, one tiny little, offline by a millimetre, that's your chance, and you've got to go because that will never happen again.
Absolutely, because again, people who are new to it, this is an international competition.
Yep.
The caliber of drivers is insane. Even people we've not heard of, you look closely and you find they're the champion of this, the champion of that, or they've won races at something. Everybody has something to say why they might potentially be a factor in winning here. We've got the warm-up lap underway, and it's going to be a warm-up lap and a single qualifying lap, and then obviously a cool-down half lap, and then we'll see what's really going on in what's arguably the most open, on paper at least, event we've seen so far. So we've got them coming in now. So they're starting their fast lap, and we've got Oliver Davis obviously completed that lap. That was the quickest out lap, if you like. Arguably means nothing.
I'll tell you something though, it's quite because I always try and do that. I always try and be the quickest on the first lap. It never lasts, but if I can be stopped for just that half a second, I think, hey, there you go, job done.
Somebody take a screenshot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Somebody get that picture. Yeah. So now we've got them completing. Yeah. So this is where it's relevant. Yakubu goes fast as Zach Venn, sorry.
6/10.
Yeah, Zach Venn. He was the one we mentioned as most likely, but Ben Churchill's up to third. Now, Ben Churchill, bit of a dark horse in this one. So we're looking at Zach Venn fastest. The last ones are coming through now. And it's going to be Zach Venn on pole.
Jennifer Tompkins.
Yeah, Jennifer Tompkins over from Wales, racing regularly down in Cardiff. And we've got Jennifer Tompkins. So it's Zach Venn who's leading the way, which is pretty much what we thought would happen. Harrison Kirkham is in second, and Ben Churchill third, and that will be our start. So we're back now with the action, and if we look down the bottom of the screen there, we can see that just about the pole position driver there is Zach Venn, and behind him is Harrison Kirkham, and then on the 14 cart there with the red-fronted helmet, that is Ben Churchill. Jennifer Tompkins there. Now, she's making her BRKC debut today over from Cardiff, and we'll be seeing her other half later on, and so much later on actually in the programme, but certainly we'll be keeping an eye on her in this race. Michael Yakovu, he's the one on number 12 there. He's going to be starting in 5th place. He was again somebody who we'd seen in the past, but not more recently. So we'll see how he adapts to the indoor format. Now we've got the race start about to happen. They've got 2-3 corners depending on where you are on the grid. So here comes Zach Venn. He's bringing them around. He's got to gauge that pace to perfection. He's keeping it slow, keeping it slow. Now he's hit the throttle. And they'll be full power across the line, and the race is underway. And Zach Venn has got the start he wanted. He's got about a car's lead. Oh, having a look down the inside and sideways. Oh, side by side now with Zach Venn. That was Harrison Kirkham. Harrison Kirkham being very racy straight away. Ben Church is going with him. There's a slight gap open, and then Jennifer Tompkins. Now here comes Zach Venn. He's in the lead. Now down the back stretch. What's Kirkham going to do? Kirkham's to stay behind, but already defensive is Zach Venn.
Great start that was. I tell you, Zach Venn, he got it nailed, but right behind him, as you say, Harrison Kirkham, brilliant, showing his intention straight away from the off. Great stuff from Jennifer Tompkins. Like I say, she's closed up. She's now, again, the start. It's always tough when you're in your first year at BRKC because the start is one of the most crucial points, and when you don't know, I can speak from experience, it's very tough. But yeah, great start at the front. Zach Venn leading the way. You can't afford to be too late on the throttle, and certainly Harrison Kirkham was definitely not too late. What Harrison Kirkham has done here is he's put himself in a pretty tidy position because he's got that maybe a cart's gap from Zach Venn in front, so he's not having to work to Venn. He's not having to wait for Venn to go on the power and so on. But he's also got a little bit of a gap there to Churchill, but that's closed in completely. In the pits already, very early in pits. Is that Mohammed Roshan? In the 15. No, it's Adrian Hull. Adrian Hull. Now, we've got the light on red. You can see that. It's gone green. It's a good stop. Now, obviously, the key there, Steve Gray, is to get in the pits, make sure you leave on green, but as early as you can. There's a lot of caginess in this pit stop this year, isn't there? It really is, and it's tough, especially it caught me out during the practice because I didn't realise the end light was on top of the gantry. I'm looking for it on the side where the tyres are, it's been in previous years. Another pit stop. We've got, that's number 8. So that's Chris Peacock. So yeah. Watching, goes green. Little bit slow away there, a little bit slow, but he gets it nailed. Stops it now, again waiting for the red. And away he goes. Is he going to come out ahead? Okay. No, there you go. That's Adrian Hull, who's managed to actually come out in front. So Adrian's already gained one position because he was behind Chris Peacock before the pit stops.
And you could see from that, Steve, that where the car drives forward, it has to stop over a little patch with a laser from the roof pointing down, and the cart has to break that little laser beam. Now, you could see there that although Peacock went up to that second part of the stop, is what I'm thinking about, he did seem to take a bit of time before he cut the laser and brought that red light on. Now, that arguably is what's cost him time. So Adrian Hull has managed to leapfrog him and has jumped up position. It's probably quite close out on the track, but certainly that is exactly what we've been talking about, how tight it is. Meantime, Zach Venn's building up a bigger lead. Look at this. So there's Zach Venn in the blue suit crossing the line now. Second place, Kirkham, Churchill. Now they're nose to tail. Now Kirkham, of course, was all over the back as initially. Now he's lost quite a bit of ground there by comparison, given that it's only lap 5 or whatever. Harrison Kirkham's got his hands full of Ben Churchill. This is exactly what Zach Venn needs if he's going to break away, if he's going to go in the lead, if he's going to win this race.
It's so amazing, isn't it? Because you think 2 laps ago, Harrison Kirkham was right behind Zach Venn, giving him so much pressure, and now that he's under pressure himself, it changes the dynamic of the race completely. And Zach Venn, you know, I said it, didn't I? Zach Venn was going to pull away, and he's going to end up winning this. We've just jinxed you, Zach. Apologies. But no, great start from him, like you say. He's getting the lap times in as well. 1.3 seconds this early is a very healthy lead.
Just as predicted by Steve Gray, you heard it. Zach Venn, exactly. Zach Venn has converted pole position into what is about as healthy as a lead as you could hope for at this stage, given this calibre of driver. We are talking about some of the best in the world here, and we are looking also at Zach Venn as to what sort of gap he can build. So far, people's pit stops have been costing around 10 seconds. The pit stops we've seen from Hull and Peacock have been 14 and 16 seconds, but we can probably expect the front runners to be pitting around the 12-second mark. So Zach Venn has eked out 1.3 seconds at the moment. He's arguably got another at least 11 seconds to try and make up before he can be safe to come out. We saw Sean Brierley do it earlier on, where he was able to make a pit stop and resume in the lead. In fact, did we not see that before as well? But certainly that will be Zach Venn's aim now. You can bet your life that although he's got the front, he won't be sitting on that. This will be heads down, trying his best, not just to pull away from for the sake of pulling away, but creating that gap so he can afford a very comfortable pit stop. He cannot go down the route of having to push things on the pit stop and risk a penalty.
No, he's doing everything right, isn't he? Like you say, he's pulling away now. The gap was 1.2, it's now 1.5. He's done 0.3 of a second in one lap, but because Kirkham is having to defend from Churchill, his focus has completely shifted. So now he's not thinking about Zach Venn in front, he's thinking of Churchill behind him. Big shout out as well, Jennifer Tompkins. Look at that. She's still in 4th place. She's got Michael Iakovu. You know, I'm so glad you said his name before me, because I wouldn't have known how to say that without you. But he's obviously putting Jennifer under a little bit of pressure. Man, you said the gap now, 1.1 seconds. Jennifer just starting to eke out. Now, I raced against Jennifer in the practice yesterday, and I have to say I was very surprised. She had the lines right, and she was very quick.
Absolutely, and Jennifer Tompkins, we're talking about, is currently holding down 4th place. She's 2 seconds behind Ben Churchill, but crucially from her point of view, she's got a 1 second lead over Michael Iakovu, who is running 5th. Now, there was Jennifer going through actually on screen there in the pink and black suit. And having that gap can sometimes allow a driver to really keep it settled, because the one thing with the indoor karting is you've got to have good momentum. You can't be unsettling the car all over the place and expect to do well. So having a little bit of a gap there allows Jennifer to put in laps now that are very competitive, so that she can then dictate to her, you know, when the pit stop is on her terms. She's not like being held up by anyone, so feels like she has to pit stop away from that problem. Equally, she's not having to fight anyone behind, and no one's going to try and pit stop behind her and leapfrog her, because that gap is enough. So she's almost got probably the same mindset, arguably, as Zach Venn at the moment, where it's a case of sit there, put in those laps, get those times down so that you can make as comfortable as possible pit stop. Pit stops under pressure can create problems. The biggest problem we've seen so far has been from a driver who's been 2nd in the World Championship, Dennis Huller. So if the likes of Dennis Huller can have problems in pit stop, anybody can.
Absolutely, and you said it. Jennifer's doing well. She's in her own little bubble now. She's just like you said, she's got that little bit of a gap behind her. She's got that gap in front. She can just get her head down, like you say, get the lap times in, and just push on forward. Interestingly enough, just watching the Zach Venn Harrison Kirkham battle, Zach Venn, the gap was 1.6, now 1.45. Harrison Kirkham with a 0.5 gap to Ben Churchill, just starting now to just a little bit of gap, and he's hunting down Zach Venn once again.
Absolutely. The very interesting thing with that is that gap was opening up. Now it's starting to close down. And of course, not only is Harrison Kirkham gradually creeping up on Zach Venn, he's bringing Ben Churchill with him. So if Zach Venn was to go for the idea of making a pit stop, that, you know, he would come out with them, he's going to come out amongst two of them, not just battling one of them. He could actually come out third place if he's not careful. 1.4 seconds is not enough of a gap to be able to pull off a comfortable pit stop, is it?
Absolutely not.
He's got a lot of work there, we can see. Now, behind Jennifer Tompkins, who is coming around the hairpin to the left now, that's the battle behind Michael Yakovou. There we are. What great pictures we've got this year. Michael Yakovou on Oliver Davis, and Michael Yakovou and Oliver Davis. Their battle there is what you would almost consider a fast battle, isn't it? They're not tripping up each other, they're not slowing each other down, they're running nose to tail, but nobody's trying to jump the other. Oliver Davis behind is being very patient. I mean, if you look at this, he's just following him down the straight. There's no point trying to, you know, nudge him. There's no point trying to do anything. What they need to do now is keep Jennifer Tompkins in their sights from their point of view. They've also got Corey Richards, who's not that far behind. We can see him in the sort of blue and orange. So there's Tompkins. Here's the battle we've been talking about, Yakovou and Davis. Now here is Corey Richards. So they don't really want to be losing any time either.
No, like you say, they're running together, they're running as one. I know you said it about me and Adam a couple of years ago when we were running first and second. You've got to go through, you've got to run as one, and that is exactly what they're doing at the minute. They're hunting down Jennifer Tompkins. The gap between her and Jennifer is now 1.6. I know the last lap, they both set the quickest lap times that they've done so far, so they are definitely closing in. Again, interestingly, Harrison Kirkham, I believe, has just gone the fastest lap of the race so far. The gap is still 1.4 seconds, and Zach Venn, sort of keeping it at that gap now, but between Kirkham and Churchill, the gap is now 0.5. So just becoming a little bit spaced out. Top three, and then you've got obviously the battle for 5th and 6th between Jennifer, Michael and Oliver.
Absolutely. What will be a factor? We have now got the race leader closing in on the back markers. If we look at the thing now, I think we may have had Roshan in the pits, possibly. I don't know. He's down in 9th, but certainly they're catching Chris Peacock. Now, Chris Peacock being in the pits. Into the pits now. Who have we got? It's the 9.
Oliver Davis.
Oliver Davis. Now, that is very
crucial
interesting.
pit stop.
Yeah. He's now he's
and
gonna.
It looked very good. It looked very good. That very quick and smooth.
He was moving just before it was green, but not enough to trip it. So that is almost
That's
the
the
perfect
trick.
pit stop. Those people who are watching on the live stream, be watching that. And into the pits, it's the 21. That's Roshan, Mohammed Roshan. Now this is good news from Zach Venn and Harrison
double
Kirkham.
pit stop.
Oh, Churchill, this is a massive technical
Disaster.
Yeah, a strategic blunder, because you see Churchill's now having to
shake
wait
of the head.
and wait again. So those watching the live stream, Ben Churchill, he's shaking his head because you see he came in behind Roshan. He should really have seen that. He ended up having to stop, move forward to the pit and stop again. So that is a problem, definitely a big problem.
I tell you what, he's going to feel like he's dropped 20 quid and picked up 6pence. What an absolute disaster. That is, as your driver, that is your worst nightmare. I know when I'm racing, I come around this final corner, you're looking for a helmet in the pits. You're looking, can I come in now? And he's just obviously just got that wrong. What a shame.
Yeah, Ben Churchill will be, he'll be pretty mad about that one. It will have definitely cost him. That gives Harrison Kirkham exactly the gap he needs. Harrison Kirkham has not pitted. He may find Ben Churchill is actually behind Jennifer Tompkins. So when Jennifer Tompkins pits, it's going to be very interesting. We will definitely keep an eye on that as this race develops. We've got another one in the pits. And who is this
Harrison
time?
Kirkham. Crucial pit stop again. Here we go. Right. Again, look very clean and tidy. Nice and green.
When's he going? He's going before the grid.
Yes,
And he's
excellent pit stop. Oh, and the who's he come out with side by side with?
He's behind Richards. He's behind Corey Richards. So Harrison Kirkham now has potentially a bit of a problem here because he's faster than Richards, but if Richards takes a long time to pit, Kirkham's got to actually fight his way past. He could lose time. This is great news for Zach Venn.
And for Jennifer Tompkins. This could really play into her hands. The gap between her and Ben Churchill now is 11 seconds. I know, did we say before, James, it's about 11, 12 seconds for a good pit stop. Jennifer now needs, we've got another pit stop coming in. That is driver 12. That's Michael Yakovou.
Michael Yakovou is in the pits now. He came out of 4th place. He was running on a realistic 5th place. So we'll see where he comes. Actually, he was with Davis, if you remember. He may find he gets past. Does he? No. Yes, he does. He's been passed by Davis. So Oliver Davis, Michael Yakovou have switched positions. A faster stop by Davis has made the difference there. So Michael, in fact, made quite a bit of a difference because Michael Yakovou is some way behind Oliver Davis. In the pits, this is the one.
Very crucial. This is the stop. This could be the stop. Jennifer Tompkins, she's got that right. Next one, if she gets it, this could be a ticket for 3rd place here. Where's someone else coming in as well? Here comes the battle coming through. Is she going to get it? Oh, it's going to be close, all 3 of them together. Breathe in, guys. It's going to be so, so close. Jennifer coming out. She's just alongside. Is that Ben Churchill alongside? She's got a head of driver. So she's kept in 4th place, I believe, from what we're looking at the timing screens. Driver 21 is behind. That's Roshan getting lapped.
Yep.
So Jennifer looks like she's kept to 4th place, but she is now literally, look at the gap between her and Churchill. If you remember, that gap was about 4 seconds prior to the pit stop. That obviously lengthy pit stop for Churchill has cost him, and now we're going to see what Jennifer's made of.
I think Ben Churchill can consider himself pretty lucky that she's not right on his tail, to be fair, because in that we saw Jennifer Tompkins, just by dint of a better pit stop, she got a lot closer to Ben Churchill than she was. There's Ben Churchill, there's Jennifer Tompkins. Now here is Mohammed Roshan behind. You could see there one of the risks coming out the pit lane is who you're coming out alongside of. So Roshan, although he's running at the back, has actually been quite an important factor in this race so far. Him pitting, obviously Ben Churchill, not Roshan's fault at all. It's Ben Churchill not spotting Roshan in the pit was critical to Churchill's race, and Jennifer Tompkins being able to get out alongside Roshan was crucial to her race as well. It was important that she didn't have to get past him, basically. Yep. He is a lap down, and she needed to get as much in contact to Churchill as possible. So, race resumes. We've still got Zach Venn in the lead. Of course, he has not pitted. Harrison Kirkham has pitted, hasn't he?
Yeah. I think Zach Venn is now one of the only drivers out there who hasn't made a pit stop. So this is going to be increased when the gap 13.7 seconds. On paper, we say this very loosely, on paper, that looks like it's enough to make a good pit stop and come out back in the lead. But obviously, with BRKC, anything can happen.
To put it another way, he needs to make a Jennifer Tompkins pit stop, not a Ben Churchill pit stop. And
Dennis Holler.
I
say that very quietly.
Dennis will be looking for you after
he
this.
Will, apologies. But
in fact, Dennis is probably already looking for you, Steve. And
I'll hide behind you, James.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
As long as he's not in the same race as him, and then he'll really be looking for you. But the on a serious note, Zach Venn has, if we look at this gap, we can really say that, if he just does it right, if there's nothing special but does it right, 12.5 seconds, that would mean he's got a second in hand. So he really, Zach Venn has put himself in a position. This is what we were talking about, Steve, at the beginning of the race, when we were saying he's just going to have to get his head down, get those laps in, and see what's what. Now, he's coming near to the pit enters. Is he going to pit this time?
He's behind I'm sorry, James.
Yeah, go on.
He's behind quite a few back markers now. So he's in. Here we go. This is the pit stop of the race. Zach Venn pulls it in. Yep, green light for the first one.
He can take it easy.
Look at the crowd. This is crucial. There we go. He comes out. He's going to have the position.
He's more than done enough.
Easily.
More than done enough. He's still got a healthy lead over Harrison Kirkham. 3.8 seconds by BRKC standards is huge.
Yeah.
When you consider, we've just had the Schlitz and Philpott race where they were like nose to tail across the line. So, yeah, this is a big lead for Zach Venn. Now, Zach Venn, he will have been looking at the opposition in this with the best will in the world. It's not quite one of the death heats that we're going to see later. So if you were Zach Venn and you were looking to score a lot of points, now is the time. This would have been a bad race for Zach Venn to not do well at.
No.
So he's done exactly what he needs to. He's got a lot of points in the bag. A race win here is going to really help his chances. And of course, it can't be denied. Again, people who are new to this is probably about the best paying motorsport event in the whole of the UK. Yeah. Yes, you might win more money than the £1,000 being offered if you win a race in the British Touring Car Championship, but it'll certainly cost you a lot more than that to win it.
Absolutely.
So you'll actually probably be on a net loss. Where with this, you're going to be absolutely on a net profit unless you're staying in the Milton Keynes Regal or whatever hotel you particularly choose for the night. But certainly, this is a very high-paying event, and Zach Venn is putting himself down as a potential contender for a final place here.
I'm going to say something that you told me in my very first year when I came here. It's never easy. And it is never easy. No race. We've said about Zach Venn, obviously, he's got the 3.5 second. You can say he's making it look easy.
Yeah.
That lad is pushing to an inch of his life. He is literally going, qualifying laps every single lap. And that is why he's got a 3-second lead. He made a great pit stop, and is literally giving it. This is it's the hardest part of it. Is giving it 110% every lap.
Well, we say it regularly, Steve, that the calibre is so high that nearly everybody has got something. They've won something. They've won a race, they've won a championship. Put them on the home track, they'll be winning every time. Yep. Look at these pictures.
Unbelievable.
They're going to win. So everybody really is a potential winner. Some are just more of a potential winner than others. Now, and that's of every race that somebody might drive in. Now, You've won a BRKC heat race. Would you believe I've actually won a BRKC heat race
you?
as well? Yeah, a long time ago.
Was it a long time ago?
I had to beat Brad Philpott to do it as well, so
you?
it's quite a race. Yeah,
That's a win in itself, isn't it?
The interesting yeah, it was. Yeah. He did fire it off though, so I was quite lucky there. Anyway, he actually just to talk about that while we got a moment.
Yeah.
In the race, in the last lap, he had to actually lunge me down the inside of a hairpin near the end of the lap, and he ended up passing me backwards and crashed. So he resumed to second, but I was pleased to win. Anyway, going back to this race rather than one that was several years ago.
Just several, okay.
Yeah, several years ago. We've only got just less than 3 minutes before we start the last lap. Zach Venn, now, you were saying about how Zach Venn's handling perfect. Every lap you do, every corner you do has to be perfection because everybody is very good. Now, with Zach, he had to make that gap. It wasn't easy for him to pull a gap that allowed him the luxury of a safe pit stop, if you like. He's still having to be on it because, to be honest with you, he'll clip something. It'll all go to pieces if he doesn't. He's still got Harrison Kirkham less than 3 seconds behind him. It's not going to take much. So there's our race leader, but there was fourth place just on the other part of the track. So here's the race leader, Zach Venn. Let's have a look. There's Kirkham. That's the gap. It's not actually that much. So there's the race leader, Venn. Here's Kirkham in second. Here's Ben Churchill in third. And then, so there's the race leader. There's the second place. There's third. There's the back marker. Sorry, here's third. There's a back marker between second and third. And so we're seeing Zach Venn through the Snell section. Very complicated section, that. So here comes the racing leader, Zach Venn. Rounds, yeah, Karen.
Sorry, I'll tell you something. Harrison Kirkham has not given up on this. I've just watched him to that final lap, and then he was absolutely on it. And he can sense, obviously, when you're going round, you see in the lap times, if you've got a good eyesight, you can see, and you see when that screen turns blue, and it gives you so much of a buzz when you think, I'm getting there, I'm catching. And there's no way that Harrison Kirkham has given up on this. Great drive.
Absolutely, and of course, the golden thing with indoor karting, you can look across the track and see quite a bit. So even when you're driving, it's almost like, I know when I was regularly racing with the indoor stuff and the World Championship, things like that, you'd be looking across and you'd think, okay, relative to that beam, the guy, that pillar, guy I'm chasing is there, and then you see he's a bit further ahead, oh no, and then he's a bit further back, so you think, yeah, I'm doing it here, and so you've got a real picture what you're doing. So there's the race leader, Zach Venn, crossing the line. He's only got a minute to go before they start the last lap, but Harrison Kirkham is keeping about 3 seconds behind. It's up to 3.1 now, but what's the 10th of a second? Because there's the leader and there's second. That's all it is. I mean, that is the shortest 3 seconds I can remember. But look at this fourth place. It looks like Jennifer Tompkins is closing in on Ben Churchill. Certainly someone's closing in on somebody, unless it's the back marker. I might be getting overexcited. So let's have a look. There's Ben in first. Here's Kirkham in second. We're going to have a look for third. So there's third. That's Ben Churchill. And he's putting somebody a lap down. And then we'll be looking back for Jennifer Tompkins. But it's 4 seconds, so it will be but there's Jennifer there. So, yeah, there is a back marker between them. So I shall just wind the excitement in for a second. But it is... it is still fairly close when you consider what's going on. There's the leader through on in front of us.
Should be last lap next time, I reckon. 20 seconds to go. 15.
Yeah, I don't think Venn's going to cross the line and not trigger the last lap board. So it's only 10 seconds now, and Venn will be on the backstretch. There's Jennifer Tompkins. She's fourth. So here's Churchill there, turning in with the red front on his helmet. So Venn is on his last lap now, surely. But we'll see. It's 39 laps in, so we've seen 40 to 41 laps. So it's... you know, a sort of moderate pace one by comparison, but no less interesting for that. Venn, obviously, a very quick lap there because he's just pushed the gap up to 3.3, which is about the biggest he's had.
Still, even at this very late stage, he's still pushing.
It's the only way to do it, isn't it?
Absolute credit to him.
There's only one way to drive in this sort of thing. So we're seeing the race wind down. They're going to be bringing either the last lap board or the checker out. I think it'll probably be the last lap board. Or will someone hurriedly appear with the checker? We'll see. We have got the last lap board out now. Here's the race leader. And
just coming around the back straight now. So Zach Venn's done everything right, hasn't he? As we just said, he got the gap before the pit stop, did a fantastic pit stop. He's come out, he's kept pushing, and 3.38 seconds is very well done indeed. Great drive from Zach Venn. The checkered flag awaits. He's going to come across the line and take the win in round 1, heat 6 at the BRKC 20. The fireworks go off. What a great! That's fantastic.
It's fantastic.
I love those fireworks. I'd love to be able to see them myself if I won a race. But no, fantastic.
Well, just be a lap down and close to the leader. But just to clarify that, fantastic victory there. Zach Venn wins it. Zach Venn takes the checker flag. He opens his British Rental Kart Championship campaign this year with a win. No one can ask for more than that. Harrison Kirkham through to second. Ben Churchill, who we predicted would be at the top there, third. Jennifer Tompkins fourth. An unknown driver to us, now very much known. And, well, you can only say from that, this championship is becoming more and more wide open. We're not seeing what we would naturally see as the obvious results. And a lot of people are scoring some various serious points. Zach Venn, is that his first win in BRKC?
Ooh. I'd be surprised if it was. I'd be very surprised. I know he's had a lot of great results, hasn't he? But
surprised if it was or wasn't. I don't think I've seen him win before.
Have you not seen Zach Venn win?
Anyway, we'll find out.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would know. So Kirkham second, a great result by Harrison Kirkham there. You know, Harrison Kirkham, he's been a finalist in the British Indoor Championship 2021, which is obviously only last year. So he does have form, but this is the British Rental Car Championship. This is now an international level event. So he's really had to do something. Ben Churchill, we've seen him for a while now, but you know what? He'll be happy with that one.
Good
that
podium.
Is a good result by Ben Churchill, and of course in fourth place with Jennifer Tompkins. Now, I don't think she was expecting that when I spoke to her last night. I think she was, shall we say, politely confident of at least being worthy of it being in the races. But I think she would take this fourth place all day long. There, we're looking at Jennifer now, but there is Zach Venn in the foreground, if you like, in the blue suit. He's pretty pleased there. And so, Steve, that's one for your team, isn't it?
Was that, no, it's
is he not with your
Zach,
team?
we've got Gary Jones.
Oh,
Gary
okay.
Jones.
That's right. That will lower the standard then, won't it?
Sorry,
Gary.
Gary.
So there's Jennifer Tompkins. She'll
very
be
pleased
with fourth. That'll be, I think, as much as anything, she'll be pretty relieved to get a decent score on the board right off the bat.
That's such a massive. I think it's something that both Adam and myself, to be honest, have never done. We always seem to have the one standout result. The others are all sort of, you could say, mid to lower sort of table. But I don't think, trying to think back from all my results, I think my fourth place is the highest I've finished in the first heat before. Yeah. Maybe my first season, I can't remember, I might have had a fourth, but again, it is a confidence boost because obviously you're going off on the right foot.
And you've got that kind of measure. You've come in. It's an international event. You're not with the best will in the world, unless you're just ridiculously overconfident. You're not going to be exactly sure of where you stand. Get the first race done, and now you've got a better picture of where you really are. So, as you say, that will give confidence, and confidence breeds success. So we've got another race being prepared for. Now, if you look closely on the live stream there, you see the drivers, the one at the tail there in the number 10, who will clarify who that is in a second. He's loading up the side of the cart. Now, there's option on weight. See, every driver has to be 90 kilos, which for some people, with the sort of racing snake physique of Steve Gray here, is going to be a lot of weight. Racing snake. That's more of a physique rather than mental attitude, if you like, so personality.
Oh, thank you.
But certainly we could see the driver at the back there was loading up the side of the cart. Now that's with the circuit's own weights. Every driver has to weigh in, more importantly, finish the race at 90 kilos. Now, I remember one heat race in the World Championship about 10 years ago now, actually, in Germany. And the race, the World Championship, the race was a little bit longer, but I came unstuck because I went out, weighted up to literally 90.5 kilos. But do you know what? I sweated out more than half a kilo in the race, so I came in underweight and got disqualified.
That's it.
And
you've got to adhere to that, haven't you?
Yeah.
I always make sure that I'm about 91. I know this year I think I'm about 91.5. It's and again, throughout the day it fluctuates. If you eat
that's the worst bit.
It's trying to get it absolutely as close to 90 as you can, but as you say, not to the point where you end up having a horrendous race. You're sweating out, and then you come off and you're underway. But here are the drivers. Again, fantastic footage. Scruffy Bear, it's at the best we've ever had.
Gets better every time. So,
superb.
In a sense, it's no surprise it's brilliant, but it's still brilliant, yeah? So, now we're looking down the lineup here, and we've got a bit of a star-studded job here. So, we've got an empty cart.
Oh.
So, we'll see exactly what's happening there. Yeah, we may end up with a non-starter. We'll keep tabs on that. Here's our driver down. Now, we saw our driver here, as going back to this weight thing, he was loading up the side of the cart, so he's using the circuit's own weight. We saw earlier on several drivers bring out a seat, which is weighted up with lead. Now, people have different preferences. Obviously, when you're loading up the side of the cart, that will side weight it by definition. That may be an advantage. A lot of the corners here, especially the fast ones, the cart the weights are on the inside, so it may be a slight advantage there. But the majority, especially the drivers who are doing this really regularly, have their own weighted seat, knowing what their personal weight is. Of course, with the circuit's own weights, you're dealing in like 5 kilos, 10 kilos, 20 kilos, so it's quite hard to get the weight to absolute precision, which you will get with your weighted seat when it's your own personal one. So, in this race, we have, with Heat 7, Scott McIntyre, Adam Davis, Dominic Muir, Craig Tucker, Dalton Jute, Reese Westwood, Luca Van Crevelen, Jeff Lund, Nicholas Lacasas, and James Pease. Now,
one winner there. One winner, standout. I'm calling it now.
It's got to be Adam Davis going for it. Steve, obviously, teammate of Adam Davis.
Yeah.
You guys have been friends for years. You had that amazing... On everybody's list of favourite all-time BRKC races where you two won too.
Yeah.
You know, it was
Incredible
a Saturday
result.
evening. Saturday evening is always great in the BRKC, aren't they? And we'll be going through that list in a moment. Okay, so the 17 cart there, we've got 17 is going to be, that's Dalton Jute. Now, this is interesting because Richard Jute, this is a bit of a serious Jute family family weekend out, because we have Richard Jute, who we've seen win the over 40s category in the BRKC twice. Now he's got two sons racing, and they're making their debut. We saw one son earlier on put in a pretty good performance. He was so about 4th, 5th, I think, something like that. This time it's Dalton Jute. So we've seen Dylan Jute. Now we've got Dalton Jute. Now Dalton, he's going to be leading.
I'll carry him while James recovers. Yeah, now you say it's a Duke family outing, isn't it? I know we've raced against Richard so many times, and again, if they're anything to go by off what Richard is, they're going to be quick. So we know for Australia. But here we go, out for the qualifying laps. The last driver just coming out there, that's driver number 10. That is Rice Westwood. So here we go. Obviously, this is the first lap. Obviously, the lap times for this, you can say don't count, but obviously, if you make a mistake on the second lap, this could be quite crucial. So let's watch the drivers as they come through. Leading the way at the moment is driver 17, that is Dalton.
Absolutely. Now, Dalton, of course, has actually won the junior championships here. So he does have form at this track, and we're going to see how he does. He's first out to qualify. The camera's on him now. It's Dalton Jute there, working on the pit stops. That was the key thing yesterday. He had... Initially, he was looking quite slow in the pit stops, and then it really sped up at the end. So Dalton Jute there is going to be the first one to set a time, and he's going to be followed round.
Pretty clean and tidy.
We'll know pretty quick what sort of time. So he's finished. That's him in position, on pole position, provision pole. He's been beaten by Dominic Muir. Dominic Muir still has it, and Jeff Lund.
Scott McIntyre. Wow,
McIntyre.
Didn't it?
Yeah, Adam Davis into 4th. Scott McIntyre. What a run there. Scott McIntyre, junior TKM Super 1 racer, so he's a really good guy, and he's been a saloon car racer as well. He's won a junior championship in 2019, and he's obviously back to the indoor karting for this one. We've got a full course yellow. Obviously, that's just because the qualifying is finished, but we'll double check, make sure it's not for anything more severe. But Scott McIntyre, what a run by him. He will be very pleased with that. Now, Jeff Lund, we're going to have to keep an eye on Jeff Lund because he has done the BRKC once more, the American driver. But if you remember, he was still running on Eastern Standard Time, missed the alarm, and missed his first heat race last time, BRKC 2020. Now, Jeff Lund is capable of winning this thing. He's capable of being a finalist, but not when you miss a heat race. So Jeff Lund, and talking to missing heat races, we do only have 9 starters. So they're getting them ready. We've got Scott McIntyre first. Jeff Lund was very fast in practice yesterday. He's 0.03 off pole position today. And so we've got Lund in second. Dominic Muir is in third. Adam Davis in fourth. Now, obviously Adam there, he's on number 9. We can see him on screen there, Steve, in the yellow helmet, number 9. And behind him, of course, Dalton Jute.
Is that Adam in fourth? I thought it was the sun. Is it? Oh, it's that bright fluorescent yellow helmet.
Yeah.
Well, we always have a little joke between us.
He's entered as Adam.
He's entered as, we'll call him the sun.
The sun. Okay. Now, here we are. So we're about to go green on this one. They're really being slowed down there. Scott McIntyre, bit of a racy start. He's going to hit the gas now. He's already on the power. And he's on the power to try and get away from Jeff Lund. He knows the challenge that's behind him. Scott McIntyre leads in the Snell section. Lund and then Dominic Muir. Dominic Muir followed by Adam Davis, and it's really close up at the front.
Absolutely great start there. There was is it Craig Tucker who was that he got an awful start. He was right behind the guy who's which is Dalton Duke. He was right behind Dalton, but then all of a sudden he just disappeared. But look at this battle at the front. 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got them all there. You've got Scott, Jeff, Dominic, and Adam all as one coming through to complete their first flying lap. And let's see if after a couple of laps they can start to bridge the gap. I'm just watching Adam there. He's in 4th place. He's already looking up the inside. Very close into this Snell section here. This is one of the opportunities, if you can make the tiny dart up the inside, you can make it stick. You can have the inside all the way around the lap, and you can really make an impact.
Absolutely, and we can see two major things have happened here. First of all, Scott McIntyre has that element of a gap there that he can cause the race to settle down a bit. The aggro will be behind him. And talking of aggro, Craig Tucker, who was the one who got the least start of the lot, he's now fighting a very much of a rearguard action from Reese Westwood. Now, Reese Westwood, they come in the Snell section. There's Tucker after the gap, and there's Westwood right in his tail in the red suit. So there's the leader with that crucial gap there that allows him to settle down. A battle for the lead here has the potential for holding up everybody, whereas in reality those behind have still got their eyes on the leader, so maybe there's going to be a bit more thought going into this. We know Adam Davis has at least a racing brain. We can assume that Dalton Duke's got one, having been a champion in the junior categories, although when it comes to juniors, you know, if you ever watch 5-year-olds play football, it's like the entire field's chasing the ball, isn't it? It can be a little bit that way in the junior karting, but certainly at the moment, Dalton Jute is doing the right thing, and that's following with Adam Davis. He's keeping on the tail of that group. What Dalton Jute needs to do is not have that gap back to him, which we can see there. Dalton Jute does not want that gap to get any smaller. He will actually be benefit from Tucker and Westwood fighting just so that he can just focus on what he's doing and running on the back of Adam Davis. And, well, he's staying with him, so he is a fresh from juniors driver. We can't rule out a bit of a lunge from Dalton Duke, maybe.
No, absolutely, especially like you say with the younger sort of mindset. It's always that sort of way in it. But going back to the junior racing, like you say, I hate watching those junior races. It's terrifying. You know, they've got no fear, have they? You know, they're all going around in these carts that are capable of 80 mile an hour. Some of them.
Absolutely.
You're cringing.
And they have no problem being flat out all the way.
No fear.
And such is the thinking that Dalton Jute is now actually all over the back of Adam Davis. There's a gap emerging in front of Davis ever so slightly, maybe half a second or so, but it's several kart lengths now, so we've got a clear lead there for the leader, second and third, but then there's that gap. And then there's Adam Davis and Dalton Jute. And Dalton Jute is really starting to give Adam Davis a bit of a workover. See, Adam Davis getting defensive. So already Adam Davis is of the mindset that Dalton Jute is trying something. So maybe Dalton Jute's giving him a couple of little touches here or there that we haven't noticed. But certainly Adam knows he's there. All the way down that back straight, middle of the track. That is a clear sign of a driver who's concerned about the one behind.
Yeah, concerned is the right word for it. Like you say, Adam going very, very defensive down that back straight. Now, obviously, if he was, looking at it from our point of view, I know if I was Dalton here, I can see the top three pulling away. Is it time to make an early pit stop, get that bit of clear track and try and hunt it down? Because you can see Adams, they're holding both each other up, really, aren't they, when you're driving like this? And just keep watching and see if he does make that early dart, but no signs at the moment. Not
really. We've got a healthy lead for Scott McIntyre, and I'm saying healthy by BRKC standards. It's just over a second. We've got London Muir very close, but if you notice, Jeff Lund, Dominic Muir, neither of them are doing anything crazy. They're actually running together, but not really fighting over it. I think at this stage, they just don't want to lose time to Scott McIntyre. They've been watching the other races. They've seen there's been the previous race, Zach Venn, he did enough to stay in front. Sean Bradley did enough to stay in front, and they don't want to see Scott McIntyre do that. The worst thing now will be for Jeff Lund in second and Dominic Muir to start fighting, because otherwise McIntyre's going to pull away. Now, Adam Davis and Dalton Jute have got a similar situation on him behind, but luckily in this case, they've also got the smarts to not do anything silly either.
Scott McIntyre's really getting the hammer down, isn't he? Look at that, 1.5 seconds now. I mean, you think back to a lap ago, there was nothing. And but then look, Jeff Lund, Dominic Muir certainly coming under pressure. I can feel an early pit stop, James. I don't know where it's going to come from, but there's definitely between either Jeff, Dominic, Adam, Dalton. I think one of them needs to really take an early pit stop just to try and leapfrog the other, because they're running around in sort of groups of two, aren't they? And it's not helping them, and it could be a tactical move that could pay off in the end.
Yeah, it's very much tag team up at the front. The only one who hasn't got a tag team mate is Scott McIntyre, and as he's first place, that's probably exactly how he likes it. But what is interesting, of course, is that we have the drivers nearer the tail. Nobody's pitted there yet from the tail, because if anything will put a bit of a spanner in the works, it is that someone pitting from the back of the field there, because we've seen, although the standard is very high, so the drivers have good speed, they have good awareness, even if they're running at the back of the field. There's not a single idiot out there. They're all of a high standard, but of course they still could allow some of these gaps to change should a back marker appear and not actually notice at a crucial time, or worst of all, come out in the middle of side by side with another of the front runners.
That's always one of the the worst thing, isn't it? If you just get your pit stop wrong in that sense, and you look to your left and you see two carts barreling towards you, you think, oh no, and you've got to try and slot yourself in, and they're coming quick. Early pit stop, number 10, Rice Westwood comes in. Let's see how this one goes. Green, head down. And another stop there. And he's away. Good pit stop.
So Reece Westwood there has made a very, very solid stop. Now, where does he come out relatively? They're miles behind him. They are miles behind him, and that is what the leads. Oh, a move there, nearly. Yeah, Adam Davis nearly losing a position there to Dalton Duke. Dalton Duke getting straight into the action there. Now, when it comes to pit stops, from a strategic point of view, when we look at our top 5 here, Steve, you'd have to assume that the most obvious pit stops initially would come from Dominic Muir or Dalton Duke, from a strategy point of view.
That's it, yeah, exactly.
Whether that happens or not,
you don't know, do you? But obviously Dalton's made his intentions clear there. He wants past Adam. There was obviously, I think, a bit of contact going down the back straight, but Adam is now driving ultra defensively. Again, Dalton's obviously feeling, though, that Adam is running, and you can see with the lap times, Adam is running at a very decent, respectable pace. So is there, should Dalton come in the pits, or is he feeling like Adam's obviously dragging him along? But the body language of Dalton at the moment, his car, oh, another pit stop. That is driver number 14. That's Nicholas Lakakis. He comes in.
Yeah, Nicholas Lakakis.
He was moving before the green, and he got that absolutely spot on. Side by side there was someone. That was Reece Westwood. So Reece has actually jumped ahead of Lakakis on the pit stop there, because I believe he was behind him. I believe he was in 10th. I could be wrong with that.
That's right, Nicholas Lakakis. He's joint Australian and Greek nationality.
Wow.
And he's been doing some winning in Australia, that's for sure. And he does. He does actually work with the Arrow kart team in Australia there, being a kart manufacturer. So he certainly knows where move up the inside, it's come off. But push wide. Now they're side by side in front of us. It comes to us, but that has definitely changed. Dominic Muir has moved ahead on track. So Dominic Muir has moved up to second place. And amazingly, they haven't lost a lot of time, because you think with a bit of a bump and run like that, I think race control are quite happy with it, so that's all right.
In fairness to Dominic, Jeff Lund left the door wide open going into that corner. Whether he didn't realise he was that close behind, but from what I could see, that was sort of just a huge gap on the inside. Yep. Obviously, Jeff taking his usual line into that corner, and Dominic straight up the inside, no mistakes.
Well,
job done.
If you think about it, they were just literally running nose to tail. Oh, and in the pits, it's Jute.
That's a Jute has taken the stop. Here we go. Now, this is very crucial in the battle with Adam. Let's see how he gets on. He needs to get this right. You say he was struggling with the pit stops a bit yesterday. There's his dad. Look at Richard.
There's Richard.
And that's a great pit stop.
There's
applause from the family there.
Absolutely.
The big hands.
So now, Richard Jute, he's...
they're all coming thick and fast. That's James Pease.
Yeah. So James Pease. Now, we've seen Chris Pease.
Yeah.
James Pease is... Oddly enough, his dad. Normally it works the other way.
Okay,
it goes son races, then dad... dad races, then son races, but it's the other way around this time.
And he's come out just in front of Adam. Oh!
James Pease is very... it's his first time in the BRKC, and he's got Adam Davis.
Disaster. Now,
he's probably going to get a blue flag here. Does he get the blue flag?
Is it for position?
Possibly. Oh, it might be.
Because obviously Adam hasn't made a pit. No, he's
surely
not.
Because Pease is out the pits. And,
this
so
this
Adam Davis is losing a bit of time here. Now, this is good news for Dalton...
made them a disaster.
Yep, so Dalton Jute will benefit from this if there's been a hold-up. Now, this is exactly what we were talking about earlier on, about if a back marker comes out and there isn't a sort of, an immediate blue flag. As I say, the standard is very high, but obviously Adam Davis may have lost what might make a difference there. Now, Dalton Jute's pit stop was good. He was practicing a lot yesterday. To be fair, to begin with, he needed to, but he certainly got his head around it, and this may actually be the deciding point in his race.
It could be, yeah. Like you say, he made it at just the right time, didn't he? Because a lap later, obviously, that was James Pease who come out just in front.
Well, no, we're not.
No, he's staying out. He's keeping it done. The gap between, obviously, it was that baton between Adam and Dalton. The gap now is 11.5 seconds. Phew, that's going to be neck and neck, isn't it? That's going to, if it stays like that, I wouldn't like to pick a winner out of them two if they're coming out side by side with that. But Adam now just needs to get his head down. Needs to get there. He's got ahead of James. He's pulling away now. He's got a bit of clear space and needs to get his head down and get those quick lap times in.
Now, Adam can see the drivers in front of him, and he's got that crucial element of them pulling towards him. Because Adam Davis here in the yellow helmet, he'll into the pits as the 19. That's the leader.
Scott McIntyre, so in he comes.
This
Team
has to
hard
be
racing
good.
as well.
Yeah.
Bit of Tony Gillam there.
Indeed, yeah, Tony Gillam, we can't see that. One of his drivers there, Scott McIntyre, if he's watching on the screen, Gillam will be keen. Of course, Dan Truman, another team hard driver from
Fantastic
car racing,
team.
is out later on. Meantime, back to this race. So we've got Adam Davis. Now, he can see the two in front. He must have some fast laps now. If he's going to come out, if he's going to have a pit stop and come out ahead of Dalton Jute, he's going to need to make up some time. I don't think there's going to be enough here right now, because if we look, the gap there is, they're going to come out side by side, I think. If Adam Davis pits now, Dalton Jute will be alongside him when he comes out, but Jute will have momentum. So theoretically, we drive right the way around him and in.
It's going to be very interesting because they've both got exactly what they need on track. They've both got space. And it's going to be now, this is going to be the battle between the drivers. Another pit stop. This is driver number 8. That is Jeff Lund from second place. So Jeff comes in, feels the time is right. Again, that lunge forward in the pits. Seems to work.
He's gone green just.
Just green. That was very risky, but he's come out just ahead of Dalton there, so obviously keeps the position. But now Dalton obviously is going to be behind Jeff Lund as he was before the pit stops, but this gives him an incentive. Can he now try and catch up onto the back and obviously close in and then diminish the gap between him and Adam? Still about 11.5 seconds. Whew, this is going to be close.
Very. And into the pits, the 13, it's Dominic Muir.
So this again, very crucial. Very crucial.
He assumed the lead through the pit stops. He's now made his stop. And Adam Davis has the lead, who has not stopped. Mule comes out behind McIntyre, but equally crucially ahead of Jeff Lund.
Yeah, very close.
But it's side by side. It's side by side. Who has got it? Who's got it? It's kind of a bit hard to tell. The black suit and white helmet, both of them.
I think it's Dominic who's just got in front, actually. Dominic has just got it, yeah. But that was the order before the pit stops anyway, wasn't he? So he's just got out.
But they had switched, hadn't they? Didn't?
Yeah, because he made the move. So he'll be glad of that, because otherwise that amazing move up the inside into the airpin would have been for nothing.
Do it all again, wouldn't he? Yeah. But Jeff Lund, the American driver, has had to has really been working hard in practice, very fast in practice. Definitely a contender for a final position, certainly a semi-final potentially. But he's going to have to do a little bit of work now on Dominic Muir if he's going to realise that. We generally work on the basis that if you get in top threes, you're in with a shout at the semi-final. Yeah. Out of that, you might have some work. And still not in the pits, Adam Davis. Adam Davis is about the only one who's yet to pit, isn't he? Or is there one more? I think, no, there's 2 more, including Davis. 2 pit stops to be made. Gosh, it's a bit busy down the bottom there. And that is the Lund and
Muir the moves at the inside there. That was I think, was it
McIntyre?
Oh, someone in the barriers. Someone in the barriers. That was Tucker, Craig Tucker from second place. He hasn't made a pit stop yet, he's having a disastrous race. He was the one who got left behind at the start, and now he's just been put in the wall.
Yeah, it's sort of
one of those races.
Been a tough one, hasn't it? Yeah. It's that's karting. Yes,
absolutely.
Kind of thing. Right, so let's have a close look here. So we got the 13 and the 8 is the order, so we can work on that. Yeah, it's definitely Muir ahead of Lund. Adam Davis continues to lead. Scott McIntyre is in second place, having made a pit stop. Craig Tucker is third, having not made a pit stop. And then Muir and the rest having made stops. Now, here's Davis, the current race leader, but yet to stop. He's got to pull a gap. If he comes in and goes out now, he should come out behind Dalton Jute. So it's crucial, given that Dalton Jute is 11.8 seconds behind. Those on the live stream, have a look at that in the top corner. 11.8 seconds, but that's not enough. No. Davis needs to make up, what, a second to be certain?
To be safe, he has to get it absolutely right, and given the position that he's in,
scrape half a second.
But it's going to be, but it's going to be obviously Dalton Jute, because he's going to have the momentum coming out of the final corner, and he's going to, like you say, hate to say it, but Adam, he just, a couple more tenths. If you can get that up to a 12-second gap, He could do it. It's just, but it's getting. But obviously, the thing is, Dalton, they're swapping times. They're literally running identically. So there's nothing to choose between them. Back at the front, like we said, we've got so Scott McIntyre. He was our race leader. We've got Craig Tucker, Dominic Muir. They're still having their great battle. That battle isn't resolved at all yet. Second to third, obviously. And Craig Tucker has got back past the position. Gone unnoticed by us. The amazing move that Dominic made on Craig before the pit stops. Craig has taken that position back. We didn't see that. We'll have to.
Well, it's going to be interesting. He didn't seem to be anywhere near them on the track. That's the interesting part.
Was it Craig Tucker involved?
So there's Tucker in the 12, isn't he? Yeah. So somehow he's actually some way ahead of them. And yeah, I swear he came out alongside.
Yeah, he was a lot.
Yeah, well, who knows? Meantime, we've got...
too much going on.
There is far too much going on. Why is it whenever we're commentating, there's a lot going on?
We're a bad mix, James.
Talking... we both get fired at the same time. So anyway, there's Adam Davis. He's still yet to pit. Will it be this time? It will not be this time. Adam is really holding out. Though, having said that, he's still got nearly 5 minutes.
And he's got a clear track. You know, he's no reason to sort of come in. He's, you know, he obviously feels he's doing well.
And that gap, he's edged it forward 11.7. So just a little bit more.
Yeah.
The thing is that Dalton Jute is also in clear track.
Yeah.
He's not got anyone around him, but he is looking squarely at the tail of the battle ahead, which is the Lund and Muir battle, and both of those drivers are the highest caliber in the world. So, you know, another lap where he stays out. Adam Davis clearly has seen that gap, and I reckon he's considered that. The gap, though, has come down.
2/10 that lap, so potentially a small game. But it's like you were saying before, James. They'll be looking at each other at exactly the same point on the track, passing each other, and one of them will get a slight advantage, and it just gives you that bit of ooh, and you think, am I going to be able to pull it more?
Just as you mentioned that, as Adam Davis came past, again, those watching on the live stream will have probably picked up on this. Adam Davis gave a look towards us where our camera is.
Yep.
Now, he wasn't really looking at the camera. He's not sort of about to wave at us. What he was looking at, there's a big screen there, isn't there, Steve?
Yeah.
Which gives the positions and the gap
stop,
in the
number
pits.
12, that's
now,
Craig Tucker coming in.
Tucker.
In he comes. So disastrous race for Craig. He needs to try and get something from this. Like you say, you've just got to move it, you know, calm it down,
He's
calm it down.
He's going to be passed by Westwood.
He's going to come out. Where's he going to come out? Obviously, Duke gets past. So, yeah, it's one of those races, isn't it? He's just going to have to sort of draw a line under it and move on. But, you know, as a racing driver, it's hard to do that. But
yeah, he's managed to comfortably stay ahead of Westwood. It looked, I thought for a moment it was going to be close. Still Adam Davis.
leaving this to the
but
death.
He knows that gap, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he's
he does.
Actually, the gap's bigger
gone up again.
Yeah.
So it's again, he's gained 2/10 that time.
Indeed.
They are literally swapping times. It's brilliant racing.
Absolutely, this is amazing. Yeah, if we have a look, I'm trying to kind of figure out what the lap situation is. They're just trading lap times.
Yeah, it's literally
it's
tense.
And the ones we're looking at, folks, are the first versus the fifth. Because Adam Davis, with the best will in the world, is never going to make a pit stop and come out in the lead there.
You love that phrase, don't you? With the best will in the world. You've said that
I wasn't aware I used it a lot, but
yeah.
So Steve Gray, with the best will in the world, is watching Adam Davis, who is trying to will himself further up. But he's not got enough of a gap to stay in the lead. We know that. But he might pull fourth place. Dalton Jute may actually get, because the gap's come down again. Oh. So Dalton Jute, it's almost like Adam gains it, Dalton takes it back. Adam gains it, Dalton takes it back. So we've really got to keep an eye on this. This is
the last lap to pitbull must be coming out any time now. Surely it's got to be.
No. It's still 2 minutes.
He's in. Adam's in. Right, here we go. This is the pit stop. He has to get it. Went green. This is going to be crucial.
Where's Dalton Jute? He's coming round.
He's there. This is going to be
side by side across the line. Here comes Dalton Jute.
He's got the momentum.
Dalton Jute's got the momentum on Adam Davis. Can he send it up the inside into the snail?
Oh, Adam holds the inside. Great racing. Look at that. But is he going to get the switch back down the inside? Adam holds it. No, he came out in front.
Back straight.
Let's watch him see. Yep.
Now, how crazy is the junior champion feeling? How crazy?
Mind your manners, boys. Here we go on the outside. Oh, Dalton looking left and right, back and forth. He'll be so frustrated with that, Dalton, because he would have thought, as we did, with that 11-second lead, he was going to have enough of a gap. But no, fair play to Adam. That must have been a blinding pit stop.
It was 12.8 seconds. Ooh, it's one of the best.
Fantastic.
It's not the best, but it's one of them. The best. But do you know what? It had to be, didn't it?
It absolutely had to be. But look at Dalton.
He's still all over the back of him.
Here comes Dalton. This is what we're going to see what he's made of. I'd love to be able to see a camera shot of Richard to see what he's doing now.
Yeah.
He'll be pulling teeth, but down the outside. Oh, there was contact.
He's in the inside.
It's going to happen. Adam held his hand up. Positions as you were. Dalton went for the gap. It didn't come off. Positions as you were.
Yeah, I mean,
more intense this than a flipping roller coaster.
Adam had to defend it. Dalton had to go for it.
Yeah.
To be fair, both of them were very in control of themselves in
Yeah.
the situation, so I had no problem there. But my, oh my, that was nearly
Massive
nearly
late
something,
lunge,
wasn't it?
massive
Yeah.
late lunge from Dalton. But again, Adam just left that tiniest headliner.
In fact, Dalton Duke did brilliantly not to be nose into the barrier and
Yes,
stopped, to be
very
fair, because he kind of bounced off the inside rear of Adam's
Yeah.
cart. Adam turned in, felt him and moved out,
Yeah.
and Dalton obviously corrected things, but yeah, very nearly horribly wrong. But anyway, they resumed. There is obviously a bigger gap now, but there's 22 seconds on the clock, so I think the next time through, Scott McIntyre will trip the last lap board, maybe. Where is he on the
Dominic
track?
Muir, second base. So Dominic's got back in front again. Again, we were enthralled with the Adam and Dalton battle, but Dominic Muir is now back
And
into
there's the leader.
second place.
There's going to be another lap.
One more lap, 7 seconds to go.
Yeah,
but Scott
so
McIntyre
there's going to
with
be 2 laps now,
Yep.
so it's still to go.
5-second lead. He's got this in the bag again. Fantastic
Yep.
drive from Scott McIntyre. He's done what he needed to do, and it's going to be Dominic and Jeff. They've had a fantastic race-long battle between them two. I'm sure they'll be pleased with themselves as well, because it looks pretty clean from what we've seen. But yeah, he's coming down the back straight now, Mr. McIntyre. Through the last time, yeah, he's going to be over the moon.
As we said about Jennifer Tompkins in that last race, I think from Dalton Duke's point of view, it's going to be one that really gives him confidence going forward. So we're starting the last lap now. Scott McIntyre has tripped last lap, but 40 laps in. So this has been quite a
Very
fast race.
fast, yeah.
Scott McIntyre, a lot of the work done in the early stage there, just to break that little bit of a gap. And he was able to extend that, make a decent pit stop and so on. Dominic Muir and Jeff Lund are still nose to tail behind him to Muir's favour. Then it's Adam Davis, Dalton Duke with probably the biggest gap we've seen between them all race long. But here comes the leader. He's going to cross the line and take the win. It's Scott McIntyre. Scott McIntyre takes it. A fantastic win there for Scott McIntyre. And across the line, nose to tail. Muir takes it from Lund.
What a great battle they
What
have.
about Davis? Dalton Duke's closed in, but
yes,
it's not enough.
Yes, he loves it. Brilliant
And
stuff.
Adam Davis has made it 4th place. Dalton Duke 5th. I think Duke will be happy with that. Adam will be happy with that.
Of course, Adam finished 4th. I finished 4th. We've got to match each other.
Indeed, there is that. Yeah, absolutely. It's equal performances within the team
Absolutely,
and all that. Yeah.
absolutely. We just need Gary now to get a 4th. No pressure, Gary. Next heat, you're in there.
Watch Gary win now. So then it was Craig Tucker, of course, and following him was Reese Westwood, Nicholas Lacasas, and then James Peace bringing up the 9th place. Only 9 carts in that one. And so what a result there.
He's elated, look at that.
Yeah.
Great stuff. And rightly so. That was a very controlled, very, very excellent performance. And he deserves that victory there. There's Adam. He'll be loving that 4th place. Well done, mate. Same as me. Fantastic. Yep.
Yeah,
he knows.
There's Dalton Duke thinking whether he's not sure whether to be happy or not, but I'm sure he should be happy.
Will the
5th
handshake
place,
come
that
out?
opens it up well. There's a decent amount of points in there for him.
Yep.
And
It's nice to see.
yeah,
Good
they're all
racing.
happy. Maybe Dalton Duke not so much, but but of course, where did Tucker end up in that? Because we saw him sort of going up and down the order. He ended up in 6th place, which, to be fair, that could have been a lot worse than it was. So there we are. Right, we'll be got a conclusion to that one. So what a result there by Scott McIntyre.
What a brilliant race to watch and to commentate on as well. Fantastic. Really, really good battles all the way through the field as well. Yeah, fantastic stuff. We always have good races, don't we?
Always.
Have good
There's
races.
never a bad race, particularly when we're calling it.
Yeah.
Maybe, hopefully, we make it interesting. But
That's it, yeah.
But the next heat race, obviously, heat race 8, if I remember rightly, is probably the nastiest of the first round when you consider the names that are in it. So, having concluded race 7, 8 is one that definitely a lot of people were looking forward to seeing. Heat race 8 of this first round of 10. Isaac Fayez is in this, Patrick Neroda, Eliana De Vos, Louis Draper, Matthew Stark, Harvey Bull, Selena Balnega, Bradley Shepherd, Christopher Bull, and world champion and multiple BRKC winner Ruben Boutons. Pretty horrible, I think.
Yeah,
Pretty horrible, I think.
Can I stay for this one, Sean? Go on, can I? No, I'll let you do it. Yeah, what a fantastic. Yep, great heat for the next one. And as always, James, pleasure being in the commentary box with you.
Glad to have you. And Steve Gray there was your expert commentator. He, of course, pleased to see Adam Davis probably get about the best result he could have given the circumstances. Now, next up, we're going to be showing with Sean Briley. Now, Sean Briley, amazing win earlier on. You did what we were talking about really in that last race. A lot seems to be said for getting out in the front, obviously starting on pole is always an advantage, isn't it? Getting away with a little bit of a lead, but enough of a lead to be able to pit and come straight back out in the lead no matter what happens behind. Obviously, pit stop's pretty crucial.
Yeah, I mean, in that race, as long as you can get out ahead, I mean, the pit stops, they're a bit of a challenge because there's no countdown.
Yeah.
So you kind of need to, that's why we had practice yesterday to be able to do them. You need to be able to understand exactly when it's going to go green, when it's going to go amber, exactly how long you have to wait before you can apply the throttle. I 100% waited until the green light came on before I dared move because I knew by the time I pitted I had about an 8-second gap.
Yeah.
So it gave me all the time in the world to relax. But yeah, no, it was a good race. It was a good way to start the day.
So creating that initial gap, pulling away in the lead, obviously from a driver's point of view, it does give a lot of comfort going into the pit lane, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, truth be told, I mean, Robin's qualifying lap was phenomenal. I think it was less than a tenth between us.
Yeah, this is Robin Kassam. Those who are watching, if you remember Robin Kassam when Sean won, Kassam was running second. Quite a good gap there that Sean had opened up to him. So yeah, carry on, Sean. Yeah.
Yeah, and it took me quite a few laps to be able to break that. I think once I broke that sort of reference point of him being able to use, it's easy to follow and then break a little bit later when you can see the guy ahead of you. But yeah, we're looking into the pit lane right now then, so James?
Yeah, so that's looks like Eliana DeVos there, and we've got a number of names that we know. And this 70, that's Eliana DeVos. Looking further back, there's Ruben Boutins that looks in the 14, and he's going to be followed by Selena Balnega, and at the tail
Patrick
Naroda. God, now those final three, they're all potential for pole position. Well, there's quite a few people in this. Eliana DeVos I wouldn't rule out, nor who was I think Bradley Shepherd, but certainly. Those last three are crucial lap times, aren't they? So yes, we're going to be looking up at the front. I'm predicting for this qualifying session, just to throw it out there, Eliana DeVos is second in the lineup. I bet he starts. He'll be heading the qualifying potentially until the end.
I agree.
Albeit the 20-second gap there's going to be between heading the qualifying and the end. You know, in terms of when they cross the line. Yeah. So
Patrick's got the one kart that didn't run in the last session.
Okay.
So they just did a few laps in it. Yeah. But the way that Formula Fast have sort of changed the karts for this year mean that and especially obviously now we're in April, it's not like being in January where it's like two seconds off and cold and you see snow flying through.
Indeed.
So it shouldn't be too bad. Andy's at the end and the track's really warm already. He should be right up there. But for pole position, at the moment I can't really see this going past Ruben right now.
No. I want to bring your attention to the driver we're looking at right now, Sean, Harvey Bull. Now, Harvey Bull, he was, I remember a few years ago, I remember him starting, and I'm sure he struggled like crazy. But then, when we were watching the practice yesterday, he's well up there, right in the mix. There were some really good times being laid down by him. So, yeah, he's in the death heat, if you like. But certainly... if he shows anything in this, that'll be a massive improvement on what was before, and he is going to be the first one out to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. He hasn't had the best of BRKCs so far. He's very young going through, but also he was carrying a lot more weight in previous years as well, and I think he's starting to become a bit more confident in himself, and that's reflecting in his driving so far.
And anything he gets in this race will be worthy of creating confidence, wasn't it? Because you beat anybody in this race at all, you're beating somebody. So now that the rearmost one's going, who's that?
That's Isaac Fires.
Isaac
Fires. Brand new driver to BRKC.
We have no idea anything about him whatsoever. Hopefully he'll give us something to talk about, and then we will have an idea. But they're about to start they're on their qualifying warm-up lap, but Harvey Bull's going to be the one who crosses the line first. He's followed by Eliana DeVos. Eliana DeVos is going to be the second one there in the blue suit. So Harvey's on his lap, so is DeVos, and the rest follow through now. And if we just keep an eye on how things are looking.
Christopher Bull, quickest out lap. It's gone back to Selena, then Patrick Naroda.
And now everyone's fires across the line, so everyone's on their qualifying.
Selena and Ruben have gone out nose to tail for this, not giving each other any room. They're trying to work together a little bit here.
And Selena's following Ruben Boutins. Ruben Boutins obviously is the sort of driver you can follow. He doesn't make mistakes, and he's not going to now. Selena Balnega about, 3 car lengths behind?
That's an exceptionally quick outlap from Patrick Naroda.
It is. And just as advertised, DeVos is fastest, and he's going to stay fastest till the final 3 come through. Then it might change. Boutins second.
Selena.
It's going to be DeVos. Eliana de Vos is on pole position from the amazing Ruben Boutens, double world champion. Bradley Shepherd is third, Patrick Neroda fourth, Selena Belnega fifth, which is probably the biggest surprise, being that far down. I would have thought Selena
It's that far down, but it is only a tenth and a half off the pole.
And of course it's that far down against names.
Against Eliana de Vos, Ruben Boutens,
exactly.
Shepherd, Neroda.
Lewis Draper, Harvey Ball, we were talking about him going out, and he is up the order there in seventh. Christopher Ball, Matt Stark, and Isaac Fires is running at the tail there. So we'll see what happens here. But if you think Matthew Stark, he's another one who we wouldn't necessarily have had actually up the front, but is still only half a second off pole. And when you consider the pole is Eliana de Vos, who has beaten Ruben Boutens, that's a serious pole to measure yourself against.
That's the that's got to be the quickest qualifying we've seen so far. I think
closest.
I think it's definitely the closest, but also outright the quickest at the same time.
30.2.
30.2 is the quickest we've seen so far.
There'd be people happy with that as a race lap.
Oh, good. Oh, yes, absolutely. Actually, I think in the last one, if we just look back on the previous race, it was, I think the quickest times was your 30.1, so it was only a tenth and a half quicker than what we've just seen in qualifying from Eliano.
Yeah. Just as advertising about the quality of the heat, that was a savage qualifier.
Oh, absolutely. Really enjoyed it. But, right, let's go.
Right then, so here we are for the start. It's Eliana de Vos leading the way from multiple champion Ruben Boutens. So de Vos has the lead, and it's Boutens following him now. Is Ruben going to go into the attack straight away? Is he going to work with Eliana de Vos? De Vos is his teammate in the Blue Star Racing team, so there may be a bit of dual work in here. Bradley Shepherd is third. The two leaders are going to be keen to pull a bit of a gap, but if there's a gap, it's to de Vos' favour as they come down the backstretch. And look at that. As they stream down, it's de Vos, but down the inside. Bradley Shepherd in the wall, and Bradley Shepherd's in the wall and stopped. The warning lights have come on. They're going to go to a very slow pace. Very slow indeed, but it's not good news for Bradley Shepherd. He's gone from third to last. The lights go green, the race is back on, and Bradley Shepherd resumes in last. Sean Briley, what a disaster. He made a move on Ruben Boutens, didn't come off, but it's cost him dear.
So I've got to be careful because he's my team captain here. But the move, I think he realised partway through he was maybe a little bit too far back there. Ruben braked very late. I don't think Bradley anticipated it. Got a little bit hot-headed. It's really unfortunate, but to be honest, I don't think we can rule him out here. If I was Brad, I'd probably be doing an early pit stop now, just try and undercut as many people as I can.
Absolutely. I mean, well, he does have a bit of an option because, unfortunately, he is that far back that he's got clear space in front of him. However...
What is it, 8 seconds back now?
Yeah.
And actually, he's just, in that lap there, has just set the purple time. He's quickest.
Yeah, he's fastest, and he's probably also the fastest and the maddest.
And there goes Ruben.
Ruben Boutens to the lead from Eliana de Vos, and in third place is Patrick Neroda. Now, Patrick Neroda won't be having any of this. He can see the two Blue Star drivers in front of him. He's going to try and make a move. I think, really, given that Boutens now taking the lead, anything Neroda does, he needs to do sooner rather than later. If he wants to win this race, he's going to need to get amongst these Blue Star boys right now.
Yeah, I don't see the front two fighting too much at this point. I think they'll start working together and pulling away. So Neroda, as long as he can, if the Blue Star boys stay together, as long as Neroda can stay on the tail, by the time it comes to the pit stops, they'll still be in with a full fighting chance.
So we're likely to see Neroda staying out there on track without making a pit stop, as long as they don't make a pit stop. Do you think he'll be looking at them to stop and then he'll respond to that? Because he's not been held up by them,
Yeah, I mean, well, he's just gone purple now. He's definitely going to have to wait until they pit. There's no benefit him pitting early. He'll come out towards the back. He's nearly cleared Isaac's 10 seconds now. But even then, he still has 17 minutes. He'll end up catching the guys in P7, P8. I don't see a benefit. He'll have to stay out.
Absolutely, and he's also got the benefit of being able to see what they're up to at the moment. You know, you can see exactly where they're at, how things are going. Clear view. Ruben Boutens has a lead, but you'd hardly call it a commanding lead at the moment. This is actually probably the least gap we've had first to second at this point, you know, 5 laps in. Certainly you had a bigger lead by this point when you were in your race. Obviously the flip side is that you didn't have Eliana de Vos chasing you down, but you did have Robin Kassam, and Robin Kassam's not one to be underestimated around here. So Ruben Boutens, there's a pit stop. Somebody in really early, that's the 12. Matthew Stark. Now this is going to be interesting.
We've seen a lot of failures in pit stops today, so let's hope he can keep this one nice and clean. There we go. And he comes out, and this just demonstrates how much time Brad's lost from that move so far. He's about 4 or 5 seconds back. Let's see if he can close it down, make a move. He's still got plenty of time.
And of course, Brad Shepherd has made a pit stop, and it's been a ballistically fast one, 12.1 seconds. I think that's the quickest stop we've had all weekend. 12.1 is insane.
That is very quick.
We've got another one in it. It's Ball, Christopher Ball.
Christopher Ball, another one of the BSR drivers.
Yeah, so the boss and now one of the others is in. And he's side by side through there with Stark, is it? Yeah, Stark. So Stark has managed on momentum to leapfrog Christopher Ball. Stark, of course, was approaching the line just as Ball was coming out. So Ball was obviously going slower because he's exiting the pit. So on pure momentum, Stark was able to hang it on around the outside of him. Great run there by Stark, but bad news if you're supporting Christopher Ball.
If we just look a bit further up the order here towards Selena, her times right now, and another pit stop. This is Isaac Fayaz, who's done a good first stop. Comes up to the second one. Oh, double, a little bit shaky there, but nice and clean, should be able to get away. Hits the barrier on the exit a little bit, but gets away. And this should be interesting now because he's a little bit slower. He's not done that much practice. Pretty new to competitive racing as well, but he's come out pretty much just ahead of the front pack. The blue lights should go, and hopefully he'll allow them through.
Yeah, I think he'll have the awareness to know what's going on. Interesting there, of course, clipping the barrier coming out the pit lane. The stress of your BRKC debut. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it does get to people a little bit. But sorry, just going back real quick here to what I was saying about Selena here is that both Patrick seems to have dropped off Ruben and Eliano, and Selena seems to have dropped off Patrick a little bit here. So that field's spread out a tiny bit.
Yeah, there's it's sort of moving back in chunks, isn't it? Because, as you say, Neroda's definitely off the back of Eliana de Vos now, but he's not exactly falling back into Selena Balnega either.
Yeah.
So it's sort of just evening itself. There's Ruben Boutens, there's Eliana de Vos, there's Fayez, who's now gone a lap down, and there, in the mostly orange helmet, is Patrick Neroda. There's Selena Balnega. The gap, there is a gap between her and Neroda, but there isn't anybody in it. That's key. There's no back marker in that gap.
We've got Lewis Draper and Harvey Ball still hanging on to the edge here, and actually he's still relatively close to Selena. They're fighting well.
Harvey Ball's on it, isn't he? I mean, 2016, 2017, he was the junior champion here at Formula Fast, so he does have form, but when you consider when he made his BRKC debut, it was such a struggle that now he's, this is good form. This is Harvey Ball form, you know?
This is a brand new Harvey Ball, and I'm really enjoying watching this as Ruben goes even quicker, and into the pits comes number 19.
Harvey Ball.
It's Harvey Ball. Good first stop. I think he's done that. So he was coming up towards Isaac Fayez there, and I think he thought he was going to lose a little bit of time, and maybe Lewis Draper has lost a little bit of time, and this could be a genius move here. But he's come out ahead, and he's the lead out of the people who've pitted. He's the one that's leading now. He's come out about 2 seconds clear of Matthew Stark, which is he was about a second clear beforehand. So this has worked out really well, and his pit stop was his pit stop was actually relatively slow, James. If we have a look up there,
it's it's more than a second and a half slower than Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd, of course, we're going to see move through the order, I'm sure, because if we look on the timings, he's 1 second behind, which is 1 second behind, which is on it. You know, it's like a second gap all the way. So Bradley Shepherd is seriously on a mission here. There he is, in fact, isn't he?
No, that's Lewis Draper.
That's Lewis Draper, yeah. So there he is, yeah. He's right on the tail, actually, now of Bull. So
if he can start making moves here, by the time that some people like Lewis Draper pit as well.
There's that. There's that run there.
He's already having a look, isn't he?
Yeah, there's Harvey Ball, there's Matthew Stark, there's Christopher Ball, and there's Bradley Shepherd. So there's Ball, there's Stark.
Oh, there's the move.
And a move there. So
Good
Bradley
move.
Shepherd on a mission. A little bit of contact. What will race control think of that? Hopefully they'll let it off.
It looks like an okay move there. There's always going to be contact in that corner.
It's so tight. It's going to, as long as it's not malicious, it's got to be really... it wasn't anything that was really anything, so hopefully it'll be fine. But Bradley Shepherd is now up another place. He's up to 8th. We saw him in the barrier on the first, or the second lap, or whatever it was. He was trying to make a move on Ruben Boutens, who was then second. Talking to Ruben Boutens, he's opened his lead now in the typical Ruben Boutens unnoticed style to over a second to Eliana de Vos. Patrick Naroda is now nearly 3 seconds down on Ruben Boutons. Selena Balnega, who was ladies world champion, so she's got a lot to say for being fast on a racetrack, is over 4 seconds behind Ruben Boutons. So Ruben Boutons is, well, he's being Ruben Boutons, really, isn't he? He's starting to pull away in that pretty conservative style. I think he's going to leave it last minute for a pit stop here, do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, Ruben's style has always been leave it as late as possible. Yeah. This race is stretching out a little bit more than I thought it would. Obviously, Eliano's opening lap time was absolute quality, but Ruben's now dipped into the 29s. Eliano's 30 flat. Patrick and Selena both running 30.1, so Selena's managed to start finding some pace somewhere, so she could actually start closing back in a bit. The gap between Selena and Patrick in 3rd and 4th is actually closer than Patrick to Eliano now. Yeah,
and in terms of best laps, when you consider that Patrick Naroda is 30.1 and Ruben Boutons is 29.9, when you think about it, 29.98 versus 30.11 is it's only just over a second. It's not actually the 2 seconds it appears to be. No. It's very, very close. So, yeah, I'd say, sorry, 2 tenths, not seconds, yeah. But you know what I mean. But the key thing is nobody's slow. Even though Ruben Boutons is pulling away, that shows the sheer consistency he's putting into this.
I'll tell you what we have missed in the last couple of laps, and apologies though, but Bradley Shepherd has made his way past Matthew Stark into P7 and will now set his sights on hunting down Harvey Ball, who's only a second and a half ahead.
Now, let's have a think. He's been in the wall, he's made an early pit stop, but Bradley Shepherd is still only, and I'm saying only, 21 seconds behind Ruben Boutons, despite all of that. We are talking about a double world champion. So Bradley Shepherd's actually on a bit of a mission here, and I mean, it's just a question of how far up that order he could get. He's in the worst heat of the lot, but he's making grounds on everyone.
Yeah, all he needs is one person to start getting really defensive though, so it depends how Harvey Ball will react, because I mean, Bradley Shepherd at this rate will catch Harvey Ball. He's running about half a second a lap quicker. It just depends
if he can
be
2 laps then, he's only a second behind.
Exactly, so within 2 laps we should see. It depends if Harvey Ball's going to be thinking about Lewis Draper, who he was fighting with before the pit stop, or whether he's just going to try and hold the position, which could, well, 2 laps, James. That's 1 lap. 1 lap and he's already on him.
And he's on it. Now, he needs to get past Harvey. Anyone he passes, he needs to do straight away, doesn't he? He's on the back foot, so to speak. But equally, he's kind of in a comeback groove at the moment, isn't he? He's been coming back all race long, so it's not as if he's been able to sit there and now he's got to fight for it. It's been aggro and
he's going for it, James.
Down the inside, is he going to make the move?
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it nice and clean as well. He made that known really well early because Harvey had already started checking behind him. So Bradley had a bit of a better run coming out of the snail and immediately pulled as far to the left as possible so that Harvey could see him. And Harvey thought about defending, then just backed up to the side. So Bradley, that's up to P6. Now he's got to probably make up another 2.5, 2 seconds before Lewis Draper pits, and he should jump him and be in P5, despite being in the wall and despite being 5 seconds off 9th place at the start. And
despite being in this race, the insights you're hearing, folks, are from Sean Briley. Those who've been watching the live stream all morning, remember Sean won decisively earlier on. So what you're hearing is A-grade stuff. Now, so from Sean's perspective there, what he's really talking about is Bradley Shepherd going to 5th place, but we have to ask the question, could it be done where he can leapfrog maybe, into the pits of the 10?
That's Lewis Draper. That's one he's going to come out comfortably ahead, I think.
Should do. But it's going to be close. Because here comes Bradley Shepherd, another orange helmet.
Right,
now,
so, yeah.
Draper's got someone in front of him, and then Bradley Shepherd behind. So there's Draper the first orange helmet, there's Bradley Shepherd the second orange helmet. So that ain't that much of a gap. Not the way Bradley Shepherd's driving today.
Bradley will close it down, but here's the thing now, James, is that everyone in this train here, so the field's essentially split into 2. You've got the top 4 who haven't pitted, and you've got the back 6 who have pitted now. Lewis Draper, I don't think, he might not feel like he can catch the front 4 now. So he may think, well, let's just go defensive for the rest of this, and let's see if Brad can deal with that.
Absolutely. Something that Brad's going to have to deal with a little bit as well. He's just had a contact warning flag. Now, the key of that is, though, it's just a warning, but it does give an idea of the intensity that Bradley Shepherd's throwing into this. I think he's in a bit of a groove here. Just this whole sort of body language. I mean, there he's getting defensive on somebody. That's Harvey Ball.
Yeah,
Harvey Ball's got Matthew Stark. Now, for some reason, maybe he had to give a position back, actually, because suddenly there's a as a gang.
Yeah.
You know, it's Bradley Shepherd back. It's as if Bradley Shepherd's been caught, which we know he isn't.
He's just done a
the one moving
31.6.
And in the pits, Eliana DeVos from second. Now, where's he going to come out? Patrick Neroda. Can Neroda make up the gap?
Come out completely on his own at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this will be key for Neroda now, but there's still about 2 seconds here. Oh, that is... Whoa, he's just gone wide.
Oh, Shepherd, he was looking over his shoulder. He's gone wide. He's been bundled down in one position, bundled down another one. Look at that, Stark at the inside. Now he's going to be passed by Bull. And into the pits, 14, that's Ruben Boutons, the race leader, who was catching that group. Boutons saw that and had to make a move. So what's happening with the lights for Boutons? He's red. He's moving to red and he's green. Gosh, they're perfect. Wonder what the timing is on that when he crosses the line.
I'm not sure if there was an issue in the pits there, James. I'm not sure where the first light was.
It was a very slow stop for Ruben Boutons. Oh, and down the inside, it's again, is it Bradley Shepherd? Yes, it was the 17. He's got one position back. Now he's chasing Harvey Bull. Something happened when we were watching Ruben Bouton, the race leader, take pit stop, because it's actually got a bigger gap there. It's more spread out. Here's Patrick Neroda. This is going to be a key one. He bits out the lead.
The first light isn't working, James.
Oh, dear.
It's not been working for Ruben or Neroda.
Now, and the lights have come on. They've
That's
red flagged
flag.
it. They've red flagged it.
That's a red flag,
So-
I think, for an issue in the pit lane, James.
Maybe there's a problem with the little laser. Those watching on the live stream, if you look, you can see the pit lane, and you might see an arrow. In the pit lane, there'll be two little arrows in the pit lane with a flat line in front of it. Now, with that arrow, just before that arrow, there's a little plate, and it's yellow and black, and with that plate, a laser shines from the ceiling down onto that plate. To make the stop, to bring the red light on, a driver must position the cart over that little plate, and that brings the red light on. They have to wait a few seconds, and the green. If that plate's not returning that beam, there's the plate, so we can see that little plate, and the driver has to place the cart over that to break the laser beam from the ceiling. Maybe that plate's the issue. Maybe it's got a little dirty, something like that, perhaps.
Yeah, so James, what's been going on here is that so obviously we got the two plates for the first and second stop. The second one seems to be working fine, and the first one was working. Okay, the first one seems to be active now. Looks like they're just checking the sensors. But for both Ruben's and Patrick's first stop, the light never came on. I can see both drivers gesticulating.
Yeah, you could see a hand out the cart for both, like, what do you want me to do?
I don't see, obviously, either of them picking up a penalty for this. The light doesn't come on at all. There's nothing they can do.
In fairness to both of them, and it says a lot about them, they seem to then treat the stop as if the light was on.
Yeah.
So they made what would have probably been the right amount of time anyway.
Yeah,
So,
in fact, they probably
if anything,
waited longer.
They erred on the side of being too long.
Yeah, in fact, if you look at the gap between Eliano and Ruben now, and if you look at the screen, you can see Eliano at the start line, and Ruben's just hidden behind the BRKC barrier.
Yeah.
They're a lot closer than they were before the stop,
Well,
so they definitely erred on the side of caution because they were waiting for some kind of light. They think there's an issue, so it's actually hurt them more than helped them.
Can I draw your attention to the pit stop times? We've got
yes.
Eliana DeVos has set the time I'd expect him to set, which is actually 12 and a half. Ruben Boutons was 14.1, so Ruben's obviously being the more conservative there. He is still in the lead, though, Ruben Boutons, and the gap that you attested to there now being much shorter obviously does reflect that sort of time there. So, you know, Ruben Boutons still has the lead. Eliana DeVos is a sportsman, and he's in the same team, and it is Ruben Boutons. So I think that it doesn't really matter what they do. Honour will be restored, if you like, and I don't think there'll be any kind of problem whatsoever with that. They're just checking the lights there. They've got to run through the lights generally. The lights are, again, for those on the live stream watching from home, the lights are above where the drivers are. We can see them on the live stream when they come in, look above. The lights are red. There's a red light, a yellow and a green. The lights are red when the driver needs to be stopped. When it's green, the driver can release that laser. So remember me saying, the laser comes down from the ceiling to the little patch. The driver just has to cover that patch. Now, bear in mind the cart's quite long, so the driver can be moving, but the cart's still covering that patch. So long as the driver hasn't uncovered the patch before the green comes on, they can be moving. We've seen in the practice yesterday, some people were going to great lengths to see if they could actually still keep that cart moving while covering that patch and not trigger a yellow light, which the yellow light would mean that they would have to return to the pits and redo that pit stop, which of course we saw Sean Briley with Dennis Holler earlier on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when we were doing a lot of practice, I mean, the way I've found it and the way I've found it in previous years that seems to be quicker is you, stamping on those brakes and coming to a complete stop and then starting to pump the throttle and then starting to accelerate out. If you keep yourself moving the whole time, you tend to actually cause an amber.
Right, because it's so easy to trip. That beam will be so close to the back of the cart. It's so marginal, right?
So I was chatting to Tyler Mays, who had an issue in a pit stop as well earlier, and he said that he wanted to have that cart fully stopped, but didn't realize that he'd actually left it moving a little bit. So he's gone further forward than you think. And obviously, if you wait for the longest amount of time before then you can start building up the acceleration really early, then you actually get a bit more speed coming out rather than waiting.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So what you're doing is it's more a sense of accelerating out rather than just rolling out. Is the feeling.
I mean, in racing, James, it's always slow in, fast out, isn't it? Slow in,
Always,
fast out with a pit, slow in, fast out with
the
the
worst
corners.
part of it is you ask 10 people, you get 10 different ideas, don't you?
Yeah.
But what will be interesting with this is the idea then, based on what you're saying, Sean, is it crucial to know where you've actually stopped the cart in the first place? So there's a lot to be said for breaking that beam on the very front of the cart, so you've got chance to accelerate with as much allowance, if you like, for the beam to still be covered.
Yeah, absolutely, James. It's, you have to stop it with as little of your cart having broken the beam as possible. If you stop it with only with most of your cart gone in the rear, it means you can't accelerate till the green comes out, because if you accelerate before, you immediately break it.
Yeah.
But if you accelerate when you've got the front of your cart still there, the rest of your cart still gets to keep the beam broken before it crosses the line.
Indeed.
And you built up the speed, and then you've suddenly got a few tenths ahead because you've been able to accelerate a second or so earlier.
Oh yes, I get that fully. Now the interesting thing there is I don't know how it is with a rental car, because I remember at the World Championship we were running a similar system, but not quite with that laser beam coming down from above and these parameters going on. But from the dragster racing, I do understand it that sometimes what you're actually accelerating on can make a difference. So if you've got those like the start of a dragster race or pulling away out of the pit stop, absolutely down to a T, you alter that track surface, temperature, rubber down, things like this, you might actually find that your really tight cut becomes a fail. Could that occur later on?
Yeah, well, I mean,
we'll find out.
Yeah, I was going to say we'll find out. So far, there's a lot that's been occurring, which I've been quite surprised by. Lots of fails, errors, mistakes, etc. People pushing too early when they shouldn't be. So I'm not going to put it past anything here, especially the later in the competition we get when, for the first day, I've always said it's all about farming points.
Yeah.
It's all about just grabbing what you can at the start and making sure you're there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
And heats 3 and especially 4 are when the pressure starts coming in, and that's when people start taking risks if they don't quite have all the points.
On Saturday night, don't
we? And that's why people, you know, if you're 2 or 3 points shy of where you thought you'd be, people start taking a few more risks and do stuff they wouldn't normally do. Sometimes it pays off and it looks amazing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't pay off and it looks really silly.
Yeah, we will be seeing various bits of action, I think, later on. And you know what? With again, going back to the pit stops, the fact that there's so much to say about it shows how easy it will be to also overthink it, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's so easy to overthink it.
You could overdo it and, oh, man, what have I done, you know?
Well, James, I've done that myself a couple of times, as you were kind enough to remind me a couple of times yesterday.
Well, people who've been watching the BRKC, especially live stream, watching, you know, as it happens, will remember Sean Briley is not the only one to do it. Not the only one to do it, must be added. But he is one of those who has actually just kind of done a brilliant pit stop, but by not bothering to make it. It has to be said, folks watching, that you can't just come barreling on the first lap, and you can't leave it till the last lap either. You have to be, you know, at least 2 laps in, and you can't make it on the last lap. So there is almost like before you get the last lap, you've got a last pit lap, if you like.
Turns out about 2 minutes before.
Yeah, so you've got to be really careful that you don't leave it too late. And it does happen. As Sean attested to, the pressure later on in the event, when you're more likely to be risk-taking, you imagine a situation where you just eking that time out to make sure you come out in front of somebody to make an easy pit stop, and bang, you've left it too late. I can imagine that it isn't as difficult to do as it sounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a few people left it too late. I mean, the bigger one I made a mistake on, obviously, was we were just looking at Richard Jute and Lewis Manley chatting away. Lewis is up next, obviously. But I made it was semi-finals. I think I qualified third behind Logan and Hale. Did my pit stop and would have jumped them, but was so aware that I felt like I'd qualified out of order. Yeah. That I put too much into the pits, and this was the semi-finals, and it cost me a spot in the final, and it really does sting, and there's not a lot people can say to take that away.
You got to wait another year.
You got to wait another year, and then you can get rid of it.
Yeah,
so it's about
absolutely.
12 months of saltiness.
Yes. Oh, indeed. And there's also which of the European Championships are closest that you can actually go to just to undo it. It sounds like we're going to be getting going in a second, so there's certainly some noise being made. Yep, they've gone green again, so we're underway.
Now,
Patrick Naroda, ooh, look at this. Ruben Boutens is leading from Eliana de Vos, but Patrick Naroda has come out the pits right behind them. It was crucial that Naroda got a good run out there, but everyone will be starting a little bit cold as it's going to be. Probably won't make a difference, except mentally. We'll see how this shakes out. So Selena Balnega has now taken the lead. She is yet to stop. Ruben Boutens is 6.9 seconds behind and a lap. But 6.9 seconds behind, which means that she won't come in the pits and straight out in front. So she will presume probably more like 5th place or whatever. So Ruben Boutens will take up the lead. In fact, he's 9 seconds behind, so there's no way Selena will be able to pit and come out in front. However, that could easily become a battle, but Eliana de Vos, Ruben Boutens has probably got the most onside person in the form of Eliana de Vos. Here's Selena out of the lead.
This is exactly when she needed to pit right now. She's probably faring better out of this whole incident. And she's come out a lot closer to Patrick Naroda than she was earlier. Wow, that's close.
Yeah, now this is almost a 4-cart fight for the lead. I mean, Selena Balnega, she'll be looking at Ruben Boutens there. She'll know that, yeah, she's got Naroda and de Vos, but she also knows that the race leader's right in front. Give a bit of a thumbs up there. There's obviously some info being passed, and I should imagine kind of a, yeah, you got it, girl, will be that sort of info. Behind her is Louis Draper, who's actually some way behind, like many corners behind. He's like 12 seconds behind Ruben Boutens, so that's more than 10 seconds behind the 4th place of Selena Balnega. So we've got Ruben Boutens in the Snell section.
170, 170.
It's tight as can be.
They are setting exactly the same lap times, the top two.
Matching each other for speed. Ruben Boutens onto the backstretch now. So here comes the race leader, Ruben Boutens. There's Eliana de Vos. There's Patrick Naroda. There's Selena Balnega. So they're very, very close, 1 to 4, and there's only just under 4 minutes remaining. Now, they're very close, Sean Riley, but these drivers are so experienced, so skilled, so fast. It may be that they cancel each other out.
Yeah, it looks like Patrick's dropping off a little bit. It's whether Eliana can stay or whether Ruben's now starting to stretch again a little bit. Those karts did cool down for about probably, I think we were stopped for about a good 5 minutes or so. So they are currently running about a 10th off what they were doing before. And the track is cold, so that will play a part. Although it has to be said that plays a part for everybody. It just depends on whether you've got a kart for it being hot, cold or whatever. Although it has to be said, Formula Fast done a great job of keeping things as equal as is physically possible when you're dealing with machinery. They're very, very tight, which is why we're getting this sort of race result. So Selena Balnega does appear to be dropping back a bit from Patrick Naroda. Patrick Naroda's not able to gain, in fact, if anything, he's maybe slightly losing a bit of time. The only thing that is sort of being maintained is de Vos on Boutens. They're the same team. Ruben Boutens is clearly de facto the team leader. The Blue Star Racing Team, and Ruben Boutens is double world champion and BRKC multiple champion and held in reverence by the entire karting planet. So, Sean Brierley, we're not really going to see too much of a firm effort from de Vos on Boutens, are we? No, I mean, well...
I don't think we are. I mean, yeah, he's going to want to win, But Ruben
he's
Booton's
gonna
ain't going to
wanna
give
win.
him anything he can work with, I don't think.
Well, that's true, but we did see a pretty good and hard move there from Ruben on Eliano before. I don't know if he's taken it personally. But it doesn't look like... It looks like he's keeping with him, but it doesn't look like he's being able to put himself in range to be able to attack yet.
Yeah, I don't know quite how they've all come over from Holland and Belgium to this tournament, but if they are in the same car, it would be a very, very quiet drive back to Holland if there was any instant miss race. Sean, yeah, you were picking up on something. Fires is about to go a lap down, is he?
This will be him going 2 laps down,
laps
but he's
down,
going to
yeah.
get... Oh, black flag for Bradley Shepherd.
Shepherd. Oh, that's put him down.
That would be for
Yeah.
a move he would have made on Harvey Ball, I guess.
Yeah. This is the problem. I mean, you know, when you know, he's going to get brought in. It's game over there for Bradley Shepherd. He's coming into the pits now. He's out of the race. What a shame there. But, you know, this is the risk, isn't it? This is the risk. You know, you find yourself in trouble. You're trying to make a comeback from last place. It's, you know, there's a good chance you're going to wreck before you get there, isn't it?
Yeah, and it all started so promisingly for him as well. I do feel bad.
I mean, some amazing racing. He's probably been the raciest in the race of what has been a very tough race, really. So Bradley Shepherd, he will be disappointed. He will be a bit upset, but, you know, it was always going to be a hard one. And,
I think
Fires thought the flag was for him.
Yeah, I think he thought the flag was for him. It's coming under the black flag,
Yeah.
and now he's
back
going to come out straight in front of Ruben again just before the next lap. So Ruben's
Yeah.
got to pass him again, or just be careful about it.
So he has actually cost Fires a lap, that misunderstanding. He was running last and he's returned to last, so he hasn't lost a place. In fact, he's gained one, arguably, because with the time he's got, has he got enough time to actually leapfrog Bradley Shepherd?
I think because of the black flag, James, he'll be put to last. I don't think
Yeah,
it will be
he
him.
won't be able to black... Because, of course, we've never seen that in the BRKC
No,
race
I
before.
think it's the first black
Yeah.
flag I've ever seen.
Because it's near the end.
But I think Brad felt like he probably had to try something. Didn't work.
It was win it or fence it, wasn't
Yeah.
it? You know, he was right to... to be fair, at this level, the standard is huge. If you notice, the marshals aren't pulling carts out of the wall all the time. In fact, they're not doing it ever because the standard is so high. So, by definition, what would be something fairly limited action on a you know, like a weeknight or a random kart event is going to be something serious here. And of course, the standard is so high that more is expected of the competitors, you know.
So, last lap there, James. It looks like Ruben's pull out enough of a gap here that it's not really going to be a threat.
Indeed, he's up behind somebody though.
There's definitely Harvey Ball, Christopher Ball, and Matthew Stark though. Christopher Ball was managed to pass Stark while we were focused on Bradley Shepherd.
Yeah.
But those three are probably the... Oh, they are.
That's Ball, Stark, and not Fires. That's
Stark.
Yeah,
No,
Ball, Stark, and Bell. Ball, and Stark.
Ball, and Stark.
And there's Ruben Boutons, who's going to take the win. Here comes the checker
That's
flag
a
for
s-
Ruben Boutons.
that's
And
a
Ruben
strong
Boutons,
first win.
this after what happened in 2020, where he didn't even make the final, having won the previous 6 editions of the BRKC. Ruben Boutons has started his campaign exactly how he wanted to. Congratulations there from Eliana de Vos's teammate. I should imagine Patrick Naroda will even be sort of a bit well done as well. But Ruben Boutons has started off on exactly the foot he needed to exercise those demons, really, from last time.
Yeah, I was seeing a lot of gesticulating there from Christopher Ball. I don't think he's been totally happy with the last couple of laps because I think they were running 2 seconds a lap off, James. That's some serious, white lining there.
There is the race winner, double world champion, karting legend Ruben Boutons on screen now, and he has done what he needed to do. Of course, he is always capable of winning a race here, especially. He's been 6 times British champion, even though he's Dutch. But he has done what he needed to do. This is certainly the first of many wins this weekend for Ruben Boutons. Eliana de Vos backing him up in second place. De Vos, he was there, but you have to wonder, would he have given someone else a tougher time? Would he have given you a tougher time, Sean Briley? But certainly, you know, you are dealing with Ruben Boutons. As I say, karting legend for those who are new to this game. Ruben Boutons is a double world champion, but he's probably lost more world championships than he's won. You know, he's gone in sort of like every year for 10 years with being pretty much one of everyone's expected potential world champions. So yes, he's won twice the world championship, but that could have easily been 5 or 6 times. So, you know, he's had a lot of second place in the world title. Anyway, that was arguably the heat of death race, Sean Briley, and I bet you're glad you weren't in it.
I'm very much happy I was able to watch that one.
There's some that we don't like, and that would be one of them. So in this next race, Heat 9, now we've got 4 rounds of heat races. Everybody has to race in one of the rounds. There's Lewis Manley, and he's another one who's tipped for the final and a potential British champion. He's been a multi-times champion around here. You see the weights being loaded there. So Lewis Manley, I mean, what weight is that for the track? It's probably about 5 kilos.
So the yellow ones are 2.5.
2.5
The red
kilo.
ones
5.
are 5,
Yeah.
and the blue ones are 10.
So there's Lewis Manley. He's giving himself the old cross fingers there, hoping
Cheeky
for a
wave
bit of
for
luck.
us.
He's a driver who, when his confidence is high, can win everything, but dent his confidence at least a little bit, and the cracks appear. So we'll see which Lewis Manley we've got this time. I think we've got a potential win in Manley. He's in the first cut out. He's got a clear run. He's first one to qualify.
Second one to qualify.
Second one to qualify, sorry, yeah. But also in this mix, we've got Alex Elderkin, who's a newcomer. Gary Jones, who could show something here.
Gary Jones is very much looking forward to trying to target the Masters trophy in this one.
Superb. And we'll be going through the lineup in a second.
Oh, there's a very happy Salida.
And so we're back here. There's Selena Balnega. Now, Selena we saw coming in 4th place in that previous race. She is a previous ladies world champion. She knows exactly how to drive an indoor kart and is a potential winner of the British Championship. Last time in 2020, of course, there wasn't one in 21. Selena did win every heat race that she was in, so went into the semi-finals with a maximum score. This time, though, in fact, this is arguably the first time she's been in a BRKC race, except for the previous semi-final where she didn't win, so that's quite something. However, the other Balnega girl, Nadia, is also in this next race. Now, yes, this says something here because where Selena is a multiple world champion, you've got Nadia, who is 2nd and 3rd in the Ladies World Championships. So she's obviously been runner-up to sister a number of times. Aidan Kennedy is going to be another one to watch. He's come over from the USA. Now, Aidan was he's a newcomer here to the BRKC, but he was one of the fastest yesterday in the practicing. He was a finalist in the World Championship in 2019 over in the USA. The World Championship moves around. So he was a finalist, so he has got some serious credentials there. Amandio Paz we've seen a number of times here in the BRKC, and we'll see how he performs this time. Lewis Manley we've spoken already about is a potential winner, definitely a finalist, could win this race. But Ed White, bit of a dark horse, but Ed White, we'll look at Aidan Kennedy there. Aidan Kennedy, the American, one of the very rapid Americans over. But Ed White, I was just mentioning, he was one of, the people, the British drivers. He's not the one that is the most obvious, but he's the one that the drivers themselves rate very highly as potentially the best Brit, but that obviously depends on who you ask. Ramon Pinero, the Spanish driver, is in this, and so is Denzel Clarkson. So it is certainly... certainly an interesting one. Now, interesting driver to speak to here, Jamie Henderson. Jamie, amazing heat race earlier on, action all the way, and you managed to leapfrog a couple at the end there. We've seen the drivers go out to qualify, so just briefly a second, how was your heat race?
Yeah, it was really good. Good fun. Good battle with Johnny and Richard Duke as well. Both really quick on this layout.
The Johnny luck struck for him, though, didn't it?
Yeah. I felt really bad. I think if it had been a bit cleaner, he'd have probably held on to 4th, but it just cost him. You defended it first and then opened the door, and you've got to send it, haven't you?
Well, he lost not only to you, but there was another driver involved as well. Yeah, that's right, Richard Duke, of course, yes, because you and Duke were battling, and then obviously Johnny lost to the pair of you. Meantime, though, we've got the hot laps starting, the qualifying laps. I think we've got to really have a close look at Aidan Kennedy here. We know Lewis Manley could be on pole. We know, obviously, Nadia Balnega could be on pole. We know Ramon Pinero, potentially Gary Jones. Well, Ed White, definitely potential pole. But we must look at Aidan Kennedy. He is a rookie for the BRKC, but he has been a World Championship finalist and a complete unknown in Europe. So we'll see what Aidan has to offer. I mean, have you any particular thoughts on this one? Here comes Lewis Manley. So Lewis Manley's the first one set a time. That's provisional pole, as expected, it has to be said. What will Kennedy? Has Kennedy crossed the line yet? I'm not sure if he has, but we'll certainly keep watching. Ed White moves to second. Crossing the line further back, we've got Gary Jones in fourth at the moment. Pinero up to second. Ramon Pinero, the Spanish driver. Nadia Balnega. And Aidan Kennedy has crossed the line, and he has been pushed full course yellow, but that's because they've finished the qualifying. So we have Lewis Manley, predictable on the pole, but 30.2 is pretty fast. Ramon Pinero, less than a tenth behind him. In fact, 300ths behind him. Ed White, just a tenth away. Nadia Balnega is 3/10 off. Aidan Kennedy is, look at that, a couple of thousandths away from Nadia Balnega. For Aidan Kennedy there in fifth. Gary Jones sixth. Richie Clark seventh. Let's have a look there. We've got a change of names on that one. So we've got a driver we haven't really expected. Emmanuel Nwabodo. Emmanuel Nwabodo, we're going to have to find something out about him. And Denzel Clarkson bring up the rear. So, and there's only 9 starters in this. So whoever finishes last in this race is kind of going to get an extra point, aren't they?
I do actually know about Emmanuel. So he's a
Go for it.
Late entry.
He's a very late entry. He's not even like, who's he replacing? It's probably, would I be right in thinking that might be Elderkin?
You may well be right.
Yeah, I don't see Paz in there either. So Paz possibly not starting. So we'll have Nwabodo in there. What do we know about Nwabodo in terms of races and results there?
Absolutely nothing. All I know is he's lending some of my gloves, I think.
So we know he's a sportsman. We've gathered he's a sportsman because obviously I assume, Jamie, you couldn't be asked to bring gloves down from Sunderland. Is that right? And
I need to correct this actually.
Yeah.
I've been called Sunderland's finest a few times on the live stream. I'm not from
probably
Sunderland,
by
I'm
me.
from Durham. Yeah.
So now you're Durham's finalist. So clearly moved house. And
Messages from family members going,
why is Durham better?
Durham's much better. I'm a Middlesbrough fan as well, so saying I'm from Sunderland is.
Do you know what? My family from the North East Wales, so both my dad and uncle would also say that anywhere is better than Sunderland. So, being Toon fans and all that kind of thing. So, Durham and a Middlesbrough fan. Excellent. Right. Well, at least it hasn't been quite so far to come to get here. So, yeah, so obviously even less reason to leave the gloves behind because it wasn't exactly a long journey if it's from Durham. It is, but you know what I mean. Right, so Lewis Manley has taken the lead at the start, and it's Manley leading, which is very predictable. Now, Ramon Pinero. Pinero, is he going to be patient? I think he will be, because Pinero's no idiot. He's been in this game long enough, and the question mark will be Ed White. Is Ed White going to be happy with third? That's the real question. Ed White's the sort of driver who will get through this if he needs to. But we've got Nadia Balnega and Aidan Kennedy. Now, can Kennedy turn fifth place into a decent race or a more decent race result? Obviously Nadia, Ed, Ramon and Lewis are going to have to say something about that. But looking at this, of course, this is the least lead we've had this early. Because, okay, they're only on lap 2, but Ramon Pinero is really challenging, potentially, Lewis Manley. We see a bit of a breakaway every time from the first place, but Pinero is absolutely on the tail of Manley. Jamie, this could be a bit of a tight one. That's Richie Clark. So Richie Clark obviously feels he's a bit fast in his lower position and is trying to create some space with which to make that time up. Now, Richie Clark, we'll keep an eye on him because he's the first one to pit. He's also a bit of a dark horse because we don't know a heck of a lot about him, except, he was kind of mid-pack in the British Indoor Championship the past couple of years. So he could go either way here. So we will need to keep an eye on Richie Clark. He's pitted, and we'll see where it shakes out. He obviously feels he's faster than where he was, which is why he's pitted, and we'll see where that works out. However, Lewis Manley continues to lead not by anything, by Ramon Pinero, who's got Ed White with him. Bit of a gap now to Nadia Balnega, and Aidan Kennedy is keeping her busy in fourth.
Yeah, I was just going to say before that pit stop as well, it is a testament to Lewis Manley's qualifying pace that he was able to get out there and get that lead. Because maybe, it takes a while to get used to these karts, but the fact he's being followed so closely would suggest they're very tight on performance. So for Lewis to have that pole, it's a great position to be in. But the difficulty is he's got 2 drivers that he's fighting for this. So if someone tries the undercut, which Ed definitely will be switched on enough to know what to do, it's going to be hard for him to defend both.
Absolutely, and we have had a pass position in fourth. There is Aidan Kendi. Aidan Kendi has moved ahead of Nadia Balnega, and he has gone up to fourth. Now, Nadia was starting to fall away from the leading trio. Can Aidan bridge that gap? So the question is, are the ones behind falling back, or are the front runners pulling away? I have a feeling that we could see Aidan, if he gets a bit between his teeth, move up ahead, or still close that gap. We'll see what he has to offer. He was fast in practice yesterday, ballistically fast. In fact, he was among the fastest. So we know he has speed. Can he convert that to race pace? We've all been there when we've seen practice day heroes. Can Aidan prove he's a race day hero as well? Now's his chance to shine. He's opened up a gap over Nadia Balnega. The question is, though, is that closing the gap, which was 3 seconds last time through, over Ed White? So, to the leader Manley. Because reference to leader Manley, Manley's a bit quicker. So Manley has pulled away on fourth place because obviously, yes, he wants to close up on Ed White. But you know how it is, Jamie. It's the leader you want to be, isn't it? Yeah. So here comes Manley down the back stretch. So we're looking at the top three. Manley, Pinero, Ed White, and there is Aidan White. Now, looking back to third place, Ed White, one of the most highly regarded British drivers. What do you reckon's going on in his mind right now, Jamie? Would you want to be in his position?
I would not claim to have the racing knowledge that Ed White has. If I did, I would be on his level. But if it was me, I'd be looking at that, looking at the gap to Emmanuel. He's really the important piece in this. The undercut opens up to Ed the second. That gap is sort of comfortably 11 seconds and above. So Ed is finding his pace. He's sticking with Ramon. He's probably looking at the right time to strike, which will be when he's just got that little bit more of a buffer. He doesn't need a lot more, but obviously Aidan, Nadia, Gary, they all come into that equation as well.
Absolutely. So looking at those near the tail, because obviously you're talking about Emmanuel Nobodo there, he's in front of Richie Clark, who's pitted, but behind that is Denzel Clarkson. And obviously looking at Nobodo, you're considering really where Ed would come out, reference Nobodo, isn't it? Because he wants to come out without having to deal with Nobodo one way or another.
Exactly.
And so he may well be wise to stick where he is. He knows he's got fast drives in front of him, and he's still not coming in. So clearly he's not that worried about the pace of the front runners. Would you be concerned with Aidan Kendi closing in? Aidan's not showing anything on time because he's always closing a little bit. He's made up 4/10 from the last lap. So who knows what's happening here with Kennedy? It's going up and down all the time. Every lap is different.
They'll have one eye on Kennedy for sure. He turned a lot of heads yesterday, as you've already said. So they'll have been going into this race knowing that he's somebody worth watching. Clearly didn't have an ideal qualifying for his pace. But like I say, Ed, Ramon, Lewis, they'll all be really switched on. They will be keeping an eye on it. And the other thing to factor in with Ed's undercut as well is, yes, he's now got that gap to Emmanuel that he wants. But soon, Gary Jones and Nadia will both be a factor in that as well. So really probably wants to be clear of them as well before he can try and pull it off.
So this could be a very late pit stop for Ed White. And if it's a late... Oh, we've got somebody in. Who have we got? This is Nwabodo. This is Nwabodo, the newcomer. Very late entry, as we've said. We know absolutely nothing about him, except for the fact he's exiting the pits. And he's exiting the pits quite clean in front. And there's a driver actually between him and Lewis Manley. Now, that driver, would that be Clarkson, or is that Richie Clark? Because obviously, I reckon that might be Denzel Clarkson.
I think you're right.
Who's now ahead of Lewis Manley on the track, but about to go a lap down. So there's Denzel Clarkson. He's obviously had the blue flag. He's waved. He's moving out of the way. He's clearly very much a sportsman there. And the three leaders have gone through. Now, Denzel Clarkson would do very well just to try and stay with this lot as much as he can. Just do what they do. Stay ahead of, I think that's Nwabodo, isn't it? We've already said. And then that's Balnega and Jones on track. 21 in the pits. That's Denzel Clarkson. So Clarkson has pitted now, and he's moving forward to the second stop. Is he going to make it a good one? He's just really got to get used to this. He's very new to the BRKC and this format. So Clarkson gets the swing. He's already looking over his shoulder to see what's happening as he comes out the pit. So he's obviously no mug. And so he's resumed in ninth. He's got Nwabodo in front of him, who actually probably isn't that far. See, considering that Nwabodo is 27, 28 seconds down the leader, Clarkson's one lap down, it might only be a few seconds when it all pans out.
Yeah, definitely.
So we've still got Manley, but look at this. Manley has now got a bit of a lead. So if we look here, that must be Nwabodo, is it? Yes, it is. And then there's Manley. Then there's a gap now. So there's Lewis Manley, and that gap's Ramon Pinero. That wasn't there when we looked at Manley before.
That's the biggest gap we've seen, and what's crucial here is the back market is just going to get in Ramon's way as well, coming through the snail. This is the opportunity Manley's been waiting for. If he can make this count, he's obviously broke the toe, and now Ed White's job's just got a lot more difficult as well.
Absolutely, and the man who kind of was unfortunate there was actually Nwabodo, because he did his best to stay out of the way, but of course he had Manley passing him into a hairpin left, he had the others passing him into a right and then a left, so he did what he could to stay out of the way, but it was impossible not to sort of have to move across Pinero, because he's got to be somewhere, he can't be nowhere, can he? So he did his best, but I think Pinero would have felt, not that Nwabodo did anything, but more that it was a kind of unfortunate position of the track to be in.
It's a proper baptism of fire, this heat. It's enough to be said that coming into BRKC late on is already difficult, but when you're going into a heat with 5 of the best drivers, it's always going to be tough. But there was nowhere for him to go there. He did the best job he could,
Absolutely.
I think.
There's no, although Pinero may have been sort of held a little bit, it was only fractional, and Nwabodo couldn't have done anything apart from what he did. So he's looking good there, but he does continue behind them. He's got somebody chasing him down, and I think that will probably be Kennedy in 4th, who's 5 seconds behind the leader, Manley, which will put him back there. Now we've got another one in. That's Gary Jones. Gary Jones in from 6th. Now, will he lose time? He's got Richie Clark, who has made a pit stop, so this will be for position. Now, there's Clark, and Clark, yes, he's done enough. Gary Jones has done enough. Clark has got him in his sights, but not enough to make a move. So there's Clark in the red suit. There is, Gary Jones in the red suit, and Richie Clark following him. So here is Gary Jones, and there's Richie Clark. Now, Gary Jones we've seen for years. Everybody knows Gary Jones. Given the circumstances, he's going to be kind of happy-ish with 6th place, but kind of disappointed at who is in the heat, I would say, yeah?
Of course, yeah. It's a really tough draw. I was talking to Gary earlier, actually. He's a really nice bloke. I've got him later on.
Absolutely, yeah.
One of my heats. The battle he's involved with now is Nadia. They were so close on track, so he obviously fancies the undercut. He thinks he can get past her. So Nadia into the pits. It's going to be really, really close with Jones.
It is going to be ridiculously close, because if we consider that Nadia Belnega is, 11 seconds up the road. In fact, here comes Aidan Kennedy. Now, this is also crucial for that battle, because he's only just in front of Nadia Belnega. So Belnega moves up into 4th. Kennedy drops to 5th. Will he drop to 6th? Is he going to lose to Gary Jones? No, he's not. So he's come out ahead of Gary Jones, which from his point of view is important. Obviously, Nadia Belnega is 11 seconds in front of Gary Jones. That's not enough for Jones not to be in front. So if Belnega pits right now, Jones will be in front of her. She needs to make up some time in these remaining laps before a pit stop to avoid being leapfrogged by Gary Jones. So she's going to have to watch out here. Hopefully Sister is on the pit wall giving her all the right info, but because obviously it is a bit of a team game as well, and it's a mates game, and everybody has their favourites. But we'll see what's happening. Someone went to the side there.
Ramon went very defensive.
Yeah, he must have come out the Snell section really bad to have to defend that hard that early up the straight.
Yeah, again, frustrating for Ed White. It's half a second lost there to the lead, and suddenly are we talking about a battle for second rather than a battle for the win?
Indeed, that may have been what, you could never say gifted,
no,
but has secured a probable win for Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley 20 laps in and half the race over. There's Lewis Manley on screen, and there is Ramon Pinero, but he's got Ed White all over him. Now, Ed White will be probably a bit peeved with all that. I think he'll start getting a bit aggressive. Could it be time for a pit stop? Maybe not, because of look where he'd come out.
Exactly. Nadia is right on the bubble of where he doesn't want to, basically.
Indeed. Those new to it, those on the live stream, obviously we're allowing about 12.5 plus seconds, probably more like 13 to be safe for a pit stop. If we consider Lewis Manley making a pit stop now, that would bring him out behind Nadia Belnega, but ahead of Aidan Kennedy. So Ed White would definitely be right in the middle there, and it might not be too pretty. But look at that. So defensive from Ramon Pinero. He's literally on the inside all the way down, with Ed White alongside him. The only reason Ed White wasn't ahead was because he was on the right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Jamie, this is pretty intense here. Ed White's now getting aggressive. Might he throw in a pit stop?
He's definitely looking at it. I mean, this is now the point in the race where Ramon has decided P2 is the goal. That's what's achievable for him. Lewis has made that gap up. I would be surprised here if we don't see Ramon stick right to the left-hand side again. He's going to be white lining it. Yeah, look at that. Really, really defensive. Ed's looking for that undercut now, but as you've already sort of alluded to, that gap to Nadia isn't safe. He wants to get that up to at least sort of 11, 12 seconds, but the problem is as long as Ramon is defending, it's hard to build that gap up further.
Exactly. This is for those, again, I'll keep going back to this, for those who are new to this format of racing, with the pit stop, it makes life quite difficult for people who are exactly in Ed's position, because Ed White in the orange helmet, the second of these two, so there's Ramon Pinero, there's Ed White, the second of those two there. His problem, as Jamie said, is that he does need to pass Pinero, but not just for position on track, but so that he can build that gap to Nadia Balnega for when he comes out of the pits. At the moment, Pinero is hurting him not just for actual track position, but for maybe losing position to the driver behind when he comes out the pit. It's not actually looking that secure for Pinero, because Pinero's like amazingly defensive everywhere. He's tight going into the Snell. He's tight down the backstretch. He's not even looking behind. He's just going straight to defence. I mean,
He
if we
just
look
knows,
here,
yeah.
he's on the inside all the way, isn't he? He looks to the right. He knows there's no option. White's alongside him, but it's such a long corner. Nothing
Yep.
going.
A fight we need to now keep an eye on as well, or a drive we need to keep our eye on, is Aidan Kennedy, because he's putting in some decent lap times in totally free air. Ramon's probably losing about a second a lap now. He's doing a great job of keeping that position, but if they don't keep an eye on Aidan, he has a chance of undercutting both of them if it gets really defensive.
Yeah.
And Ed obviously still doesn't like the gap to Nadia. That situation's not improving as Ramon defends. So there's a lot of battles going on here, and don't forget about the Balnega-Jones battle as well, which is still really tight.
We are watching a two-car fight here, but in reality, when you factor in pit stops and the end of the race, that's actually a four-car fight. And
Yep,
in comes
Ed's in.
Ed White. Now, this was sooner rather than later, wasn't it, really? His pit stops need to be good. In fact, they need to be flipping marvellous. So, as we can see, he's rolling already before the green, but it counts.
That looked good.
So
That looked
that
good.
is good. Now, Balnega's gone to third, which we know. White has come out behind, but luckily, he definitely has got the sort of distance on Balnega that it's worked.
That's a nice gap.
Yeah, he's okay.
Ramon's
Pinero's
aware.
now on his own, and he's fully aware, so he's
Yeah.
back to the normal line.
I'd be surprised if we don't see him box
He's
here.
in,
Yep.
he's in.
This
Yep.
is it then.
He needs to cover Ed White. He could not afford Ed White having clear laps and therefore making up the ground on him, because he knows he's a little bit slower and he's going to be moving.
That looked
is
good
a
as
fight.
well.
He's gonna-
That
look,
looked
he
good
got
as
the
well.
White, he got the White. He's got momentum. He's behind Pinero. Pinero, the master defender. Ed White, the master attacker, and Pinero's holding him off. Pinero into the snail. It's Pinero who gets the judge. Oh, Jamie.
That was brilliant.
That is indoor kart racing at its finest.
Hold the
isn't it?
steering wheel, Ramon.
Yeah.
Don't wave at people. Yeah, that was great.
In comes the race leader now. This does need to be good, but he has the comfort zone. So I should imagine Lewis Manley comes out still with the lead, because there goes Nadia Balnega. And Lewis Manley continues with the actual lead of the race. So Nadia Balnega and Aidan Kennedy are the pit stops that are going to count. No, we've seen Kennedy in, haven't we?
Kennedy's been in, yeah.
So White did enough. Now, White has actually kind of got away with this, because I think he forced the pit stops there, didn't
Yeah.
he? So Pinero would have stayed out as long as he did. Pinero would have matched him. Still someone's around the outside, but he can't make it stick. Ed White must be fuming.
Aidan is a factor in this now as well. If Ramon does this for the next 5 minutes, Aidan's going to be on them in the next 3 to 4 laps.
Yes, that's right, because if, looking at the live stream, you look at your screen, we can see the gap away from the leader, which is Manley. Pinero 6 seconds, White 6 seconds, but Aidan Kennedy is only 2.5 seconds behind Ed White. Now, the way these two are going, that's going to come down. I'm assuming that Kennedy's probably running more at White speed rather than Pinero speed. Let's have a look. He's sort of there, sort of not. Let's have a look on screen, because I think it's down now that we can do that, the gap. So we can see, we'll probably be seeing this now. So here we are. There's Pinero. There is Ed White. Here's Aidan Kennedy. That's the
gonna
one
be a
you're
factor.
talking about.
Yep.
Yeah. No doubt about it. And Gary Jones, Gary's a bit far back from that. I think we're looking at Nwodo, who's following Kennedy. So around there goes Balnega, and here comes the battling duo behind. It's second in reality, isn't it?
So if you look at that there, Ed's actually slightly further away going down the back straight than Ramon. I think he's switched on now to the threat of Aidan, and he just wants Ramon to get on with it.
Yeah, so if he can convince Ramon to stop being defensive and settle for third, it might be better than the battle and losing to fourth to Kennedy, is what you're thinking.
Well,
yeah?
he just won't want anyone on the back of him. It's so much harder when you have to worry about defending as well as attacking. I had that in my race with Elliot and Jude. This is going to be a 3-kart battle very soon.
Pinero possibly not of that thinking yet.
Well, he's in the position to have that luxury of defending.
He is, yeah. In
P2 is a good result.
Maybe Pinero might be better served by having Kennedy all over the case of
Absolutely,
Ed White.
Yeah, 100%.
I suppose Ed White is knowing what's happening behind as well as in front. And,
he'll be
what have we got on the
hating this
time?
situation.
We still got 3.5
We
minutes
do.
before the last lap board, so this is a long way to go. So there's Lewis Manley with the leader. That is Denzel Clarkson, who's a little bit further back. That's Nadia Balnega. Now, Nadia Balnega is yet to stop, we believe. She would come out behind Aidan Kennedy, we know, but it's going to be very tight to Gary Jones. That's the battle there. It's really a 5th, 6th place battle between Gary Jones, who's just gone out of view there, and Nadia Balnega. And I think it's too close to call at the moment, to be fair, Jamie. It's anything could happen.
Well, Gary and Nadia are almost identical, and lap times have been glued for the whole race in terms of pace. That's going to be really close when Nadia comes out.
Absolutely. And when is she going to come out? She's got, what, a couple of minutes maybe? I reckon she's going to be in within the next... Here she is now.
We go.
There she is. So there is Nadia Balnega. She has pitted out of second place. For 3 years she's been in the top. And there's the Balnega crew. There was Selena, who we saw finish fourth earlier on, and has done enough, but it must be close.
Very. Yep, there you go.
Oh yeah, look at that. Gary Jones is right in the tail of Nadia Balnega. Now Nadia has to keep this ahead. Will she go defensive down the backstretch? Will Gary Jones make a move on this lap? I don't think he's close enough, but you'd have to ask Gary Jones. He's not close enough. No way on earth. So and into the pits, 21. That's Denzel Clarkson.
He loves the pits, doesn't he?
I was going to say he's already been in.
Several times, I think.
Yeah, why has Denzel made a second? Has he made a second stop? I'm sure he's been in.
He might have got an orange light on the first go round, maybe.
He seemed to be all right. Unless he's just
played that one very safe.
Yeah, he's maybe a little bit of pit stop practice.
Yeah, why not? If you're running P10, why not?
He is running at the back, so yeah, he's.
And look at this
and
three-car battle.
Happens, he's in a race without a kart.
Yes.
So he gets 9th place points rather than 10th, so he can't be 10th. So, how are we doing? We have got Lewis Manley, 36 laps in, 1.5 minutes before the last lap. Board, Ramon Pinero 10 seconds behind with Ed White with him. Aidan Kennedy seems to have joined that group more or less. Nadia Balnega is 5th, as we know, with Gary Jones on her tail. So that looks like, that is the battle for second place. That's Ramon Pinero. So Aidan Kennedy, as you were thinking, Jamie, has caught to this group. This is far from over. Now, Aidan Kennedy, we don't know anything about him. We just know he's fast. We know he's in the USA. We know he's a KWC finalist. Is he the sort to put in the crazy lunge out of the snail section? We've got a couple of seconds before we know for sure.
So you watch on the last lap there, Ed also went to the inside, so he's now defending as well. He's doing exactly the right thing. It is so painful having to sit on the inside directly in front of the cart head. But, of course, if he takes the race in line, Aidan will say thank you very much and he'll jump in there.
I think Ed White's probably been looking at Ramon and thinking, I've done 38 laps and I'm still not past Pinero, so I'm probably not going to now, but I've got Kennedy who's trying to make me 4th. So I think, maybe Ed White's actually even settled for 3rd possibly, but he's going to want Pinero to get a bit of a move on.
Ramon's done a great job. I think I've done a lot of sort of talking about how defensive he's been, but it is worth saying that is a difficult thing to do as well, and he's held one of the best drivers in this competition off for the whole 20 minutes.
Exactly. In fact, side by side, Kennedy getting racy now, and that's to Pinero's advantage. This is what you were talking about. Ed White's having to defend while he's got Pinero front. Pinero, going to what you were saying, they're going to get the last lap board next time through for Lewis Manley. Pinero's been, where his amazing skill has been in this race is to be so fast yet so defensive, isn't it? Because when you're defensive, by definition, you lose time. Pinero's still ballistically quick, yet that defensive, which is why he hasn't lost the place.
And now he gets the luxury of taking the race in line again as soon as he gets that gap, and now Ed probably has too much of a job on his hands to get that gap shortened up again.
And that shows how switched on and how skilled a driver like Pinero is, because already he knew immediately what the game was. He knew exactly what the position behind. He's very wise. He's like eyes in the back of the head job. Here comes the race leader, Lewis Manley. He's on his last lap. We haven't had to talk about him much. So decisive has his victory been. But Lewis Manley is going to open up his 2022 challenge with a win. He gets the fireworks and the checker flag.
I think he enjoyed that one.
I think he enjoyed it, and I think he's going to be pretty pleased with that. Surely Pinero is going to hang on to 2nd now, and Ed White deserves 3rd, and Aidan Kennedy's done amazingly well to catch up in 4th there. So Kennedy has shown great form, definitely one to watch. But what a race there. Lewis Manley had that one, he had it pretty much under control, didn't he? Ramon Pinero, Ed White battling behind him helped. Nadia Balnega came through, I believe, to 5th place in the end, didn't she? She was she was behind Kennedy and stayed ahead of Gary Jones, who was 6th, who in the circumstances might take it, but probably would have liked a slightly better heat in terms of names. Jamie, I think he probably did the best he could have done, but it was an ask with those in front. There's Lewis Manley, the race winner. Surely he's got to be looking good for a final position this year, do you think?
That's his target every year. I'm sure he's very happy with how that race went. In the early stages, when Ramon and Ed were sticking with him, maybe a little bit nervous, but it just fell perfectly for him. And like I said early on, he did the important thing, which is qualify on pole. It's a lot easier to lead from the front, and that's really where we see the difference.
Absolutely, Jamie. So, just out of interest, when are you next out? When will the people watching the live stream see you in action next?
Durham's finest.
Yes, Durham's finest. And what was it?
I believe it's Heat 7 or Heat 8.
Heat 7 or Heat 8. Okay,
in round 2, something like that.
You will see Jamie Henderson in Heat 8, and he is definitely not from Sunderland.
Definitely not Sunderland.
He's certainly not a Sunderland man. Obviously, there are some people who are quite proud of living in Sunderland.
And
Jamie Henderson
they're
is
more
not
than welcome to
because
be.
he doesn't live there. Yeah, that's right. So Durham's finest, so we can
anyway,
see
well
there,
done, Ramon.
there's Ramon Pinero. That was probably defending at its very best. You will not see a better defence than that. He had to be defensive but fast, and he had to be defensive all race. I think he must have gone down that backstretch on every lap to the inside, all but about 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, I think.
He was second.
Yeah, I think at the very start of the race he was sort of sticking with Lewis, and he was giving him something to think about. The first thing that impacted that was a back marker that just fell Lewis's way, that didn't quite work out the same for Ramon. As soon as you lose that kart length, that's when he made the decision. P2 was the best he could do, and he brought it home.
He did exactly that, didn't he? And that decision happened pretty early in the event. So it was quite something, wasn't it? So a win there for Lewis Manley. He'll be very happy to get that opener there. Looks like the marshals are warming up a kart. So there's going to be a kart that we've not seen yet being warmed up, both for engine, tyres, and just to be given a little check out, that's a 12 kart. It's been brought back in. So we'll see the next heat of drivers getting in. And this is the final heat of the round. So this time we're going to be looking at Heat 10. And in this heat, it's a bunch of unknowns, but could throw anything. We've got Christian Derven, who's probably about the biggest known in that. He was 3rd overall in the Belgian Championship last year, and he's raced in the BRKC before, I'm sure. Certainly he's raced at world level and things like this. Jilke Schmlina is somebody we don't know anything about, but he's done a lot of racing here in the UK down the southeast. He's leading the Club 73 Championship, which is a major rental championship mostly down the southeast, but that is a pretty major series down there now in 2022. He's leading the championship, so he's obviously no bad hand behind the wheel. Murtaza Hassan, the Iraqi driver there, he was 6th in the British Indoor Championship, which is the travelling series. So we'll see what he has to show for us. Thomas Kraskowski, Mark Bramford is a Kovskart Sport regular. I'm going to murder some of these names, but Zhu Xiao from China, we'll see what happens with him. Bram Gelton. Is going to be out there. So is Matthew Clark. Matthew Clark, obviously, we know has been here a number of times. 82nd last time, so he's trying to get into the top half. Thor Tiller and Dan Dixon now. Dan Dixon is the one who's very much a newcomer into this.
Yeah, baptism of fire, BRKC. That's sorry.
So, Heat 10, it's the final race of this opening round. We've seen action all the way so far. We have not had a dull race yet, and the signs are this won't be a dull one either. On paper, Jamie, I would have to go with Christian Derven as a likely winner here, but only because it's the one I really recognise. There's so many unknown names in this one.
Bram Gelton's very, very good. I have to say. I know we don't have any information on him. I just know that he's fast.
He's ballistic. Okay, yeah. So we'll assume there that we're going to see something special from him, and so Bram Gelton is the pundit choice for this race. As let's have a look here. So. We had a race win there by Lewis Manley from Pinero and Ed White. We would assume that this race would never be so close, but we certainly don't know much about many of them in the race, so it could be the closest we've seen so far. We just simply don't know. Your guess is as good as ours. We've got drivers from Iraq, China, the Netherlands, the UK, and given the various names, could be from anywhere from some of these boys, and maybe even girls. So little is known. Lewis Manley, a great win in that opening in that race there. Just how was it?
Excellent. I'm very happy with the result. Great kart, a bit understeery through the left corners, and fair credit to Ramon for keeping second and holding Ed White all the time. As soon as he started to defend, I pulled away, and that settled me down big time. So no need to take risks in the pit, so I just took it steady and brought it home for the win. I'm really delighted.
Always good to open the event with a full point score, isn't it?
Absolutely. It settles you down straight away. It gets me pumped up for the next heat, so hopefully I can carry on and get the 10 points again.
Nice one. Well, keep it going, Lewis. Keep it going, and the final awaits, mate. So, heat number 10, and we have a fleet of unknown drivers, by and large, with certain exceptions. We're thinking that Dervan and Gelton will be the names to watch, but I'm sure, in the best commentary sense, that will get thrown right out the window there. So, starting their qualifying laps now, crossing the line first is the 14, which is Krakowski. Krakowski's, I'm sure, been here before. Certainly, I've seen him in action in Poland before, so he could well be a bit of a front runner there. So we'll see what happens. Christian Dervan is on his lap. So is Hassan and Bramford. Has your man started yet? Gelton, he's started his qualifying lap. Everybody has now started their qualifying lap, and Jamie, we're just waiting to come around, and they're about as close to each other as any so far we've seen. So these times are going to come in thick and fast. As they cross the line, it's going to be pretty much all in one go. Kraskowski, Hassan is now first. It's Bramford first, Gelton first. And Dervan is only 5th, 6th, Dixon down there, and Clark comes through. But it's Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton 30.3 is pretty fast.
Who called that?
Somebody from Durham seemed to call that on the live stream. And so the Durham-based driver indeed called it. But Bram Gelton, what do we know about Bram? We don't know anything about him except...
we know he's done a 30.3 in qualifying, which is very good. He's on pole. I'm sure he's one of the European drivers on the circuit who does a lot of these competitions.
Yeah.
Certainly was one who was talked about in the build-up to myself. I've got him in one of my later heats. That's quite scary. I've got Lewis Manley in one of my later heats who's just been talking about how pumped up he is. So for me, not looking great, but looking good for Bram.
When you beat them all. Yeah. So there's Bram actually down there on the screen. So he's moving forward in position from the 18 and 17. Now Matthew Clark. That's very interesting because Clark, his best result in the BRKC overall has been 82nd out of 100 drivers. When you consider that, and now he's second place, that is outstanding. That is the jump of the weekend so far. Matthew Clark up into, he's not one really who we would rate from a BRKC point of view, but he was the Covkart Sport O-Plate winner in 2017. Now, with Covkart Sport, they do have a lot of different categories, so it is always a bit difficult to judge Covkart Sport drivers, but he's won the Covkart Sport O-Plate, so he is obviously, of a good pedigree. But from a BRKC point of view, on the international scene, if you like, his best result has been 82nd. So basing things on that, this is absolutely outstanding for Matthew Clark. We've got the utterly unknown Bram Gelton, except for the fact he's ballistically quick on pole. Mark Bramford, another Covkart Sport driver, so he obviously knows Clark. That's Bramford down there in predominantly white. He's going to stand out really well in the 17 there, just the bottom of the picture. Dan Dixon looks like he's coming down to take his 4th place. That's him in the red suit and the white helmet. There he is in the number 8 car. He obviously, in fact, I was talking to him earlier on, in fact, yesterday, and he is very rookie. He only began karting earlier this year, and he's decided to enter a competition. He kind of entered BRKC a bit by mistake. He didn't quite realise it was an international event until he'd entered it. Then he got an entry, and he thought, oh my goodness, okay, right. I think he was thinking it was a bit more of a regular Formula Fast one. But look at this, he is 4th place. This is his first competition, first international competition. As I say, he kind of, he's a very humble guy. And I said to him yesterday, look, don't worry if you're running around in last place. He ain't running around in last place, not by a long shot.
Not at all.
And we have a variety of players behind him. Let's see how this shapes out. So they're coming around to the start. Gelton's going to lead the way. And Gelton's going to hit the gas. He's quite late on the power, but he's still in first place. And Gelton is on the power, and he's through Clark. Clark is going to give him a run for his money. He's going to go up the inside in the snail. Gelton covers him. And everybody, it's still side by side behind. And maintaining 4th place mercifully is the new driver. as they come round onto the backstretch. It is still Gelton from Matthew Clark, and Matthew Clark's looking pretty convincing there in second place. 80 seconds best result. Wow, down the inside, a huge lunge and contact. 3 wide, 4 maybe side by side through that final corner. They're still 4 wide. Somebody's going to get flagged out of this, surely. They're side by side across the finish line. Still, it's just a massive mixed match by a whole bunch of barely pronounceable names as they come around the sail section there, sorting themselves out. It's still Gelton in the lead from Clark, Bramford and Dixon, but Christian Dervin is down in 5th. Christian Dervin surprisingly down in 5th and way down in 5th, but he's got some clear space. I think the mix-up was all in the Kershemlina, Kroskowski, Tiller and Zhao sort of area of the track. They are down the back there. There's Zhao bring up the rear, but they were all side by side. That battle there from Hassan, Mortaza Hassan, the Iraqi, down below there is just all kicking off on that opening lap. Meantime, it's still Gelton. I thought for a minute there we'd had a change for lead. Just getting used to that helmet there, but he's all good. Signal there to Dan Dixon, so you can see him nod and look to the right. When the track goes left and you're looking right, you're clearly getting some valuable information there, Jamie.
Yeah, something under investigation for cart number 15. That's Christian Duvin. He had a very eventful first lap. He moved up from 7th into 5th. Blue Star Racer will have expected to be higher. Maybe there's a little bit too much aggression going on in those moves.
Yeah, I mean, those Blue Star boys, they, you know, it's quite a big team in terms of roster. But, you know, you don't get in there because you qualify 5th, and you don't get in. Certainly don't stay in that team if you qualify 5th. So he's probably feeling like he's got to make some moves. So yeah, almost certainly there'll have been some fairly aggressive moves. He looks like he's got the slightly older suit, Blue Star wise though, Dervin. I mean, he has been around a while now. And he's working on the guy who is making a competition debut, let alone an international debut. So I should imagine all the lads, Greg Laporte, Matthias Grooten and the rest who are still back in Belgium, not to least mention Ruben Boutens and Eliana de Vos, who are here competing today. They're going to be looking at Dervin. They'll be giving him the information as their teammate and friend from the sidelines, and they're probably going to be thinking, come on, Christian, you got a fella making his debut here, you know, so anyway,
move on.
yeah, so let's see what happens. Having said that, if you are going to make your racing debut, having just started karting earlier in the year, and you are going to be genuinely holding off a Blue Star team member, you're doing all right.
Dan Dixon's doing an unbelievable job.
I remember when I started racing a long time ago, best part of a fortnight ago, the black flag for Dervin, he's black flagged. Oh, here into the pits comes Dervin. This is him out. Is it a penalty pit stop?
That's not Duvin in the pits. That's someone else.
It's Krakowski, yeah. So Dervin's got the black flags. Krakowski's in the pits, making a pit stop. Obviously, he just wants to get out of that group, I think. See what he can do on his own.
Dervin going for a move into the hairpin. He's got that one done. That one was clean, so there'll be no penalties for that one.
No, but he's already got the black flag, so somebody's going to have to give him the bad news.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness to him, he really needed to make those moves early on, and sometimes it goes wrong when you do. We've seen it a few times today already.
Yeah, and of course he didn't have the luxury of allowing the front runners to pull away.
Exactly.
Even though I'm up here going, oh, I've got no idea who Bram Gelton is, Dervin probably knows exactly who Bram Gelton is, and you know, knows he's on a bit of a mission there. So, oh my goodness, Christian Dervin, this is potentially the worst race he's ever had, let alone in BRKC. He's into the pits, and I think we're going. Yeah, he's going to be out of it. He's making a pit stop as if he's purely getting a penalty, but are they going to... is it game over for Dervin? Dervin's in the pits there. He's talking. He's been told what's going on. He's been explained what's going on. Maybe he doesn't seem that it's quite so bad. He's being allowed to rejoin, but with obviously this serious penalty. Now, at least he's not out of the event. At least he's not out of the event. So Dervin continues. And Dervin is back in this race, but he's a lap down. Now, with the best will in the world, we are not seeing the others in the lower order of this race quite on Dervin's calibre, theoretically. So Dervin could claw back some points. If there was a race you were going to get black flagged from but allowed back in, this would probably be the one, wouldn't it, Jamie?
I would probably agree with that assessment, yeah. but it's such a massive job now. He's still got to do a normal pit stop as well, and it was sort of a double whammy because I think originally when he came into the pit, he thought maybe I'll get a pit stop in here as well. So he stopped at the first light, was then dragged to the side for his telling off. So he's still got a pit stop to do. He's obviously running P10 behind Krasowski, who's already stopped as well. We're probably looking at 7th or 8th as a maximum now for one of the top drivers in the competition.
Yeah, because Dervin, as we saw when he came in, he made that stop. I think he came in sort of hoping it was just like a penalty pit stop, but obviously it ended up being pulled to the side for a roasting. Dervin, I mean, he did the right thing, because at least if he was right, he would have got away with it to the minimum. What will be interesting is to know exactly how far off the leader Dervin really is, because then we can figure out how far away from Zhu Xiao, the Chinese driver, Dervin really is. I think once he catches them, he might start making some inroads. Krakowski, I'm sure I've seen much higher up in this.
He's boxed.
He's in the pits. Yes, of course. That's why, yeah. That's exactly why. So a half-decent reference there with Krakowski. Tuller we don't know. Kersham Lear we don't know either. Hassan we certainly don't know. And Dixon, all we now know is that he's worthy of his place in this event.
Having the time of his life.
Yeah, and he's having... He is already... I have him down as a dark horse. Either he's a brilliant actor and a potential borderline liar, or he's doing amazingly well. And I think it's the latter, because he really, nobody knows him. So we'll see what happens here. And talking of which, he's about to cross the line now. He's got somebody on his tail, which is Hassan. So Mortaza Hassan, Dan Dixon has got Mortaza Hassan on his tail. Really trying to work.
Bit of contact there through the snail between the two of them.
Exactly that, and that's cost Hassan the time. So Dixon's got a little bit of a breather until possibly Hassan catches up. Now Dervin is out on the track there. Let's have a look at his lap times. Yeah, we know he's running right at the back, but his times are pretty reasonable. His best is a 30.7, which is quicker than everybody else who's in that lower half, and is competitive. In fact, to be honest with you, it's about 4th, 5th fastest.
Yeah.
Which, he's a Blue Star boy, you know. They're going to be looking at that and thinking, come on, pal.
I'm sure Christian will have been expecting more from this heat.
Yeah, I think he will have been expecting a lot more. We'll see what he does, though, because one thing he isn't is a poor driver.
Yeah.
It's just not really happened for him, but at least it's not happened early on, so he has the rest of the race to try and undo whatever he's got to undo. Bram Gelton continues to lead, 15 laps in the books. We've got over 12 minutes left. Matthew Clark staying in second, and they're pulling away from third. Matthew Clark, he was 82nd last time out. What can we say?
Yeah, brilliant job. I think with all due respect to sort of all the competitors, this is a heat you'll have probably liked the look of on paper. A few novice drivers.
You would have liked to be.
I would have liked this heat, yeah. Obviously Gelton and Duvin aside.
Yeah.
But you can only be who you're out there on the track with, and at the minute he's maximising probably what's in front of him.
Absolutely, and of course, we've got a pit stop, and it is the new man. It's Dan Dixon, the new driver. He's made a good first stop, and what's he going to be like on the second one? This is all the new game for him. What a stop! That is good. Let's see what that's like on time. 12.6.
Krakowski's still just jumped him.
We've seen.
Yeah, good stop. Krakowski is still just ahead, so
yeah.
We're talking about 4th, 5th, not too bad.
I think so, yeah. I mean, this could go anywhere, couldn't it? He just needs to keep that pace up. Was he being sort of pushed along by Krakowski and obviously Dervin beforehand? Will the pace fall away, or will he see Krakowski be dragged along? Dervin, meantime, is still off the lead lap, and he'll probably stay off the lead lap until Gelton pits. So we won't actually have that time. If we're looking on the screen there, we see Dervin running last 1 lap. But, who's this? Number 10. Zhao, the Chinese driver. Now, this is going to be interesting. Dervin has already passed him, but Dervin still has to make a pit stop. But Dervin needs to make a pit stop that is much better than Zhao, because obviously Zhao, very slow stop, 16.3.
Got number 12 in the pits as well.
Number 12, who was that? That's, go on and say it.
I was going to leave that one for you.
Kersham Lear. Yili Kersham Lear. So Yili Kersham Lear has resumed. It's down in 8th, but of course he's made a pit stop, so anyone stopping in front of him may lose a place. Although Dan Dixon has stopped and is 4 seconds ahead. So Christian Dervin has now jumped up from the China driver and into the pits. Who is this? The 13? It's Tuller. Now Tuller is pitting from literally the middle of the pack there. good first stop. Good saying. He's lost to Krakowski. What about Dixon? He's
And
lost a
Dixon.
place to Dixon. And someone was coming through. Was that Kushim? Yes, it was. Kushim Lima has moved ahead. So Tuller drops down to 8th place, but not crucially losing a place to Christian Dervin. Now, can Dervin close in? He's 2 seconds behind. Is Dervin running that much faster? Because Dervin really is on the comeback charge. He's in a little bit of a Bradley Shepherd position. Let's have a look here. So he is notably quicker. He's about a second quicker a lap. Well, his best is half a second, but he seems to be running almost a second quicker. But Kushim Lima's sped up a bit. Yeah, we can really call it half a second quicker a lap, but he's got 2 seconds to make up. That's only 4 laps. There's still nearly 10 minutes left to go. So Dervin could make up the extra points. We'll see what happens. Jamie, Dervin, despite the fact that we're not really giving too much regard to a lot of the other drivers in this race, compared to Dervin, it seems to actually turning out to be a bit of a hard job.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not cutting them down, is he?
Not really. So what you got to be looking at there, bear in mind he's got another pit stop to make as well. So he will drop to P10 after that stop. I'm starting to think maybe 9th is the ceiling.
Yeah, and that's only a couple of points, isn't
Yep,
it? You know,
2 points.
And of course, if only he was in one of the races where there were only 9 karts. No, he's not. There's 10 karts in this, so it's even harder. I think we got. No, I thought we had someone coming to the pits, but it's still continuing on. Dervin, maybe he's going to go for the late stop. Who knows? He's running clear air at the moment. He's closing on somebody. Who's that? It's the 18, which is Matthew Clark. Now, Dervin is closing in on Clark, and Clark's running second, which says everything about Dervin's pace. Yeah. Dervin's got pace, we can see that. He's closing on the second place driver. He's probably closing in on the leader as well, by definition. So Dervin is probably among the fastest out
He's the
there.
second fastest on the track at the moment.
He's the second fastest on the track. So, yeah, good spot there, Jamie. So if we got Dervin running second last but second fastest, where's this going to play out? What's his gap to Tuller? Tuller's the 13. Let's see if we can see him out on the track. I think that's Tuller running a little bit ahead of Dervin. Dervin probably can't quite see Tuller. Well, he probably can see him, but doesn't know who it is. That's the key thing. So Dervin's got, by the looks of things, Matthew Clark, who's actually a lap ahead, and then Tuller in front in terms of kart. So there, I think, is Tuller. And there is Matthew Clark. And here comes Christian Dervin. So Christian Dervin on the comeback charge. The driver he's really chasing is the one who's an extra car. So now he's got a clear run. This is Matthew Clark pitting out second place. This is a very important pit stop.
Just need to take it very easy. He's got such a long way behind him now. He just needs to make sure he brings it home in P2, and that's a great start of the championship. 2 green lights, exactly what you want.
Exactly what I want. Now he's come out just in front of somebody. Who is that? Has Bramford taken it? Bramford's taken the position, but I think that's Hassan who's running behind him. It's actually on for track position, but I'm not sure we've seen Hassan in the pits.
We haven't, no.
But at least Clark doesn't have to fight him. Hassan has ended up behind him. So from Clark's point of view, he'll be pleased that Murtaza Hassan is behind. Hassan, of course, is running a fraction slower than Clark, so he's at least got somebody to sort of help keep his lap times genuine. The 14 there is Krakowski. So Krakowski will be trying to close on Clark. I'm sure we saw Krakowski won the first one, didn't we?
Yeah, so the battle's worth watching now. Obviously, Bramford is going to come out around that Krakowski range. Here we go.
And
Number
that
9
is
in, that's the
Bramgel.
leader. Yep.
So let's have a look. There's the red light on. He's moving, but the green is good, so that's fine. Remember, folks, when you're watching, there's a laser beam coming down from here. Oh, here's Dan Dixon. Is it? No, it's not. This is the other one. It's Bramford.
This
Bramford,
is
another rookie.
Yep, really important to get out around Thomas if he can.
And Bramford is a Covkart Sport regular, but he's shaking his head there. Was he feeling a little bit slow? I suppose it always feels slow when you're doing it, doesn't it?
I didn't see a yellow. I think it was okay, maybe just slightly more sluggish than he wanted it to be, but he's ahead of who he needed to be ahead of.
Which is Dan Dixon. Dan Dixon making his debut in any sort of international competition. At least Bramford has some competition experience, although he's still pretty rookie. Here comes Bramford down the bottom. Whoa, a huge slide there from Dan Dixon, but he hangs on.
Well held, Dan.
Yeah, almost lost the back end of the cart there, and he'd have definitely slammed in the wall if he had, but held on, obviously trying to break as late as he can, looking at Bramford. In fact, he's closed in, so maybe throwing it at the wall helps.
Yeah.
But Gelton still leads. Gelton really is the pit stop we're waiting Oh, no,
No,
we've
it's
seen
gone.
him. We've
Yep.
seen him, yeah. Shao somehow has managed to go down. Now, let's have a look then. So, into the pits. The 19 is
Final pit stop,
Hassan.
yep.
We are waiting for one stop from Dervan, though, aren't we?
We are. Yep. Sorry, well remembered. Dervan does
Yeah.
have to take his mandatory as well.
Let's hope Dervan's remembered it too, because although he will have the other Blue Star boys
That's a good
informing him
point.
of everything. Here he is.
There we go.
There's Dervan. Answering many questions with this one stop. I'm pretty sure he's not going to lose a position to Shao.
No.
But where is Tuller? Because Tuller is 25 seconds down, which is damn near a lap down, isn't it? It's just a matter of how much of a lap down Dervan is. He's not much of a lap down, because there he is chasing Matthew Clark. So there goes Clark. Clark is 6 seconds off the leader. So I think Dervan is probably about 10 seconds, which is a big ask now at 4 minutes to go. But he is fast.
Not sure he's that he is very fast,
Yeah.
but that's a really big gap to bring down in 4 minutes.
Theoretically, it's an ask of the highest order, but we are looking at a Blue Star team driver.
Yeah.
You don't get on that team unless you are fast, and theoretically fast enough to bridge that gap. But then again, it's for 8th, but from a pride point of view, 8th is better than 9th. Who knows what he's thinking?
Don't forget as well that 1 point could be really, really important. We have, if we're talking about a Blue Star driver, it's a driver that can win heat races.
Yeah.
It's the difference between making a semi-final and not that 1 point.
I think that's about the biggest point that can be made, Jamie. It's everything is going to count in his eye. So 8th is better than 9th. There's no point giving up now. You certainly don't, get to the standards that Dervan has hit in the past. I mean, when you consider just 2 years ago, he was the 3rd in the Belgian National Championships. That's 3rd in the final, you know. And he was Sodi Kart Junior champion a number of years ago. So this is not a driver without one heck of a record, one of the finest records here, who's just having a bit of a mare of a race, to be honest. So let's see what happens. Bram Gelton, though, has to be looking comfortable for victory here. And the battle there, that is the 19 is Hassan. And Hassan has got Dixon onto him. And is that Kersham-Lear closing in on there?
Yep. It's a three-way battle
Yeah,
for
this is going to
P5.
be 3-way for 5th. Bramford, of course, is 3 seconds ahead. That should be good enough with 2 minutes to go, but we've seen worse things happen. So Gelton continuously, Clark seems to be firm second. Matthew Clark, what can you say? Second place, the race of his life in the BRKC. He's been closed in by Dervan. Dervan is now right on his tail, but obviously he's a lap down. Dervan needs to pass Clark, but he's not going to get any sort of blue flag help. He's going to have to fight his way through. The last thing he needs a penalty after a penalty.
And I wonder if Matthew Clark knows that that isn't a fight for position as well, because unless he's been able to follow the race very carefully, you would assume that a driver closing in on you like that is probably for position.
You would worry enough about it to defend with less than 2 minutes
You
to go.
definitely would.
Yeah.
And the gap now, oh, is that...
That is Kersham-Lear. It is.
on Dan Dixon?
Kersham-Lear has literally nailed Dan Dixon down the back straight. So that was a huge lunge. He's made it work. He's still in contact though with Mortaza Hassan, the Iraqi driver. Hassan has not managed to pull away from him. In fact, if anything, Kersham-Lear is looking pretty racy after Hassan. So Hassan's 5th place is not secure with about a minute, just over a minute and a half till they get the final lap board. And look at that. Dervan is all over the back of Matt Clark now. Down the back stretch, maybe. Not quite, no. He's in fact lost time, so maybe he had a bit of a moment down there just as we were moving to it with the camera. So there's a bigger gap than we've seen for a while. Of course, the 14 Krakowski is actually closing in on Dervan to put him a lap down. So the last thing Dervan needs is drop any further back because he'll get a blue flag.
I think the thing as well is if Clark does surrender the position to Duvan, all of a sudden he does have a genuine battle on his hands for P3 because that gap to Krakowski is not comfortable.
Exactly, with 40 seconds left till the last lap board comes out. That is probably something that, well, it might not be on Clark's mind simply because he's never been this high in a BRKC race before, not even close. I mean, he's been like 8th, 9th, 10th, you know? So he's never actually had to think about this. So there's a good chance he just won't be able to know about it.
got some good defensive driving there from Hassan, I think.
Huge defending driving from the Iraqi driver. Hassan is having a fight off Kershamlia. Now, Kershamlia has been very racy all race long. Hassan,
he's been watching Ramon Pinheiro.
He has been taking the leaf out of the Pinheiro book for sure. You're right there, Jamie, and he's hopefully not going to get lunged like Johnny Elliott.
Sorry, Johnny.
Poor old Johnny's probably still hating that move, but not to worry. Hassan there is holding off Kershamlia. Hassan there we are seeing ahead with the black helmet, holding off Kershamlia with the white helmet, very similar coloured suits.
Last lap.
Yeah, last lap board is out. So next time through, Bram Gelton will be starting the last lap, assuming he hasn't already started it. The marshals moving onto the track, sort of beginning to make a move towards the checkered flag, but not yet. Bram Gelton, we just haven't seen him because we haven't had to. It's all been going on behind him and away from him. He's got a 10-second lead almost over Matt Clark. That battle carries on, but Hassan, and there's the flag. Bram Gelton gets it. Well done for Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton has just taken that win, put his name in the record books, the BRKC Heat winner. Clark, is he going to come through second? It'll be the race of the year. If he does, he has done so, and he's got second place. Matthew Clark, absolutely outstanding in second place. And Krakowski is going to be third. He is third, and Bramford fourth. What about Hassam Kershamlina? They're about to cross the line. It's going to be Hassam. Surely the Iraqi driver just gets it. Kershamlina. Amazing battle at the back there, Jamie.
Yeah, what a great race. I think every heat has had battles like that, hasn't it, to enjoy. And even when we get a race that maybe doesn't have quite as many huge names in it, we still enjoy some great racing.
It's fighting all the way in this, isn't it? It really is. And there's absolutely no way you could have really predicted that, because the sheer number of no names in there means that it could go to anybody. And Bram Gelton was the man who did. And gosh, look at that. And look behind there in the red suit. I think after a run like that, Dan Dixon, if he could take that, if they ended the competition now, he'd take it. He'd
Absolutely.
take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so amazing. You can see there some of the circuit weights there in the hand of the orange colour driver. There's a circuit weight and a personal weight by the looks of things there for Bram Gelton. He gets his winner's medal, winning of the heat. That medal shows there. And,
always a tense moment on the scales, even though you know you'll definitely be all right because you were before the race.
Well,
it's horrible.
I've had it before, I have to say, Jamie. My first heat race in the World Championship 10 years ago in Germany, 2012, I remember I was weighted up. It was 90 kilos, as this is. And I went into the race with enough weights to put me 90 and a half.
Yep.
And I sweated more than a half kilo during the race. So when I finished the race, I failed the weight check and I was disqualified.
Did you have a good race?
Actually, I can't remember because I was in that many tears.
Oh.
I probably,
well, there's all your weight.
To be honest with you, yeah, that's right. I lost even more weight through crying. But on a serious note, it's the World Championship, so I probably wasn't exactly winning. So there's Dan Dixon. Now, Dan, he's got his weight in a seat there, so he's using circuit weights as well. That's often a sign of somebody who doesn't do that much or is fairly new to it, because obviously more experienced drivers, when they're doing the various international competitions, they've got their seat weight for 90 kilos. And normally newcomers or people who don't normally do two-weighted format, or people who are naturally heavy, normally would be using circuit weights. So that concludes the first round, so we will be having a break. If you've been enjoying the live stream, folks, there's going to be a gap in the racing now, and then round two will begin. So we'll be going quiet for a little bit, and thank you for watching, and please rejoin us. We may have a little bit of a chat with a few people first, so don't leave it too long. Thank you very much for watching, and so much more racing to come here from Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. It's the British Rental Car Championship. Round one is complete. Okay, so British Rental Car Championship 2022, and we've got the second round of heats. So the second round of heats now, all the drivers have competed in their first round, and they are ready now to return to the track and hopefully score more points or undo damage. We've got Russell Endine up here for this one. Russell Endine's going to talk through. Russell, you're not racing this weekend, right?
No, sadly not. Just here for the data, see everyone and watch the races.
But you've certainly raced in this a few times and even won races, so
yeah,
fantastic.
Definitely.
What's your view of it so far?
It's really good so far. The standard's still right there at the top, which is really nice to see. Looking at the sort of the times versus sort of the times I've been here, it's that much quicker this year because of the temperature and the karts. So yeah, it's great to see some really great racing already.
Yeah, it kind of feels odd to be a bit warmer, doesn't it? Right, now we've got the qualifying underway for the first of these heat races of round 2, and it does look like it's Nicholas Lacasas who's leading the way. We've got Ramon Pinero in this. We also got Brandon Lee Oxley, Robin Kassam, Billy Good, Dennis Holler, Harry Tyler, Adrian Hull, and Christopher Bell and Tor Tuller in this. So we'll see what happens in this race. Now, one driver to look at particularly is, of course, Dennis Huller. Now, Dennis Huller is probably going to be the fastest, or among the fastest. He's got a lot of points to make up. Those watching this morning earlier on will have known that he not only got a penalty, for which he had to make an extra pit stop, but he got a penalty on that penalty. So really was a low point scoring race for Dennis Huller. And he's going to be looking to make amends and keep himself in contention, because Dennis Huller, clearly a potential finalist and even champion of this event, having a right mare to begin with. This is the alternate layout, so those who have been watching again will see a completely different track, or certain half of it. It does look quite complicated and a heck of a lot longer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've just seen Kart 12 got held up on their qualifying lap as well, so with the tight and twisty nature, and obviously everyone on it for the first time, there's a couple of mistakes definitely on those qualifying laps, so it'd be interesting to see if anyone's out of position.
Absolutely. So Russell Endine there, you were listening to Russell. He's not competing this weekend, but he has won races at this level before, so he knows exactly what he's talking about. Now, we've got Dennis Huller, who's fastest. Dennis Huller sets the first qualifying runs there, so we've got to assume that 36.1 is our benchmark for the rest of the races on this alternate layout. We'll see if people get faster than that, which I'm sure they probably will as the track gets kind of rubbered in, etc. So Dennis Huller from Ramon Pinero, Brandon Lee Oxley. Brandon Lee Oxley, a newcomer to the British Rental Car Championship, but he is racing single-seater cars in Formula 4 and Formula 3. And then Adrian Hull. Now, Adrian Hull, that's a bit further up than he was earlier on. Christopher Ball as well, he's in the top half. Billy Good, that's quite a jump up for Billy Good. Robin Kassam, that's quite strangely down for Robin Kassam. He was second in the earlier
That's where I think
he's
got held up on his lap, so he may well be out of position there. So he potentially got the pace to come through the field, but may need to get the strategy right.
And we've seen strategies go wrong, and we've seen penalties applied when people have to come up through the field, a bit like Gavin Williams, wasn't it? And of course, in a previous race, well, we had somebody. But we've also got Thor Tuller and Harry Tyler. Harry Tyler's going to be bringing up the rear there. The karts are now getting ready for the off. They've been lined up. It's going to be a rolling start, single file, as we know. One pit stop, just like before.
Fascinating to see how turn 1 goes here with the tight hairpin straight after the start-finish.
Yeah, that is going to be a bit strong, that one, isn't it? So this time, instead of a fast right, we've got a really tight hairpin as the opening corner from the start line, that is. They're going to be moving towards it. They've all been through it twice, but not as a group. But that really is a tight hairpin. Now, here they are coming and anticipating the start. Leading the way, of course, is Dennis Huller. He knows exactly when to go on the power. He's been second in the World Championship before, and he's across the line without a bit of a comfy lead there. He got a good old jump on Ramon Pinero, which he needed to avoid any kind of trouble in the first corner. We've had a pretty clean run through that first bit, very twisty, and pretty much one line. Russell Endine, though, it's going to be fast down the back straight, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just seeing those sort of selection of hairpins throughout the middle of the lap. There's left, right. There was karts going all different directions there. But yeah, that final exit out of the hairpin onto the usual back straight is definitely going to be the key corner, I think.
Indeed, and we've got quite a gaggle. So we've got Huller and Pinero pulling away a little bit of an advantage over Brandon Lee Oxley in the early stages. Brandon Lee Oxley's got Adrian Hull with him, then Christopher Bull. Then there's a bit of a gap, and then it's everybody. It's Billy Good, Robin Kassam, Nicholas Lacasas, Tortella, and Harry Tyler. Now, Robin Kassam does need to get out of this group. Do you think he might pit early, Russell?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it was all about being in clear air, really. I think with the new track layout, again, there's still things to learn, time to be gained. So if you can be in clear air and just making the most of it earlier on, there's definitely a good chance of being able to make up a few places.
Yeah, and Kassam has already made a place up over Lacasas, and I think also Billy Good. So that now puts him with a clear run. Is it Kassam? No, think so. It's, yes, sorry, the 12. No, he's actually behind somebody. He's behind Billy Good. So there's someone in the pits already, and that has moved everybody up the order. That looks like Adrian Hull. So Adrian Hull, very early pit stopper. Maybe a bit of an early one, do you think?
Possibly. Again, depends where he thinks if he's got the pace today. He is now in clear air, so he has got the opportunity to put the lap times in. Probably depends on what happens around him, really.
Yeah, and of course that new section on the alternate layout, we'll be using this for the next 2 rounds, and then tomorrow reverting back to the regular Formula Fast layout. But this alternative one, it may well be that an early pit stop will get Hull out of any sort of problems he thinks he's in. There he is. He's already gaining, though, on the 17, which is Harry Tyler. We'll see if he's made himself some work or whether he's actually done the right thing. Yeah, Russell, do you know what? Kassam, do you reckon it'd be wise for him to come in?
Possibly. I was just looking at that battle in the midfield at the moment. It's very, very busy between them. I might say because the pit stop's the only card you really have to play, it might be worth seeing if you can get the pass done in the next few laps, providing he doesn't lose too much time.
So if you were Robin Kassam, they're going through on the live stream there, just going out picture, Kassam in the white helmet, of course. You would be thinking, you'll give it a couple of laps. If you can't get past Billy Good, then you'll make the pit stop. If you can, brilliant.
Yeah, exactly that. I think because he got held up on his qualifying lap, he's out of position. I think he's probably got the pace for a higher than where he is at the moment. So, yeah, if he can force the pass at the next few laps, I think he's got the opportunity to then pull away and make a few places outside of the pits.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, he is in a bit of a situation where he has to decide fairly quickly which way he's going to go, but he's getting increasing attention from Lacasas, so maybe that'll force something. But meantime, Pinero seems to have closed in a little bit on Dennis Huller. Now, Dennis Huller we saw finish well down the order. Before he had a penalty on a penalty, so that was kind of like a non-existent race from earlier on. So he's looking to make amends, and he's doing it the right way. He's leading the way. He's been second in the World Championship before. He's also won here before. And so we can expect great things from Dennis Hull, a very well-known driver from Germany, been around a long time and can easily compete at the front at this sort of international level. Pinero's going with him, and Pinero is wise, is probably just going to pretty much stay there knowing he's dealing with Dennis Huller. This is not really a situation that Pinero should feel rushed into, is it?
Yeah, I think at the moment there's 5 seconds to third, so they've still got a safe margin at the moment. Whether that's pulling away at a fast enough rate to be able to get a pit stop done ahead of Brandon, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, at the moment I think there's still a wise move in just putting the lap times in and making sure that second position at least is safe.
Yeah, and it will be interesting I think later on, because at the tail there's cart after cart after cart really. So I think if Huller and Pinero actually start catching them, that is when we might see somebody make a break and stop. But they're going to have to deal with those carts sooner or later, because it does seem to be in this race probably a bigger differential between the first and the last than what we've seen earlier on this morning. Yeah,
absolutely. Just where you mentioned differential there as well, I'm just thinking because we've got a tighter, twistier track, we may find the differences or the small differences between the carts. Oh, now the pits, look.
Yeah, that was Robin Kassam. Robin Kassam went into the pits there, and he actually made the early stop. We've got someone else. That looks like the 17, which is... That's Harry Tyler, so that will move. Yeah, Sam's already moved up a place. Maybe Billy Good's been in too, because he's either lost a lot of places all of a sudden, or there's another one in. That would be Hull, is it? No, surely not. We've already seen him. Bull, isn't it? Yeah, and that's Lacasas. So quite a few of the midfield runners pitching out there now. So Huller's going to be amongst them with Pinero. It may have even leapfrogged them.
Yeah, there's a big flurry of stops there. It'll be interesting how everything settles out.
Absolutely. So here comes Huller and Pinero to cross the line. They're starting lap 9, so they're the first and second.
Oh, there's a big bit of contact there in the first hairpin.
Oh, yeah, and that'll be between Pinero and Huller. Pinero obviously getting a bit caught out, and into the pits is the 14. That's Brandon Lee Oxley. Brandon Lee Oxley is pitted out of third place, and he's going to be back in the action. The pit stops are good, so he's all clear, but he's got somebody coming out right in front of what looks like Christopher Bull. Yeah, it was, and Thortuller's come into the pits, and that's why Bull got moved up ahead. So there is Thortuller. He's just making his pit stop. Both are good, and he's out.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see this pit stop. There's already quite a lot of contact if you're close with another kart going into that first hairpin. Really sort of people going with the momentum going for that inside move.
Absolutely, and a lot of pit stops being made considering we've got nearly 14 minutes left, and as a contact warning for Christopher Bull. So a little bit of an incident down there, possibly when Brandon Lee Oxley came out of the pits, because obviously Bull was coming at him. Bull had momentum, and obviously Brandon Lee Oxley was just coming out of the pit, so maybe there was a bit of contact into that first turn. That sharp hairpin, the new one for this alternate layout. We've not seen this before. This alternate layout isn't even one that's been used in previous BRKC editions, so it's a new one literally for everybody. So continuing in the lead, it's Dennis Huller and Ramon Pinero. To be fair, Russell, it's pretty hard to look beyond Huller or Pinero for a victor in this one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They seem to have pulled a bit of a gap down. Looking into third place, they've got more than sort of a pit stop there, so in theory it's between them two, and unless something goes wrong between them. But likewise, I've seen Raymond go for that move in the first corner and made a bit of contact, so if they do find themselves attached to the wall, it could go wrong. But yeah, hopefully
absolutely, and risking a penalty in this situation would be kind of borderline stupid, wouldn't it? Because this is not a race you want to lose position for on penalty, given that Huller and Pinero have kind of got the run of this one by the looks of things. So it's down the backstretch now. Now that's Christopher Bull. Now Christopher Bull's working on Brandon Lee Oxley. That's for third. Both of these drivers have made a stop, and there was a penalty involved. So that's the race there we're looking for. That's for third place on the track. Now both these drivers have made a pit stop. Huller and Pinero are 20 seconds up the road, so both Huller and Pinero can make a stop and come out still in first or second. But certainly these two are hard at it. So we've got a battle for the lead and a battle for third. There's Huller, and he's opened up a gap. Something's happened somewhere out of shot where Pinero has lost some time, and Pinero's waving about something. So maybe Pinero's made a bit of a lunge somewhere and it's not come up. He's had to back out of it so bad that he's lost a lot of time. That can easily happen, can't it, Russell?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't see it on track either. I thought initially with that gap maybe he'd decided to drop back a little bit to help the driver ahead of him not defend, but I think, yeah, that maybe wasn't out of choice completely.
Absolutely, and we're looking at third place. So there's Dennis Huller, the leader. There's Ramon Pinero in second place. And then there's a bit of a gap, and there's a battle behind, which I think involves Harry Tyler, possibly. So there's Huller, and there's Pinero. So that's the gap, first and second. Neither of these drivers are stopped. Behind is the 18, that's Billy Good, and that will then be Thortuller. Behind him, so as the leaders go through, they're on that really twisty bit. Hairpin into hairpin like that, Russell, can be very easy at the old compound error. Muck the first one up, you've probably blown the lot, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you compromise the one or two of the first corners, you're potentially going to leave yourself open trying to make that move out of the final corner. So
yeah, don't muck it up is the moral, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, a bit like with the normal layout, you can get completely trained on the outside. There's definitely a danger of that kind of thing happening here as well, I think.
And of course, if you're losing time with such a long way through all those hairpins, you'll continue to lose more and more and more. And then next thing you know, someone will be on your tail, and you're then dealing with the back straight. So you'll be quite vulnerable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, we've got that battle between Brandon and Adrian in third and fourth at the moment. Definitely looking racy between them, and I think we will potentially look for that move very shortly.
Yeah, that's right, because there's Christopher Bell just crossing the line behind Brandon Lee Oxley there. So Brandon Lee Oxley does look as though he's a little bit slower. Now, well, they've both pitted. We've seen them both pitted. Now, Christian Bull, had he a pit stop still in hand, he would probably be considering pitting away from Brandon Lee Oxley here. He obviously feels like he's got the speed, but he's going to have to do it on merit because he's already made the pit stop. So is Brandon Lee Oxley. So it's not like Oxley's going to pit out from in front of him. That is, as you say, the race that's going on. Adrian Hull, of course, is only a second and a half behind. So maybe this could turn into a three-way fight because they're the two all crossing the line. They're side by side. But Brandon Lee Oxley's got the inside, and all the time Adrian Hull is closing in. He's in fifth place, but he's going to close in on the battle for third. And Christopher Bull looking left and right, trying to find a way through Brandon Lee Oxley. It's very twisty, so it's unlikely to find anything there, but I guess the best thing you can do is try and force a mistake there, Russell.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon's driving super defensively, particularly down the back straight, hugging that inside line. There you go, look, covering the inside, not letting any way through, and that's only going to let Adrian catch up.
Absolutely, it's going to be a three-way fight soon. Now, will Christopher Ball be aware that Adrian Hull has caught them? If he does, because that could be a major factor. We saw that earlier on where, particularly with Johnny Elliott, where he ended up getting mullered by several karts. And we also saw, I think it was...
Raymond on Ed, I think, as well.
Yeah, that's right. And was it Tyler Mays suffered in a bit of a... no, it was, Ed White. Yeah, you're right. So, yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. So there's Brandon Lee Oxley. They're passing a back marker there, the 17. That is Harry Tyler. Harry Tyler very sportingly moves out the way, getting a wave there from Adrian Hull. Adrian Hull probably secretly hoping that he'd hold him up a bit, but not to worry. He's catching him on merit. Let's have a look at the gap. It is still at 1.5 seconds. They're still side by side. This is what Adrian Hull wants to see. They're side by side still out and round the hairpin there. Christopher Ball, some of the most raciest driving we've seen all weekend. And they go through that series of hairpins. It must be so frustrating for Christopher Ball. In the pits, though, Dennis Huller, by the looks of it, yes, it was. Dennis Huller, the race leader, has made his stop. He's come out in second place. He's 6.9 seconds behind the new race leader. Oh, down the side there. But Brandon Lee Oxley's got it covered from Christopher Ball. Christopher Ball was over this weekend from Wales, and he's been he's definitely well known. YouTube, what do you call it? YouTube
content creator.
Content creator, that's probably, there was another word, but I can't remember it. Anyhow, whatever he's creating, he's trying to create a move past Brandon Lee Oxley, because at the moment he's fourth, and they are getting caught big time by Adrian Hull. All this side-by-side driving, it only slows things down. But he's got the inside. Oh, didn't quite work. I think that's going to be the best thing he can do. So, he's a bit sideways there. He can't afford to lose anything to Adrian Hull now, who's caught the group.
Yeah, now we're getting towards the sharp end of the race. I can imagine through those new hairpins. It has been done.
Yes, he's done it. He's done it. Out of the last corner, across the start line, it's Christopher Ball up into third place. Now, will he pull away? Will he pull away? Can he pull anything close to... Oh, Ramon Pinero pits out of second. Now, where's Christopher Ball going to be? He should be way out in front. Oh, what, Pinero had a problem? Well, he's waving about something.
Pointing at his engine or something. Yeah, he wasn't happy.
Yeah, so long as he's just not happy rather than actually a problem, because if he's running second and not happy, that's a good position to be in. Anyway, Christopher Ball, can he pull away from Brandon Lee Oxley? Can Brandon Lee Oxley close him? Can Adrian Hull continue his good run and actually move ahead? I think we should be seeing Christopher Ball pull away from what we've seen, but this will be the proof of what Christopher Ball's real speed is. He looked like he was being held up, but now we're seeing that possibly not, Russell.
Yeah, no, now's the time to put those laps in. Again, he's under pressure to do so in the first few laps, but I think he's got his head down and he will try and put a few tenths in each lap. But again, it's to be seen.
Yeah, and his strong point over Brandon Lee Oxley did seem to be in the sequence of hairpins, and that kind of plays out that he's now got 3 car lengths ahead. But equally, there's 3 car lengths behind with Adrian Hull, so they've sort of opened up a little bit. As round they come to start yet another lap there. There's 6.5 minutes remaining. Dennis Huller has put 22 laps in the books. He's been in the pits, so has Ramon Pinero in second. In fact, I think everybody's pitted. Yeah, all 10 have pitted. The best pit stop was a 13.0 from Dennis Huller, but if I was to be very cruel to Dennis Huller, I'd say he's the one who's had the most practice at it, having had to make 3 in that first heat race.
Yeah, still very keen to get those pit stops right, but if you're not under pressure, it's nice to be able to sort of take it a little bit easier.
Exactly that, and he really is not feeling any pressure now. Anytime you pull 6 seconds over somebody like Ramon Pinero, you know you are home and dry. So he just needs to keep driving around. He's got less than 6 minutes before the last lap board now. Christopher Bell is pulling away a little bit from Brandon Lee Oxley, but not as much as might have been predicted, given how all over him was. His advantage just seemed to be the hairpins. He's very good at getting through those hairpins, is Christopher Ball, and that's showing out when they come down the back straight here. Adrian Hull, I thought, would have been all over the back of Brandon Lee Oxley by now, but nothing going there.
Yeah, no, it's one of the things I was just mentioning earlier. I think with the different track layout, with a tighter, twistier track, we may find the car differences are actually slightly different. When we've got the faster standard layout, the top end may be the key differentiator, but I think it may be the bottom end.
Yeah, because obviously you've got one marshal who tests all of the karts, and he gets them within a couple of tenths of each other on a particular layout. When you've got a different layout, you may be exploiting different things within the karts, and obviously factor in the different drives as well, and that all adds up. But Dennis Huller certainly having no problems whatsoever. He's worked his way through the sheer sort of style and class there. Dennis Huller, the German driver, he's over yet again for this championship, a regular on the international scene. always does well. He's been second in the world before. He's never been the world champion, but he has been second. He has won the category, the Masters category here, and he's looking to win it again this time, although a real dud score in the opening heat races may scupper his championship. He has to win everything from here on in, really, Russell, doesn't he, if he's going to keep his hopes alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you obviously want to get the best results possible, but I think with a strong field, there may be some people who don't get those results, so maybe you can scrape through to the final with perhaps a fourth alongside your wins.
Yeah, which is a good point, because people are constantly taking points off people that are arguably nothing to do with you, but it benefits you because they score less points and so on. So here comes Dennis Huller. He's got just under 4 minutes to go. He's crossing the line. There he is. He's well on his mercurial way. You can see he's really guiding the cart as much as driving it. Through the hairpins, deft touches this way, that way. He's really got the right idea. There is Ramon Pinero. He's another absolute expert. Ramon Pinero, a Spanish driver. He reached the giddy heights of racing FIA Formula 2 Championship in cars. Very competitive. Now, that won races at Formula 2 level, Ramon Pinero. Returned more recently to karting, but he has been a regular in the BRKC. We see him year in, year out, and you know what? We see him win year in, year out, Russell. He's, I suppose you've had to tackle him on the track a lot. I should imagine he's a pretty formidable competitor.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you've got that speed, you're not going to lose it overnight, certainly. So yeah, even if you're coming up here with limited practice or time in the car, you're still going to be able to get some quick lap times in, and he's definitely proven that.
Absolutely. Ramon Pinero, he was second in his opening heat race. He's going to be second in this one. And although he'll aim for the win always, and he'll want to be winning, he'll probably feel a little disappointed, I'm sure, knowing Ramon. But this will be a lot of points in the bag, a lot of points. This will be when these points are all stacked up, Ramon Pinero is going to be in a pretty good position. He's not won, and he's not going to win this one either, but he'll be in a good spot.
Yeah, and likewise, having those points in the bank early on, it's nice to be able to know they're there without the pressure later on.
Absolutely. He's going to be able to really, try and convert victory, but as we were saying, it's a lot of points. Christopher Ball, though, will be delighted. He's a newcomer here to the British Rental Car Championship and Formula Fast. He's actually he's come over from Wales, and with the Team Sport track at Cardiff, he was the winter champion down there. So he's coming in off the back of a Winter Series win, so he's probably feeling pretty confident when it comes to racing and winning indoor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there is a particular knack to indoor racing versus sort of a lot of outdoor karting. It's that fine attention to detail, I think, around sort of those tight and twisty tracks. So if he's got that indoor karting nailed in, then he's definitely got a good chance.
Absolutely. Perfection is key, as we saw one driver just clip the end of the hairpin wall there. Perfection, you can see how close all these drivers are getting. It's so easy to overdo it. Although an indoor kart isn't as powerful as an outdoor one, it's certainly got enough power to get you into trouble if you do it wrong. And next thing you know, you're bouncing wall to wall and losing so much time, it's ridiculous. And the fact that these drivers are not having incidents and are as close as they are in terms of lap time says everything about the unknowns at the back as much as it does about the known legends at the front, which we see year after year and of course on the world scene as well. Dennis Huller, of course, is one such legend. And look at that, absolutely inch perfect around there. Anything less than that, and he's simply not going to win, are you, Russell?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think with amounts of hairpins on this particular layout as well, it's so easy to clip one of those inside barriers and just completely ruin your exit speed. But someone like Dennis is just absolutely on point on every lap on every corner, so really showing his class there. Absolutely. You're looking for speed and, importantly, perfection there. You're not really able to sort of just cover anything you do when you do it badly. You're going to be punished for a little while, at least till the next breaking point. And so it's always you can't really go glancing off the barriers all the time and actually expect to. Well, as you can see, Dennis Huller, no such problems for him. He's into the final half minute of the countdown. So chances are the next lap, as he starts this one, probably on 2 laps to go. So the next lap he'll be starting the last lap we expect. And it has to be said, the most comfortable victory of the weekend so far for Dennis Huller. Yeah, he certainly made it look easy. We had that early pressure from Raymond, but for whatever reason it's dropped off, whether that's a kart problem or some other issue, we don't know. But yeah, Dennis seems to have got into his stride and just had a relatively straightforward race. Absolutely. And incredibly,
look who he's coming up to, Robin Kassam. He's almost put Robin Kassam a lap down. Robin Kassam, we know he can win. He's won BRKC races before. He was second earlier on this morning. Kassam's had a difficult one. He's working on the back of Adrian Hull, who has dropped away from Brandon Lee Oxley. And I think they're coming up to lap somebody. In fact, Kassam has had to let Huller through. So Kassam's now gone a lap down, and this is the last lap. So Kassam won't get a final lap shot on to Adrian Hull down the backstretch. Probably pretty disappointed about that. Huller, is he going to bother to pass Adrian Hull, or do you think he'll just run it in? I think he's just going to run it in now.
That's his last opportunity, unless he pulls to the side now, which he has done, so he's going to get through.
Can Robin Kassam jump on the inside? No, but he's going to cross the line right behind Adrian Hull. Any more corners, and Kassam might have done something about that. But
yeah, could have fallen asleep there and accidentally lost the space.
Exactly, but a convincing victory there for the German, Dennis Huller. Dennis Huller, been on the international scene of the various national championships just like this in all the different countries. Really highly decorated, won plenty in his time, including being, second in the World Championships a couple of times, and this is the race that he needed after being in so much trouble in the first race there. So Dennis Huller finally gets the point score he's after. Ramon Pinheiro, a really good run through to second. I mean, when he was tailing Dennis Huller, at no point did it really look like he looked like he could match Dennis. But actually, it would always been a big ask to beat Dennis here. So he's probably got the best result he can go for. Yeah, it's almost a mirror of his first race, where he was behind Lewis Manley. He certainly has some pace himself, but for whatever reason, Raymond wasn't able to keep the pace up throughout the race. Maybe well be that kart issue. But yeah, I think he still will be very happy with that second place. Absolutely, and we've been talking about the weights earlier, Russell, and we can see Dennis Huller there, who's just going on to the weight check. Notice how he had a little weight in the seat, and he also had one of the red weights, which I think is 5 kilos, isn't it, here, which is a reasonable amount in the side thing there. As a race around here, do you notice the difference between the weight in the seat and the weight in the side pocket?
Personally, I've never felt the massive difference, but there's definitely sort of a placebo effect almost, where you think if you've got a huge amount in the side pod, you're going to be sort of top heavy on one side. So I've always preferred to have it under my seat wherever possible. But yeah, I think if you are putting sort of 15 kilos plus on the side pod, it may well have that effect, particularly going around the left and right hand corners.
Yeah, I suppose a lot would depend on how much you were putting in, really, wouldn't it? So if you were putting like 2.5 kilos in, that's going to be a bit different to putting 20, isn't it?
Yeah, and likewise, being able to sort of not put any weight on your cart and having it on your body, being able to move that around your cart, I think has got a great opportunity then to really sort of be able to lean, and we see that from a lot of particularly the European drivers.
Absolutely. Those who are new to this sort of racing, obviously we're running to a European format. You also notice how we've got a lot of international drivers in this, and there's a thing that has been dubbed the Euro lean. Basically, it's the art of helping the cart to rotate more in the corner and get a better turning ability by leaning outwards. Often you find that when people don't know any better, they tend to lean inwards, and that actually makes the car more likely to understeer and thereby lose the driver time and everything in the corner. So we got a round 2 result for Dennis Huller from Pinheiro and Christopher Ball. So a great third place there by Christopher Ball. We're moving on to the second race of round 2, and in this one, well, we've got a bit of an interesting cast in this one. We've got Thomas Vallas, who we haven't yet seen in the UK apart from that first heat race, but he ran pretty well in that. We've seen him in the Polish Championships before. Ryan Taylor, Dan Truman, Sebastian Miller, who won earlier on, Lucas Sullivan, Chris Peacock, James Peace, Ruben Boutons, the twice world champion and 6 times British champion, is in here. Denzel Clarkson at the other end of the scale. It's his first major competition. And Dan Dixon, who only started karting earlier this year, but ended up with about a 4th or 5th place in the earlier heat race. So
yeah, there's a good mix of drivers there. I think there's a lot of proven race winners, so a few people who've got a great chance here.
Absolutely, and of course, Russell, you know how it is, mate. Anytime Ruben Boutons is in the race, it's hard to look beyond him, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's always going to be the man to beat, as you say, 6 times BRKC champion. He's been there, done that plenty of times. But it's all about qualifying. I'm sure he'll do very well. But again, if you can out-qualify Ruben, you've always got a great chance.
Yes, you have, and it says something anytime you do. Now, those most likely to be able to do that, well, on my list would probably be, because he won earlier on, would be maybe Sebastian Miller. I'd never rule Dan Truman out from anything. It could happen. Thomas Vallas, he's been really good. He's a very decorated driver, but new here. So those really would be the ones. Ruben Beaton's, as I say, hard to look beyond him, but maybe second for Truman or second for Miller, perhaps?
Yeah, I was speaking to Dan earlier, so he maybe feels a bit rusty at the moment. But again, this is everyone's first time on this layout. So for the entirety of round 2, we've got a lot of drivers out there for the first time.
Absolutely. Now he's racing saloon car racing with Team Hard out in the cars. He's probably not used to having the open nature of a kart, so got no roof over him this time. So the 15 there, that would be, let's have a look, Thomas Vallas. Now, Thomas Vallas, he won the Polish Grand Prix a couple of years ago, and he's among the best. 12 there, I think, is Ruben Bouton, somehow sort of having a bit of a job getting out the pit lane there. Yeah, he is in the 12. That's Ruben Bouton. So obviously we've got to look at Ruben Bouton. They all come out. There's Dan Dixon, and so they're all out now. Bringing up the rear, I think, is Denzel Clarkson. So the two real rookies in this, Denzel Clarkson and Dan Dixon, are at the tail there. Ruben Bouton's is fairly early in the lineup. I think he came out about third, somewhere like that. But about to start the qualifying run now. So Thomas Vallas opens up there, and James Pease, father of Chris Pease, who we've seen here a number of times before. He's going to be second. Ruben Bouton is going to be third on the qualifying run here. So, and Dan Truman's now started his qualifying lap as they roll around. We are getting laps on the screen there, not the qualifying laps there. They're sort of out lap times, because obviously when they came out the pit lanes, they crossed the start line and then have had to cross the start line again.
Just saw Ruben did clip the barrier, so he may well have lost a few tenths through the new tight section.
Okay, we'll see what happens here, because here comes Thomas Vallas to set the benchmark. Vallas first. Is he going to be beaten by James Pease? James Pease in the 10, he's going to cross the line. And Vallas is in pole, and here comes Ruben Bouton's. Here comes Ruben Bouton's, and Bouton's is quickest. Ruben Bouton's, despite catching the barrier, has managed to put it into first place. From Vallas, Miller's gone third, Truman fourth. And Lucas Sullivan's gone third. Lucas Sullivan, the TKM Festival winner. So he's more used to the outdoor two-stroke driving, but he's now into third place, so making a fantastic crossover. Below that is Sebastian Miller fourth, Dan Truman fifth, Dan Dixon. Now, Dan Dixon is having an outstanding show so far. He's coming here from nowhere. He almost, well, to be honest, Russell, it's almost as if he accidentally entered the BRKC. He didn't realise quite the level that he was entering when he entered it. He'd been doing his, a lot of practice tests, everything, thought he'd enter a competition, entered the BRKC, and then arrived here to find it was a proper full-on international thing, and he was going to get mullered. I remember talking to him last night. He's a really nice fella, but he was no doubt to the task ahead, shall we say.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope he's having the time of his life, though.
He is. He's in sixth place here, and so clearly no fluke. He's obviously one of the wild cards to watch. Ryan Taylor, Chris Peacock, James Pease, and Denzel Clarkson, another rookie, bringing up the rear there. So there's Ruben Bouton's, 6 times British champion, and there is that's Sullivan, isn't it, in the green, Formula TKM winner, and there is Miller behind him. And the number 9, of course, of Dan Truman. There's Dan Truman racing cars this year. 14, that's Dan Dixon. He's the rookie that we've been talking about. Dan Dixon there, just lowering his visor, starting this, his second heat race. Need to keep an eye on him further down there, but Ruben Bouton's brings him round. He knows exactly how to play this. He's done it a million times before. On the gas, being followed across the line by Thomas Vallas. Vallas will be keen to use Bouton, the known quantity of Ruben Bouton's, to get away maybe from Lucas Sullivan. In through the twisty bit. It must be so easy on the opening lap to just send one up the inside there, Russell.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was all quite tidy, actually, for those first few corners, which is nice to see. I think maybe people aren't happy to take that big risk because, as I say, you could go for one position and lose 3 quite easily.
And Ruben Bouton's having to defend as a full course yellow being listed, but we've got green on the track. So we're green on the track, but full course yellow listed, but we'll see what happens there. But Ruben Bouton was certainly very defensive down the side. They had Thomas Vallas all over him. Thomas Vallas, one of the new kids on the block, if you like, a very young driver, just out of the juniors, and he has he's really showing something to the former world champion Ruben Boutens. Ruben Boutens, double world champion, arguably could have won 2 more. He's been second a number of times. And Thomas Vallas clearly has no respect for the Dutch karting legend. He's after Ruben Boutens straight away. There's sideways by Lucas Sullivan. Ruben Boutens is not having this his own way, is he?
No, absolutely. He's very aware of the karts behind him. He's not taking the full racing line just yet. He's still very much keeping that position defensive rather than pulling away.
Absolutely, and it is absolutely nose to tail behind. Yes, there's some gaps appearing, but nothing really major. Ruben Boutens working through the new section now. There he is in the blue, the leader of the fabled Blue Star team. They'll be looking to score points for the team prize. And he's looking over his shoulder, checking where Vallas is. He's down the middle, and he's really trying to keep Vallas behind. Vallas, that middle line, Russell, is obviously a very defensive from either side point of view. And in the pits is Vallas. Vallas into the pits. Now, this is something. An early pit stop is what you make when you think you're faster than the driver in front.
Yeah,
Vallas thinks he's got pace on Boutens. What do you read into that, Russell?
It's obviously a huge gamble to take because now it's in Ruben's hands whether he thinks he can pull away with a bit more clear air behind him. But it's his opportunity to certainly put some clean laps in and, yeah, make that jump.
Thomas Vallas feeling very confident indeed in this race. Anytime you pit to get yourself out from behind Ruben Boutens because he's holding you up, you are massively confident. And Thomas Vallas has rolled the dice. He's taken an early pit stop. Now he must put in ballistic laps here if he's any hope. And into the pits is the 13. That is Ryan Tyler. Now Ryan Tyler's coming out in the mid-pack there. So potentially something for Vallas to consider because Vallas needs to get in front of Ryan Taylor. We'll see what happens there. Did Vallas come out behind Taylor? How has that worked out?
No, he is ahead by the looks of it.
He is, yeah, he should be, but...
yeah, Vallas is 10.9 behind Ruben at the moment. So
okay, yeah.
It was 10.8 in the previous lap. We needed to keep a close eye on that because we know the lap time differential between pit stops is around that sort of 10 to 11 seconds.
Yeah, because if Ruben Boutens pitted now, Vallas should take the lead.
Yeah, it'll be super close, and I think particularly with the new first corner, the speed differential is going to make a big difference because that's where we've seen already a few sort of dive bomb moves to the inside.
Absolutely, and you're hearing from one of the best at those dive bomb moves, Russell. We've seen you pull a few shots down there, haven't we? Into hairpins and things, yeah. So Russell Endine, he knows what he's talking about. So when Russell Endine calls a dive up the inside, you know there's a potential for a dive up the inside. Now, closing in, arguably, on Ruben Boutens, when we're talking of diving up the inside, is Lucas Sullivan. Lucas Sullivan, the Formula TKM Festival winner. So, I mean, you do well to win that. 18, that's Chris Peacock. Now, Chris Peacock, he's another one pitting out from the mid-pack here. Yes, Vallas pitted, but the other two have come from the mid-pack. So maybe there's something going on in there that people are feeling that now is the time to try something.
And it may be the make or break of Vallas' race here, in that if the people in front of him pit it out of the way, it gives them that clear track to put the lap times in and put Ruben Boutens under pressure.
You've got to assume that if Vallas felt he was that confident that he's going to try at the pit stop to get around Ruben Boutens, that he would also consider he's the only one who's going to do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think looking at Ruben and Lucas at the front at the moment, Lucas needs to give Vallas a huge favourite and get on the back of Ruben so he's forced to go defensive again and really hold him up.
Indeed, because, you know, Ruben's having to defend against Lucas Sullivan is only going to help Vallas. So Vallas, probably Lucas Sullivan has no bigger fan than Thomas Vallas right now. As Ruben's checking over his shoulder there just to check where Sullivan is. And into the pits we've got somebody else. Who is this? This is the 8. It's the 8, and that is Denzel Clarkson. Denzel Clarkson is pitted. Now, Denzel Clarkson was running at the tail of the field, and that's going to be pretty important from someone like Ruben Boutens' point of view, because where is he going to come out? He's going to come out right in front of Thomas Vallas. So Vallas, and this is for position, is it? Yes. So Vallas somehow has lost a lot of time, has it? No, Vallas is going through. Yeah, Denzel Clarkson lap down. Sorry, I correct myself there. Vallas has immediately gone ahead of Clarkson. Clarkson really quite well aware of what's going on. So no time lost there. Because, of course, if Vallas had been held up, good news for Ruben Boutens.
Well, talking about held up, it looks like he has lost about 2 seconds on Ruben Boutens. I think potentially got held up getting past James Pease.
So making up time with Ruben Boutens is probably the least easy thing in indoor karting. And so you don't want to be giving two tenths away, or 2 seconds even. Now, Ruben Boutens catching the barrier there, just pushing it in ever so slightly. So clearly, maybe Ruben Boutens is under a fraction of pressure in this race, although he is still leading, and the lead is convincing. because we are dealing with Ruben Boutens. If it was many others, that might not be as convincing, but I would trust Ruben Boutens to stay ahead if he's got a 3-kart lead like he has now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were getting a bit excited about the early pit stop, maybe putting Ruben under pressure, but I think he's coming into his stride now and perhaps putting the lap times in to do what he needs to do.
And Ruben Boutens, if anyone can respond to pressure, it is Ruben Boutens. And he's somebody who almost will use that pressure to push himself forward. That's happened. He's clearly pulling away a little bit from Lucas Sullivan. Ruben Boutens, he does need to set some laps, some really good ones. He's gone fastest. This is his personal best. He's getting quicker. So Ruben Boutens has pulled the pin. He's trying to put in some hard, fast laps that will allow a pit stop and maintain a lead over Thomas Vallas. At the moment, we've got Vallas listed as 13.1 seconds back, which by anybody else's pit stop standard would be enough for Vallas to be in the lead. But if Ruben Boutens matches Vallas for pit stop, then Vallas would be behind him, but it would be very close. At least with this layout, whoever comes out the pits, in this case Boutens, they would be coming out on the inside of a hairpin, so they would actually not be likely to be done on momentum quite so bad as the more traditional Formula Fast layout. Here's Ruben Boutens. He's staying out. He's putting in those laps. It's another new personal best by Ruben Boutens. Every lap is getting faster by the former world champion Boutens. This is vintage Ruben Boutens, isn't it? Just go faster, 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 and win the darn thing.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got that metronomic consistency. He's fantastic in clear air, particularly in being able to drive around any problem in most karts. So if it has any understeer, you can see him correct for that, going around those laps. And just looking at the lap time difference between Vallas, he is perhaps doing enough at the moment.
Absolutely, you're seeing one of the finest in the world, showing us why he's one of the finest in the world. There's Ruben Boutens, karting legend, having won the BRKC 6 times. He's only lost it once, and that was to the Polish driver, Michael Zerb, who isn't actually here this weekend. So Ruben Boutens won't get to defeat Zerb back, if you like, but he certainly will be looking to win the title and regain some sense of normality in his eyes, at least. They're coming up to Denzel Clarkson. Boutens down the inside of Clarkson there to put him a lap down. Here comes Sullivan on Clarkson. Clarkson moving out of the way. Sullivan giving him the thank you sign. And Ruben Boutens absolutely is perfect. Very much looking like Dennis Holler that we saw. That smooth, flowing action that wins races. Here's Ruben Boutens. What a great shot that is.
Yeah, smooth as you like. Really on the mark on all the corners. Not hitting those barriers too much. We've seen a couple of times from Ruben, which perhaps unlike him. But again, we're pushing the limits on this new track, finding where those limits are.
Absolutely. And Ruben Boutens continues on his way. He has the lead and he's keeping it. Second place, Lucas Sullivan is dropped back a little bit from Ruben Boutens now that Ruben Boutens seems to have pulled the pin, got into that groove. But look at third, it's Sebastian Miller, Dan Truman fourth, and Dan Dixon has gone up to 5th place. Vallas is now up to 6th, having made his pit stop. Of course, I don't know that we've seen Dan Dixon into the pits, have we, Russell? I don't think we have. He's out of 2nd place. Not happy. Has he got a penalty? Lucas Sullivan may have got a penalty. We didn't quite see the lights, but I think...
yeah, he's shaking his head. He's not happy.
And Dixon in the pits. Dixon coming out the pits. Dan Dixon in 4th place. And what was the time for Sullivan? It was quick, but what a shame for him. And, yeah, not good. But Dan Dixon, 12.0, that's the fastest pit stop we've seen all weekend. As Dan Dixon is the man. He's in 6th place, but the fastest pit stop we've seen. Now, we'll have to double check and make sure that one's legit, because that is getting insanely quick pit stop wise. Ruben Boutens yet to pit. He's still got the lead. Now, where is Sullivan? Sullivan's 13 seconds behind. Ruben Boutens should come out ahead of Dixon, but it is going to be tight.
Yeah, just looking at those gaps now, you've got Vallas and Sullivan. So that was going to be the make or break, I think, between potentially 2nd and 3rd.
10 is James Peace. He's in the pits, father of Chris Peace. James Peace making sure he gets the green. He pulls out and back into the race. And looking now, that promotes Sebastian Miller to 2nd place. He's only 5 seconds behind Ruben Boutens. So when this all shakes down, Ruben Boutens is going to come out behind Miller. And in is Sullivan to take his penalty. So he had got a penalty. It's going to throw him down the order. Vallas already has moved up to 4th. What about Dixon? Is he going to lose place to Dixon? Here comes Dixon. Oh, and Sullivan loses another place to Dixon. And has he lost one to Tyler? Yeah, Taylor as well. He does. Lucas Sullivan gone right down to 7th place. He was running 2nd to Ruben Boutens. That has cost him dear.
Yeah, it's super costly. You throw the dice when you go for those quick pit stops, and unfortunately it's not worked out from this time.
Yeah, he was aiming to cut a very fine light, cut it just too fine, and it's cost him the race, arguably. But Thomas Vallas has been the net benefit of that, because if you remember, when the pit stop cycle through, that stops Sullivan being someone he's fighting with. So Vallas is, because I should imagine that, Vallas, he was looking a bit more racy with Ruben Boutins than, say, Lucas Sullivan was. So maybe Vallas is the more risky competitor. We've got 8.5 minutes to go. So Ruben Boutins continues on his way. He is still not coming in. He's keeping everybody guessing as to when he's actually going to make that pit stop. At the moment, he would lose the lead to Miller. He would lose the second place to Truman, but neither have stopped. He would come out just in front of Thomas Vallas, even if he took a relative gentle stop. Now, look at this. Dan Dixon's got his hands full of Lucas Sullivan. Now, Lucas Sullivan will be pretty mad after having to come in and redo the pit stop, so I can imagine he's going to be getting racy. This is the battle. In fact, whoa, side by side. Yeah, contact. Dixon gets, sideways by Dixon. Just catching the front there of Lucas Sullivan now. Lucas Sullivan would have had to give the place back anyway, so and he has. But Lucas Sullivan, he's alongside him. They're side by side, but now Dixon's got the in front again. Both taking completely different routes through the hairpins there.
Yeah, lots of rubbing side pods, really going from finding that space. Looks like he's going to find his way through one way or the other.
And Lucas Sullivan is going to outbreak him down the backstretch. No, it's Dixon who hangs on. Lucas Sullivan had the inside coming off the final turn, but did not quite have the momentum. And Dixon held on as they start another lap. There's still 7.5 minutes, so plenty of time for this to be sorted out. And it may not be in Dixon's favour. The way Lucas Sullivan's going, he could well take the position. He's looking pretty racy out there, Russell.
Yeah, no, he's really put him under pressure. And we've seen a couple of moves already that haven't quite come off. He does need to be careful, though, not to get that bad pass or even a penalty if he doesn't quite put it off correctly.
Absolutely. Lucas Sullivan probably feels he's had enough aggro in this race already without any bad pass flags. But I think Lucas Sullivan, he knows exactly what he's doing. His body language is all aggression, but looking very controlled indeed. So he's working his way on Dixon there. They don't look like they're losing time, which was a bit of a worry with Chris Peacock closing in. They've dropped a bit of time to Ryan Taylor, so that's good news for Ryan Taylor. Meantime, we're still waiting for Boutins, Miller and Truman to come in all side by side through the hairpin. Look at that battle. The battle rages. It's for 6th place, but you think it's for the lead. There goes Sullivan up the inside, but he can't make it stick. Onto the backstretch.
He's almost compromising himself, but he does get a little nudge in. Or it's close on this one.
Can he do it? Can he pull out and outbreak him? No, he can't. Dixon just hangs on there, but runs wide coming out the corner, and Sullivan's right on his tail again.
Yeah, Sullivan's going for those really aggressive moves. I think just needs to keep his cool head on and just to work out where the best move is without compromising himself onto the next set of corners.
Absolutely. Now, here is where we've seen the most aggressive. Sullivan up the inside, but can't make it work. Sullivan almost got the cart sideways. That was a big old lunge. And in the pits, who is this? It's Miller out second. Let's check the lights. Look above the driver. Red light is on. Oh, he's got a yellow on the first one. Sebastian Miller. Oh, the curse of second place, Russell.
Yeah, but again, if he's pushed his luck there, that's absolute disaster for him. It's obviously going to benefit a few drivers behind him, but he'll be absolutely livid with himself if he's gone too hard there.
And once again, who's going to benefit the most? The early stop in Thomas Vallas. So Thomas Vallas could well have a clear run in his attack to Ruben Boutins. The big concern for Vallas, of course, would have been how close were those behind him? Was it going to be a 3 or 4 cart fight for the win when the pit stops cycle through? But clearly it's just going to be a 2-cart fight. It's all about when Ruben Boutins pits. There is Ruben Boutins on screen. He's working his way through some back markers. He's going to have this battle in front of him, Ruben Boutins is. So, and someone's... Yep, they're good. They're good.
And it's Sullivan's through.
Sullivan's through. Miller's retaking his pit stop. And here comes Sullivan. Now, will Sullivan get Miller as well? Because Miller's taken his penalty pit stop and he's come out just in front of Sullivan. Sullivan's got past Dixon, as Russell shouted. And in the pits, Ruben Boutins, the race leader. This is what makes or breaks the race. Where is Thomas Vallas?
Yeah, Ruben taking no risks here. He's got enough time in the bag. 2 nice, safe green stops.
Thumbs up there by what looked like Logan Sune. So just telling him he's looking good there, Ruben Boutins. So, and Vallas is in second. Now, what is the gap? So I'm going to look out the window here and get a visual on it. And Vallas is not far behind. You can see Ruben Boutins. So when they come out on the back straights, we will probably see both carts. Sullivan continues to pull away slightly from Dixon. He'll be keen to see that. Willie closing on Miller. But let's see what's going on round the back. There's Sullivan. There's Dixon. So Sullivan, man on the move. He's closing on Sebastian Miller. He's closing. And there is Vallas. Vallas in view. So here's Ruben Boutins, the leader. And there is Thomas Vallas from Poland, the same. The Dutchman versus the Pole. Now, can Vallas close in? Can you see Vallas closing in here? And we are dealing with Ruben Boutins here, Russell.
It's a big ask, I think. But I think given he took that big gamble on sort of the second or third lap of the race and he's come out in second, I think he's going to be reasonably happy with that. it's always going to be a tough, as I say, getting past Ruben, and Ruben's shown he has got the pace in that car on this track configuration. So I think with 9 points in the bag, it's going to be a good result for Vallas.
It's going to be a great result for Vallas. Ruben Bouton will make this his second win. A lot of points there. He won his first heat race. He's leading this one. Thomas Vallas, do you know what? I think Thomas Vallas he's still a very young guy. He's only just out of the junior races, and I think Thomas Vallas has probably got enough, shall we say, junior attitude to want to have a go at the legend that is Ruben Bouton, but probably also the racing brain enough to think that second place is going to be pretty good. Russell, he can see Ruben, and I'm sure he's going to be trying his best, but no matter which way you look at it, you're dealing with Ruben Bouton. The ask level is huge, isn't it? But there is Ruben Bouton, and there is Thomas Vallas. Yeah,
I think even at this stage of the race, if you can put a 10th on Ruben every lap, unfortunately, he's just got that too much of a gap now. But it is a great learning opportunity. With a bit of clear air, you can potentially try and find those extra few tenths by pushing the limits on a few corners, work out how late you can brake for a few corners, and that could come into real strength for the next race.
Absolutely, because you see, Ruben Bouton has won the Polish Championship before, despite being a Dutchman, but Thomas Vallas has come second, and he's twice won the Polish Grand Prix. So Thomas Vallas is probably of the mindset that he's not going to be freaked by anybody, including Ruben Bouton. If I was running second to Ruben Bouton, I'd probably be thinking, I'll take this, but maybe Vallas has other ideas. If he has other ideas, it's probably a little bit too late in the race with just over 2 minutes 20 until the last lap board, but you know, who knows?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the battle at the front is settled, but just looking down the leaderboard, we've got 5th and 6th between Miller and Sullivan, still very close between them, and there could be a last minute move potentially.
Absolutely, and of course both of them had a penalty. Both of them have made 2 pit stops, and they're still running mid-pack. So a great result by them. Dan Dixon has now been pushed to 7th, so not quite the result he got earlier on, but for a driver of his complete lack of experience, that is a ballistic result at this international level.
Yeah, can we confirm Dan Truman's pitted as well, because he's in 3rd at the moment, and that's potentially going to be...
pitted. He was the second best pit stop, actually, 12.5.
Well, he's kind of gone under the radar a little bit for us, but I think 3rd place is a really good result in this heat.
Yeah, and still the greatest pit stop of the lot was the complete rookie, Dan Dixon. So maybe I'm probably being very harsh to Dan Dixon. Maybe having a sort of no clue, really, is an advantage. But we'll see, because Dan Dixon, he's had the best pit stop of everybody. Obviously, experience is what he's building on now, but he's building experience being fastest pit stopper, including Ruben Bouton's, and is running 7th in this race. So probably got some good laps in the books, just working on precision, and that's giving speed, Russell.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, when I was practicing, always made sure I put some a few laps in with those pit stops and try to make sure you make the most of it without going over that edge. And if he's managed to get the exact hot lap in with a pit stop, then he's going to get a big advantage from it.
Absolutely. So we've got under a minute now. We've got Ruben Bouton's leading, 31 laps in. Thomas Vallas is in second, as we know. Truman is some way back. He's a good 10 seconds off those, but it's a solid 3rd. It's a lot of points. Ryan Taylor has moved up into 4th, actually. So Ryan Taylor, I think we saw pitting pretty early, and that's obviously worked out for him. Sebastian Miller and Lucas Sullivan, both penalties, pushed down to 5th and 6th. Dan Dixon's been, is dropping away from a little bit, 3 seconds away in 7th. Chris Peacock, James Peace and Denzel Clarkson bring up the tail. This is a pretty complex course, though, so I think we're seeing people who are have less experience at this level, such as Denzel Clarkson. It's obviously going to be a harder ask than the regular layout.
Yeah, we've got Miller and Sullivan just coming up to a back marker. Could make a real big difference. He has moved just out of the way, just on screen there briefly.
Yep, and Sullivan's trying to squeeze through. Sullivan hasn't quite made it through down the backstretch. Is he going to make a big lunge at the bottom there? Sullivan is going around the outside somehow, but he's been blocked out, and that's on Miller. So Miller and Sullivan are really fighting it out here as Ruben Bouton will start the last lap next time through. There's Ruben Bouton, the race leader, the Dutch racing legend. He's heading for his 2nd win of the weekend. This is exactly what he needs to be doing to regain the title. He's won 6 times to add to his multiple times winning the Dutch Championship and every other championship there is, including the world. And there is Thomas Vallas, put up such a valiant show there. Thomas Vallas, the Polish driver. Dan Truman, of course, a good result for him in 3rd. There's Ruben Bouton. He's on his last lap now, around the far end of the track. He's exiting the new section and onto the familiar back straight. There's Ruben Boutons. He looks like he's putting in no effort at all, but this is flat out from one of the fastest and best there is. Russell, this has been an incredible performance.
Yeah, it's almost like he's enjoying a lap of honour. It looks nice and smooth and at ease at the moment. Been able to pull away and raise his hands across the line, so a great result there from Ruben.
Amazing run there. Ruben Boutons, he's the first one to win 2 heat races of the weekend, and he's that puts him at the top of the table in terms of points. Now, the points, what the drivers do, they score their points in 4 of the heat rounds. There's 4 rounds of heats, so they each get to race 4 heat events today and tomorrow, and then there's the semi-finals. Now, the top 30 go through at the semi-finals, so these points, already Ruben Boutons is booking a place in towards those semi-finals. Once you've won 2 heat races, you are looking, it's got to go pretty wrong to not make the semi, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You want
it can go wrong, but
of course, yeah. You always want a strong start to your weekend. It just gets you in good spirits and obviously gives you that mathematical chance of doing well for the championship. But again, making yourself the man to beat is no bad thing, certainly.
Absolutely, and there is Ruben Bouton, the legendary Dutch driver. He's been around a long time now, very much one of the young drivers years ago, now certainly one of the elder statesmen. Everything to win in indoor karting has been won by him. You can imagine the house is fairly full of serious trophies there, Russell. He's making his way, quite weighted up there is Ruben Bouton. He's making his way to the scales. He's got to be over 90 kilos. We're going to have a look. Is he over? Yes, he is comfortably there. And so easy pass there on the scales for Ruben Boutons. Thomas Vallas, the new driver, he's to the BRKC. Brad Philpott, is that Brad? No, it's sorry, it's another Blue Star driver. It just looked like Brad's eyes there. That would be Christian Dervin there. Just conferring with Brad Philpott. Christian Dervin is someone has Ruben Boutons acknowledging the win. There's Dan Dixon walking past, and there's Lucas Sullivan in the green just going past us there. So a serious performance there by Ruben Boutons. He's done exactly what he needed to do. Of course, we had the 3rd place going to Dan Truman. So Vallas was 2nd and Truman 3rd. Not really an unexpected result there, Russell,
No, I think it was broadly to form. Obviously, with 2 penalties, though, for Miller and Sullivan. They certainly put them back further than they would want to be. But it was a good, clean race, actually. The layout seemed to work really well. It's definite opportunities for passes across the lap, which is really good to see. And not that sort of feared carnage in the first corner, I think.
Exactly. I mean, that first corner is a real sharp one, and it must be so tempting. The next heat race is going to be an interesting one. We've got Sean Briley, who is obviously trying to be the 2nd driver to win both heat races. The interesting thing, we know he can do it. He's been a finalist a number of times here in the British Rental Kart Championship, been a finalist in the World Championships, so and he's also been around a long time, so another likely winner there. At the other end of the scale, we've got Christian Dervin, who's a member of the Blue Star team with Ruben Boutons, and to get on that team, you've got to be pretty darn handy. So Christian Dervin had a complete mare in the first race, a sort of Dennis Huller level of aggravation in the first heat race. So can Christian Dervin get his championship back on track with a result here?
I reckon so, yes, because as I understand, Dervin arrived with limited or no practice going into that first race. So with sort of the level of this has been everyone's first time on this particular layout, we may well find he comes right to the front.
So then, we've got the 3rd heat race here. So Ruben Boutons became the first driver to win both heat races so far that he's driven in. Now we're looking for another one to do the same. Sean Briley, I should imagine that's on his mind as well. But Christian Dervin, on paper, is an immediate challenge for that.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a few drivers here wanted to put their name down, put their marker down, and there's a great opportunity with that first cycle lap to get their eye in and put that lap in that's going to get them at the front. Absolutely.
Now we've got some people here. We've got Scott McIntyre, who we saw win earlier on. He won his heat race. Ben Churchill, we know, can do very well. Nicky Dolan was a real star in that. He was running 2nd so long earlier on, and he got bundled down a bit, if I remember rightly. Was he 3rd or maybe even 4th? Anyway, I'm sure he knows. But the key thing being is that there's a few little dark horses in here. Sean Briley, the obvious choice. Christian Dervin needs to make himself an obvious choice. And Dervin is actually near the tail. In fact, he's last out to qualify. Sean Brierley is sort of towards the lower end of the midfield in terms of karts coming out. Ben Churchill's up near the front, and it was Templeman, Ben Templeman, who went out to start the qualifying. So Templeman's going to set the initial lap, and then we've got some heavy hitters coming after that. So down the backstretch. So this is their out lap. So Templeman about to start the qualifying. He crosses the line now to begin his lap. And there is Ben Churchill. So Ben Churchill's going to be worth looking at, in fact, as all are. Nicky Dolan is going to be the third one as well. So there's potential for a fast lap, a front starter coming from the early drivers. There's Christian Dervin. So everybody is out on their qualifying now. There's Sean Brierley on camera.
Just looking, James, I think it's Scott McIntyre. Scott McIntyre's been held up really badly in those first few corners. I think his lap's going to be really compromised.
And who has Scott McIntyre been held up by is the question. So
it's like Richie Clark.
Clark. Okay, so let's have a look here. There's Sean Brierley. Now, Sean Brierley's going around. He's completing his lap any moment. Ben Churchill's fastest from Nicky Dolan. Scott McIntyre third. You think he'd be held up? Sean Brierley's gone first. Now, what about Dervin? Here comes Dervin. He is second fastest, Christian Dervin. 0.3 of a second off Sean Brierley. We had to wait right to the end to see what was going to happen there, but predictable pole position for Sean Brierley, but only just from Christian Dervin, a predictable sort of battle with him. But how about that? Jamie Burke. Jamie Burke has come through to second place. He does well on the outdoor track at Wilton Mill, and he also is a team sport regular, but he's not really been in the big competitions as Jamie Burke. So Jamie Burke, he's less than half a second off Sean Brierley, so he can't be that bad.
No, absolutely. He's put himself in a great position there. And yeah, he's got a great opportunity to either stick with the two drivers in front of him or even challenge them.
Absolutely. But he's going to have his hands full, because right behind Jamie Burke in fourth is Ben Churchill with Nicky Dolan in fifth. Scott McIntyre's absolutely going to be on it to get to the front. There he is in the 17, shaking his head as he heads towards that sixth place starter position. Richie Clark is behind him in seventh. And then Isaac Fires and Ben Templeman behind them. So Fires and Templeman bringing up the rear. Sean Brierley having a little chat. There's a bit of a chat going on behind. There's Nicky Dolan having a word with McIntyre. There's some, maybe McIntyre's getting a bit big, but they're obviously making some kind of deal.
Yeah, I think Scott's knowing he's out of position for qualifying, so he's either looking to work with the driver in front of him there, or even, I wouldn't be surprised to see an early pit stop throwing those dice.
Yeah, Nicky Dolan there in the 10. He's going to be someone worth working with from what we've seen so far. But here comes Sean Brierley. Now, Sean Brierley has Christian Dervin with him, and then there's that third place with Jamie Burke. So I think the two are going to try and check out here pretty much straight away. So the way they go on the gas is Sean Brierley. He's going to have to brake hard for that first corner. Dervin follows him through. Dervin's in second. Now, are they going to be able to open up something of a gap through the hairpins? That's what they'll be hoping. But it is, of course, the third place of Jamie Burke that's going to have something to say about that. Ben Churchill follows Burke, and it's pretty much line astern. Now, Jamie Burke is managing to hang on to those two leaders. He's not someone we've seen too much of lately, but he certainly is worthy of that third place as they come down the back straight into that corner there at the end. Often decides races down there. But here's Sean Brierley. He is leading the first race. Christian Dervin is looking to make up a lot of points in this one. I think Christian Dervin's going to be looking for victory in this. I mean, taking it from Sean Brierley is an ask, yes. But if he wants to be the champion here, Dervin needs to be doing the winning all the races now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's actually been quite a nice, clean start. So I think all the drivers just get settled into their rhythms pretty quickly. And we'll start seeing who's got the pace to really pull away or challenge the person in front of them.
A deceptively clean start. Scott McIntyre's probably had to be, shall we say, the most patient of the lot. That's him there, though. He does look as though he's past Nicky Dolan. And there's a bit of aggro at the front there. The number 10, that is Nicky Dolan. Nicky Dolan's been done by what looks like Richie Clark, and there's more pushing and shoving
all kinds of contact in the final corner.
It's all going on. It's hard to decide who's hit who. Half the field virtually, and they were into the first turn. Surely somebody's going to end up in trouble here at the back of the grid. The leaders pull away, but at the back of the field, it's all action. Dolan, Clark, Fires, Templeman, they're all in the mix there at the back of the field, pushing and shoving. The place is changing right, left and centre. Dolan seems as though he's come out in the lead, and that is good news for Scott McIntyre, who got past Dolan. And in fact, it was probably Scott McIntyre's pass at the end of the straight that set up what we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. There's argy-bargy throughout that little pack there, but they've all lost a huge amount of time to Scott in front of them. So it's all put the races back a little bit now.
Absolutely, it's cost them all day. Someone's in the pits. I think that's Richie Clark. Yes, it is. It's Richie Clark. Richie Clark has pitted out of 7th. He's going to go to 9th. There he is, yeah. He's had a contact warning, but that's not a penalty. It's just a warning. And he's pitted into clear air. So he thinks he's faster, obviously, and that's why he's pitted out of the problem. It's such a great strategic thing to have, this pit stop, isn't it, Russell?
Yeah, it's great just to have that card in your pocket. Indoor karting is such fine margins, and it can be so difficult to pass if the driver in front of you is going to be defensive. So it just means that you've got to think about that particular strategy element at all times, unless you've played it early and then you know you've got nothing left.
Absolutely. Russell, obviously, thinking back to your own racing, particularly in the BRKC, have there been some times when you've made what has ended up being the perfect call on the pit stops, and have you come unstuck?
Yeah, absolutely. I've actually, fortunately, been able to come all the way from 9th to win a race before. As an early race in the morning, so the cold tyres and cold track, came to us forward during the race, extra pace. I knew I'd out-qualified or poorly qualified myself, but almost went under the radar with the drivers battling at the front. I pitted late, and they kind of didn't realise I was going to be challenging for the lead late on.
Do you know what? I remember that one, Russell. It was your famous last back to the front one, wasn't it? Because you left it really late, and it was like no one was considering it. We've got another pit visitor. That would be the 12. That is Ben Templeman. Now, Ben Templeman is probably going to get passed by Richie Clark. Yes, he does. So Richie Clark has moved up a place into 8th, which is obviously exactly what he had in mind when he took that early pit stop. So leading after 5 laps, they've done 5 laps, almost after 6 now. Sean Briley is leading from Christian Dervin. Now, Christian Dervin has dropped back a little bit from Sean Briley. Dervin maybe going to be having to settle for second. Obviously, Sean Briley forcing him to. But Dervin's got Jamie Burke, who's a bit of an unknown at this point. The more known Churchill and the previous race winner, McIntyre. But in the pits there, that is the 18. That is Isaac Fires. Now, Fires may be passed by Clark. Yes, he is. So Richie Clark's moved up another place. Now, what about Ben Templeman? He's going to come out right behind Fires. Now, Ben Templeman's going to be blocked out by Fires. Fires has kept the place ahead of Templeman. So Fires 8th, Templeman 9th, and that worked out just about in Fires' benefit there. So Ben Templeman held back into that 9th and final place. Oh, and in the pits, that's Scott McIntyre. This is crucial because McIntyre, one of the team hard drivers in circuit racing with cars, obviously felt he was out of position qualifying. He's lost a place, though, to Nicky Dolan, but of course Nicky Dolan's yet to make a pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about rolling the dice with the pit stops. He's come out in good clear air, so as much as he's now no longer got that opportunity to pit later on, he has got that clear air, and if he thinks he's got the lap times in him, then he's definitely got an opportunity to make up a few places.
And 12.8 seconds has been the fastest pit stop by Scott McIntyre in this race. So the flying Scott McIntyre continues to fly both in the pits and on the track. He's in 6th place, having made a stop. Several drivers in front of him not, and what he needs to do now is claw his way in. Now, Jamie Burke, when Jamie Burke pits, he's going to lose to Scott McIntyre. So is Ben Churchill. So is Nicky Dolan. So Scott McIntyre potentially could sort of work his way up to 3rd place. We'll see what happens. There's the race leader, Sean Briley. Of course, he has not stopped yet, but he doesn't need to. He's trying to make a big gap. Sean Briley trying to make a big gap up to so that Christian Dervin when he pits, he can come out ahead of Dervin. So the visual gap is huge. So there's Sean Briley, and not even in picture yet is Dervin. There's Dervin.
Yeah, you have to say it's going completely to plan for Sean at the moment. He's got the clear air, putting the lap times in, and he's improving that gap. So with the benefit of being in the race lead, he'll get any blue flags as well. So yeah, unless something goes drastically wrong, I think potentially he's got it in the bag even at this early stage.
Absolutely, this is very much a similar performance to Ruben Bouton's, except with a bigger advantage. So the serious hitters are really making the most of this revised layout. So we've seen Dennis Holler, Ruben Bouton's and Sean Briley both really commanding results there in the end. Christian Dervin is doing almost like a typical second place around here, in that he's a driver on any given day, could win, but just isn't going to win this one. So they're maximising the points they can get in second place. Christian Dervin, with the best will in the world, is not going to be under threat from Jamie Burke. Unless, of course, he makes a mess in the pit stops. However, Sean Briley is coming up to some backmarkers now. The question is, will Sean Briley use this time to pit, or will he not? Because it's not only about what's in front of him, Russell, but as you know, and you'll be able to tell the viewers, it's about where you're going to come out the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still quite early in the race that you could get a bad spot on track if you pit now. You should have the benefit of blue flags any moment now, as well as the drivers hopefully being aware that he's approaching. But there's definitely a chance he's going to get held up a little bit here.
Immediately waved through there by Ben Templeman. So incredibly sporting performance there by Ben Templeman. Gave Sean Briley the sign. Next on the hit list is Isaac Fires. Well, he was really good earlier on as well. So, went into the pits. It's Jamie Burke from third. Jamie Burke making a pit stop. Now let's have a look at this second bit. The light is on. Is it going green? Yes, it is. And Jamie Burke exits the pits. It's been a good stop by Jamie Burke there. He resumes in fourth place.
Yeah,
So,
just out there in front of Nicky, but it seems to have held up nicely.
yeah, I think Nicky came in earlier on with a view to trying to leapfrog quite a few people, but he has not been able to leapfrog Jamie Burke. Now, Ben Churchill is in third place, and we're waiting for Ben to come in, and arguably that is really where it's at for Jamie Burke, Nicky Dolan. They're going to be keen to see Ben Churchill in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. By the looks of it, he'd come right in the middle of that battle at the moment. So I think it's up to Ben to work out whether he can put the lap times in to pull ahead, or whether he needs to come in now to sort of minimise any loss, really.
And the number 10 car, that is Nicky Dolan. Nicky Dolan is in the pits. I thought Nicky Dolan made a pit stop, but he obviously hadn't, so that puts him back behind Scott McIntyre and Jamie Burke. So Nicky Dolan sort of tumbled down to 7th. Obviously, there are some pit stops we made in front of him, but really not the greatest race for Nicky Dolan. Of course, he was in that earlier controversy, wasn't he, with them bouncing off each other there, Russell. Obviously, in this situation, very easy to get into a big load of action at the back of the field.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can go from hero to zero so quickly around here, whether that's through your own making or a bit of bad luck.
Absolutely. Here's Sean Briley on screen. He's got the race in the bag. It looks 14 laps in, but still with 11 and a half minutes to go. So Sean Briley can dictate when he exactly takes the stop. Now, he's been going so fast, it looks like he's coming up to the back of Nicky Dolan. Now, Nicky Dolan has made a pit stop. Sean Briley has not. Obviously, Briley's going to be aware, looking across the track at where he will actually come out of the pits. You know, you can use beams and all sorts of parts of the track as a reference point. Christian Dervin has made his way past the back markers, is now nearly 5 seconds back from Sean Briley. So Sean Briley is in the perfect position to be able to make choices. He's got a lot of time in hand. He's got distance in hand. He's got track position in hand, and we'll just see what he does. He's obviously got a good plan. He normally gets it right, Russell. He's probably one of those people who, from your perspective, gets it annoyingly right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Sean will love me reminding him he has made mistakes with the pit stops before, but it is in his hands this particular race at the moment. I imagine he'll leave the pit stop more or less as late as possible, but certainly won't want to risk missing that last lap, last chance to pit board.
That's right. The strategic element of the pit stop of getting away from certain people means that Sean would he'd probably want to keep that in his pocket as long as possible, really, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think at the moment he doesn't need to pit. I don't think he will, especially looking where Ben Churchill is on track. He would probably come out around about the same time. So a few more laps down the line, I think he may well have that gap over Ben Churchill, or he may well drop out of the way anyway.
Yeah, there's a good chance he'd come out behind Ben Churchill there. Comfortably ahead of Jamie Burke, but of course there are a couple of people who have gone down a lap, which is Nicky Dolan, Isaac Fires and Ben Templeman. Fires, Templeman there some way further back, whereas Nicky Dolan is a little bit further forward, although a lap down. So that would be a bit of a risk there, just working your way through. They have been getting out of the way, but I suppose Sean Briley, he's just going to not need any hassle at all, is he? He just wants to get this one in the bag, get the points, and be the second person to do the double so far. Christian Dervin, he's probably done what he can do right now, but that is a really great defence, you know, from a championship point of view. If you can't win, second's the next best thing. He's going to have a heck of a lot of points from this. Yeah,
no, absolutely. I think given the quality of this field, getting second in any heat is going to be a good result. I know Christian will be putting 100% into this, despite having nearly 5.5 seconds down on Sean, but for whatever reason, the pace isn't quite in the cart today. So, yeah, I think he'll be happy with that second position.
Absolutely. And when it comes to rental kart racing, of course, Christian Dervin, it's easy to overlook. With the Saudi Kart Championship that was taking place a few years ago, 5 years ago now, he was the junior world champion. So Christian Dervin does have a lot of form, and he's obviously using all of that to be second place now, and of course it's why he's with the team like Blue Star. But Sean Briley, he has put in a really strong performance all weekend. He was fast in the testing at the end of the week. He's won his first heat race. He's on his way to winning the second one, bar any kind of problem now. Christian Dervin's done what he can do. Now, Ben Churchill's probably in a more interesting area because he's had a pretty good run so far this weekend. He was looking good in the practicing. And Ben Churchill, that's going to be a lot of points for third place, Russell.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking. He may need to make his pit stop still, but even with a pit stop, he'd still be in the top half of the field. So it's definitely a great run so far. And I think, be happy with it, those good points.
Now, the way it's looking, Ben Churchill might actually come out ahead of Scott McIntyre as things stand. It would be very close, but may be doable. He'll definitely lose a place to Jamie Burke, of course, but still get a lot of points for that fourth place or even fifth if ends up there. He's certainly going to come out ahead of Richie Clark. Nicky Dolan's not going to be a problem, fires Templeman, but Ben Churchill's going to get a lot of points here no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely right there, James.
So, still waiting 7 minutes, just really waiting for this one to wind down. We'll be looking out for the first three to make their pit stops because they're the ones that need to be made. Everyone else has made the stop. There's Ben Churchill just going through on the camera there. He's got a big old lead there over Jamie Burke, albeit he has to make a pit stop. So this one here with the red helmet, Ben Churchill, he's going to come out maybe alongside, maybe ahead of Scott McIntyre, but really could do with making him a little bit of time. See if he can do something on Jamie Burke. He may or may not be aware where he is position-wise relative to Burke, but if he can eke a bit of time out, that could be a third place for Ben Churchill, which he'll take. Sean Briley, there's no question over his first place. So 23 laps in, there's been fairly good speed average in this race by Sean Briley. Got a lot of laps in, given where we are. So still Ben Churchill does not come in. We're still waiting for any of the three current leaders. Ben Churchill now has put, I think, Templeman a lap down. And so Ben Churchill has less of a need to stop. There's McIntyre going through, you can see from the camera. But here is Sean Briley. And Richie Clark was going there behind him. Sean Briley, you can see he's sweeping through the bends, a bit like Ruben Bouton was and Dennis Huller earlier on. Bit of a response there to somebody from Christian Dervin, obviously getting some kind of signal. He's 7.5 seconds back, so no question of winning this race, but he has got 10 seconds in hand from Ben Churchill. 11 now. Ben Churchill's crossed the line further back, so pretty much solid top two. Question is over third, fourth and fifth.
Just looking at the lap times, the track looks to be sort of bedding in a little bit with the new rubber and the dust off those new lines that have been opened up. Into the 34s now. 34.6 fastest lap for Sean Briley in the lead.
And I think that's a new race lap. Oh, have a look at this. Christian Dervin in the pits. Now, how is this going to work out? It doesn't need to be brilliant, but it could always do with being good, and it is. So he's come out just in front there. Now, that was crucial, because although this is a fight for position and he's got a pit stop in hand, Christian Dervin did not really want to come out behind these three, and he's managed to make it stick. He's just in front there now. He's battling with... so into the pits, the race leader. This is Sean Briley. What's going to happen at the end of this pit stop? So the first stop is good. The leader's in. The second stop, he's on red. Is he going to go green? He's moving, but it's green. He's good. Now, where's Christian Dervin? He's going to come out ahead of the back marker there and comfortably ahead of Christian Dervin. Yeah, so it's worked out well.
Yeah, Sean was taking no risk with the pit stop there. I think he waited it for it to go green before he even hit the accelerator.
Did he just, yeah. And I believe, by my reckoning, Sean Briley may have set the fastest lap of the weekend so far, of the racing weekend, should we say. So there's still a bit to go for the testing time.
Yeah, 30 on the alternative layer, which is a little bit slower, but it does look to be the quickest we've seen, I think.
Yeah, I think that's very quick indeed. So 30.8, 30.6, we'll see where that works out at. I don't know. So we'll see when that updates where we actually end up. So, it's 34, yeah. We'll see. Anyway, so Sean Briley, 4 minutes left to go, and in the pits, there's Ben Churchill. This concludes the pit stops now. He's the last one to make the pit stop out of this race. He's got the red light. He's waiting for the green. He's still moving, but the green is all right. He's not cut it too fine. There's Ben Churchill. Now, where does he work out? He is in fourth, and there right behind him is Scott McIntyre. Scott McIntyre has Ben Churchill in his sights. It looks a bigger gap than it actually is, so there they are. So although it looks like a few seconds on the timing screen, it's not a lot in reality. So Ben Churchill is running fourth, but he's going to have the attention of Scott McIntyre. Scott McIntyre's got 3.5 minutes and a lap.
Yeah, I reckon it's tantalisingly close there for Scott. He's probably going to run out of time with just over 3 minutes on the clock, but he'll certainly try and put those laps in to see if he can get a sniff at fourth place.
Absolutely. So it's all about fourth place. We know Sean Briley's going to win. We know Christian Dervin's going to be second. We've got a pretty good idea that Jamie Burke's going to be third. But what about Ben Churchill and Scott McIntyre? That's where the action is. So there they go. It's we'll see what we've got on screen. And around that turn there, well, there's Christian Dervin, who's in second place. And there is, it looked like Nicky Dolan, who's down in seventh. Where are we? There is Dervin. There's Dervin. We know he's secure. And there's Ben Churchill at the bottom of the screen. And there is Scott McIntyre. Now, Scott McIntyre surely is closing in on Ben Churchill for fourth place. Scott McIntyre means business here, throwing the cart through the corners there and maintaining speed. What are the lap times like? So we've got Scott McIntyre. He is matching times there. Fraction quicker, but to all intents and purposes, an equal time to Ben Churchill. Ben Churchill is hanging on, but Scott McIntyre is not done yet. Can he close in, do you think, Russell?
It's going to be tight, I think. We're looking at sort of that lap differential is probably not going to be enough. And he will run out of time. But, yeah, you just saw Ben looking behind him there. He's certainly aware of the gap closing down. But with just 2 minutes on the clock now, I think he may well do it.
Absolutely. There's Ben Churchill looking to add to his point score. He wants that fourth place. He doesn't want to be fifth. He's hanging on. And, well, a bit of a move down there. And that, well, good grief, going either side of the back markers. That was clearly Richie Clark, I think. Or maybe Jamie Burke, actually. Maybe Jamie Burke, who was in third. And here he is now. Yes, it's Jamie Burke. So Jamie Burke making, doing one back marker one side, one the other. So great driving from him, and he's into that final turn there. There's Jamie Burke in the purple and white and black suit. There he is, completing the lap, and he's the one who's ahead with back markers between him for safety's sake on Ben Churchill and Scott McIntyre, who are the battling pair. They've closed it in. It's now a second, just a second, that gap there. So Scott McIntyre's done a lot of work, and there's Ben Churchill. There's Scott McIntyre. I'm visibly closer. So Ben Churchill fourth, Scott McIntyre fifth. Scott McIntyre can sense that fourth place. Yeah, it might be okay, fifth and fourth, but that's points that Scott McIntyre needs. He won the first heat race. He can't do with losing any points that aren't available, and so he'll be looking to take that fourth. Russell, I can see Scott McIntyre being on the back of Ben Churchill by the end of this race. Whether he's in front or not is the question, but on the tail, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it may come down to whether Ben feels any pressure with that closing gap, because if he's looking over his shoulder, he may well make a mistake under that increasing pressure.
And Jamie Burke is clear of the back markers, Fires and Templeman, but of course Ben Churchill and Scott McIntyre are closing. They're battling away. They're in a race of their own. Fires and Templeman. Although they're aware of what's going on, they are in their own race. So when they do get asked to move out of the way, when Churchill and McIntyre catch them, there's still a possibility of people tripping over people, because this is a battle for their own positions, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. They could easily be absorbed in that own battle and completely miss the blue flags. They may still be just far enough ahead, but that gap is getting very, very close with not long to go.
Absolutely. Plus, as they're battling so tight between them, it's the question could be who exactly is the back marker. If you put yourself in Fire's position ahead there with the black helmet, yes, he's got Templeman on his tail, but when that person on his tail is Churchill, well, he may not realise it's Churchill. He might be letting the wrong driver through, so to speak. Anyway, there's Christian Dervin second. Jamie Burke's going to be the next one through, surely. Well, here's the race leader. He's going to start his last lap at the end of this one. So there is Sean Briley. No question about who the leader is. No question about the likely winner. Surely he's got this one in the bag as they come around to start the last lap. So there is Sean Briley as he starts the last lap now. So he's on his last lap. So whatever happens now, we're done. There's Sean Briley in the lead. Where is Christian Dervin? We know there's a gap. That's not Dervin. That is Dervin. So there's Dervin. And I think that is somebody. But I think that's maybe Nicky Dolan between them.
Yeah, Sean's enjoying his final lap in.
Yeah, he knows it's in the bag. He's just got to bring this one home. There he is, Sean Briley, heading down towards victory now. He's round the final section there, into the final turn. Here he's going to come off the final turn. There's Sean Briley with the yellow helmet. He takes the win, makes it 2 out of 2. That's all the points he need. Another maximum score. Joint leader of the championship point situation right now with Ruben Boutons. Sean Briley is doing everything he can to be the championship winner this year. Russell Ending, he could do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 2 wins to start the championship is obviously the ideal start. He's shown great pace throughout practice, throughout the races so far. And if he continues to do that...
And Churchill crossed the line just half a second ahead of Scott McIntyre. Scott McIntyre closed an awful amount there, but somehow the gap opened up near the end. It went down a half second, then opened up. So Ben Churchill took that 4th position after all. We were following that during the race. In comes Sean Brierley. He'll be delighted with this. Normally for Sean Brierley, when things unravel, he's sometimes a bit like Johnny Elliott, they unravel big time. But he's done everything he needs to do to get maximum points. There he is, he's taking his glove away. He's pretty pleased with that, isn't he? Now, those on the live stream, those watching the live stream back at home, you were listening to Sean Brierley, and he's delighted now. So Sean Brierley is one of the drivers you were listening to, you know, co-commentating really, and now he's won his 2nd heat race. He's clearly relieved and delighted. That is a face of relief, Russell.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's gone completely to plan for him. He'll be absolutely delighted knowing that he's got some top drivers in there for competition, and put it on pole and have a lights to flag victory. It's a great result.
Absolutely, and of course a good result behind. Christian Derven has got his championship back on track with that 2nd place, a lot of points there. And then of course Jamie Burke, absolutely out of nowhere as far as we're concerned, into that 3rd place. He is pretty good when he's at the team sport track and at Wilton Mill on the outdoor when he races there, but he's unproven at the BRKC. Now he is proven with a 3rd place in that heat race. But Sean Brierley, there is his talking to a lot of people, a lot of congratulations there for Brierley. And so they're going to be getting ready now. Is it a fuel stop on this one? No, we've got drivers getting in the carts by the looks of things. We're going through to heat race number 4. So heat race number 4 is coming up next. Okay then, so BRKC round 2 heat race 4, and who have we got in this? Oh my, it's another star-studded cast in this one. We've got leading the way is Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh we saw earlier on, I believe he was a 2nd place, yes he was. The Polish driver, he has definitely had results over the years. Thomas Russell is in here, and he was 14th in the BIK, that's the indoor championship, that's a travelling one rather than this one. Tyler Mays is going to be in this one. Anton Schuppler, the American, he's back, and Brad Philpott, series founder, and almost winner in the past, but not quite. He is back in this one. Jennifer Tompkins, 4th place from the Welsh lady there. In the earlier race, she's in action here. Adam Davis down from Blackpool for this one. Patrick Naroda, one of the Polish drivers, one of the most competitive drivers in the world at the moment. Alex Elderkin and Yili Kershimlia. As the camera closes in on there's Darren. He's the main man. He is the main man, the producer. So those of you who are enjoying the live stream, he's the man that you've got to thank there. So he's finally on his own pictures. There we are. Right. So. Let's have a look now. They're going out to qualify, and Matt Barsh is the first. No, he's not the first one out. He's just left the pits. In fact, he's near the tail. The first one out to qualify does look like it's Yili Kershimlia, and Yili Kershimlia is going to set the benchmark time. He's going to cross the line to start his lap. There he is, and the 10 is Jennifer Tompkins, who's following. We saw her come in 4th place earlier on, so we'll see what she can do in this one. Adam Davis is going to set a time. He's in the yellow helmet. Anton Schuppler, one of the Americans who starred in the testing yesterday. What very fast indeed, Schuppler. Philpott's going to be setting the time now. He's on his qualifier. Now Matt Barsh starts his qualifier, and so does Tyler Mays. So, and beginning his lap is Patrick Naroda. Patrick Naroda is the final one. So Patrick Naroda, potential for pole position, but then so has Philpott, so has Schuppler, so has Barsh, so has Mays, so has Davis and Naroda. The checkers coming out, so let's see what the times are. Kershimlia is setting the benchmark time. Tompkins comes in second, still Kershimlia. beaten by Adam Davis. Adam Davis beaten by Shopler. The American Shopler's on top. Philpott goes fastest. Brad Philpott goes fastest. And then what are we seeing? Thomas Russell and Matt Barsh is quickest. Tyler Mays comes in fourth. So it's Barsh and Philpott at the moment. Patrick Neroda third. Patrick Neroda into third place to conclude the qualifying. So an amazing qualifying run there. It is Matt Barsh who takes the pole position from Brad Philpott, Patrick Neroda, Anton Shopler, Tyler Mays, Adam Davis, Yili Kershamlia, the early pole sitter. Jennifer Tompkins is 8th and Thomas Russell is 9th. Russell, you've raced against all of these people here. That's going to be a tough top 3. Obviously, the unknown is the rapid American Anton Shopler.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's some great laps there from some very quality drivers. I think Matt Barsh did it per perfection there. Looking at the driver in front of him on the qualifying lap, he could have easily been held up, but just got away with it.
Absolutely. If we can see the front, let's look for a deal between Matt Barsh and Brad Philpott. Philpott is... I'm now starting to think of a time when I haven't seen Brad Philpott pull up to this to the lineup and not be looking at some sort of deal either end of him. But they seem to be starting to communicate. I might have a little look out the window here, see if there's some sort of communication going on. If anybody's going to be making a deal, it's going to be Brad Philpott. I don't think Brad Philpott likes starting a race without some sort of deal. Clearly is going to be at his advantage, and he's going to need every advantage because he's got Barsh in front, Neroda behind. Matt Barsh, he knows exactly when to pull the pin on this. When's he going to go? When's he going to go? He's holding them back. Matt Barsh is late. No, he's still not gone. Now he goes. And that really bunches up the field into the first corner. There's going to be some carnage behind, surely. There's a bit of bumping and boring. A few people have missed the apex of the result. But it's pretty clean looking at it. So a good getaway there. But Matt Barsh left that so late. It bunched everybody up. But he's entitled to. He's the race leader. He was obviously worried about Philpott and Neroda like anyone would.
Yeah, I imagine he was trying to limit the speed going into that first corner, but it seemed to work out in the end. It did certainly bring the field together, but it looked like everyone stayed line astern throughout.
Absolutely. Brad Philpott probably already knew there was going to be that late start with the chats that were going on before after they pulled up the lineup. It's still Matt Barsh, still Bradley Philpott, and then Patrick Neroda, Shopler, the American Anton Shopler, brand new over here. I believe he's the one who's the first time for him over this side of the Atlantic, and he's put in a really good show. He was one of the stars of the testing yesterday. This time he's running fourth, but look who he's running fourth to. Neroda in front of that Philpott, Matt Barsh, and he can see every single one of them.
It's still really close to them. It still could be a early pass from any of these drivers here.
Absolutely, and this time nobody's pulling away. Matt Barsh doing his formidable best. Matt Barsh, one of the greatest indoor drivers in the world at the moment. He's been tailed by Brad Philpott. Brad Philpott's right behind him. Patrick Neroda, another one of the world's best right now. Anton Shopler, who was a finalist, I believe, in the World Championships, the last World Championships that there was, and that was in the USA. So he really is good. He normally specialised in the long-distance racing. He's dropped a little bit there as Anton Shopler, so there's a gap there between third and fourth. But the leaders pulling away here. It's Barsh, Philpott, Neroda. All these three have been racing each other for years. Each driver is well known to the other, and a lot of mutual respect there. And I think these three are going to start checking out now. Shopler, I think, is doing everything he can, and it's not going to be good enough.
Yeah, we talked about a deal between the front drivers before we were left off, and even though we didn't see the gesticulating between the hands, I can imagine they're sort of speaking between each other telepathically to say we all want to move forward because they look like they're working together at the moment.
Absolutely. As I say, Brad Philpott was the one who was in second. He's in the middle of this group. And I cannot remember the last time Philpott ever pulled up to the start of a race after qualifying and wasn't talking to somebody about how it's going to go. So clearly thinking and planning ahead. And whenever you think and plan ahead with someone like Matt Barsh, one, you better be worthy or he won't do it. And two, you know it's going to be something that's going to work out well. Patrick Neroda's no idiot behind them either. Again, another one of these top drivers. These three are among the best in the world at the moment, literally. Yes, they're racing for the British Championship, but it is an international event, and it's drivers like this that make it international. There you see a signal behind there from Brad Philpott to Patrick Neroda. Probably a bit of a just stick with it, mate, kind of sign. Everything's in hand. Philpott clearly the man with the plan in the mix of this. Matt Barsh is the one who is fastest by dint of being on pole, but Neroda, I think, just needs a little, maybe a reminder from Philpott there. Listen, don't worry, mate. It's working to plan. We are pulling ahead. We are all going to get good points in this.
Yeah, it's exactly. I think with the way the first 5 laps have unfolded, the three of them pulling away, it's all in their best interest to put the laps in and make sure they're pulling away from fourth position and then fight for it late on.
Absolutely nose tail. The sheer trust here. Now you can. And there's a move, Philpott. And Philpott backed out of it. So maybe he was wondering if it might be deemed a bad pass, but it was a great move from our point of view. It was an amazing move. Just literally shot through on Matt Barsh there. So unless that was what it was about, unless that was to Patrick Naroda back there, because the finger and thumb tends to mean work with me, come with me. So Philpott to Naroda was maybe saying, look, come through with me on Barsh. So Philpott's made it through. Naroda hasn't, but Barsh has not been left behind. Brad Philpott now leads the race onto the backstretch. Here he needs to pull away from Barsh if he's going to do anything, because Barsh is very much a danger.
Yeah, it shows how much we know. We'll think about those deals and plans. Obviously, Brad sensed an opportunity or felt like he was quicker and has gone for it and made it stick.
Absolutely. Deals are made to be broken. And so if there was a deal about not doing anything, it may well have just been for the opening laps, because we are nearly, we're 7 laps in now. So that is the first part of the race out of the way. And so it may well have been, listen, in the opening laps, let's make it us 3. Let's clear Anton Schopler. He's the unknown but proven fast man. So he's somebody they want to be worried about but don't know he can work with them. So these 3 have done exactly the right thing. Philpott has the lead, but he's not exactly pulling away. Yes, he's got a bit of a gap, but Barsh closes in. Barsh leaving the braking really late, and Naroda goes with Barsh, so Philpott's clearly still got his hands full. Now, will Naroda pit out of this, do you think, Russell? Who's going to be the first to pit out of these 3 and why?
Well, he definitely feels maybe he was going to get held up a little bit by Barsh, but just looking at where all the other drivers out on track, he's going to put himself right into traffic or the risk of having to overtake. So I don't think he will roll the dice just yet, but stick with it and see if he can either make the pass or just hope he doesn't get held up too much.
Now, we've got an interesting development, because in the middle of all this, Schopler has somehow ended up in 8th place. Now, I'm wondering if he's made a pit stop. I can't see anything showing, but there's a strange thing occurred there where Schopler has not made a pit stop, so something has happened to Anton Schopler that has dropped him from 4th to 8th. So he's lost to Tyler Mays. He's been passed by Adam Davis, passed by Kersham Lear, passed by Jennifer Tompkins, and Anton Schopler, one of the pre-event favourites based on his testing performance yesterday, has dropped all the way down to 8th place. This could kill his championship for 2022.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We didn't see what happened to him there, but he's going to have to put in the performance of a lifetime to bring that back from there, I think.
It's going to be some epic performance, because Jennifer Tompkins is out of place. She was 4th last time. Kersham Lear was really racy earlier on. Adam Davis, 5th, is a bit low for him. Tyler Mays is always a factor. And, now challenging Naroda, Barsh, Philpott is totally out of the question for Schopler. He's going to be trying to recover, the position. It's damage limitation, and what limitation can he make? We know he's very fast. We're going to see what he can do. He's only, 0.2 of a second behind Jennifer Tompkins. So
yeah,
while we are...
Sorry, James. He's looking certainly racy behind Jennifer there, so I'm sure he's trying to make up the places he's lost.
Yeah, something has clearly happened. Rightly, we were focusing on the lead group. Now, Philpott, rightly when we were focusing on the lead group, we had a problem with Schopler. Now we've been talking about Schopler. Luckily, those watching the live stream will have been looking at the leaders, because Philpott is about... the biggest lead that he's had so far is now. So Brad Philpott clearly slightly pulling away from Matt Barsh. Now, what is Naroda's reaction to this going to be? Surely he's considering Philpott pulling away. He's considering the speed of Barsh. If you were Naroda, what kind of game would you play, Russell?
Well, I think it's just minimising that time across the total of the race. As much as he potentially might see himself being held up by Barsh, I think he'll lose more time by pitting now and going into traffic. So I think he's just got to stick with it, grin and bear it, and hope that he can go for the move later on and stick with maybe sort of best result of second.
Absolutely, because he can still see Brad Philpott. Philpott's not exactly racing away. So Naroda's probably got a good... See the Euro lean there from Naroda. Let's have a look at Naroda. He's the 3rd one in this group, the orange-yellow. So see him lean out in the corners. Watch him lean out. That's to lift the inside rear wheel, help the kart to rotate. So there's Barsh leaning out. There's Naroda leaning out, doing everything they can to put that weight to the outside as they come through the first corner there. Now, Naroda, as Russell Endine rightly pointed out, if he pits now, he could come out in a right mess. He could come out in the middle of that Mays, Davis, Kushmelia, Schopler, Tompkins route. And Schopler's gone ahead of Tompkins. Schopler has moved 1 place ahead to 7th on the timing, so Schopler is on the move. He's up to 7th. Something happened to throw him down the order. He's back up to 7th. Obviously, the top 3 is out of the question. Can he challenge Tyler Mays for 4th? Tyler Mays, we know, is a formidable competitor. It's an ask with Tyler Mays, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Tyler's a cracking driver and he's got some great pace. But just looking at those lap times, to be within 4 seconds of fourth still gives him a chance of doing well if he's got the pace within that car in this particular race. And we've got Jennifer Tompkins in the pits.
Absolutely there. So Jennifer Tompkins pitted out of that 8th. Now, is she going to lose Thomas Russell? She does. So Jennifer Tompkins is going to resume in 9th. There are several to pit in front, so obviously, you know, they are slightly out of position when you factor in the pit stops, so we can't read too much into it, but the gaps are relevant. Now, here we are looking at the 17. The 17 is Tyler Mays. Now, who's on his tail? That's the 8. That's Adam Davis. Adam Davis, one of the Blackpool drivers. Now, you heard from his teammate earlier on, Steve Gray. Those on the live stream, we've been listening to Steve Gray. A big fan, obviously, of Adam Davis. They've come down together for years, best of mates for years, and there's a big thumbs up there for Tyler Mays because he's in a hell of a battle with Adam Davis there. So as Tyler Mays works through the new section, the alternate layout, look at Adam Davis. You can almost see the eyes through the blackened out visor. He's looking where he can stick that car to take the position from Tyler Mays. Now they're on the backstretch. Tyler Mays has a quick check. He knows he can turn in without any challenge, which is obviously a key thing, Russell, down there, isn't it?
Yeah, he wants to avoid going to defensive because we know we've got Schloppler potentially coming up fast from
Someone's
behind.
about to come in. Someone's about to come in. There was a raised hand. Who is it? It's the 18, the 19. That's Kersham Leah. Kersham Leah is in, and the stops are good. And who is this good news for? Anton Schoppler. The American moves up another place into 6th. In fact, Kersham Leah's lost place to Thomas Russell. So Kersham Leah's gone down to 8th. He's going to have the full attention, though, surely, of Jennifer Tompkins, just a couple of seconds back. But the leaders still continue. So there is the 17 of Tyler Mays. Adam Davis follows him. And then behind them is Anton Schoppler. Anton Schoppler seems to be closing on this pair in front. So the American is on the move, crossing the line. There's Mays, there's Davis, and here is Anton Schoppler. So 3 in the view at time. There's Schoppler in the black helmet and black suit. Schoppler has been a surprise. No one really knows him, but he's showing some speed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Looking at that lap time, getting 3/10 on Tyler Mays versus that lap, and that's only going to get closer if Tyler has to defend.
Incredibly, we've only had 2 pit stops so far, and we are now in just about 9 minutes left to go. The 14 there on his own is Anton Schoppler, so in picture on his own, but we know he's closing in on Davis and Mays. Davis and Mays are battling. Hopefully, for their sake, they're not losing too much time because here comes Anton Schoppler. So across the line, Schoppler. Now, we've got Bradley Philpott, 18 laps in the books. He's got the lead from nearly a second from Matt Barsh. Patrick Naroda is close in 3rd. Mays 4th. Again, hardly anyone stopped. Going a long way into this race, Russell and Dean. There's going to be a bit of a flurry of pit stops. We're going to be careful. They're not tripping over each other in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. It can easily happen if, for whatever reason, everyone's strategy happens to be that everyone wants to pit on the final opportunity possible, that everyone comes in and, yeah, going to be tripping over each other on that pit entry.
Which is something we've already seen today. We've seen, was it Miller? No, it wasn't Miller. It was somebody else who had a bit of an awkward one. That might have been Ben Churchill, actually, who actually was kind of held a bit in the pits. There was a driver in front. Now, this is still nose to tail at the front. In fact, maybe Barsh has closed in on Brad Philpott. He has. Brad Philpott has lost some time from somewhere. The fastest of the 3, according to the timing screen, is Patrick Naroda in 3rd place. So Naroda, the 3rd place driver, is the fastest of the 3 here on lap times. It's still 1, 2, 3. Philpott took the lead but has been unable to pull away. Matt Barsh is keeping him very honest, and Naroda is there in 3rd. These 3, each of them is going to have to make the most ballistic pit stop. This is going to be who is fastest at being stopped.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the fact they're so close is going to be a real sort of tough battle for this race, because with the pit stops, Tyler Mays is just keeping them honest at 12.4 seconds behind, so they don't want to risk getting held up by Tyler if they come out in front or just behind.
Absolutely, and 3 very experienced drivers, very fast drivers and capable drivers. All 3 of these are capable of winning this race. It's just going to come down to who. There's nothing to choose, as you can see. Now they're going to come up to a back marker. That's Jennifer Tompkins, but she's already clocked them. So the sportsmanship's been amazing this weekend. I mean, these are top-level drivers. Even if you're getting put a lap down, you're still dealing with people who are very fast. I mean, Jennifer Tompkins, for instance, she was a finalist in the Formula Woman, which is the single-seater shootout thing for the lady drivers for single-seater racing. So she's been a finalist for that, so she's no slouch. And she's, had podiums in races before. So she's not going slowly, but she's not going at the same speed as Philpott, Barsh and Naroda. They're probably going to pass as one. She's waving them through as one, which is the right thing to do. And more importantly, it means that the lead battle continues from our point of view. So Philpott, Barsh, Naroda. There's Jennifer Tompkins behind in the pink. So there's Philpott, there's Barsh, there's Naroda. They're neither of them coming in. Only 6 minutes remaining now till we get the last lap board, and there's still only 2 stoppers. Russell, obviously these 3 are trying to cancel each other out, but do you think they need to be aware that no one else has stopped either?
Yeah, it's going to start coming in. It's just getting to the stage now where they may be comfortable coming out in front of Tyler, but there's definitely the benefit of coming out second when you're battling a driver. So they want to be the last person to blink, but obviously there's only so much time you can wait before that last lap or last chance to pit.
Because these 3, none of them are pitted. And it's all very well thinking about each other, but with just over 5.5 minutes to go, there are still 4 other drivers who have not pitted at all. So they're getting into the realms now where there's scope to be held up by somebody you never thought you were going to be held up by.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And looking at sort of that battle further down the field for 4th, 5th and 6th, they're all quite close. Now we've got someone in the pits now.
Schoppler, the American, has made his stop. So Anton Schoppler, we saw him tumble down the order. He was up near the front. He tumbled down. His stops are good. And are they fast? That's the real question. We'll see when the screen regenerates. They're all right. They're there or thereabouts. They're not ballistic, but in terms of what's been done so far in the race, they're not bad either. So Schoppler continues, maybe not in his 6th. We'll see how it shakes out there, because I'm quite surprised Jennifer Tompkins hasn't been sort of on the case of Schoppler there. Now we cycle through pit stops, but we'll see what happens. Philpott still leads. Now Matt Barsh is absolutely all over him. Remember, it was about a 4 or 5 car gap at one point, but not now. They're nose to tail.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We thought Brad might be pulling away, sort of gap up to 9.5 tenths at one point I saw, but very much not that now. They are nose to tail, and we've got another one in the pits.
Yep, that is the 12. That is Thomas Russell. Now, Thomas Russell is one of those that might have been fast. So you can see what I mean there. The leaders went through just as Russell pitted. So if Thomas Russell had pitted with a leader, or a leader pitted behind Russell, they would have definitely been caught out in the pits. That would have been something to avoid. So leaving it this late has its risks, as we've seen. But luckily for them, Russell has pitted. None of them did not. But any one of them pitted on that lap, they would have been stiffed by the driver in front.
Yeah, I know Naroda maybe get a bit nervous about that sort of last lap to pit opportunity. We may well see him come into the pits first just to take that chance, but it could be close between them. It will be close between them coming out.
And good strategic advice there from Russell Endine. Russell has won races here before, and what he's really alluding to is the idea that Patrick Naroda, yes, he's going to be concerned about who he might pit behind of other drivers in the race, but he can't go following Philpott or Barsh down pit road, because if he does, when they stop, he will have to stop behind them and then move forward to make the stop proper. So Naroda, by Russell Endine's estimation, may want to be coming in the pits. He may want to come in now. Now there's a back marker in front. Will one of the leaders come in? This will be the prime time. Will it? But it's Barsh. Barsh is in. Barsh is the first one.
Yeah, I could have seen being Naroda if Barsh didn't come in, but looks like a good first stop. Moving on to the second one.
The lights are red, the lights red. He's moving, he's with the best stopper in the... Oh, fantastic stop there by Barsh as he comes out now. I'm wondering there, Russell, Patrick Naroda, if Barsh hadn't dived in, Naroda might have done, mightn't he?
No, absolutely. It's a case of do the opposite. We'll probably see Philpott or Naroda come in this lap. Yeah. It will be up to Brad, I think.
So the betting really is if Philpott does not pit, Naroda will be straight in.
Yeah, let's wait and see. Here they come now.
So, does Philpott pit? No, he does not. And neither does Naroda. Maybe Naroda's trying to close that gap to Philpott. Now Barsh isn't in there.
Yeah, maybe he thinks he's got the extra few tenths in hand, and if he's got the little bit of clear air between him and Brad, he can maybe close that down and make the jump.
Absolutely. So Patrick Naroda, he's obviously rolled the dice here. The prime time to stop just for the sake of it would have been back then, but this time I think what he's trying to do is close the gap, because if you remember on the live stream, Matt Barsh was in that gap. So when they all pit stop, if they do the same pit stops, they'll come out with Barsh back in that gap. If Naroda can close in on Philpott, he will fill that gap. But Philpott's in, and so Naroda. This could be an error. Yes, it is. This is exactly what we're talking about. Naroda's going to be held up because he had to slow down. He's going to have to slow down. So Naroda's making a double. Oh, that's about as close as you can get.
Yeah, super close to see how they come out. It's going to be super, super close.
And Naroda loses to Barsh.
There we go. No change of position by looks.
There's a back marker. Philpott's got a back marker between him and Barsh. Philpott's come out really with the biggest advantage of these three here. 30 laps in, and Philpott has the biggest lead he's ever had of this race. So here is Brad Philpott now, and there's a back marker, which is Jennifer Tomkin, and then Matt Barsh. So Philpott, bottom of the screen, Tomkin, and here's second place Barsh. That's the biggest lead Philpott's have. Neroda is nowhere near Barsh compared to what he was before, arguably because of exactly what we were worrying would happen in the pits.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're a victim of the last chance to pit board or whether they just happened to choose the same lap to come in. As you see, it's had a huge impact, so there's huge gaps between them.
There's Tyler Mays. Now, Tyler Mays pitting out of fourth. It's crucial here that he makes a good one because he's got Adam Davis and Anton Schoppler chasing him down. It's all right. Tyler Mays has made it out, and he's well clear because there is Adam Davis and there is Schoppler. So you can see, really, it was fairly close. I mean, there wasn't really much scope there for things going wrong for Tyler Mays, but he's made it work, and that's what counts. So this is the biggest gap between the three leaders. Philpott benefited most from that pit stop situation, and the big loser was probably Patrick Neroda.
Yeah, you feel like if he didn't follow Brad in, he may have had an opportunity to gain at least one place across those set of pit stops.
Yeah, right on the 2-minute mark, you'd have to worry about getting the last lap board. But that's what happens. Like we've been saying pretty much throughout the second half of the race here, if everyone's going to be pitting at once, there's going to be trouble. And what we feared happened did. And the loser, Patrick Neroda.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And where we talked about Barsh coming in first, being that first person to blink, it was a safe option because he avoided that sort of carnage of following each other into the pits.
Absolutely. Somehow, though, I don't know quite where it was. Let's have a look at the times there. Philpott was oh, look at that. Brad Philpott, 11.9 pit stop. That's the fastest we've seen all weekend, including the practice. Matt Barsh was a 13.7, so Matt Barsh spent literally 2 seconds longer in the pits than Brad Philpott. So Philpott made all his gain there in the pits, fast in, fast out.
And looking at Neroda's pit stop 13.8 just shows the penalty he had to suffer following in Brad into the pits.
Absolutely, he lost 2 seconds there himself, which is why he's a bit back. And obviously, Matt Barsh was moving quickly when Neroda was moving slowly in the pit lane, so he made up a bit of a gap there. So Philpott, all that work done on the pit stop, so he's won the race by being good at being stopped.
Yeah, no, it just shows he's making two seconds up on the pit stops. He's now got sort of a bit of chance to catch his breath towards the end of the race.
Absolutely, and we are on the last lap now, so the position seems certain unless anything goes horribly wrong for Brad Philpott. He's coming through the final corner now. Is the checker out? It's nearly out, and Brad Philpott gets the win. So winning the bag for Brad Philpott. Second is Matt Barsh, and third is going to be Patrick Neroda. So Brad Philpott, he was second in the previous heat race he had. He's won this one, so a huge score for him. And so a result there for Philpott as Matt Barsh gets his second place. And Patrick Neroda, I think, is that another third place for him? We'll double check. But Neroda, of course, it was always going to be hard to come out ahead there, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's lots to think about in terms of strategy there, and obviously potentially a few mistakes made. But I think those top three still good points in the bag. They'll be happy reasonably with those results.
Absolutely, and here comes the race winner. That's Brad Philpott in the 18 kart. He'll be delighted with this, very relieved, I'm sure. He's going to be checking, he's going to be probably seat weighted up for this one there. He's got a handle on that. And has he got something in the side? No, that's just more lead into the seat there. So he's going to stand on the, get the weight check. And the weight is, hopefully it's good from his point of view. Yeah, he gets the winner's medal, so obviously the weighting can't be bad. He gets a congratulations there from Patrick Neroda. And so Brad Philpott, the race winner there. Patrick Neroda, a relatively close third. And so what an outstanding race. That was really, really tight, wasn't it? There comes Matt Barsh. He's second, his second place there in the orange and yellow helmet, just moving away to the right, out of picture. So what a result there from those three. Fantastic. So tighter than ever, Russell, tighter than ever. Well, what a wonderful Heat 5 race that was. Any one of three could have done that. Brad Philpott took it at the very end. Down to the pit stops it was, and so we're going to be moving now to heat number 5. There's a kart that is being brought into the mix which hasn't really been run so far, or certainly hasn't been run for some time. So there's a marshal out there just warming it up and checking it out for speed. We have Dylan Jute in this next race, so Dylan Jute making his second start of the weekend. Luke Evans likewise, Joe Peters, Cale Morrison, Gary Llewellyn, the returning Gary Llewellyn, Mohamed Roshan in this one, Dominic Muir, Eliana De Vos, Gary Jones and Murtaza Hassan. So really in this one we are looking at, I would say probably Eliana De Vos as the probable winner here. We saw him come second to team leader Ruben Boutens in his earlier heat race. So Eliana De Vos is looking to take his own win here. Very experienced now, Eliana De Vos. He's although he's not that far up from the juniors, he certainly has got the results. You know, he's been national junior champion in Belgium and Poland and a variety of other, and Denmark as well, in the late 20 teens. Now fully up in the senior categories now of karting, and Eliana De Vos, the probable winner, I'd say, from this one. But Gary Jones probably looking here to make some points, some good points from what he sees. But we can't rule out a sterling result here from Dylan Jones, Luke Evans either, Gary Llewellyn, of course, and Dominic Muir, because they've all been putting in some great shows. Hassan, Roshan, Morrison, they're going to, Joe Peters, they're going to do something as well. So we'll see what happens when they're out there. We'll just see as the karts are going out for this qualifying lap. They're out on their warm-up lap, just heating things up and getting things ready as we come around towards the start line. So the first one out, I think might have been Gary Jones, but I will double check. They're coming into my view now. Yes, it's Gary Jones. Now this is one of the potential pole sitters straight away. Gary Jones crosses the line to start his run. And who's going to be setting them? I think it might be Dominic Muir. Yes, it is. So Dominic Muir, he's another one who has the potential there. So we'll see what happens as they're all crossing the line and starting their times. Now here comes Eliana De Vos. Eliana De Vos is the last one out to qualify, but potentially the fastest here. He's another one from that formidable Blue Star team, the Belgian team there, filled with Belgian and Dutch racers. There's quite a sort of rotating lineup with that team. Very well represented, particularly in endurance races, and Gary Jones sets the fastest lap to begin with, so he's finished his qualifying lap. So it's still Gary Jones on top there. Dylan Jute is second at the moment. De Vos has yet to make a crossing over the line. So Evans, Llewellyn, Jute, and this is it. What about De Vos? He's first. Eliana De Vos has gone to the top of the table there. Eliana De Vos has gone to the top from Gary Jones and Luke Evans. So predictable maybe, Eliana De Vos. Gary Jones, he's doing what he needs to do here, and that's get a lot of points. Luke Evans, though, a little bit of a surprise perhaps to us, but maybe not to him. And he's been, you know, he's done his share of karting. Like I say, just because you've not heard of people doesn't mean they're nobodies. He is the Welsh champion from 2018, is Luke Evans. So he has won major championships in his own right. New to us here at the BRKC. Gary Llewellyn, though, is behind him. Now, Gary Llewellyn, we've seen plenty of times in the past. They're getting themselves all lined up and all sorts out there. There is Eliana De Vos at the front there. He's here representing the Blue Star team with Ruben Boutens, with Christian Dervin, and he's going to be getting the best input from the pit wall, I'm sure, around the back of the circuit. Second, though, is Gary Jones. Now, Gary Jones will see this is a good opportunity to get points. If he's feeling very confident, he'll have a pop at Eliana De Vos, but really, Eliana De Vos, this is his to lose. Now, there's Joe Peters bringing him up at the rear in the green suit. In front of him is Dominic Muir. Seems like Dominic Muir's qualified a little bit lower down, so I'm sure we were seeing him further up earlier on. Ahead of that, there's Cale Morrison, and there in front of him is Murtaza Hassan in the number 14 that we're looking at. And just in front of that is Mohamed Roshan. These are drivers who are very new to this sort of racing. Hassan, of course, Iraqi. Roshan is sort of Middle Eastern dude as well. Dylan Jute, there's the one in front. And Dylan Jute is in fourth. And there he is in that really obvious blue suit there with the yellow on his helmet. So, round they go. Eliana De Vos, he's hit the gas already, and Eliana De Vos has made a flying start. He's taking Gary Jones with him, and into the first corner. This is the fastest run in the first corner we've seen. And they're all round safely, and they're quite well gapped already as they come around through those hairpins for the first time. It's Eliana De Vos, and Gary Jones is after him. And really, Gary Jones has got Luke Evans, the Welshman, the Welsh champion from 2018, is really forcing the issue with Gary Jones. So down the back stretch, it's Eliana De Vos. He's sort of bounced up down a bit in the cart there. He's into that turn. Gary Jones has closed the gap under braking, but Eliana De Vos has this under control. He really well does have this under control. There's Gary Llewellyn in fourth. There's a bit of action going on behind. Someone's the big loser there, and I think it might be Mohamed Roshan. Mohamed Roshan may have lost a load of place. In fact, Mohamed Roshan may have gone the tail. We'll see what happens here as they cross the line. It is indeed Roshan has gone from mid-pack to last, so he's got a bit of work on to get to the front there, has Roshan. We'll see what he can do as the race progresses. But there's no doubt in the leader, and there's a bit of a breakaway three like we saw in the last race. It's Eliana De Vos who runs out in the lead there. Gary Jones is firmly with him, and Luke Evans. Luke Evans sees this as a great opportunity here to get some good points in. There's a gap opening up to fourth. Whoa, Gary Llewellyn nearly in the wall there. And the tail enders come around. There's Roshan. He's lost a lot of place in this lap alone. We'll see if we can make him up. Eliana De Vos is losing nothing whatsoever, except mainly the inability to see Gary Jones over his shoulder. So Gary Jones keeping Eliana De Vos honest, but Eliana De Vos will be getting the right calls from the pit lane. He's going to fully trust the team leader, Ruben Boutens, the double world champion and 6 times British champion. So if you're getting advice from drivers of that caliber over the pit wall, then you're certainly hearing something worth hearing. So there's Eliana De Vos, second lap in. He's going to start lap 3 now. Not exactly a clear-cut lead, but a couple of kart lengths now over Gary Jones. Jones closes up under braking, though. So into the hairpins there. Jones has definitely closed in. Someone's making a pit stop already. Who is it? It's from the tail. It's Joe Peters. Joe Peters has made stops. He's been a national finalist in the travelling indoor championship, shall we say. So that's something there. His team sport organised, and that involves a lot of tracks and a lot of competitors. So you're a finalist in that. You're doing all right. Joe Peters, who is a finalist from that category, he resumes, having made the first and so far only pit stop in this race. However, somebody else in, and it is one of the Jute boys, and there's Richard Jute. Very much in charge of the family team there is Richard Jute. Richard Jute, the South African, has been racing in BRKC for a number of years. He's won races as well. He's very quick in this circuit. So Richard Jute, the family outing for the weekend. Richard Jute and the 2 sons there. This time we've got Dylan in action, and Dylan rejoins in 9th place, being one of only 2 drivers who has made a stop. He did start mid-pack though, so we'll see what happens. Murtaza Hassan, the Iraqi, has now moved into 5th place as a result there. So just to recap over the positions here, we have Eliana De Vos in the lead. 2nd is Gary Jones. 3rd is Luke Evans, the Welsh champion. 4th is Gary Llewellyn. 5th is Murtaza Hassan. 6th, Dominic Muir. 7th, Cale Morrison. 8th, Mohamed Roshan. 9th, Dylan Jute. And 10th is Josh Peters. Only 2 pit stoppers, but still over 16 minutes to go, so plenty of time. Still early days in this race, so fairly spaced out, except maybe for the front. Eliana De Vos has a bit of a commanding lead, but Gary Jones is still seeing him. There's a bit of a bigger gap now to Luke Evans as they carry on round. Eliana De Vos onto the back. Oh, another pit stopper. Who have we got there? That is Mohamed Roshan. Mohamed Roshan has taken to the pits there. And Roshan leaves the pit lane. And here comes Eliana De Vos. He's not a million miles away from Roshan. Roshan is going to be getting the blue flags. Not exactly in the next couple of laps. I'd probably give it about 6 laps or so. And then Roshan's going to be asked to move out of the way. But so far, he's really had great awareness of those around him. So we'll find, I'm sure, he's no problem to the flying Eliana De Vos. Gary Jones, meantime, is going to be hoping that De Vos gets held up good and proper by Roshan because he's lost time. He's 1.6 seconds behind. There's a battle going on in the background there. That's 12 and the 14. That's further down the order. Llewellyn on with Haza. So Murtaza Haza, the Iraqi driver, is all over the back of Gary Llewellyn. And as they come around, start another lap, neither of them are pitting. So Haza, Hassan, sorry, is really making a race of this. Gary Llewellyn is having to work hard to stay ahead. So there they are, entering the series of hairpins. It's Gary Llewellyn trying to just work his way through there. Hassan following is doing his best, and he's sticking with him. Now, down the back straight is Hassan, going to make a big lunge. He's not really close enough. He's trying to follow in the tracks, but Gary Llewellyn get a bit sideways. Hassan closes in slightly, but not enough for a position change. So, 9 laps in, 14 and a bit minutes still to go. It's still Eliana De Vos, 2.6 seconds ahead of Gary Jones now. And Luke Evans in third. Now, looking back further down the order, we've seen a tight battle developing between the 17 of Cale Morrison and Dylan Jute. And Jute is going for the inside. Jute makes the move, and there is Jute through on the inside. Dylan Jute has done it. Dylan Jute has moved up a position there at the expense of Cale Morrison. And Cale Morrison has not made a pit, and Dylan Jute has. So Dylan Jute is kind of moving up the order a little bit. This could get very interesting for Dylan Jute as the pit stop cycle through. Morrison's having a look back. Morrison's certainly not been left behind there. In fact, Morrison's making a pretty good effort of this, and Morrison's trying to come back at Jute. Jute's race is not over yet with Morrison, because Morrison is right on his tail through the first turn. Morrison in the red there, chasing down Dylan Jute. This is 4 position, remember. Yes, there's a pit stop involved in Jute's favour, but Morrison is in a battle for position with Dylan Jute here at Shelmed. But Jute now has maybe broken Morrison a little bit. Morrison going to just try and stay with Jute, I think, but he's a little bit further back than he was before. So 11 laps in, just less than 13 minutes. It's still Eliana De Vos. There have only been 3 pit visits. A great close-up action there. There's Dylan Jute. There's Cale Morrison. They're a bit further down the order, 7th and 8th respectively. And there was the place where Dylan Jute made the move on Morrison. He's pulling away, but not by that much. So, having a look at this little battle here, it's the 12 kart. That, of course, Gary Llewellyn still holding off Murtaza Hassan. Gary Llewellyn having his work cut out here. They're within the same second bracket. Right on his tail there is Hassan. Into the first turn. Llewellyn, Hassan. Round into this series of hairpins. The first hairpin here, very tricky. Start the first bit wrong, you're going to be wrong throughout the whole lot. Very, very awkward section here. Hassan is doing brilliantly. He's right on the tail now. He's right on the tail of Gary Llewellyn. Gary Llewellyn, a pretty experienced competitor. Murtaza Hassan, absolutely unknown to us. Come over from the Middle East, and he's making a real good job of this. There they go. Through the final bit. Here's the final corner here. And Hassan, he's just really looking for a place to pass Llewellyn. The question is, will he feel that he's fast enough to make a pit stop and come out in front of Llewellyn? Will he even think of that? Because this is a new format for him. Hassan, he's very close. You know, if I was guiding him, I would be on the pit wall giving him some call in this time, I think, Murtaza Hassan. I think he is ever so slightly fractionally quicker than Llewellyn, enough to make a pit stop and see what happens. I think he will be enough to make a pit stop just in case. I don't think he's really going to do a heck of a lot staying behind much longer, but he does stay behind. Obviously, he's new to this, so maybe still working on learning the strategies and everything else. We'll see what transpires here, but I think Hassan might be better off coming into the pits. Still, he's the one driving, so who am I to impart racing advice from up here in the commentary box? Hassan knows what he's doing, obviously. Bigger gap there from Jute to Morrison. Jute, of course, having made a pit stop, he's waiting for those to stop in front of him, which of course includes the likes of Hassan and Gary Llewellyn, so he may well close them, given the gap he's got to them. If they pitted now, Llewellyn, Hassan, they would come out right by Dylan Jute. So this battle we're looking at here, if both pitted and came out, Dylan Jute would be in the middle of it. So it would be a 3-way fight. There is Gary Llewellyn. He's been here many times so far. There's Murtaza Hassan. He's never been here before. Round that final hairpin. Now, this is the fast bit. Onto the backstretch. Down they come. Full throttle all the way. Hassan's not close enough to do anything. Not by far. In fact, this is the biggest gap I think Llewellyn's had. Hassan closes up on the braking, but nowhere near enough to make a challenge. Meanwhile, Dylan Jute continues to creep up on them. It's now a 10-second gap. In fact, if both of them pit now, they may find they are behind Dylan Jute. So the time for these two have pitted has passed. Hassan could probably definitely been the quicker of the two and definitely done with pitting earlier on. What Hassan needs is a pit crew. Okay, so as they come around, they will definitely be leapfrogged by the flying Dylan Jute, who's going quicker than ever before. He's got it, yeah, he's definitely within 10 seconds now. He will bypass these two when they pit. Dylan Jute, this is we're talking about. Cale Morrison might have something to say about this battle. It may well be Cale Morrison who, when this lot pit, actually joined them. But Cale Morrison also has to make a pit stop now. I've double-checked, so he may not be the factor there. So let's see what develops. We've still got 9 minutes to go. It does look like a pretty convincing run for Eliana de Vos at the front. He's from the Netherlands. He's been a competitor at, he's a very young guy still, is Eliana de Vos. But he has been a competitor in the junior levels for many years, so he knows these events. He knows this format. He's part of the Blue Star Racing team, regarded as one of the best in the world. And Eliana de Vos, despite the young years, is a formidable and well-experienced competitor. He knows the tricks, he knows the strategies, and that is why he's leading this. He's also leading it convincingly on speed. So we've got a bit of a, we've only had 3 carts in. We saw what happened on the last heat race when everyone left it to the end. It was to possibly Patrick Neroda's detriment. And there goes Eliana de Vos. He's coming through now. That is de Vos, the race leader. And we can see he's got a big lead there over Gary Jones. So de Vos is now coming up to 2 back markers. Will this force a pit stop from de Vos? Because there, de Vos in the blue suit is approaching the green suit of Joe Peters and the red suit of Cale Morrison. So as we go on the back straight, there's Morrison, there's Peters, and there is the race leader, Eliana de Vos. So de Vos is looking across to see if he's getting any words of wisdom from former world champion Ruben Boutens. Will he pit this time? Or will he leave it a couple of laps? No, he's going to leave it. He's not going to roll the dice yet. He's probably going to wait till he's actually caught them. He's seen how much he's catching them by. I would actually expect in a lap or two we may see de Vos in, unless the back markers just jump out the way. De Vos is right with them now. He needs them to get out of the way. This he's probably pretty lucky. He's got a big gap like this over Gary Llewellyn. Not Gary Llewellyn, Gary Jones. But he's down now on the inside of Joe Peters. He's down the inside of Joe Peters. There is de Vos on the 9 in the blue suit, giving him the nod, saying thank you to Joe Peters for letting me through. There is Gary Jones. Gary Jones was hoping probably from a bit more of a hold up there to Eliana de Vos. Gary Jones continues. He doesn't stop either. Now, de Vos, will he get past Morrison as easy? De Vos has got past Morrison. So de Vos is now on his way. There is Eliana de Vos, the race leader. He's got through the 2 back markers. He's waving thank you now to Morrison. So Morrison obviously made a clear move to help de Vos through and go a lap ahead. He's looking across. You can see Eliana de Vos there, really looking across there to the team on the pit wall. That would have been straight across, probably to Ruben Boutens, the team captain there. Across the start-finish line into that very tight first turn. There's de Vos, making it look easy. So, to be fair, does Cale Morrison. So does Joe Peters. All these guys making it look easy. Just because they're a lap down doesn't mean they're not very good. You know, Joe Peters, he's been a national finalist in indoor karting in the travelling series, if you like. So he's not somebody to be overlooked either. So Eliana de Vos leading the way by 5.7 seconds as we speak. 6.5 minutes to go. He's taking his time coming to the pits. He's not coming in this time. He's going to hold it out as long as he can. Got to be careful not to go too close to the last lap board. He's given them the thumbs up. Now, he was passing where the other crew would be, so I reckon he's been given the inboard. And here in this time, it is the 10. It's Luke Evans. He's coming in from 3rd place. Luke Evans, the Welsh champion of 2018, is making a stop. It's green. It's good. So Luke Evans continues, and Luke Evans drops to 5th. And that has been to the benefit of the battling Gary Llewellyn and Mortaza Hassan. Neither of those two have come in. They're both leaving it as late, probably trying to outthink the other. But there is Eliana de Vos. He has not come in. So maybe it was 2 laps to go. Who knows? But I'm surprised. He gives a thumbs up to the pit wall and then does not come in. So normally one would follow the other. So there he is, the race leader, Eliana de Vos. There are still 6 carts yet to pit with only 5 minutes to go. So got to be careful not to leave it too long. Luckily for de Vos, he's got a 6-second lead to Gary Jones, who in turn has a 13-second lead over Llewellyn and Hassan. Hassan and Llewellyn still battling away. But further back, there's Luke Evans, Dominic Muir, Dylan Jute. Now, Dylan Jute is in a battle with Dominic Muir as we speak. It is really close, less than half a second away. They're coming onto the backstretch about now and down the backstretch. There's Eliana De Vos. He still leads a big lead there. There's Luke Evans. And so in the pits now, who have we got? It does look like Llewellyn. It's Gary Llewellyn. Gary Llewellyn. Mortaza Hassan, the Iraqi, comes into third place. Llewellyn comes into the pits. And Llewellyn stops are good. We'll see how good they are on the timer. And is he going to be brilliant? He is pretty good. 13.3. We'll take that. So will he. Here's De Vos. The race leader's in. Now, these just need to be competent. There's Gary Jones, second place right behind him. So first and second in the pit lane at the same time. Gary Jones going to need to make a good exit. He knows second is secure, but can he close in on the leader a bit? Being this close to Eliana De Vos is good whichever way you look at it from Gary's point of view, although a competitive driver is in his own right. Now, we had a glimpse back there of Dylan Jute working on Dominic Muir. They are 5th and 6th. And Dylan Jute has made a pit stop, but Muir hasn't. So Dylan Jute has not really benefited maybe from his pit stop if he's that close to Muir, because he's been following Muir. He can't pass him, but he's been following him, and he hasn't got the pit stop in hand because he stopped earlier on. So there's De Vos in the lead. Here's Gary Jones in second on the screen there, come around the corner. And that is Cale Morrison, who's a little bit further down, a lap down. There's Eliana De Vos. He comes round that hairpin onto the backstretch. This is the fast part of the track now. De Vos looking across. Every lap checks the pit or the timing, sees something that is relevant there. De Vos around the final corner to start another lap. He's made his pit stop. He's got to drive it to the end now with exactly 3 minutes to go. Gary Jones pretty much settled for second, but that's quite a settle there. Gary Jones doing great in the second place. A ton of points for him. And Hassan is still running in third. He's yet to stop, though. He's leaving it mighty late. Mortaza Hassan, the Iraqi driver, leaving it hugely late there. He's still in third place, though, so Luke Evans will be the beneficiary maybe when he comes in. And Dominic Muir and Dylan Jute are still battling. Muir's yet to stop, too. So Hassan and Muir really are the two we're waiting to stop, and that's going to be out of third and fifth place. So the benefit will go then to Evans and Jute. Now let's have a look back at Jute. He's in sixth place. So if Mortaza Hassan comes in, Jute could probably pass him. So Jute may well end up in fourth. It could well be Evans third, Jute fourth, and Hassan behind them. Hassan, of course, could even lose a place to Dominic Muir, but obviously Muir has to make a stop, so maybe not. No one in the pits at all on this lap. We're waiting for Hassan and Muir. So De Vos comes through that final corner, across the line, starting another lap, less than 2 minutes to go. Gary Jones, second place. Now there, the 14, that is Hassan. Now surely Hassan's coming in this lap, if not the next. Yes, his hand's up. Hassan is in this lap. There he is, Mortaza Hassan, the Iraqi, in and stopped. It's red light and green, he's good. He's coming down to the second part, hopping up and down the cart. The red light's on. He's going, but is it green? Yes, it is. Well done. And in behind him is Muir. So Hassan is going to keep his position ahead of Muir. But what about Jute? Yeah, Jute's ahead. Evans and Jute have leapfrogged Hassan. So Luke Evans has gone. The Welsh champion's gone up into third. Dylan Jute making his BRKC debut is into fourth. Hassan making his debut is into fifth. Gary Llewellyn is down in sixth. So it's worked out to Hassan's advantage, possibly. We'll just double check that out on the track. But Hassan may well have leapfrogged Gary Llewellyn on the pit stops there. So Hassan, there's Eliana De Vos. He's dealing with some back markers. He's got such a lead it doesn't really matter. But let's have a look out the window here. So we've got Peters and Muir being chased down by De Vos with only 45 seconds on the clock, and De Vos has gone through on Muir. And Hassan has definitely managed to leapfrog Gary Llewellyn, so it's worked out to his advantage. And just having a little look out the window here, see if we can see them. Yeah, there is. Yeah, it's by quite some margin. So, in fact, no, the battle is on. The battle is definitely on between Hassan and Llewellyn. This time the positions are reversed. This time it's Llewellyn chasing down Hassan, and they are nose to tail. As De Vos has now got ahead of those back markers. The battle further down, Hassan and Llewellyn, fifth and sixth, is in the section of hairpins. This time it's switched over, though, so Llewellyn is chasing down Hassan. Clearly nothing to choose between these two as they enter the back stretch now. They're going to be on the last lap in a second. We're just waiting for De Vos to start that. as De Vos comes round. He's coming down the back straight there. And they're going to get the last lap board surely this time around. There's De Vos. And what is happening with Hassan versus Llewellyn? So there's De Vos. He's going to start the last lap surely. The last lap is out. And there is De Vos making his way into the hairpin section. There is Gary Jones crossing the line. So a clear lead there for Eliano De Vos, the Dutchman. And Eliano De Vos over from Holland for this, with Ruben Boutens, with Christian Derven. And he is making it victory in this race, getting lots of points, which is what he needs. There's De Vos on his final lap, final time down the backstretch, final time around these two corners, and it's the final corner now. He's got a clear run. He's going to win it. It's Eliano De Vos who takes the win in Heat 5, Round 2. So Eliano De Vos has managed to capitalise on his pole position and stuck it into first place. So well done indeed for Eliano De Vos. As Gary Jones comes through in second, he'll be very happy with that. And a ton of points for him. Luke Evans will be pretty relieved with third place. So Jones, then Evans. So a great result there. What's going to happen with Hassan? Yes, he takes it over Gary Llewellyn for fifth place. And what a win there for Eliano De Vos. He had to really think his way through that one. Jones was definitely held back in second place there by the speed of De Vos, but he couldn't really afford to give him away. There he is, Eliano De Vos, very young driver, but part of that Blue Star team. You don't get on that gig unless you're very good. Look at all that weight he's carrying. He's got the weighted seat liner, so he's got circuit weights as well, a big one, a blue one and a red one. They're about 5 and 8, 10 kilos or whatever each. And then he's got the seat he can barely lift. He's not the tallest lad, and he's certainly not the fattest either. So look at that. He can barely lift this. He's probably going to put his back out. Look at that. Eliano De Vos. He's got to carry it himself because he's the one who's got to go on the scales with it. And so there's Eliano De Vos. He's on the scales now. Half the weight, the driver, half the weight seat and things. So that's looking good there. So he had the acknowledgement. So he's been given the winner's medal, heat race winner medal there, and he's going to leave there's no point taking that lot upstairs, is there? You might as well leave it down there, Eliano. Another success there for Blue Star Racing team, and Jones, obviously, he's had his weight, so he's got through, he's made it through. Everyone weights up to 90 kilos. If they're not heavy enough in person, they have to carry weight. Equalises the performance of the carts. So it looks like maybe we've got a fuel stop. So we're going to be down for a little bit now, and then round 2 will resume after this fuel stop, and yet more exciting action to come from the British Rattle Kart Championship 2022 here from Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. Join us in a short time. We'll be back. Okay, so I'm James Auld, commentator for the British Rental Kart Championship 2022. Welcome back. We're about to go out, actually, because the next heat race is beginning. The karts have been fueled, so it's back to the action on the track, qualifying for heat race 6 of round 2. Join us. So in this heat race, we have, again, another international contingent. We have Marcin Nieroda from Poland, of course, related to Patrick Nieroda. Gavin Williams out in this. Mateusz Matus is here from Poland. Josh Nye, Steve Gray, Corey Richards, Craig Tucker, Louis Draper, Nadia Balnega, sister of Selena Balnega, the ladies world champion, and Thomas Krakowski. So Thomas Krakowski is the final driver there on the list. Steve Gray's currently fasted, although this is the start of the qualifying. They're all on the qualifying lap, and just crossing the line there to begin his qualifying lap is Thomas Krakowski. So down the back stretch come the first driver, and I think that will be Steve Gray. He's turning in. He's looking good, and he's been followed by possibly Gavin Williams there. So Steve Gray's going to be the first one set time. He's crossing the line. The time is going to put him pole, and we'll see if he gets beaten. So there he is, and he's been beaten immediately by Mateusz Matus. Balnega into second, but still Matus. Corey Richards into third. Matus hangs on, and Nieroda into fifth. So Matus hangs on, still more. Oh, Josh Nye into second. Josh Nye second. Draper into fourth. And Krakowski into fifth. So Mateusz Matus starts the next race, the heat race 6 of round 2, from pole position. And he's going to be pulling up to the front down the back stretch there. Josh Nye, that's a great show by him to put it into second place. He has had some results, but back in 2020, which was the last BRKC, he was only 75th. So he's gone from 75th overall in the championship. Now he's running second in qualifying for a heat race. Nadia Balnega, she's been second and third sometimes in the ladies world championship. Louis Draper's fourth. Thomas Krakowski's fifth. Corey Richards sixth. Steve Gray got pushed down to 7th, having been first out to qualify. Marcin Nieroda is 8th, Gavin Williams 9th, and Craig Tucker rounds him out in 10th place. So the grid has been set, and they're just going to organise that and send them round. So it looks pretty organised now. They're just waiting for the call forward. Matus there, the Polish driver, will be leading the way. Looking down more towards the Taylor field there, the 13, that was Craig Tucker there. And there's the 9, that of course is Steve Gray. We're listening to him earlier on, those who've been with the live stream all day. And as we come round, they're going to be anticipating the start. One more corner to go, and then it's race on. So leading the way, Mateusz Matus. And away they go. Matus gets a good start into that tight hairpin. Is everyone going to make it? Yes, they are. Nose to tail, but everyone's pretty clean. A little bit of action at the back there, but it's all good. So Matus into the hairpins. One hairpin after another. Very easy to get the old compound error. Got to get back for the next corner, back for the following corner, back for the corner after that. And then they're on to the final hairpin, round that. Now back down the back stretch. So down the back straight into this hairpin here. It's a real overtaking opportunity down here. Is anyone going to take it? It looks like could be some moves down the inside. Big contact, but, well, what can you say in this? Oh, side by side, 2 pairs from side by side coming through. There's a lot of action in the final corner here. And, well, everyone's sorting himself out. It looks like Nieroda may well have come out of that ahead. Steve Gray hangs on his spot, and someone spun there. It's Nieroda, I think. Yes, it is, who's facing the wrong way. The organisers, well, maybe there's been that much action. So the net loser there was Marcin Nieroda. He's waving. He's saying, what's going on? But it's probably going to be pretty hard for them to figure out who exactly hit who in the middle of that. We'll see what race control have for us. They may well be throwing some penalties around. So far, the racing's been very clean. It's rare to see stuff like that. And Corey Richards has been deemed the net causer of that. Now, he's got a black flag. Will that be a penalty or a DQ? I think it'll be a penalty. He may just have to make an extra pit stop. He's in the pits. He's in the pits, Corey Richards. So he's going to be brought down and brought in for a chat. They're going to have to speak with him about that one. So there we are. There's Corey Richards. And all the time he's sat there, the others are pulling away. So they're going to send him out. He's going back out into the race. But is he going to go a lap down? Because here comes Mateusz Matus, The Polish driver leading the way from Josh Nye. Josh Nye is hanging on to second place and out, and he's gone a lap down already as Corey Richards. So bad news straight away from Corey Richards. He resumes an effective third place. He's going to have to let the entire field through by the looks of this, or nearly the entire field. So in first place, it's Matus, Josh Nye, Nadia Balnega is in third, Louis Draper fourth, and Thomas Kraskowski in fifth place. Steve Gray is still in sixth. And there goes Marcin Niroda. He is ninth. He was part of that, a big part of that initial incident, the incident that started at the end of backstraight and ended itself at the first turn there. So it's still Mateusz Matus with 3 laps in, starting the fourth. He's been followed by Josh Nye. There is Nadia Balnega with Lewis Draper right on the back of her. And there is Thomas Kraskowski trying to close that gap. But with Kraskowski is Steve Gray. Steve Gray, one of the Blackpool drivers. He's been in this game for a long time now. He seems to either be karting or on holiday somewhere, does Steve Gray, but claims to be a bus driver back in Blackpool. Anyway, so bus driver's obviously well paid in Blackpool because he does a lot of everything else. Now, Matus still has the lead in fourth, with 4 laps to go, sorry. Josh Nye continues on. So Josh Nye has a bit of a clear gap there. He's going to want to hang on to that for sure. Balnega and Draper are starting to fight a little bit now over that third place, but it's still Matus now. He's leading, and there is the third place battle. There's the fourth place battle of, fifth place of Krakowski and Gray. Now, Gray is a lot closer now to Krakowski. Those listening to the live stream all day will have heard Steve Gray talking in the commentary earlier on. And here he is. Now, Krakowski is in the yellow helmet. Gray is in the predominantly black there. As they come down the bottom there, is Gray going to go for the inside? No, he's not. He's being covered there by Krakowski. The Polish driver really blocking him off there, managing to run the inside line. Oh, and Gray's in. Gray's in. First pit stop for Steve Gray. Now, let's have a look at those lights. It's where it says pit gate 1. It needs to be red, then green, not red, then yellow. So there's the red. We're looking for the green. Gray's underway, but it's already green. Well done. And he's out. So he's back into the action. He's some way down, possibly 8th place, maybe. It depends where Marcin Niroda is. He's getting the big thumbs up. That looks like Gary Jones there. Back of Gary Jones, who we've just seen come in 2nd place. Yes, he's made it. He is in 8th place. Marcin Niroda, who lost time in that instant at turn 1, has actually lost sufficient that Gray was able to make a pit stop and come out ahead. So Steve Gray is in 8th place. That's the first and second pit stopper. Obviously, because Corey Richards went in for a penalty, Corey Richards will still have to make the actual competition pit stop, if you like, that we've just seen Steve Gray make. So there's Steve Gray, number 8, number 9, I think maybe, yes, number 9, and very popular drive. There's Marcin Niroda. Now, Niroda finally has somebody to chase, but of course it's an element of a lost cause in a sense, because Niroda still has to make his stop. He was the one of the major losers in that early incident, so they make their way around. That looks like it is Matus in the lead. He's got 8 laps in now. And running very well. Josh Nye is doing brilliantly. He was 75th last time he did the British Rental Kart Championship. So Josh Nye running 2nd place, especially someone like Matus is doing very well indeed. So there's Matus, and here comes Josh Nye. Josh Nye, he's he's had results in other championships. 2017 and 2019, I believe. He was 2nd in the TRCK Championship, so he's not a bad driver. Trouble is, when you come here at the BRKC, everybody's got success. Everyone's a champion. Now, who's that? 12. That will be Thomas Krakowski. Thomas Krakowski. Now, he was having a big battle, as we saw earlier on. That's going to ease Gavin Williams through to 5th, and he's lost a place to Craig Tucker as well. He's come out behind Steve Gray. So Steve Gray. Now, Steve Gray has really benefited there because both these drivers, Krakowski and Gray, have made a pit stop, but Gray has managed to leapfrog the position there. If you remember, very early on, they were battling nose to tail, but the positions were reversed. It was Krakowski behind, it was Krakowski ahead of Steve Gray, and now Gray has switched those positions. So that is the benefit of a good pit stop. Both have been in, but Gray's was a better pit stop, and that is why he is out in front. Basically, leapfrogged him in the pits. So only 2 real pit stoppers. Richards has been in, but that was for his penalty. He's yet to make his competition stop as they continue round. Now, Matus, he's got 10 laps into the books and no more stoppers. He's going across the line. There's Matus. He's been chased, of course, by Josh Nye, who Josh Nye is falling away a little bit. 0.3 of a second off there. So he's dropping back gradually. Question is, from his point of view, can he maintain seconds? He doesn't really want to fall into the clutches of Nadia Balnega or Louis Draper. They're battling over third place at the moment. There is Marcin Neroda just going through real bad start for him. He won't be pleased with that one. There's Steve Gray in the background. Camera's following him. He's managing to stay quite easily ahead now of Tomasz Krakowski. In fact, if anything, he's pulling away by a little bit. So Steve Gray, one of the most popular winners ever, when he and Adam Davis made an amazing 1-2 and won the heat races about 4 years ago now, back in 2018. So Matus seems to have a bit of a clear lead now. He's trying to build it up like everybody who builds up a lead is trying to do so. He's trying to build it up so he can make as easy a pit stop as possible. He doesn't want a position where he's got to really be very tight on time. He wants to be far enough ahead that he can take it easy in the pits, make no mistakes and come out still in the lead. He's, as a general rule, needs to be about 12, 13 seconds to comfortably do that. So we've got 4.5 seconds ahead of Josh Nye in second place. So Matus will be knowing what the gap is. There are various boards up around the track. He will have people in the pits as well informing you of the situation. So he's going to want to see that up to about a good 12, 13 seconds before he even thinks about a pit stop for safety's sake. Clearly, yes, that's in terms of second place, and he's already comfortable ahead of fifth. He's not going to be any worse than fifth when he comes out. So there is Matus. He's going around, and he's going to be starting another lap. So second place there is Josh Nye just going through. Here is Balnega and Williams. Now, they were fighting, but it's sort of settled. They're running close to each other, but not really that intense. That is exactly the way they need to be in order to close in on Josh Nye for that second place. Currently, the gap's about 3 seconds, so we'll see about that one closing down. Craig Tucker is further back, and Steve Gray is somewhat about 14 seconds behind him, but a pit stop would still see Tucker coming out ahead of Gray. So Gray's going to want to close in a little bit and then hopefully leapfrog Craig Tucker when Tucker himself comes into the pits. So there's Tucker we're looking at now, the 13 kart. He's chasing down Gavin Williams, who is in 5th place in the 17. In fact, he's all over the back of Gavin Williams in 5th place in the 17. And he's in the pits. Craig Tucker comes in. Now, the interesting thing here is Tucker is thinking in terms of Williams, but will he be challenged by Steve Gray? Steve Gray needs to be very fast indeed right now because he's got some time to make up. Here comes Tucker out of the pits, and here is... where is Gray? I've completely lost track of Gray. I think Gray might have gone in front. We'll have a look at this. Yes, Gray has gone in front. Gray's gone well in front, so much so that I actually was looking the wrong kart. So Gray is massively ahead there. So Gray, another place up with Krakowski going with him. Craig Tucker's been pushed down to 8th place there. And so round he goes, that looked like Steve Gray. And there's Krakowski in the yellow helmet. So there's Steve Gray. We were listening to him earlier, and he's closed in quite well. Yeah, he's closed in big time on Gavin Williams, which we saw. And Krakowski is trying to make roads on the pair of them. But at the moment, Steve Gray is now trying to work on Gavin Williams. They're going to come out of those hairpins any second. There they are. Interview now on the screen. So there is Gavin Williams. There is Steve Gray. There's Steve Gray in the 9. He's working hard on Gavin Williams. Gavin Williams going to get turned in. Steve Gray's not going to try and move there, though that will be one of the places he will be considering. So to complete the lap now, this is the final turn. They're coming through across the start line here into turn 1. Steve Gray's absolutely on the bumper of Gavin Williams. Gavin Williams needs points. Steve Gray needs points. So both of them could do with this 5th place, whatever happens. Having a look at it, though, Williams has not pitted. So in reality, Steve Gray is quite some way ahead because he has been in for a pit stop. So arguably, Steve Gray is some time ahead there. Oh, bit of bumping there, and he gives him a place back. Gavin Williams cuts across to block the move. This is into that turn at the end of the long back straight. A very common overtaking place. You can see a classic defensive line there by Gavin Williams using the middle of the track. Starting another lap. It's a great race to watch, but there really isn't much of a race in it because Gavin Williams has to make a pit stop. And Gray up the inside. Now, Gray is now ahead of Gavin Williams on the track and in terms of a pit stop. So what we're seeing here is Steve Gray. He has gone up to 5th place on merit, and he's going to be trying to close in on Louis Draper. Now, the gap between Draper and Gray, because Gray has made a pit stop, if that gets within 12 seconds, Gray will take the place. So Draper at the moment is something like about, 14 seconds gap there. So there's about 14 seconds between them. So Gray only needs to make about 2 or 3 seconds inroads on Louis Draper, and he will have the position. So that'll be what we're keeping an eye on from a timing point of view. There's Gray in the number 9. Steve Gray, he has won the race here in the BRKC before. He knows he can do it. Round he goes. He's pulling away now from Gavin Williams. Gavin Williams in the 17. Gray going into that long corner there. Really comes back on itself, that turn, more than 180 degrees. So Gray continuing, puts another lap in now. Where is he in terms of gap to Louis Draper? Well, it looks like he's lost a bit of time somehow. Well, that's the best lap time. We'll see what the actual gap is in a moment. So it's 26 seconds. So he is 14 seconds now, just under 14 seconds. So maybe that time's come down a little bit. Now into the pits here is Marcin Neroda. Marcin Neroda's pits out of 9th place. Question is, will he drop back into 10th? So Neroda is going to come out just ahead of Corey Richards. Corey Richards, I believe, has another pit stop to make, but he is on the tail of Marcin Neroda. These two, obviously, they weren't the only ones in the opening lap incidents, which started at the back straight and ended up on turn 1, but they were by far the net losers in that. Richards even got a penalty for it, so he has yet to serve his actual competition pit stop. So Matisse, he's got 22 laps in. There's 6 minutes and a half. So Sabik still to go. Josh Nye, brilliant show by him. And into the pits. This is Corey Richards. Now this is his competition stop. Second stop we've seen him make in this race. The first one was a penalty. This one is the one that's actually for competition. So he's looking for the green light. It's green. He's good. And he's out on the track. He is in last place, but he's gone a lap down there to what looks like it could be Matisse, the race leader. So unfortunately for Richards, just going an extra lap down there. But it all went wrong earlier when he was deemed responsible. Into the pits then. This time we've got the 14. It is Louis Draper. Now, where will Steve Gray come out in the middle of this? Draper's actually being chased down by Steve Gray, but I don't think Gray's anywhere near him. We'll see what happens. There comes Draper out the pits, and he's done enough, surely, because here is Steve Gray. Yeah, Gray had, well, a bigger gap than it looked like it was going to be, because Gray was chasing him, but to no avail, unfortunately. So Louis Draper back out in the action, and we'll look at the remaining pit stops. 6 carts have been in, and there are 10 carts in the race. So we're still looking for pit stops from Matisse, the race leader, Josh Nye, Nadia Balnega, and who is it? Maybe Krakowski's made the pit stop. I shall pass the information on when I know. Tucker's made a pit stop. Yeah, we'll see who it is soon. Anyway, back to the action itself, and across the line there, that is the 17, Gavin Williams. In the pits, who is this? It looks like it could be the leader. It is the leader. It's Matisse. Matisse, this has got to be a good stop. He's got a healthy lead. He does not need to blow it here. He's made a good job of that, and away he goes. He does lose the lead, but that's simply because Josh Nye has to make a pit stop. If you notice there, Josh Nye is only just in front of Matisse. So there's Nye, there's Matisse. So it really is close, actually out on track. There is Nadia Balnega. Now, although she is looking at the back of Matisse, she has to make a pit stop as well. So down the back stretch there. There is Josh Nye. There is Matisse. He is the real leader, albeit in second place here. So when will Nye make the pit? Is it going to be this time around? No, Nye continues on. So there is Josh Nye crossing the line now, and there is Matisse in second place, albeit with the pit stop in hand. There is Nadia Balnega. She's running third. Her real challenge is towards Josh Nye. So Matisse is going to be well clear of her when she pits, but Josh Nye, the one in front there with the red bits on his white helmet, he's the one she's really got in mind. So there comes Josh Nye. He's first place on the road, but with a pit stop to make. There is Matisse. He's second place on the road, but he's made his pit stop, so he will take the lead back when Nye comes into the pits. When will that be? Well, it won't be long. He's not coming in this time, nor is Balnega. These two leaving it very late. So, still Nye in the lead. He's 27 laps in. There he is, ahead of the leader really on paper when the pit stop cycle through. So Josh Nye continues to lead. He's got Matisse behind him. There's Nadia Balnega in third. She has yet to pit as well. So first and third here have yet to pit. And really Josh Nye's enjoying this moment. He's in the lead of a heat race. Somebody's in the pits. It's the 19, it's Nye. That is Josh Nye pitting out of the lead. Now the first part was good, the second part is good. So out he goes. So he resumes in third, crossing the line now to trip the timer there. That's where the timing beam is. So there's Josh Nye. Now he's shown in third. So Matus is leading. He has made a pit stop. Who is this? This is the 17. This, of course, is Gavin Williams, who's going to come out of 5th place. And he's 7th already. And is he going to go 8th? No, not quite. Is he? Yes, he might. He might, because here comes Tucker across the line. And Tucker takes the position away. Only just ahead. And Neroda. Here's Balnega in third. She's really in third place on paper. We'll see what Louis Draper has to say about that, though, because there goes Nye to take second place from her and push her down to third. So now she really is third. There she is. And there behind in the 14 is Louis Draper. So Louis Draper is not far behind. So first Matus, then Nye, then Balnega, then Draper. So on the visual, really, it is Nye who can be seen by Balnega, who can be seen very much by Louis Draper on the backstretch. Here is the race leader, Matus. Turning in is Josh Nye. So there is Josh Nye, second. Balnega third. And Draper in the orange helmet. Nye. And then Balnega. And here is Draper. So it's fairly close. There's Gray. Steve Gray, though, seems to have made up some time. So there is Draper. But here comes Steve Gray. And he's got down a lap. But Neroda showing some speed. So there is Steve Gray again. Saw a lot of him earlier on, haven't seen him for a bit, but now he's back in the picture. He's chasing down Louis Draper, who is chasing down Nadia Balnega. So Steve Gray ended up pitting out of about 8th place. Net result has put him in 5th, so he's done really well in this. Then all the pit stops have been made, so it's now just down to the finish with 1 minute 20 to go. So Steve Gray has made up a lot of places and a lot of points. There is Matus. Mateusz Matus, the race leader. 31 laps in on the back straight. Driver from Poland. He was 18th here in 2019. And in Poland, he was 16th in 2020. So top 20 potential there from Mateusz Matus. He's been around a little while now. And he's leading this heat race. He's clearly showing some good form as of late. No doubt he'll be in action in the Polish Championship, which is in Szczecin in late April, early May. So Matus there leading this race here, going to win in the British Championship in a heat race, but he will be in action in the Polish Championship in Szczecin at the end of this month. So quite a busy month for Matus. Leading now, doing everything right. He's got Corey Richards ahead of him. Corey Richards, of course, has ended up stopping twice as a result of being deemed liable for the open race shenanigans. So there's Matus, round he goes. He's coming out and down that backstretch. So 1 second remaining. So this time around, we're expecting that last lap board for the race leader, Mateusz Matus. Corey Richards in front of him. Will Corey Richards be asked to move out of the way? Maybe, maybe not. In fact, he has moved out of the way, so Corey Richards has taken himself out of the way. Very sportsmanship driving there from Corey Richards. He's got every reason to be disappointed. He has won a number of events, British Universities Kart Championship winner before Corey Richards, so he's a very successful driver in his own right. But here is Mateusz Matus on his final lap. It's going to be victory for Matus. He will have needed this. Points-wise, he's looking good. We've seen him running near the front before, but this is a good result by him. And it's going to be a race win for Mateusz Matus. Here he is from Poland. Matus wins heat race 6 of the second round. A lot of points there. And it is, of course, Josh Nye, an incredible second place. Nadia Balnega will be delighted with third, so incredible runs there. Matus taking victory from Josh Nye, his best ever BRKC result. Nadia Balnega is her first BRKC, so her best result. And what a race there. Comfortably won, though, it has to be said, by Matus. Not a massive gap at the end, but certainly pretty much had it sorted from the off there. Qualifying on pole, did the best pit stop, everything else. So well done indeed by him. They're coming back in the pits now. Corey Richards had a bit of a mare getting involved in an early lap incident, being blamed for that, so he was the one who got the penalty. And that's him coming in right behind Matus. So There's Nye coming down the pit lane. There's Belnager. We can see the back of her in the 15. And there in the 14, of course, is Louis Draper. Steve Gray should be coming in behind him. That's him with the GoPro on the top there. See what sort of footage comes from that. Matus will be keen to see those weights, check in the scales there. You can see the drivers. They're all weighted up, and it looks like Patrick Neroda maybe there is having a chat with somebody, Nye. But certainly the weights in his hands and the seat in the other hand. Drivers tend to prefer to weight themselves up so they know they're bang on the marks. But the circuit does have weights. You can see those coloured blocks. The marshal's just putting in slightly to the left there, the yellow one and the red one. Some people need quite a lot of weight. So then, this next race is going to be quite an epic. We'll see. We've got this. Looks like we've got Sam Slater in this one. Sam Slater, a regular on the international scene. He's probably racing in Poland. He's almost certainly racing in the World Championships. Is Sam Slater out in Portugal this year? So Sam Slater racing very regularly. We'll go through the list of entries here. We've got Karolis Končikas from Lithuania, who is going to be first on the list here. Neil Durant, we saw great runs by him earlier on. Sam Slater, I've just mentioned, is in there. Carl Stevens been running well, and Charlie Ratford in some action earlier on. Michael Yakovu has been returning now. His first time racing the indoor format. He was racing this when it was a multi-round outdoor one. Dalton Jute is back in action. Dalton Jute is back there. Matthew Stark, Aidan Kennedy, one of the fast Americans, and Mark Bramford is the last of the entries there. We'll have a look as they come out as to who we think. On paper, well, this is a very open race. Sam Slater, perhaps favourite for this, but it never works out that simple for Sam. He always ends up in a race of some form. So maybe that race will be with Aidan Kennedy, the American. He was talking in the pits earlier on. I was chatting to him, and he was saying during the break that he was looking to make an improvement on his previous fourth place. He needed to get points to guarantee a semi-final spot. That's what he's here for. And we'll see what he does. So it's going to be the next heat race. So the marshals are just going out to check something out on the track as we speak. The drivers are going to be held in the pit lane before, just before the qualifying lap. And there they are all lined up. I can see Sam Slater is relatively close to the back there. On the third one from the back, he's going to be quite late out to qualify. And looking down there as well, who have we got? Well, I think we might have a bit of a change here. I'll keep an eye out, but we may have a replacement driver in this one. There's one down there that I recognise maybe as being different to what we have advertised. We'll certainly see as the transponder clicks them across the line anyway, and I will update you of that. Right, so out to qualify. Here they go. Being waved away. And first one out is Matthew Stark. Matthew Stark, he's going to be looking for a ton of points here. He's a returnee. And Yakovu, Aidan Kennedy is going to be the third one in the lineup there for the qualifying run. Carl Stevens, Carl's been running well too. And Neil Durant, he's back in action here. Real racy driver there, Neil Durant. Charlie Ratford's out on track, so is Bramford. Sam Slater, as I was saying, is the third one from last. And we've got Dalton Jute and Končikas is the final driver there out to qualify. Now, they're going to start the laps now. So Stark is going to cross the line to begin his run. Matthew Stark there, beginning his run, and he has been he was a junior champion at Castle Coombe back in 2017. He's lightweight champion of Absolutely Karting in 2019. He's been in the BRKC before, but not quite with the results he's going to be looking for today. Crossing the line to start the qualifying run goes Sam Slater, one of Britain's main hopes. Certainly from an international point of view, Sam Slater, he's going to be the British best chance in the World Championship. But here, there's a lot of good Brits battling against him. We'll see what happens. So, shaking the checker flag, it is Stark. So, Stark sets a time, and it's actually slower than Aidan Kennedy's outlap. So, we'll see what happens there with Aidan Kennedy. Slater, of course, is very fast on the outlap too. Carl Stevens comes through in fourth. We'll see what happens. Oh, Durant up to second. Still Kennedy. That was a flying opening lap. As Kennedy has been beaten by Sam Slater. Sam Slater's got it. And there goes Jute. He's down in 8th place. And final qualifier there, Conchicas is down in 10th. So Sam Slater will lead the way, but from his point of view, a step-up performance by Aidan Kennedy. So Sam Slater on the pole position. Now this can be a good one for Sam Slater to try and get victory on, but Aidan Kennedy definitely going to make him race for it. Neil Durant is going to make anybody race for anything, and he's in 3rd place. So there's going to be a lot of action at the front of this one. Stark in 4th. And Ratford 5th, Stevens 6th. Now, Carl Stevens has been running at the back so far in the BRKC that we've seen him in, but this year he had a good result earlier on. He was well up the field. In fact, 2nd place in round 1. So he is doing very well. This was going to seem a bit of a step back for him maybe, but he turned it around in the other heat race, so we'll see what happens here. Now, is there a deal to be had up at the front? So we got Durant there in 3rd place. He's talking to nobody at all because he's probably going to just try and race at everyone. There's Sam Slater, has been talking to Aidan Kennedy behind him. Maybe there's some thinking going on. So there's Sam Slater, Britain's biggest hope internationally, simply because he does more of the international events and he is successful at them. Expect possible win here from Slater. Making him work for it's going to be Aidan Kennedy, one of the fast American drivers, over for the first time. And that there is Neil Durant. Neil Durant has been good, very good. And Stark there in 4th. A good qualifying there from Stark. So Sam Slater paces him towards the line. There's Slater. When to get on the gas is the question. Is he going to go early? Is he going to go late? We've seen all things happen so far today. So Slater's on the gas and he's taking Aidan Kennedy with him into the first turn. Everyone's pretty clean through the first turn. No contact at all, unlike the last race, as they go round into the hairpin section. Oh, and Aidan Kennedy moves alongside. He can't make a pass, but he does move alongside of Sam Slater in the lead. So Sam Slater is coming out of the hairpin section now with the lead, onto the backstretch, down the backstretch for the first time there. In the green, it's Sam Slater leading the way from Aidan Kennedy. A slight gap to Neil Durant in 3rd, maybe, but really no big gaps at this stage of the game. It's all very close. There's Slater across the line to complete the opening lap. There's Kennedy with him. Now, Kennedy has probably already got designs on taking that lead. Durant will definitely have designs on racing everyone, so he's there in 3rd place. But 4th is Matthew Stark, another one who we don't normally see as high as this, but he's running well there in 4th place. We'll see if he can hang on to that through the pit stop cycle. And where is it in the race? Ratford is in 5th. I think Ratford's going to really want to be looking at higher position than that. He lost some places earlier on in the previous heat race, so dropped down. So he wants to get some points back. Into the pits, though, somebody already, an early stopper, and that is the 14. That is Mark Bramford. Bramford is going to drop to last, but Bramford is going to come out of there with a clear road. So Bramford now, if he's pitting that early, he obviously feels like he's maybe losing a little bit of time in the pack. So can he make up some time there? So he pits it out of about 8th place. We will see where it all cycles out at the end. That does mean there will be a gap somewhere. There is that gap, maybe. Right, so there's Bramford round the tail of the track there. It's obviously cost him a lot of time making the pit stop, but it's out of the way. Another one in, maybe? No. And there is Sam Slater still with the lead. He can't quite pull away from Aidan Kennedy, though. Aidan Kennedy's making him work. In fact, there's a 4-car breakaway starting to form. It's Slater from Kennedy, Durant and Stark as they come out of that hairpin section onto the backstretch. And there's Kennedy in the lead, down the back straight. Kennedy chasing down, sorry, not Kennedy in the lead, Kennedy in 2nd, chasing Slater. As they come around the final corners, Slater is trying to pull away. Kennedy's trying to go with him. What they really want to do is break a gap there from Durant so that they can kind of pretty much have it their own way. So into the pits, it's 17, Carl Stevens, an early stopper there from Carl Stevens. Carl Stevens is dropping down, he's 8th. Is he going to drop down any further? Where is he relevant to the other pit stopper? Bramford, he comes out ahead of Bramford. He comes out ahead of Yakovu because Yakovu has made a stop too. So Carl Stevens is actually quite well in front of the pair behind him. The 3 final drivers, 8th, 9th, 10th, they've all made a pit stop. No one else has. So up to 7th place has gone Conchicas. Up to 6th place has gone Jute. Up to 5th, Ratford. And still in 4th is Stark. 3rd, Durant. 2nd, Kennedy. And 1st, Slater. So, bit of a breakaway for forming now. It's Slater, Kennedy, Durant. As they come, that's looks like Conchicas. Now there is Slater. There is Slater. Kennedy right on his tail as they're exiting the series of hairpins there onto that backstretch. There's Kennedy, and there is Stark. Stark really not shown this well before. To stay this kind of distance to someone like Sam Slater who's leading is good. Yeah, okay, he's a few places down, but it's a close distance, you know, it's not very far away. He's less than 2 seconds from the race leader, albeit in 4th place. Look at the style of the two leaders. Nice and easy, not losing any time through those hairpins, lining them up. You can't go too quick or you'll be too close to the next corner and then you'll lose time. On to the backstretch. Down they go. It's still Slater in the lead. Still Kennedy. Look over the shoulder by Kennedy. Checking out what's going on. Slater leads him. Is there a gap appearing a little bit to 3rd? Can Durant close that in? Durant certainly does not want to lose sight of those two leaders. Question is, will Kennedy think in terms of making a pit stop? He's looking pretty racy around Slater. If he can't pass him, he's going to have to consider a pit stop to then have some clear air and make up that gap, because Kennedy has lost time now to Durant. Durant and Stark are both closed in on the two leaders, so it's back to being a 4-way fight. There was a gap developing between 3rd to 2nd, but now that's closed right in. 4 of them all in the mix there. Will the first to pit be Kennedy? Depends how he sees it. I think I would be thinking about coming in if he feels it's been held up. Gap there to 5th, which is Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford, he's been the junior champion of the multi-round indoor championship, BRKC. In fact, I think he's been twice champion there. So really has great credibility on the indoor scene. Now he's trying his hand in the British Rental Kart Championship for the first time. Tight touch of the barrier there, Sam Slater. Maybe Sam Slater getting a bit defensive there has caused him to be offline and slightly out of position, and that caught the barrier. Aidan Kennedy is really piling the pressure on in 2nd place. So there's Slater in the green, Kennedy 2nd. The American driver, Kennedy, come over from Charlotte, North Carolina. Appeared from nowhere. We hadn't really heard of him. He did compete in the World Championship back. In fact, he's waving at Slater saying, go on, go on, go on. He wants Slater to really focus on pulling away. Now, if Slater gets a message like that, what that invariably would mean is I am not going to challenge it. Aidan Kennedy has basically just said to Sam Slater, I'm not going to challenge you. We need to get away from these guys. And that's how it's worked. So Slater now knows he doesn't have to be quite as defensive, and they're going to try and pull a gap on Neil Durant. And we can see that already starting to form, but Durant's closed in on them. He's not going to let him get away. Slater needs to be perfect. Kennedy's given him the signal he's going to let him be perfect, maybe not challenge him, so they don't need to defend. So Slater, that's why Slater's up to the outside, because he knows he doesn't have to defend, having had that signal from Aidan Kennedy. So Kennedy and Slater working together now, clearly, to pull away from Durant. That signal was the thing that set this gap in motion. Already they're starting to eke away from Durant. Durant's trying to stay with them. Remember how Durant had closed in. Into the pits, though. That's Jute by the looks of it. Yes, it's Dalton Jute. Dalton Jute making the all-important pit stop out of 6th place. It needs to be good, though, because Jute's got a lot of carts behind him. Carl Stevens has passed him, but he's managed to come out ahead of Bramford and Iakivu. So good move there by Jute. He's come into pits. That's out the way. He lost a place to Stevens, but he's kept ahead of the other two. So back at the front, Slater. They are opening that gap. And into the pits then is Matthew Stark. Stark is the first of the 4 leaders. There he is. The first part of the stop. The second part of the stop. Look for the light going green. It does. It's a good stop. So away goes Stark. Now, will that be enough to leapfrog Neil Durant? Slater still leads. Kennedy still 2nd. Opening that ever so slight gap. You can see it's starting to form. Durant is very fast, but that signal from Kennedy that we saw a few laps ago has allowed Slater to drive with a little bit more focus on just being fast rather than having to defend. And that's what that was all about. A lot of strategy goes into this. Kennedy, despite having never been here before, clearly understands how the format works. 15 is Charlie Ratford. He's out of 4th place. He's going to lose a place to Stark. So Stark goes back into 4th. Now, what about Conchicas? Conchicas, has he gone ahead? Conchicas has gone ahead, and so has Carl Stevens. Now, Carl Stevens was looking to make some places up fairly low pit stop. Normally Stevens we see at the back. Now we're seeing him mid-pack at least. In fact, he was second earlier on. He's moved up. He started 7th. He's already made it 1 place. Conchicas is the one in 5th. Now, Durant out of 3rd place. Now, where will Matt Stark come out? Durant needs to get out of here ahead of Stark. Here comes Stark. Stark's on full power. Durant is speeding up, and Durant has just about made it. That is not what Matthew Stark wanted to see. He wanted to see a nice big gap with Durant behind him, but as it happens, he's now going to have to make the move on track. Now, Slater and Aidan Kennedy are clear. That arguably does delete that deal making, and in fact, it's Kennedy in. Kennedy in. Now, Kennedy is going to try and leapfrog Slater. He's going to have to make a good stop if he's going to do that. We saw 13 as average, 12 is very, very good, 11 is brilliant. We'll see what the time is. Kennedy, it's a 12.4. It's going to be good. Car number 12 coming in is Conchicas. Now, Carl Stevens moves up to 5th. It's working for Stevens. In fact, Conchicas has lost the position to Radford and Bramford and Jude and Iakovu. So Conchicas has gone down from 5th to last and 10th in one fell swoop through the pits there. He's not that far from Iakovu, so we'll see how that pans out. Meantime, let's see what happens with Slater. Slater still has 10 minutes to go. He has no rush to make a pit stop. He needs to be fast. But the question is, if he feels Kennedy is fast, he will need to come in now, because the sooner he comes in, the more chance he has of coming out in front of him. However, if Slater feels that on his own he can be quicker, it may pay to stay out, because he'll make a gap over Kennedy, which means he can come in the pits and come out. But Kennedy, at the moment, if Slater came in, Slater can't come in because Kennedy is only 10.6 seconds behind. Kennedy would take the lead if Slater pitted now. So Slater has now really lost the ability to come in the pits. He has to stay out. He has to be fast if he wants to win this race. So Slater, nearly 10 minutes to go, just under, 17 laps in, but the Kennedy's lowering that time. This is looking very good for Aidan Kennedy, and Sam Slater has to find some pace. He has to find some pace to increase the gap over second, so he can come in the pits. He can come in out into second, into that first place, without Kennedy leapfrogging him. Anyway, number 8, that's Matthew Stark. He's working on Neil Durant. Remember, Stark was hoping to leapfrog Durant in the pits. It didn't work out for him. He's going to have to pass him on merit on the track if he's going to do it. That's the battle for 3rd place. Meantime, Slater still leads. What is the gap going to be? There's Slater on screen there. He's in the 9. He's in the lead, but he's not going fast enough. He's losing fractions of seconds. Sam Slater, he's going to have to find some speed. It's 10.4 seconds, but it needs to be more like 12.4 plus. So far, Aidan Kennedy would take the lead. If Slater pits now, he would come out in front of Durant, but there's going to come a time where Slater's going to have to think maybe whether he wants to actually fight for the win or guarantee a 2nd place. Because if Durant and Stark start closing in on him, and it's an amazing run by Stark, it has to be said. We've not seen this performance from him, nowhere near. But it is Slater who the attention is on, because there is Slater, the leader, who is yet to stop. He has to be fast. Kennedy's closing in. 10.3 now. It needs to be 12.5 or more if Slater wants to maintain the lead after a pit stop. So there is Slater, 20 laps in, 8 and a bit minutes to go. What's Kennedy doing? He's 10.3 behind. It's still 10.3. There's Slater, sorry, and Slater exiting those series of hairpins. He's going to go onto the backstretch now. Down the backstretch he goes, full speed. Heavy braking for this hairpin, and then around a tight sequence of corners, a long right. Comes back on itself, hairpin left, and in the pits. This is the stop that counts now. We're looking for Kennedy. Slater's in the pits. It's good. The first stop's good. What about the second stop? And where is Kennedy? Here comes Kennedy. Slater may have enough. Slater may have enough. They're coming out. It's going to be side by side. Kennedy's trying to drive around the outside. That's the battle. Oh, and Slater just makes it. Slater. 12.5 second stop, and Kennedy's having a look to the side, but he can't make it work. What an amazing run there. Slater could not have left that a single lap later. Kennedy almost had it. Side-by-side action now. Will Kennedy try for the pass down the backstretch? Slater moves to the middle. That deal is clearly off. Slater knows Kennedy's coming. He moves to the middle to try and hold him back. And Kennedy's all over the back of Slater, just like they were before. This time it's going to have to be on merit. There's 7 minutes to go, just under. Slater, Kennedy, nose to tail, and there is Durant in the orange just behind. And where's Stark? There's an equal gap back there to Stark. Stark's dropped back a bit off Kennedy. Off Durant. There's a bit of a gap between them, but it ain't a lot. So down the back stretch, there is the race leader, Sam Slater, just from Kennedy. Kennedy trying one side, Kennedy trying the other, and back again. Kennedy trying the left, the right, as they come down the straight there, as he's trying to work on Sam Slater. So Sam Slater going to try and look at these lap times. The fastest in this group is Neil Durant. Neil Durant is the third place driver. He is the quickest of the 4 leaders there. That's the orange driver in the middle. And Matthew Stark is, well, he's the slowest of the 4. And the others, the 2 leaders there. So there is Sam Slater. And there is Aidan Kennedy. Now, Slater's not defending this time. He clearly feels that Kennedy's not going to make a move. Kennedy does not make a move. There's Durant now. Can Durant? He is the quicker of the 3 on lap times. Can he close in? The gap was 2.5 seconds last time. What's it going to be this time? Slater, a 34.7. That's quicker than he was before. So Slater leading the way from Aidan Kennedy. A slight gap appears with there, and Durant is losing a bit of time. Durant losing a little bit of time there to the 2 leaders. So the leaders have a bit of comfort, nearly 3 seconds. Slater, big look over the shoulder. Now, the side that he looked at tells you which side he thinks Kennedy's going to be coming. The outside on that time, he thought. Slater crossing the line. Kennedy right behind him. The Brit versus the American. Another Brit behind. Slater, 25 laps in, 5 minutes to go. On those tight hairpins there. Got to be inch perfect through here if he's going to maintain the lead. Got to be perfect here as well, because now's the backstretch, and which side is Kennedy going to go? Defending, he's looking to the one side, and Kennedy's not going to make a move. Is he trying to lure Sam Slater into a false sense of security down the backstretch? Every driver's made their pit stops, so pit stops won't be a factor here. All 10 have made their stops. It's still Slater from Kennedy. Absolute cat and mouse. Kennedy keeping Slater and everyone else guessing. We're wondering when that move's going to come. Slater's wondering when that move's going to come. Hopefully Kennedy's got an idea of when that move is. The American absolutely on the tail of the Brit. Now onto the back here. Is Sam going to look over his left or right? He's not looking over either. He's pretty certain that there was going to be no move coming there. Now, has out of our view a deal been made? Because Kennedy is not really getting aggressive like he was before. Maybe Kennedy's leaving it till the end. There's 4 minutes to go. So as there's 4 minutes to go and then the last lap, maybe Kennedy's just sort of holding things back a little bit. Of course, Kennedy is trading lap times with Sam Slater, so it's quite possible that if Kennedy passed Slater now, all he would do is give himself 4 minutes of pure hell from Sam Slater. So if he leaves it a bit longer. Now Slater, another look back, but this time he was looking to his left. So he was just checking nothing was happening down the inside. So if you remember a few laps ago, Slater was looking to the right. Now he's looking to the left. Kennedy's still not trying anything there. Kennedy's still sitting. Maybe he's going to save it for a last lap lunge somewhere. You'd have to assume it was under the back straight, but maybe it'll be here in one of the hairpins. There is Kennedy. Kennedy playing a waiting game, piling on the pressure. Huge pressure right now from Kennedy on the shoulders of Sam Slater. The British driver, he's looking right this time, so he's looking over the right shoulder. Still nothing happening. Kennedy playing a waiting game, keeping us all guessing there in second place. Aidan Kennedy, the American driver, newcomer to the BRKC, but featured strongly in the World Championships back in 2019. He was a finalist. Sam Slater's been a finalist in the World Championship. He's even been on the podium. So there's Sam Slater. These two former World Championship competitors now fighting each other in the British Rental Car Championship, both needing maximum points. Again, Slater looking over to the right. So, the biggest gap we've seen for a while, but it's nothing of a gap in reality. Just over 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes 16. Maybe about 5 or 6 laps left. Slater, 30 laps in. Kennedy, less than half a second behind. This is for first place. There's Slater, there's Kennedy, both in picture as they've been all race long. Now, which side's Kennedy? Kennedy just holds back, but Slater again looking over his right shoulder. It's interesting that because it's looking to the outside. He's checking. You think he'd be looking to Kennedy's making a move on the inside, but he wants to check that outside for some reason. Round into the very tight section of hairpins there. If Kennedy's going to make a move, you'd assume it will be down the back stretch into that hairpin there, but it could be into the first hairpin, or maybe even a stab down the inside here, should something happen. We'll see what happens with Slater down the back stretch. Which side's he looking? He's not looking either side. Reasonable gap. It's opened up to a cart length there down the back stretch. Just over a minute to go, so maybe in terms of lap times, maybe 2, maybe 3 laps to go. We'll see. Slater still leading. Kennedy still second, still under half a second there. Durant has dropped back to about 4 seconds almost. So he's pretty much out of the picture for the win, but definitely looking good for third place. Stark definitely looking good for fourth. And the incredible Carl Stevens looking good for fifth. He was well down the order last time he raced here in the BRKC, but now he's up there. Mid-pack, firm mid-pack runner Carl Stevens all weekend long. There's Matthew Stark. He's in the fourth place. Will we be set? No, we've got back to the leaders. So there is the leader. And there is second place. Sam Slater, British driver, plenty of experience now on the international scene. He's been 5 or 6 years in the BRKC. He knows his way around Formula Fast. Aidan Kennedy, never been here before. A great showing by the young American driver. Both these drivers have tasted World Championship level of competition. Both will be in the World Championship this year over in Portugal. So plenty of racing for these two more to do this year. There's Durant, and this is Stark. Now, the last lap board's gone out. The last lap. So what is Kennedy going to do? Where's it going to be? Is it going to be the hairpin into the hairpins? The answer's no, but it was pretty racy there by Kennedy. I saw out the window, and they're very, very close. It's going to come down. Now, which way is Sam going to look? Which way is he going to be looking down the back straight? Is it the left? Is it the right? Surely Kennedy's going to try on the inside. It's the last chance now. Down the back straight. Kennedy is not close enough. It's going to be first for Sam Slater, surely. Unless something happens through these corners, he's going to have to be perfect. What about the lunge down the inside here? We've seen it done before, but no. Slater's got it covered, and Slater takes the win. What a cagey race that was. And Kennedy into second place. Sam Slater, pressure released. He'll be delighted with that win. So Sam Slater takes the win, and a big handshake between those two. That was a heck of a race. Kennedy, we thought he was lining up for something. He obviously had his ideas, but Slater did enough to probably get to the end of that back straight in the lead. That was key, having a car length gap, so Kennedy couldn't do anything. Kennedy didn't even try. He knew the gap was too big. He knew that a massive lunge could see them both in the fence and lose it all. But Sam Slater has won. Sam Slater, maximum points there, just what he needed, just when he needed it. So Slater from Kennedy. Kennedy, his previous result was a fourth place in his earlier heat, so he'll be very pleased with that. Incredible third place from Neil Durant, and an amazing run to fourth from Matthew Stark. We have just not been seeing that sort of run by Stark before. Stark, never a front runner in BRKC, certainly not that far, close to the leader. So a great run by him, although he has got championships to his name. Fifth place, of course, Carl Stevens. Massive upturn in performance from Carl Stevens this year. Really establishing himself as someone to watch out for in the BRKC. Fifth place for him. Sixth, of course, went to Charlie Ratford. Seventh was Mark Bramford. Eighth was Dalton Jute. Michael Yakovu came into ninth. And Karolis Konchikas, the Lithuanian, into 10th place. So what a fabulous little race that was. So Slater absorbing all that pressure all race long, looking one way and the other. Interesting how the majority of looks were over his right shoulder to the outside down that back stretch, seeing what Aidan Kennedy was doing. Obviously, the two had made a bit of a deal early on, so clearly they had an intention of the racing end that way with them a 1-2. And obviously, it's ended up in Sam Slater's favour. What a race and result there. So, moving on to heat race number 8 of round 2. We're almost at the end of the second round of heat races. And race 8 coming up. Okay, so after a fantastic Heat 7 of round 2, we've now got Heat 8 of round 2. And in this race, well, Sam Shaw. Didn't we see something from Sam Shaw earlier on? He's another rookie when it comes to BRKC, new to this format, new to this type of racing, but another one who has achieved much in indoor karting, albeit away from the BRKC, stepping up to the big time now, the really big time. He was third in his earlier round that he's done. This is his second start today. Marco Brem. Now, Marco Brem was a non-starter of the first heat, so it may well be that he's still a non-starter in the second one. Johnny Elliott. Now, Johnny Elliott, what can we say? Johnny Elliott is, well, it either works or it doesn't with Johnny Elliott. We thought we'd had a few years there where it had started. There you can see big in purple on the back of the shoulders there. Johnny Elliott in the mid-pack for the qualifying. Johnny Elliott, we know he can do it. We'll see what happens in this race. Kuba Pachulski is going to be in the here as well. Adam Sheargold, Harrison Kirkham. Now, we saw a good result by Kirkham earlier on, second, I believe, from Zach Venn. Reese Westwood, he's back in this. Harvey Bull. Harvey Bull has really stepped up this year. Paz. Now, I think I remember Paz being a non-starter in the last race. He may be the driver replaced, possibly, by... what was his name? I will get that. I was talking to him earlier on. And, of course, the Chinese driver, Zhu Xiao. Zhu Xiao, and he's going to be the final person entered on there. So it looks like it could be a 9-kart race in this one. They're going out to start their warm-up lap. It looks like Pachulski who's pulling out, a bit late coming away there. So Kuba Pachulski, a little bit of a gap. So maybe that's a bit of gamesmanship there by Pachulski, just creating space in front of him. And in fact, the final driver there, making sure there's space for him as well. So let's see how this one shapes out. They're coming around to start the qualifying laps. And over the line they go. Starting those laps. We'll see what happens at the end of the qualifying. There's Pachulski. Pachulski has been chased down there by, I think that one might be Harvey Bull, but we'll double check on that. So they're crossing the line. There's Johnny Elliott. He's gone through to start his qualifying lap. Now, Johnny Elliott, what can he do? Really, Elliott needs to put this thing on pole and get the job done. However, you know, Johnny Elliott, he tends to make a race of it, so we'll see what happens when he finishes the qualifying. It could easily be second or third for Elliott, but hopefully pole. So they're finishing those laps. How's this going to work out? All we're dealing with at the moment is cart numbers. We'll bring you the names to match when they come through. So Sam Shaw, we've got listed as second at the moment. So Shaw is, and has been pushed to third. So Sam Shaw has been pushed out. He's been put for Elliott is second. Johnny Elliott is second, but I think this is him coming through to start the lap. Elliott is second. Pachulski leads the way at the moment. He's professional pole. And Kirkham is third. Sam Shaw. Sheargold goes to third. Adam Sheargold. Reese Westwood. Harvey Bull's been pushed down. He's listed as ninth at the moment. Reese Westwood is in sixth. And Shaw is in eighth. And I believe that is our friend... that's it. Nobuodo. That's the one I'm thinking of there. So, Emmanuel Nobuodo, he is the very late entry. He is the latest of the late entries. And we know that he actually turned up just to support his friend, ended up being thrown in the deep end, and he's really shown some form here. Regular racer in team sport in North London. So he knows his way around an indoor track, does Nobuodo, but he has absolutely no form. He's starting to increase now. He was running at the tail in the earlier race. He's starting seventh, though. Now, there is Pachulski, and he's running ahead of Johnny Elliott. Now, Johnny Elliott starting second, and he has Adam Sheargold behind him. The number 15, of course, is Harrison Kirkham. Now, Kirkham came in third, I think. No, it was second in an earlier race. Remember, he finished behind Zach Venn. So they're going to start now, and we'll see what sort of start we're going to get from Kuba Pachulski. He'll be used to the format. So Pachulski, when's he going to hit the power? He's going quite early, and Johnny Elliott's trying to go with him. Pachulski opens up a bit of a gap. So does Elliott, and they've quite spaced going into the turn one at the front and at the back. So as they enter the section of hairpins, it's Pachulski from Elliott and Adam Sheargold. Adam Sheargold well up in there. So Pachulski in the yellow suit. You can see him from miles away. Johnny Elliott trying to close him down. Now, what happens down the backstretch here? A big look over the shoulder there by Pachulski. See what's happening with Johnny Elliott. It's a clear gap, though. Pachulski to Elliott. And then Sheargold behind, and a decent gap as well to the fourth place. Kirkham starts to tighten up a bit further back from there. So Pachulski has got the start he wanted. He crosses the opening lap in the lead still, as Pachulski is getting away for something. Someone's saying something to somebody. As they enter a few people clatter in the back of that hairpin end there. But Pachulski, he's coming out of the hairpin section now onto the backstretch. He's got Johnny Elliott on his case now. Elliott maybe closed in a little bit from last time. There's a half a second gap over the line before. It looks a little bit closer this time by Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott's getting the bit between his teeth. He's moved away from Sheargold. So Johnny Elliott's increased the gap to Sheargold, decreased the gap to Pachulski, the leader, and it's down by 1/10 of a second. So Johnny Elliott is closing in. Someone giving him the wave there. So clearly he has his fans as they come into the hairpin area, and Johnny Elliott is closing in on Pachulski. Now, can Kuba Pachulski keep ahead and maybe pull away with Elliott? Can they make this a two-horse race? Is Adam Sheargold going to go with him? Johnny Elliott down the backstretch. He's on the back of Pachulski. Pachulski turns in. Elliott is there, though. Elliott is definitely there. Not quite close enough for a lunge, but not far off. He's even closer now as they come through to the finish lap. What is it? It was 0.4 last time. It's still 0.4. Still 0.4, but 1.5 to Sheargold from the leader, Pachulski. So, and a great opening lap there. Early lap, shall we say, by Pachulski. They are on the third lap, 3 laps in. So, Pachulski from Elliott, and Sheargold is opening up a gap now to Kirkham, who is in 4th. There's Pachulski. There's Elliott. Now, is Johnny going to do something? Surely not from back there. No, he doesn't. He plays a waiting game. Very aware now of how to play the strategies. Vastly experienced Johnny Elliott. Arguably everybody's star favourite. It's like you'll have your favourite, and then there's Johnny Elliott. He'll be everybody's favourite somewhere. Into the pits, though, it's Shaw, Sam Shaw. He's gone down to 7th. He's probably gone down to 8th and maybe even 9th. Yes, he has. So Johnny Elliott, the gap's open to half a second, but Sam Shaw is pitted, and he's the only one to pit so far. He resumes in 9th, but he's only 15 seconds behind the leader. This is not a spread-out race. There's even gaps, but it's not a spread race. So here we are. Pachulski with the lead from Elliott. Sheargold and then Kirkham. There are gaps there, but when you consider first to last is not that big a distance. It's only 15 seconds across the whole fleet of carts so far. But Johnny seems to have closed in. Are we going to get the good move Johnny board soon if Johnny makes an attempt on Pachulski? Or are we going to get the bad pass Johnny board if he makes a bad move on Pachulski? There's a big gap now, though. Pachulski's opened it up. There's going to be no move at all by Johnny Elliott if that gap maintains. So it was 0.4 of a second last time over the start-finish line. Let's see what it is this time. It's got to be more, surely. 0.4 last time. 0.8 this time. It's doubled. The gap has doubled first to second. So Kuba Pachulski has got the bit between his teeth. Is it Pachulski going faster? It is. He set the fastest lap of the race and the fastest lap of everybody so far. As Pachulski now trying to break the gap there. He's decided to pull the pin. He wants to win this thing on his own. He's not interested in deals. He's not interested in the first and second with anybody. Kuba Pachulski wants to win for himself. He's sped up and he's pulled away. It's not that Johnny Elliott's going slow. It's that Kuba Pachulski has pulled the pin. He's trying to race ahead. He's opened the gap even more. It was 0.8 last time. What is it this time? A good lap by Johnny, though. Maybe he's closed it down. We'll see when the scoreboard resets. So, there's someone in the pits. That would be Harrison Kirkham, I think. And Pachulski maintains that 0.8 gap. So, Pachulski increases speed, but Johnny Elliott's matched him. Johnny Elliott has maintained that gap. Pachulski going faster than before, but Johnny Elliott put in a personal best there. And Johnny Elliott is matching Pachulski for speed once more. Can he close in? Can Sheargold stay with him? Because Sheargold looks like the one who's struggling now. It was 1.5 seconds. Now it's gone to 3.4. So both the two front runners have sped up. Pachulski, he was not content sitting there with Johnny Elliott on his tail. He increased speed. Johnny Elliott responded, increased his speed. And both of them are leaving the third place driver. Adam Sheargold behind. Reese Westwood is in fourth, with Noah Bodo is now up to fifth place. So Emmanuel Noah Bodo, this is his best position so far in the BRKC. He is currently running in fifth. Keep your eye on the fifth place driver. He wasn't even going to be driving this. He didn't know he was going to be driving it till he turned up. Ultimate case of man appears in stand and is now driving in the race. However, he's no slouch. He knows his way around an indoor kart track. He regularly races, a competitor regular in North London. Those on the North London scene will know him well. He is currently in fifth place, Emmanuel Nwabodo. So, Kuba Pachulski, 9 laps in. Johnny Elliott, oh, the gap's opened up. Kuba Pachulski's increased speed again. A new personal best on that last lap by Pachulski. Pachulski has raised the bar even higher. Can Johnny Elliott respond? It's 1.2 seconds. What's going to happen this time? Pachulski, then Elliott. What's the gap going to be? It's 1.5. Pachulski's going even faster. Another personal best by Pachulski, and there is Pachulski going round the first of the hairpins. He's working his way through. He's got a second and a half on Johnny Elliott. Now, Johnny Elliott, what's he going to do? He's going to be thinking in terms of, can I catch Pachulski? He's clearly trying his best, which is very formidable indeed. But Pachulski is opening up that lead. It's 1.5 seconds. What's it going to be this time around? Pachulski, Elliott, Sheargold past the camera. So the gap was 1.5. It's 1.7. Pachulski with another blistering lap over Johnny Elliott has opened up to 1.7. Pachulski appears to be checking out. Further down the order, we've still got Noah Bodo in fifth place. Amazing result by him. He's never been here before. He didn't expect to be racing. Kind of got bullied into it. Turned up to support a pal of his and found himself on the grid. So Nwabodo got pretty much grabbed out there and shoved in a cart. He wasn't expecting to, but it's working well for him in fifth place. Harvey Ball, Harrison Kirkham in seventh, Sam Shaw eighth, and Zhu Shao in ninth. And in the pits, that is the 18, and that is Adam Sheargold out of third place. Sheargold, his first stop's good. His second stop is good. So he resumes, but he's lost some places. Who's he going to lose it to? Nwabodo is up into fourth now. Emmanuel Nwabodo is up into fourth place. Reese Westwood up into third. Elliott now 2.2 seconds behind Pachulski. Kuba Pachulski, he has found some speed. He is now round and closing up on the finish line. There he goes across the line. There's Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott's almost lost sight of him. 2.2 last time, 2.7, half a second in one lap for Kuba Pachulski, pulling out a lead. He is absolutely on it. He's on a mission. He's looking to break away. He, in his earlier heat race, I know he didn't win, but where was he? I can't find him on the results, and I'm not even sure he was in the top 3. So he's looking to get a load of points here for the win. Kuba Pachulski, Polish driver, and he's been performing well in Poland and in the European Championships when he was racing in the junior category. A lot of these drivers just up from the juniors that we're seeing today. You know, there's a bit of a gap now since the last BRKC, 2.5 years ago nearly. Early 2020, January 2020. We've had a lot of aggro since then with all the COVID lockdowns. A lot of new faces, especially those who, you know, when you're the age some of these younger drivers are, and you're switching from junior to senior levels, it's... Two and a bit years, it's a pretty long time for these lads. And Kuba Pachulski, you know, back in the day, he was 7th in the European Championships with the juniors in the indoor. Polish Championship, he has been 3rd in the juniors. I'm sure I remember him when I was commentating over in Poland in the 2019 Championships. And he's very good. The Lower Silesia Championships, he won the championship overall. That's a region of Poland, and in the 24 hours of Kortrijk in Belgium, he was in the team that was 8th. So he certainly has some speed, and he certainly has the international experience. Now we're looking at Sam Shaw. We've not spoken about him for a while. He is in 7th, but if you remember earlier on, he got a 3rd place. So Sam Shaw was 3rd earlier on. He's now 7th. And Johnny Elliott, we'll go back to Johnny Elliott. That gap is huge. Pachulski has pulled it out to 3.7 seconds. But Johnny Elliott is on it too, because the gap back to him is over 10 seconds to Reese Westwood in 3rd. So Elliott is fast, but Kuba Pachulski is even faster. Now in the pits, 17. That'll be Zhu Shao. So the Chinese driver is making his pit stop. This is his 2nd heat race. Zhu Xiao is exiting the pit lane there from China. He's back in the race. He's resumed back in 9th place. He's gone a lap down to the leader, Pachulski, though. Of course, Pachulski hasn't pitted, so no wonder. 4 seconds now is the gap, first to second. Johnny surely now has got to be looking at sticking in that second place. Okay, it's not winning, but it's still a lot of points there. Johnny Elliott, everybody's secret favourite, is 4 seconds back in second place. Really, I think he'd take this as a result. It's a lot of points, he knows that. If he can't beat Pachulski, second place is fine. It's still enough if he can get other results to get in the semi-finals and maybe even the final itself. Elliott been around a long time now. He's working his way through. Look at those from this angle here. Those hairpins never ending. He's out of the final one now, onto the back straight. There he is, Johnny Elliott, Manchester-based Johnny Elliott. Won so many races now at all levels. Been a competitor even at world level, a front runner at world level when he's been doing it. Been around well over 10 years now, Johnny Elliott. The gap is increasing. It's 4.9. This Pachulski's pulling nearly half a second on every lap. Kuba Pachulski. What a run by him. 19 laps in and over 8.5, well, just under 8.5 minutes left to go. There's Pachulski, the race leader. Here comes Johnny Elliott, up to about 5 seconds back now. There's Johnny Elliott. That's the visual on the gap. It's the entire length of back straight. Now, who is this? It's the 9. That'll be Harvey Ball. Harvey Ball. He pits out of 7th and ends up in 8th. Now, is he going to be passed? He's been put a lap down by the leader. Where is Zhu Xiao, though? Zhu Xiao cannot quite pass Harvey Ball. Harvey Ball has ended up in between Pachulski and Elliott on track, albeit a lap down. So, Harvey Ball, he's 8th place. He lost the position to Kirkham, but from his point of view, he'll be pleased to come out a place ahead of Zhu Xiao. Zhu Xiao was obviously really trying hard on that lap to close that gap to Harvey Ball while Ball was in the pit lane, but of course nothing going. He stays in 9th. So, Elliott closing in on Ball there. Pachulski crossing the line. Elliott trying to get past Harvey Ball. And he's not past Harvey Ball yet. He's still behind him. The blue flag there. Blue flag. That goes out to Ball. Ball lets Elliott through, and Elliott jumps down the inside into first hairpin. Now, with the camera angle here, we can see just how many hairpins there are. One way, then the other. Look at Johnny Elliott. He's going right now. He's going to go left now. Sorry, right again, and then left. And 10, number 10, that's Nwabodo. Nwabodo, he's been in the mid-pack and nearly at the front. He got up to 3rd place and all of that. He's dropping down to 7th. Now, where's he going to be versus Harvey Ball? He's going to come out just in front of Harvey Ball. It's going to be very close, but he does it. Nwabodo actually comes out in front of Johnny Elliott. In fact, he's some way ahead of Harvey Ball. So Harvey Ball obviously had to let Johnny Elliott through. Lost a bit of time there. But Nwabodo is going to have to let Johnny Elliott through at some point, because surely Johnny's going to catch him. It's 6 seconds back, though, Johnny Elliott from Kuba Pachulski. 22 laps in, 6.5 minutes as this race draws towards its end. Round 2, Heat 8. We've nearly had everybody out for 2 races now. There's Pachulski across the line. There's Nwabodo. And here is Johnny Elliott. There is the visual gap first to second. It's quite some way. They're entering the the hairpin area. There is Pachulski. One way, they're the other, then back. So Pachulski exiting that area of hairpins. There's Johnny Elliott working his way through it now. So here comes Johnny Elliott. There he is with the red on his helmet. He surely will be pleased with that second. In the yellow suit, there goes Pachulski, and down into the turn at the end of the straight, Johnny Elliott. Looking quite solid. Yeah, clearly massively in front there. He can make a pit stop now and still be 3rd. I don't believe Johnny Elliott's been in. No, he is not. There are actually a number of drivers still to pit. 5.5 minutes to do it. There's been 6 pit visitors and 9 carts in it, so there's 3 left to go. And I'm assuming that will be Elliott, Westwood, and maybe Pachulski. Yeah, so the three leaders there. Now, where is Adam Sheargold? He is going to make up a place on Reese Westwood for sure. He may well be right behind Johnny Elliott, but if he can get some laps in that are quick, Adam Sheargold in 4th, maybe challenging Elliot. Elliot's in. Now, this is going to be crucial for Elliot. It's not about whether he can beat Pachulski, it's whether he can stay ahead of Sheargold. So Harvey Ball goes through. Where is Sheargold? Sheargold's in a big white suit. He's going to be pretty obvious. He's nowhere near because there comes Sheargold into view. There's Elliot out of the pits. That's Elliot there, and a big gap. There's Sheargold in the largely white helmet and white and, well, grey and white suit, grey and red suit, sorry. There is Elliot. And there is Sheargold. So Elliot has done enough. He's comfortably out in front of Sheargold. So Reese Westwood. Now, what's going to happen with Reese Westwood? He is only just, he's the one in front of Sheargold as we speak. So there is Elliot coming into view now. And here is Westwood, who is yet to pit. There is Sheargold right behind him. So Westwood is definitely going to lose that position, Sheargold, when he comes to pits. When's it going to be? Not this lap. So I don't believe Westwood's been in. No, he hasn't. There's still a couple of drivers to go. And I think that is Westwood and who? So Westwood has not been. Of course, it's the race leader, Pachulski. Kuba Pachulski has not pitted. We've not spoken about him for a while. He has a big lead of nearly 20 seconds over Johnny Elliott. That means he knows he can come in and comfortably come out. He's in the hairpin section now. He's in the yellow suit. Oh, dive down the inside there. 4th position by Sheargold on Westwood. Will it count? He doesn't need to do that. He doesn't really need to make that lunge there because as soon as Westwood pits, it's going to be game on for Sheargold. Now, there is Pachulski, but Kuba Pachulski. Will he pit this time? He's got a back marker in front. Is he coming in? Yes, he is. The race leader, Kuba Pachulski, into the pits. Makes his first stop. The light is red. It's green. It's good. Here comes the second part. It's red. It's green, it's good. He has so much time to get that right. He has built up the lead that allows him the luxury to do that. There is Kuba Pachulski. 3 minutes now before the last lap board comes up, and surely he has done enough. As Pachulski continues on, 28 laps in. Johnny Elliott, 7.4 seconds behind. So that got brought down to 7.4 seconds due to the pit stops, but not quite enough for Johnny Elliott to challenge. He will be happy with the second place, though. Reese Westwood is currently, 3 seconds, 3 and a bit seconds down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 have pitted, but it was still Westwood who is not on the pitting list yet. Westwood has not made a pit stop. He's going to lose at least 1 place. In fact, he may lose multiple places here. Westwood could drop right the way down to maybe even 6th, possibly 7th place. He's in the pits. Westwood looks like he's coming. There he is. That is Reese Westwood. Reese Westwood is in the pits. The first bit's good. This second part, it's going to go on red. It's coming green, and he's out. Away he goes. As Pachulski, he's now just got 2 minutes to go. As we are joined in the commentary area by now race winner, Sam Slater. Sam Slater, Kuba Pachulski, he's got 7 seconds over Johnny Elliott, but the way things are, I think Johnny Elliott's going to be happy with that second place. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think an 8-second gap, he won't be happy with that much of a gap, but realistically, you know, points are points at this point in the championship, aren't they? So, yeah, he should be quite happy with a P2 there. Absolutely.
Kuba Pachulski has done everything he can to win this. You heard there from Sam Slater. You heard from him there speaking. You saw him a moment ago winning in that epic battle. We're going to get to the end of this race, then we'll speak to Sam Slater about that victory. The closest so far over Aidan Kennedy. As Pachulski, 31 laps in, he's got about a minute and a bit. Who's he battling with there? He's got the number 10. That's Nwabodo, Emmanuel Nwabodo, who's just running in front now. Nwabodo's going to go a lap down. Is he going to get out of the way? Yeah, he's having a look over his shoulder, but Nwabodo cuts in. Oh, and he didn't really see him there. He's waving him through now. Luckily, no harm done because he's got such a massive lead. He can afford that. I'm sure Johnny Elliott would have liked him to do it a bit more, though, Sam Slater. It's always when you're running second and chasing someone, you kind of want them to have as much trouble as possible, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to need a lot more of a mistake than that to cost up for 8 seconds, isn't he?
And we can see the real skill of Nwabodo there. He's running in 7th place, but see, he's staying with Pachulski. He hasn't done any practice at all. He's just rocked up, as I was saying, to cheer on a mate, found himself thrown in the cart, and here he comes down the back straight. It's Pachulski, though, who has 23 seconds. Now, maybe we'll get the last lap on, maybe we won't. I think he's going to get to that start line, and there will be another lap. So, yeah, there's definitely going to be about 2 laps now. So, probably on the penultimate now. That's Pachulski in the yellow suit. Pachulski, relatively new to this BRKC, but he has huge credentials in other championships as a junior, now stepping up to the senior ranks. There is Pachulski. Sam, there's been so many people we haven't really heard of before, so many guys kind of stepping up out of Europe into this. They've not travelled so much because of being juniors. Now they're travelling more as seniors, Pachulski being a golden example. There's a lot of people and new names maybe in the final as he starts the final lap for himself.
I think one thing that you've noticed is that they all seem to be rocking up in the same teams as all the other Europeans. You know, you've got Blue Star, you've got Hasari, I believe, I can't pronounce it correctly, but you know, all these teams seem to just come down in flocks and just rock up and show us how it's done. Yeah,
the teams kind of pull their drivers in, and you know, guys get offered places. Sometimes they have to make their own way there, but they get a lot of guidance to do it. So the Europeans really take their indoor karting very seriously, and it shows. So latest on that particular train of talent is Pachulski. He takes the win, and Kuba Pachulski has won. Johnny Elliott, is Johnny Elliott going to come through? Say there's Bobodo going through. There is, where is Johnny Elliott? Here he is, Johnny Elliott confirming second, and the 9 is Harvey Ball. He's a lap down, but he's made it to the finish there. And there's Johnny Elliott. Johnny Elliott has taken second. Sheargold is definitely in third. Sam Shaw, 4th. Sam Shaw's gone up to 4th place there, fairly unnoticed. He started a lot further down than that. Harrison Kirkham into 5th, Reese Westwood 6th, Emmanuel Nwabodo into 7th. He's kind of got pushed down a little bit. That's pretty much where he started, if I remember right. And but what a result there by Pachulski. And yeah, Sam Slater.
I got to admit, I think Sam Shaw's got to be very happy with that result. I mean, he put it on pole position for his first heat. You know, I think he dropped to about 4th earlier in the day. He's got another 4th here. If he sort of keeps on that level, maybe gets a 3rd in the next one, he might be in for the semi-finals there. He's got to be happy with that.
Yeah, I think Johnny Elliott, we know he can do it. A lot depends on what happens. He tends to be, you know, we thought the bad luck was behind him. There was a bit of bad luck returned earlier on when not only did he get lunged by 1, he got nailed by 2, lost a couple of places, actually lost a lot of points.
Was as well.
It was a heck of a move, unfortunately for Johnny. He was on the receiving end of it. Now we're just going to be going through the confirmation of the results there. Sam Slater, you won an epic battle there against Aidan Kennedy. That was pressure all the way. Those watching the live stream were seeing how there was nothing in it the whole race long.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me it was one of those where, you know, I knew Aidan was going to be on there. I knew he was going to be up the front with me, but I was hoping I could shake him, and I just couldn't. I just couldn't. You know, he drove an amazing race. He wanted to work with me at the right times. He stuck his nose in, I think, a couple of times, but he just couldn't find a gap. You know, it's difficult to pass here when you're racing against someone who's on the same pace.
Absolutely, very much. It's identical pace, really, wasn't it, between the two of you? What was interesting, we saw Neil Durant close in a bit when the two of you were fighting. Obviously, you were having to defend. And then there was a signal down the back stretch from Aidan, and then the gap opened up. So, obviously, a lot of people watching on the live stream, it really is cagey in the indoor karting, isn't it? There are deals to be done. It's not just about trying to brain everybody, is it?
But it's also about who do you trust, you know? I mean,
well, you had to take the risk there because we don't know him really, do we? He's just rocked up from America. Although he was a finalist in the World Championship, so he's got to be good. And he's shown us now he is. Now, obviously, Sam, when you were coming down the back straight, it was interesting to see a lot of people looking over to the left to check the inside, so looking over the left shoulder. When you were looking at Aidan, the majority of that was looking over your right shoulder. What's that all about?
Yeah, I think I was almost preparing to sort of hold it on the left, going down the straight, just to block it off. But yeah, I think maybe it was just the way that Aidan and I were taking that top corner, because, you know, we are on the alternative layout. No one has driven it until today. There's no practice on this circuit. Our lines may have been slightly different.
So I suppose you were really looking for Aidan's kart slightly to your outside when you looked over the right of that shoulder. Yeah, so long as you could see him there, it was all right.
If I couldn't see him on my right-hand side, I'd then check my left, and I'd assume that he's trying to get his nose in.
Yeah. We were looking at, you know, with about, say, 3-4 minutes to go, we could see there that Aidan was really matching for position. So we were thinking, okay, what he's obviously done is figured that he's just absolutely on the same pace as you. He feels there's nothing left in it for him that he could do. So therefore, if he's going to do a lunge, it needs to be on the very last lap. Then you can't come back at him.
Yeah.
Is that what you were worried about as well?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of had that safety gap. I think when there was about 4 minutes to go, there was a couple of meters, maybe 1.5 meters between us, and I knew he wasn't within distance to attack. So I just kind of kept my head in, kept doing the laps, and then I thought, with about 1.5 minutes to go, I just got my elbows out and just brought it home. But you can't take any chances, you know. If one mistake,
absolutely, it was a superb race, Sam, and we're going to move into heat 9 now of round 2. So we've got heat 9, and up in the commentary box with us on the live stream, we have Sam Slater, an epic result there over the very impressive Aidan Kennedy in the previous heat race. Now, Sam, in this race, we've got some serious contenders here. This is a bit of a nasty one. We've got Dante Dillon, Brett Crowe, Jamie Henderson, Matt West, Vika Schlett, Oliver Davis, Luca van Revelen, Selena Balnega, Lewis Manley, and Bram Gelton.
I mean, that is
who do you call?
Yeah, that is a
Gelton's won,
pretty nasty
Manley's won, Balnega can win. Remember, she won 4 out of 4 heat races last time. Yeah. Went into the semi-finals in the leader points. Luca van Revelen is good. Oliver Davis is good. Vika Schlett has won. He beat Brad Philpott, so we know he's good. He's part of that Blue Star team. Matt West, we've seen him second place, which, well, the unthinkable happened with him. Jamie Henderson, very competitive. Brett Crowe is good. Dante Dillon is a potential winner. So who on earth do you call from that? I mean, Lewis Manley's going to start the qualifying lap now. He's first out to qualify. He would be your natural favourite, but there's a lot of buts.
It's interesting because Lewis has probably got the one car at the moment which everyone wants, but he is first out the pits, so that could go either way. You know, sometimes going out the pits first is a disadvantage. Looking at the sort of names you've got up against him, it could literally be anyone on pole here. You know, you've got the likes of Dante, Selena, Vika, which have all performed really well and strong today, and they're coming around now on the end of their outlap.
Yeah, lots have a realistic claim to that pole, but Manley's going to cross the line first, so he will set the provisional pole. And does he hang on? Can Manley hang on? That's the question. Balnega's in. Schlett has gone faster. Schlett has pushed Manley down second from Balnega. Gelton comes in third. Any other changes? What about Dante Dillon? Has Dante Dillon crossed the line? He has, and he's only in fifth. Wow, he won't be happy with that, will he? I mean, okay, he's only 0.2 seconds behind, but that's going to be a little bit of work there for Dante Dillon. Vika Schlett, though, part of the Blue Star Racing team. We've not seen him here in Britain before, but he beat Brad Philpott. He qualified on pole and won. Now he's qualified on pole again. There comes Vika Schlett quite fast down the stretch there. There's him in the blue suit. There's Lewis Manley in the red. So Vika Schlett, part of that Blue Star Racing team. Ruben Bouton's in charge of that team. And there's obviously Christian Dervin's their third man, isn't he?
Yeah.
So a very strong team.
Ileana de Vos.
Oh, it's de Vos.
Yeah.
Of course, no, you're
One
absolutely
of the
right.
two.
Yeah, de Vos. I think Dervin is or was part of that team.
I think he was maybe a late entry.
And so he's still wearing a suit, but an older suit.
Yeah.
So, no, you are right, actually, Sam. De Vos is their third man. So a very strong team there. Wins for all of them. I mean,
Lewis is comfortably in second between a sandwich of strong Europeans here. But he's got to be disappointed he didn't get pole in that car, I think. So.
Indeed. Now, we know he can win, and he can win regularly round here. Here comes Schlett. Now, Schlett is someone that Manley has never faced on track, because Manley never leaves the UK and Schlett hasn't been here before. So let's see what happens here. So Schlett has made a good start. He's taken the lead. Manley's on his case, though. Selena Balnega, the older of the two sisters, has taken third place, or taken third in the qualifying, but is staying with Manley, as you'd expect, to be fair. She's very fast. The third place, of course, is Bram Gelton. Now, Bram Gelton won earlier on, and we'd not heard of him. We haven't really got any info on him, but he won. So Bram Gelton in third. He's having a look. Bram Gelton was already having some fancy ideas down there, and it is nose to tail, which you would expect of a heat race of this caliber.
It'd be interesting to see if if Vika can pull away here. He's already got a little bit of a gap over Lewis by the looks of it, and the pressure of Selena is surely the reason for that.
Absolutely. Now, Dante Dillon, he's in fifth place. Now, I swear he was in a red and grey suit earlier on today. Has he changed?
He has, yeah, he has. He was in a pure red suit by the looks of it.
Yeah.
He's changed to his
Another
purple
suit.
and dark bluish looking suit.
Yeah, well, it's not brought him luck, has it? He's
Oh.
down in 5th place. So he'll probably be changing back for tomorrow when he returns. But there's Dante Dillon in 5th place. And so he's trying to work on Bram Gelton. So there's the leader, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. That is Dante Dillon that we're talking about. And there's a bit of a gap now to Jamie Henderson from Dillon. So there's a bit of a 5-car, maybe breakaway. It's closing up in the hairpins there. We'll see what happens down the back stretch. It's looking good for Schlitz, though, Sam.
It is, yeah. I think Lewis is slowly now back on him. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's actually pulling away here. It's looking 0.4 seconds at the moment, but I'd say it's even less than that now.
Now, to pull away from a group, you and Aidan made a deal and stuck to it. Obviously, it relies on the 2nd place driver to allow the first one the freedom to take the line they want and not have to defend in order to be fast and pull away, right? So the theory goes. Aidan obviously trusted you to be able to do that and pull him forward, and then you two sorted out at the end. Would you expect Lewis Manley to be looking at the same kind of deal with Schlitz, or is Manley maybe not that kind of deal maker?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I think realistically here, Lewis, first chance he gets is going to go for it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it looks like here he's more worried about 3rd.
Yeah, very defensive down there on Selena Balnega. In fact, so much so you can see the gap that's open to Schlitz. That may be a bit of a tactical error by Manley because a gap has opened up. I mean, obviously he had to do something about the fast arrive in Selena Balnega, but he cannot afford a time loss to Schlitz. We saw what happened with Brad Philpott. Philpott really had to work hard to stay with him.
Well, this is the problem. You give them a gap and they'll just extend and extend. It's not really anything you could... You just cannot give any of these guys a moment to breathe.
No, it's almost a case of, from here, you can't imagine Schlitz losing that gap he creates. So if Schlitz gains something, that will be the gap until Schlitz gains some more.
Dante Dillon's in the pits. He's trying to get out of that
yes.
fight to see who he can jump. He's a green light on the first one. He's stopping at the second now. Looks to be a good stop.
Yeah, there was a gaggle in front, but it was a fast-moving gaggle. I think Dillon's probably decided he may not make it, but the only chance he has got is to run on his own for a bit.
Well, this is the thing. If these guys continue to fight, if Lewis does back these guys up, I mean, Bram's, looking on the inside of Selena there. If this continues, then Dante could jump them all.
He might. A lot of it depends on the real pace. We need to keep a little eye. I'll keep an eye on Dillon's speed, lap time-wise, and we'll just see what happens, because Schlitz is going to be setting record pace. Yes, he is. He's set a new personal best, and he's fastest in this race so far, Schlitz. So, really, Schlitz is setting record speeds, and he has Manley and Balnega and Gelton actually hanging on to him. So it's not really a question of Schlitz holding anyone up. It's the question of those behind holding on as best they can. Schlitz, with that golden helmet, is really putting in a golden drive here. Dante Dillon, he's got 12.4 seconds back, which kind of mirrors his pit stop. But that's over Schlitz, so maybe he has made up a little bit. Let's see what the time is. Dillon is, he's still on his sort of out of pit stop lap, so we know it's obviously going to be slower. He's just crossed the line, and let's see what that really works out at.
It looks to me like he's doing 35 zeros.
Yeah, that's not...
It's not the pace he needs to jump these guys, unfortunately.
They're all running 34.7s and 34.8s.
Oh, and there's
a
a move there.
Bram Gelton, that was about the neatest run we've seen down the inside of that. No contact whatsoever. And more importantly, it hasn't really cost either of them time over the two leaders. Okay, a little bit maybe, but I think they'll get it back. Selena indicating to somebody, I think at the moment, with that sort of gap, the cart's gap there, Selena will be looking at just following Bram and hoping Bram can be fast enough to gain time back up on Manley and take her with him.
Well, this is interesting because Lewis is now suddenly gained on Vika.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened there for him to suddenly gain half a second and catch the back of him, because Bram's now no longer in the way. Selena's no longer in the way for Bram, and he's closing in on. He's just set the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah,
so he could be joining this fight.
Neither of them set their best, but Manley was quicker on lap time on that single last lap by 2/10 on Vika Schlitz. So I think all of it came there, because it was a sudden jump, wasn't it? Now, how about this, though? Bram Gelton has definitely closed that gap, but he's not taken Selena Balnega with him.
He could be a contender to win this race, you know. James, I think, looking at his pace now, he's definitely closing them in very quick.
Well, he must be. Yeah, he is. He has set the race's fastest lap, Sam. So Gelton is doing everything to win this race, apart from lead the thing. So he's been fastest. He's made some moves. He's passed. He's shown he can make clean passes. Clean passes is what you're going to have to make if you are going to have to pass people like Lewis Manley and Vika Schlitz. You can't be really making a rough pass because it just won't be responded to in a favourable way, will it? No. You know, it will be an issue and you will almost certainly get penalty. They won't move out of the way, either of those two, is what I'm really itching towards. But Balnega seems to have been dropped a little bit. Selena Balnega, the gap has definitely opened up. She's more than a second and a half away from the back of that lead group and 2.6 behind the leader. So, it's been becoming a bit of a 3-horse race now. Bram Gelton possibly is the one we're really looking at. Schlitz and Manley probably thinks about them, but Bram Gelton, to anyone watching from the vantage point of the live stream, Gelton in 3rd place could be the man if he makes a good pit stop, Sam.
Well, this is where it gets interesting because he could decide to pit right now if he feels
he does.
faster. And he
Arms
does.
up.
There we go.
Yeah, just as you called it. Call him through the pit, Sam.
So he's in and he's got the first light green, which is looking fine. He's going to the next one. Hopefully this one should be green. If it's yellow, he's out. He's green.
God, he
so
cut that tight though, didn't he?
Just
And he's come out behind. Oh, it's
going
to be the position. Oh, Bram. And he's going to lose the spot. Who's he lost? Oh, God.
That is the danger,
Ollie Davis, Matt West, maybe? That is a bit of an issue, so that has not worked out. Bram Gelton. I think that is Bram Gelton thinking more about Schlitz and Manley rather than where he might come out, because that has not ended favourably, has it?
See, this is just how fine it can get in this championship. You know, he sees an opportunity to jump for the lead of the race, and you know, you make that gamble to pit early, and just look what can happen.
And all he does is jump into the battle for 5th.
He's almost a passenger to what's happened. It's really unfortunate.
Now, let's have a look here. So we've got Bram Gelton. We know he's behind Davis. We're watching Schlitz and Manley now. They have got a bit of breathing space now at 3rd. Manley's not really able to do anything about that. The faster of the two is actually Manley on personal bests, but we'll see what happens as they cross the line. It's not a lot in it. So Vika Schlitz continues to lead. Selena Balnega's open up to nearly 4 seconds now, so it is a comfortable lead. But in turn, she's very comfortable ahead of Henderson. Someone's in.
Oliver Davies in the pits.
Oliver Davies. Good news for Gelton. Gelton's get-out card, that right there. Now, Gelton would have been in a world of trouble if Davis was going to be the hero and stay out there till the end. But luckily, with over 11 minutes to go, Davis has come into the pits. Gelton must be breathing a sigh of relief on that one.
I mean, you've got to give credit to some of the guys in the back end of the field. Sometimes they just know when to pit out of trouble to avoid being overtaken. And
there's a lot of quality racing here from every way you look at it, isn't there? You know, just because someone's at the back, it doesn't mean they're bad. It just means they are running 9th or 10th. It's not a real indication of their sort of worldwide level. It's more about their level in this hotbed here.
I mean, you imagine running 8th with you know, a team of Europeans in front of you. It's
well, we've got world champions in this race. Yeah. It's an international race, and Sam, you're racing the Polish Championship, aren't you?
Indeed.
Yeah, at the end of the month. So you're off over to Szczecin. Obviously, Remy Drazka's going to be there, and he's going to be organising things. We've got a bit of a battle going on, and that is Dante Dillon, isn't it? So Dante Dillon is working on Matt West. Now, Matt West, as he's put in some glowing performances this time, he's never really been that high in the BRKC. He's really racy this time round, though, isn't he? Dante Dillon, to be for Matt West to be holding off Dante Dillon, that, even though it's lower down 6th place, that is still an upgrade in performance on Matt West than what we've seen before.
Yeah,
to be racing on merit, Dante Dillon is good.
I mean, just looking at Dante's lap there, I mean, he's unfortunately, it looks like he's struggling with the cart a little bit. He's clipping a few barriers and seems to be scrubbing a bit of speed. And obviously, you've got Matthew West in front defending now, and this is costing them both. You know, really, they want to be sort of working together a bit just to not be jumped by someone else.
And really, maybe this strategy hasn't quite worked out because pitting early, it's exactly this kind of thing that Dante Dillon would have pitted early to get away from, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't know, has Matthew West?
No, he's not. The only 4 who've pitted have been obviously Dillon, Gelton, Davis, and Crow.
So this is the problem you get. You know, we do have the leader, Vika Schlitz, into the pits now. His first stop was fine. Looking at the second one, it looks like it's going to be a safe one. I don't know why he'd risk it.
Now, Schlitz has lost a place to Jamie Henderson. That could be interesting because Jamie Henderson is fast, but maybe not quite as fast as Schlitz. So, for instance, if we look at this, there's not a lot in it because Henderson's only 2/10 slow. And there's Matthew West, and that is Dylan's get out. But maybe he feels he's lost enough time as it is. But West resumes ahead of the 8, which is Oliver Davies. Obviously, they're down at the back because they have pitted. There are others who may fall back into their grip later on. But, well, we've got 6 out of the 9 have pitted, 3 left to pit. Lewis Manley now assumes the lead. Lewis Manley needs to put some time in now to just make sure when he comes out the pits it's ahead of Schlitz. It's going to be an ask, though.
And what's interesting is Selena's just done the fastest Sector 1 time, so she is finding time somewhere, but whether or not it's enough to jump Lewis is another matter.
Yeah, and she set a personal best as well. So Selena Balnega has found some speed. She's in second place on her own. She's nearly 4 seconds behind Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley the leader, and the next one through is Selena Balnega. So that is the actual race for first place, if you like. Selena, of course, is going faster, but not by maybe enough.
No, I mean, Vika's obviously comfortably in the lead at the moment when you take into account the 10, 11 seconds of a pit stop. But, yeah, I mean, when you look at Bram, where is he now? Because he's obviously lost quite a bit of time. And if
he's currently 5th, but look at that. Only 10.7 seconds behind Lewis Manley. Yeah. He's actually in front of Lewis Manley in reality when you factor in the pit stops. Bram Gelton, he could do this. Vika Schlitz has been in. But sorry, Vika will do it. Vika will do it. Bram needs to find 1 second on Vika.
But he's just set the fastest time of a 34.371. That's got to be the fastest on this alternate layout today.
I think so, yes. I think it is the quickest lap on the alternate. So let's have a look here. So we've got Lewis Manley, who's leading the way. But Lewis Manley is going to have to be careful that he doesn't lose second place. Selena Balnega is closing in a little bit. She's banging in some really fast times. She's actually 4 seconds back, so maybe that is now a matching for speed, if you like. But Lewis Manley, he on paper now, if he pitted, would come out 3rd.
I think what's interesting is if Lewis pits here, he may be jumped by Bram. I think Bram is.
That's what I'm thinking about.
With the trouble that he's had,
I'm thinking exactly that. I reckon he's going to do it because Bram Gelton is actually faster than Lewis Manley.
And
all that gap keeps coming down.
Yeah, he's actually catching the leader Vika. This is going to be interesting when Lewis does pit.
So pit strategy-wise, Lewis Manley. I mean, quite frankly, if he wants to beat Bram Gelton now, he just has to get his foot down. I mean, staying out would be the key, though. Yeah,
I think he's missed his window here, James. I think realistically, Lewis should have pitted on that lap before to close off Bram because Bram is now within 9.7 seconds. If Lewis pits, he's coming out behind.
And Henderson has pitted out the way of Bram Gelton, and Dante Dillon's made up a spot to 5th. He'll be a bit relieved with that, won't he, Dante Dillon? He has worked out ahead of Jamie Henderson. But Lewis Manley, he's got 23 laps in. He's going to have to make a pit stop some point. He's continuing around, though. He's not making a pit stop this lap. But that time is coming down. Bram Gelton really has covered him. Lewis Manley's got to find some space if he wants to be 1st or 2nd. At the moment, it's looking like 3rd. Will he fall into the hands of Selena Balnega? Well, probably not, because he's actually managed to open that gap to her of 4.3. So really what we're looking at is, just to explain to the viewers at home, Vika Schlitz in 3rd, Bram Gelton 4th are the ones Sam and I are looking at. They have made a pit stop. Lewis Manley 1, Selena Balnega 2 have not made stops. We consider that sort of around 12 and a half, 13 seconds would be a pit stop allowance.
Maybe even less than that.
Possibly, yeah, if they make a good one. But the gap there, Vika Schlitz is 9, Bram Gelton is 9 seconds. So Lewis Manley and Selena Balnega are not sufficiently far enough ahead to make a pit stop and come out in either 1st or 2nd place. That is the key thing that we're alluding to here. There is race leader Lewis Manley, who must know what that gap is, must be getting increasingly worried, and he must be wondering, what can I do?
Here he comes, James. He's waving his arm. He's coming in.
Talk us through it, Sam,
this
later.
This is going to be it. Whether or not he can jump out in front, I don't think he can. It's 9 seconds gap. We're going to see Vika and Bam coming around neck and neck.
Schlitz,
Lewis
Bram
is going in behind. He's not done it.
Manley comes out 3rd, and in fact, well, they're fighting. They are fighting up front. Bram Gelton, where has he come from?
This is
He
incredible.
wasn't second, he wasn't third, he wasn't fourth, but now he's fighting with Vika Schlets for the win.
I mean, you must be wondering what's going through Lewis's mind right now, thinking, how on earth has this happened? How have I lost this much time?
I should imagine that's going through Schlets' mind. Like, where has Gelton come from? Gelton's looking really racy. Gelton, if you remember at the start, was only about fourth or whatever.
I mean, yeah, calling it now, James, I think this is going to be a bit of a backup, and Lewis is going to rejoin this fight.
Absolutely, and 10 is Selena Balnega. Selena Balnega pits, and she comes out of Lewis as we thought, given the gap there, you know, when they were running first and second. So she cements that fourth, basically. Dante Dillon is going to have, with the best will in the world, his work cut out to match her. He's a couple of seconds behind with only 3.5 minutes to go. He might do it, but Selena is, you know, she's a former world champion in the ladies division, so she has got pace. But here comes Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton is really making Vika Schlets work for this. A lot of this is going to be, can Vika Schlets handle the pressure? Can Bram Gelton find a space somewhere? And Lewis Manley, can he get himself back in the mix? He's 2.1 seconds down at the moment. Will that come down? No, but he's not lost any more time.
I mean, he's only got 3 minutes to go to hold on, and I know it seems
Bram
like not
Gelton.
much time, but
yeah, he tries the left, he tries the right, he tries the left again, mostly because of a super defensive attitude of Vika Schlets, which shows how rattled he's getting. Vika Schlets, he's surely going to go down the left-hand side. Bram Gelton's trying to make a space. There isn't even a cart width there. Bram Gelton can't do anything, but might get him on the cutback here. This could be an interesting lunge into the final hairpin. Will it? No.
Join.
Yeah, could be good news for Lewis Manley. Still 2.5 minutes to go once it's 2 minutes 40, isn't it? But look at Bram Gelton. He's able to take a variety of lines, but still stay right on the tail of Schlets. Gelton there, really showing amazing performance. I mean, we know so little about him, we don't even know where he's from. So, Bram Gelton there, and yes, he had to think about that one, didn't he? Big time, Bram Gelton there, making Vika Schlets the newcomer. I mean, Vika Schlets has got massive success over in Europe. It's first time in the BRKC, but he is working so hard for this. Brad Philpott made him work a bit earlier on, but Vika Schlets has been really tested now with Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton, he's either side of Vika Schlets there. Vika Schlets has got to be careful now. We know Schlets is going to go down the outside. Is Bram Gelton going to send it round the outside and try and somehow find something further away?
I think he's going to commit to the inside. He's got to. But I mean, looking at Vika, he's just got it covered. There's no way. There's no way he can find a gap in at this rate. He's got every elbow out, every corner covered.
Yeah.
He's looking over his shoulder. He's doing everything he needs to do to cover off Bram. Bram is faster by over 1/10 and a half, and he's
taking different lines.
Every single corner, he's looking for a gap, looking for a way to get through, and he just cannot find a way.
He's got 1 minute 20 till that last lap board goes out.
Realistically, there's about 3 laps left.
You're right. Maybe more, because they may cross the line with about 5 seconds left on the clock. So it's 3 or 4 laps, but well, a lot less now. It might be 3 because they're nearly the end of it. But Vika Schlets is just defensive everywhere. Racing lines for Schlets have gone out the window. He's middle of the road going into every corner now. And that's why Bram has got enough in hand to be able to take whatever line he wants. Because Vika Schlets, I mean, look at that. You would never be over there going in,
You
would
wouldn't, no. But this is what you got to do to secure the win.
Absolutely. He is worried about the suicide lunge coming from Gelton, because Gelton's looking racy enough to do it. Maybe Gelton's got an idea of what he's going to do, that he's not really given...
Whoa. Oh, he's scaring him into thinking he's not going to try it now, I think.
Schlets is having to absorb a huge amount of pressure here.
I'm surprised that Lewis hasn't rejoined this fight now. I mean, he's still 2 seconds behind.
Well, that shows the real speed of Schlets and Gelton. They're able to race like this, but not lose apparent time to a known high-speed quantity, which is Lewis Manley. So Schlets there is managing to do all this defending, but still set very rapid laps, because you think the likes of Manley and Balnega would be all over him in a heartbeat if they were actually losing time doing this. But Gelton, he's running out of time and running out of options. They're going to get that last lap board through next time around. So whatever happens, we've got one final lap. This is the last corner they're coming to of the penultimate lap. So now, here, they're starting the last lap. So this is it. Gelton, if he's going to do it, he's going to do it on this lap. If Schlets is going to hang on, he's going to hang on. But just how rough is this going to get? Because Gelton is looking very racy there. Gelton is all over the back of Schlets. Schlets is worried. I mean, he's half looking and is over his shoulder all the way, isn't he? He's got one eye up ahead. Look at that, the angle of the head from Schlets. He's looking back. He's done a U there, Sam.
It's got to be here. This final corner.
This
can
is
he
it.
do it?
But Gelton's got the run. Gelton's got the run. Nothing going though, because Schlitz has just gone to the inside. Schlitz, what pressure! Gosh, he's relieved with that, isn't he? That was outstanding. Fist to fist going out round the first turn there from Gelton to Schlitz. Huge pressure. Lewis Manley gets the cheer. That is Schlitz just relieved right there, isn't he? He's happy with everybody because he's just darn relieved to win that race.
You've got to hand it to Bram there. I mean, what a comeback coming from 4th place, and that
insanity.
That loss of time with his pit stop and coming all the way through to challenging for the victory was incredible.
It looked actually a lot like your race with Kennedy. You know, having to absorb the pressure. But I think with Kennedy, with all due respect, Sam, Kennedy was sort of planning it more. Gelton was just like throwing it a bit more. You know, there was exactly, gunning for it is the right way.
To a degree, I mean, that does unsettle the leader a bit more. I mean, the leader will just go extra defensive, and you become predictable. Sometimes if you're behind someone who's still trying to push and pull away, it's sometimes easier because you can surprise them. But
the sheer pressure absorbed there by Schlitz, but from Gelton, just insane. I mean, the scope for, you know, a little error, and, you know, we've said it before, but in the indoor karting, you can't afford mistakes. You've got to be perfect, haven't you? You've got to have that, you've got to be able to feel that barrier without touching it.
Yeah.
It really is absolutely precise. So what a race there. We've got one last race coming up in the round, the second round here. So just one set of drivers to make their second start today.
I'm liking the look of some of these names, James.
There's some serious ones in this. We'll just have a look as they're getting out. Want to sort of just see what sort of reactions we're getting down there. We've got, obviously, the race win for Schlitz. They're all passing the weight test. Balnega's just passed it by the looks of things. Lewis Manley's talking to somebody. I assume he's probably already been through that weight check. Yeah, they're sort of all moving away. So in this next race, Heat 10, we've got Charlie Smith, Josh Palmer, Richard Jute. Now we know he can win. Kieran Eve, Ivan Shana, he's been very competitive. Zach Venn has already won. Jeff Lund can win. Bradley Shepherd can win. Ed White can win. Matthew Clark has been not really that high until today and can't be ruled out. So, yeah, heat number 10 coming up next. They're warming up a kart. So, once again, there's a new kart being brought into the mix. The marshals going round. And then we'll be on for heat number 10, round 2. Okay, so we're back now for Heat 10. Sam Slater is here with us. He won an early race, absorbing massive pressure from Aidan Kennedy. He knows exactly how Vika Schultz felt in that previous race. This time, though, Sam, there's no real let-up in the tightness of the racing. Charlie Smith is heading the entry list here from Josh Palmer. Richard Jute, the South African we know can win races. Kieran Eve, Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion, and they have a multi-round series. He's currently leading the 22 series, so he's kind of on form at the moment. Zach Venn, who we saw win earlier on. Jeff Lund, we know can win from from USA. Bradley Shepherd, you think he can win, and same with Ed White, and then Matthew Clark, who's putting in some amazing performances this time. Who would be your call on that one? I know it's a tough one.
I was about to ask you, James.
Well, I would say, right, what happens, I find, with Richard Jute is on the regular format, on the regular format, he wins. On the alternate format, he tends to not win. So on that basis alone, there's a question mark there. We'll see. We'll get that answered right now. Shana, he didn't win the other one, but he's competitive. Zach Venn did win. Jeff Lund, we think can win, but Ed White can win. Do you know I'm going to stick my neck out and go with Jeff Lund, though he might be spoilt by Ed White?
I've got to admit, I think my bet is going to go with either Bradley Shepherd or Ed White here, I think.
Yeah, well, if we're both thinking that, well, you can never rule out Ed White. That's what that really tells, isn't it, you know? Ed White can't be ruled out. Now, they're all starting their qualifying lap. So the last person to go through will be, I think, will be Richard Jute. So Richard Jute is the final qualifier, and he's still one. He's gone, that's the warm-up lap, isn't it? So he's listed second.
Oh no, it's disaster for Ed White already. He's being held up, unfortunately. He's going to have to make an overtake on his qualifying lap.
Oh my goodness.
This is not what you want to see.
What on earth is that about? So, Ed White has gone to pieces. He's going to be way down the order. Way down the order. So Jeff Lund currently fastest. Zsána is fastest. Ivan Zsána, the Hungarian championship leader. Ed White is going to be absolutely mortified. He is. He's waving his arms and all sorts, but he's still third,
He's still
though.
third. I'm very fourth.
Well,
there
fourth,
we go.
Richard Jute. He's up into third. So Zsána has thrown it in on pole. Jeff Lund, the American, is second. Richard Jute is third. Now,
I mean, what's happened with Bradley Shepherd there? He's down into 8th place.
Yeah.
Almost a whole second off the pace.
Indeed. Charlie Smith, Josh Palmer down there. Kieran Eve is 7th. Up one is Matthew Clark in 6th, which is still a better performance than what we've seen generally with him. Zach Venn is down in 5th, but okay, he's won a heat race already today, but look is in front. So Zach Venn is not exactly unrealistic. There's Zsána. Now, if you look down the bottom there, Zsána's talking to Marshall about something. He's on pole, so he can't have a lot to complain about, but there's a discussion. And there...
you can see Ed White and Bradley Shepherd on screen there.
Yeah,
not happy with their qualifying
There's
results.
a chat going on.
Wouldn't be happy with that either, unfortunately. I mean, Ed still to get 4th from that. It's not over.
That's pretty impressive. He's where he needs to be to mount a comeback. However, Richard Jute is not a man to be messed with, is he?
No, not at all.
Richard Jute is not going to give up that third place easy. There's a trio of Jutes out, and this is there's Richard Jute and his two sons. So Richard Jute, probably a very realistic winner, although he's going to have to beat Dennis Huller of the Masters Award, for being over 40. But Richard Jute there is capable of winning races anyway. And so Ed White's going to have to tackle him first. Having tackled Richard Jute, he's going to have to take on Jeff Lund in second, and then Ivan Zsána. Now, we're going to see what happens here, but it is Zsána leading the way. So Zsána coming round, the Hungarian multiple champion and current champion leader. So there's Zsána. When's he going to pull that pin? He's leaving it really late. Really late. And they're going to go nose to tail into turn one. That's about the latest we've seen. What's going to happen behind? Is there going to be some action? They're side by side already. Somebody's lost a position. Someone's gained. And so as they go around there into that turn, they're entering the hairpin section. And that was a pretty tight one going into turn one. There's been a couple of changes, I think. But it is Ivan Zsána who is leading the way down the backstretch. Let's see what happens down here. So is he going to go defensive? No, he's not. And it is London, then Jute, with Ed White in 4th still. Now, Ed White, surely, Ed's a pretty cool guy, isn't he? He'll have calmed down already from this.
Yeah, he will keep his head in this, and I can see him getting a P2 or even a win out of this,
Absolutely. He's got speed, but he's also got the advantage of brains. He knows what to do. He knows what it takes to get to the front here. If he has to fight, he's got speed, he's got the overtaking ability. If he has to think his way out of this, he will have the thinking ability to realise whether it's a right idea or not to pit. So he'll know if he's genuinely running faster than, say, Richard Jute immediately in front of him. Obviously, Jute's going to be looking at Lund, because Jute is on the back of Jeff Lund, who in turn is going to not want to see Zsána disappear. And they're coming through turn one there. Still Zsána in the lead in the blue suit with the big green front on his helmet. As round the tail there, that's Josh Palmer. As they're coming round those series of hairpins, they'll be out on the back straight with Zsána still in the lead. It's still very close up at the front, and Ed White is not losing much time to actual race leader to where he started from. So, Richard Jute already being a bit defensive. Now, Ed White will be noting this, so Ed White will be thinking about maybe looking at a pass early on, do you think?
Well, we will see. I mean, I think at the moment they can work together and pull back into this lead fight. But, I mean, if he defends now, it could cause problems for them both, and Ed might have to pit.
Yeah.
But an early pit, I know Ed, he's not one for an early pit stop.
No, he does tend to leave it a bit late, doesn't he? He's a later pitter.
Unless
he's not
it's the grand
late.
final, then he loves to do them early.
Well, yes, we've seen that go wrong, haven't we? But here is Zsána with the lead. Now, Richard Jute. Maybe...
and
Ed White down the inside,
That's a tough move there. He's going to have to leave him back through.
Yeah, and then he may lose another place, Zach Venn.
No, I think he's held on there, James.
Yes, he has. Just about. Now, I think would it be fair to say that maybe Ed White wasn't really looking to make a move on Richard Duke, but he kind of had to because Duke's getting so defensive. 10th is Josh Palmer, so he's come in now. Charlie Smith is behind, so maybe he's made a pit stop. Yeah, Charlie Smith's made a pit stop. Obviously, we've been busy looking at the others. But Charlie Smith now moves up to 9th as Palmer rejoins. Now, Richard Duke there obviously is probably considering maybe a 3rd place will be as high as possible. So maybe Ed White felt he had to make a move because Duke's being defensive now.
I mean, Bradley Shepherd's into the pit lane from 7th place. Looks like it's quite an early pit stop for him, actually.
Yeah,
Surprised he has
that's
done that.
going to be an
Oh,
interesting...
that's a yellow light from Bradley Shepherd in his 2nd pit stop.
Oh, dear. It's not really been his championship. He's already got the board. He's already acknowledged the board. He's probably going to be in the very next lap. Now, the thing is, just one thing here, as we see Richard Duke being down the middle there, defending against Ed White once more. When it comes to penalties, they expect you to take it immediately, right?
No, I don't believe you.
As long as you do it sometime.
Have to. I just think you have to do it again.
Right.
So it doesn't matter when you do it, as long as you do it again.
Yeah.
Which is good because it's another opportunity to just take it when you can to jump someone.
Yeah, you've got the disadvantage of having to make 2 stops when everyone else is 1, but they're not necessarily asking you to come straight in the pits.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as you just better end that race with 2 stops. Otherwise, there'll be words. But failing that, they're fine. Yeah. Okay, so there is Richard Duke. There is Ed White. Now, White cannot pass Duke. But Ed White is definitely losing time to the 2 leaders. There is a breakaway gap there. What's Ed White can do? He's in.
I had a feeling he was going to do it this lap, but let's see how he gets on. He's green at the 1st gate. He's coming in at the 2nd gate now. Quite a screech. Nice stop there. Nice stop. He's coming out, so he's going to be driving on his own now, James, until he sees the others do their pit stop.
And Richard Duke needs to pit right now if he wants to keep 3rd.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Ed's looking racy, and I think he can probably pull enough speed ahead of Duke here to jump him.
So what's Duke's response here? So we've got the 2 leaders. There they are, 1st and 2nd, Jana versus Lund. Now here's Richard Duke. Is he coming in or not?
I think he has, James. He has.
No, he's carried on.
No, he has come out. Yeah.
There he is.
He's now got Zach on him.
Yeah, he's still got Zach Venn with him. This, I mean, you're one of the top racers. You tell me, if you were Richard Duke, would you think now pit?
I think the pressure of Ed being off of his back is the reason he can now get his head down. But he's now got Zach Venn on his back. So does he continue to defend Zach?
Yeah, he's got new pressure instead of White. It's Venn.
I think he's probably going to test the waters for a couple of laps and see if he can pull some speed, and he'll be anxiously watching that timing screen to see the gap between him and Ed.
Yeah. Down the inside, it's Zach Venn. Richard Duke does lose a position there.
Move by Zach Venn.
Now, I reckon this is now where Duke's really going to settle down, because obviously he had the pressure from Ed White. Now, certain people, are held. There is a hierarchy of regard, shall we say. Ed White is always held in the highest regard amongst the British contingent. He's not always the most obvious to look at, in result. He does get the result. He kind of, you think, oh, Ed White's done it again, but you didn't really notice it that much on the track. But what I would say is that Richard Duke will be aware of that, and he may have even been thinking, listen, I'm going to lose this position at some point to Ed White. How long can I hang on? Now he's lost that pressure. Now he's lost the... Venn. He's got a warning on
Venn
Duke.
Actually, I have noticed
Richard Duke.
He had to let him back through by the looks of it. Or Richard just returned with a fiery move. I didn't quite see what happened.
Well, they both got a warning, so quite who has been deemed to have done what. But Jute is listed as being in front of Venn again. We'll see in a second there as they come through this final corner, corner at the end of the back straight. There is a massive gap there, but yes, it's Jute from Venn, and a big gap. Now, this might, he's got a warning, but this might well be the making of Richard Jute. He's got time to settle down now. He's got space to settle down. Okay, maybe he's not going to challenge the 2 leaders, but he's got time to do something about that gap, the unseen gap for him and Ed White, yeah?
Well, I think when you look at the timing screen at the moment, Ed is comfortably into 3rd place. I think that fight with Duke is well and truly lost. With Duke now, Ed has benefited from the fight with Zach.
Yeah, so Ed White looks like he's got a bit of a clear space in front of him with which to bring those times down. He's just about on what a ballistic pit stop from Richard Duke right this second would do. But there's Ed White going through again. He's got a bit of a clear gap there. We're looking at who's in front. It's Kieran Eve, isn't it? So Ed White closing in on Kieran Eve. And in fact, when you look at it, they're not that far behind Zach Venn and Richard Duke anyway.
They're not. No, they're actually only 4 seconds behind Zach.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, a pit stop from Zach right now would put him miles behind Ed White. So
Absolutely.
you can see just how much time was lost.
Well, how about this? Ed White has lost. He's lost 0.2 of a second to Richard Jute on that last lap.
But
That is interesting.
I think that gap is too big now. I mean, he's going to have to do more than 0.2 of a lap, James, to continue pulling away to when he does his pit stop, you know, to get back in front of Ed.
That's the weird thing, you see, because Ed White was 12.3 gap. Now he's 12.5. Now he's 12.6. He is losing time to Richard Jute. Ed White's losing time. He was 12.5, he was 12.3, then 12.5, now he's 12.6. And actually, Richard Jute is technically pulling away. Now, those viewing on screen, got to bear in mind this is with the pit stop, so now it can get a bit confusing. There's the driver we're talking about, one of them, Ed White in the orange and blue helmet. That one there. Now, Ed White pitted to get away from his battle with Richard Jute, who is in third. But Ed White needs to be he needs to get less than about 12.5, maybe 13 seconds. He's going to be following Kieran Eve, so potentially losing time. He has made a pit stop, so he can't pit away from this problem. Richard Jute is still out there. Now it's 12.8, the gap. So this is to Richard Jute's advantage.
Well, I think when you look at it,
down the inside!
Oh, that's a rough move there.
He's allowed him to
let that
continue,
go.
yeah. At best, he'll get a warning for that, but that will have cost him time.
Well, when you look at the gaps there, James, the gap of 12.8 is now 14.5, but that is to the leader. So Jute's gap is 8.3.
Yeah,
to
I
the
get you.
leader.
I get you.
There's actually 6 seconds between Ed and Richard. So
right.
Ed is comfortably ahead of Jute at this time, but this fight here with Kieran Eve is costing him dearly. He needs to get past him, and he needs to get past him quick.
Absolutely right there. Yeah, good spot. Obviously, I'm considering the gap to the leader more than what Richard Jute might be losing. So yeah, as you rightly say, this is costing Ed White some time. I suppose a lot depends on when does Kieran Eve pit.
Well, this is it. You know, and when you're in the midfield and when you're being lapped by the faster guys that are, you know, pitting, and Ed White's just got a contact warning for 17 on Kieran Eve.
No surprise, really.
You know, he's got to be careful because if he gets a penalty here, he's going to have to do another pit stop.
Yeah.
But I think realistically, Kieran Eve, what he should be doing here is pitting away from this trouble. He knows Ed is quicker. He knows he's going to have to kind of fight this. And it's not his fight. You know, this isn't for position because he's still got to pit.
It's not his fight, but it's still his race. He doesn't have to move out of the way.
Absolutely.
That's the tough part, isn't it?
And
especially from Ed White's point of view. Kieran Eve has every right to stay in front. This is a battle for position. Kieran Eve may end up finishing this race behind Ed White right now. I mean, if he was to be the ultimate sportsman, he would probably think, well, look, I'm not really racing with Ed White. I should move out of the way. But he doesn't have to, and he might not realise what has gone on. He might actually, think, well, I'm in a race. I don't know who's behind me, but there's a car, and I'm going to stay in front.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at here, James, is that Bradley Shepherd's is only 2 or 3 seconds behind this battle. So if this battle continues, if Kieran doesn't decide to pit out of this for his own benefit, Bradley could close in, and then it will be for position.
Absolutely, and those viewers at home, there is Eve in the silver helmet, there is Ed White in the orange and blue, and we're looking for the next orange one behind is Bradley Shepherd. He's going to come into view any second, which is there. So that gap is visually coming down, Sam.
It is.
As they come down the backstretch. Now, is anyone coming with? Is that Matthew Clark who's trying to come with Bradley Shepherd, albeit the length of the straightaway?
It is about a 2-second gap.
Yeah,
there
is Clark. That one coming around the hairpin now. So Ed White is, well, dear me, he's looking up at the sky and all sorts. It's not what he was looking for from this race.
No, I don't think he's going to be happy with this one.
And where did this start? The qualifying lap.
The qualifying.
Yeah.
So that gap between Ed and Bradley is coming down. It's coming down quite quickly. You can see they were the full length of the straight. They're now about 3/4 of the way. So Brad is going to join this fight if Kieran doesn't pit soon.
Yeah, and there's still nearly 8 minutes to go, and Kieran doesn't look like making any sign of coming in.
I mean, Ed must be banging his head on the wall inside of his helmet.
He even feigned a little move at the end of the backstretch on the last lap, so maybe he's trying to set Kieran Eve up for something. Kieran Eve, well, it'll all be depending on how middle of a line he takes down here. because as they run down, Kieran Eve, he's not really given a lot of space, is he?
He's not defending though, James.
He's
which
not
is what
really.
I'm finding
Oh,
really
this is it, but it's around the outside. No, oh dear, oh dear. Now the problem, of course, for Ed White, he's already got a contact warning in this race, so he can't exactly stick it up the inside and hope as much, can he? Because he could easily get a black flag. Oh, here it is! And he had to break out of that one. Really good recovery there from Ed White.
But now look at Bradley Shepherd. He's now right on the tail of Ed White.
He must see he's closing in on these two.
He's got to go for this, hasn't he?
Yeah. Bradley Shepherd is looking, in his eye, he'll be thinking about converting 7th to 5th.
You can see Ed's now actually looked over his shoulder and clocked that Brad is closing in, and he's realised how much time he's losing here.
Oh, absolutely.
And this is just the danger of pitting early, isn't it?
Oh, it is. And the danger of giving yourself a reason to pit early, having a reason to, and that's what happened. When it comes to the BRKC, this is the losing end of the pit strategy. We've seen some winning ends of it. This is a shining example of races being lost with the pit stop. Poor old Ed White had to do something because he was losing time to Richard Jute, but arguably he's now found himself in a worse situation. He's sending it down the inside, but surely, he's had to back out of that as well. Surely now this is worse than if he hadn't pitted. He spent longer behind Kieran Eve. He's going slower behind Kieran Eve, and Kieran Eve, he's not really in his way. He's not a lap down. Okay, a purist might say Kieran Eve isn't arguably in the same race, but it is a fight for position. Kieran does not have to move out the way. No one's shown him any blue flags. He is in a race.
There is one thing I want to draw your attention to, James, and that's the gap between first and second over Richard Jute. It is 10.7 seconds now.
For the first time, that's gone over 10 seconds now, isn't it?
If these guys were to pit and come out alongside... Oh, Jute, is he yet to pit?
Jute is in.
Jute's
in right now. Yeah, so Jute is at the far end of the pits. He's going to come out. Where is he going to come out? Well, Ed White's in front of him. Ed White is actually quite a long way in front of Richard Jute.
He's come out behind Bradley Shepherd.
He has.
How on earth does that happen?
Yeah, I actually thought that all this was benefit Richard Jute, but it hasn't helped him one bit. Shepherd's been in. No, yes, he has. So Richard Jute has actually had a net loss of position to Ed White. So, well, okay, let's reassess the situation because Kieran Eve, we're going on. Kieran Eve's holding up Ed White. But Ed White has now leapfrogged the person we thought he was going to lose to. So we thought this was hurting Ed White. Ed White thinks this is hurting Ed White. But in his Kieran Eve, now we're going to see where it's all at. Now, Kieran Eve's lost a bunch of positions there. He's lost to Matthew Clark. What about Charlie Smith? Eve's at the end of the pit lane. Can he make it out? Here comes Jana, the race leader. Kieran Eve makes that just in front
of the leader.
Yeah, that's okay, though, because at least this time Kieran Eve knows the lap down. He's not got the complication of actually fighting for position.
Well, he's going to get a blue flag straight away here, I think.
Yeah, because the race leads are there. But I'm sure Kieran Eve is, he's going to get out of the way. He didn't have to get out of Ed's way. Ed was fighting for position, so Kieran Eve cannot be expected to jump out of the way there. It's not fair to ask him to do that, but he will have moved out of the way. Yes, in fact, I think he already has moved out of the way for Jana and the American Jeff Lund. Now, we haven't mentioned Jeff Lund at all. Lund is 0.3 behind the race leader, and he's driving a hell of a race. And in fact, there they are behind Eve. They've yet to. They've gone through. They've gone through now. So both of them, they're going through as one. And Jeff Lund says, "Sorry, mate," because he did catch him as he goes through. So Kieran Eve has now gone that lap down behind Ivan Jana, and there's Jeff Lund gone with him. Of course, Jana and Lund have neither of them have pitted themselves, so that's why Kieran Eve's a lap down all of a sudden, because they've not pitted and he has. And into the pits is 9. That's Bradley Shepherd. Jute's gone ahead of Bradley Shepherd. Clark's gone ahead of Bradley Shepherd. What about Eve? There comes Eve, but he's not close enough to do anything, and of course he has the leads between, so it's not
so
really
that
good.
Was actually Bradley Shepherd's second pit stop due to the yellow flag. So even though he was regaining some positions there, he had to come in for a second stop.
Considering he's got a 2-stop race compared to everyone's 1 stop, that is a good performance by Bradley Shepherd to be running as high as 7th, really, isn't it? The scope for that to be worse is high.
I mean, at this point, it's damage limitation, really, isn't it? You've got to take every point you can get.
As many points as possible. I think we saw Bradley Shepherd struggle earlier on, so this has been a tough old championship for Bradley Shepherd. And who's in the pits there?
He's in again.
9. Shepherd, was there a bad pit stop? This is his 3rd stop, right?
This is his 3rd stop.
Oh, my goodness.
Did he get a yellow in the second?
He must have done. I mean, we were busy looking and thinking. We never thought this would happen, and it has. So, Bradley Shepherd goes down. Now, this is Zach Venn. Zach Venn in the pits from 3rd place. Now, what's going to happen here? This
He
is good
needs
news
to
for White
no
and Jute,
risks.
maybe McClark. So through goes Ed White. Here comes
there's
Richard Jute. Jute's
He
got him.
has got him.
Jute's got Zach Venn there. So, and here comes, Matthew Clark. Now, Matthew Clark wasn't able to close on Jute. Now, someone's come in. And it is the 18 of Jeff Lund, the second place driver, Jeff Lund.
Currently the fastest man on track as well, which is well to point out.
Yes, he is. 34.6, the only one down. No, it's match times with Shana. Shana and Lund have been matching times. So, could Lund go faster? Is Shana in trouble here? 2 minutes to go. And Ed White continues on, but Shana is continuing the lead. Jeff Lund has come out 10 seconds behind. Surely Jeff Lund could take the lead if Shana pitted now. Shana's not been in. Shana somehow, Shana in. Now this is what's going to make or break this race.
Very fast
Where
entry.
is Lund? Where is Lund? There's Shepherd, isn't it? Is that Lund there? Lund's coming in fast,
I
but
think he's got it.
he's done it. Shana has somehow held on to that. There's Lund. Lund's got momentum, but Shana is in front. As Shana builds up speed after the pit stop, Lund had speed on him, and but not enough to actually gain anything there. Oh my goodness, what a race.
I mean, Ed White actually has jumped Jute here as predicted, so by a clear 4 seconds, even though they're 11 seconds behind second place.
Now, it's gone from disaster to the ultimate example of damage limitation for Ed White, hasn't it? Listen, he's had an early pit stop. He had his trouble behind Kieran Eve. He got a warning flag, but he's still come through in third. This is the sort of racer that wins championships, isn't
Absolutely,
it?
yeah.
That's why Ed White's Ed White.
The quality of the driving by Med in previous years just goes to show that he almost shouldn't be where he is in this heat.
But then what can you say?
What can you do when qualifying goes badly?
Now, Ed White is, don't be confused here, everybody at home. We know Ed White's got an orange helmet, but he is not the third one there. That is Bradley Shepherd, because we're looking at the two leaders. That's the Hungarian champion, Jana, up against the American sensation, Jeff Lund. Ed White, we know, is third, but it's much further back. But, you know, would Ed White have been any higher than third anyway?
I mean, yeah, realistically, we won't know because of his qualifying being interrupted.
And he's had so much aggro. To come back to third is that's the miracle worker that Ed White can be. That's why he's highly rated by everybody. But would it have actually been higher? Because Lund's going to have something to say about that. Jean is definitely going to have something to say about that.
With the pace of the front two, you just don't know if it would have panned out this way either way.
They're going to get the last lap board now, so Jean crosses the line to take the last lap board. He's been followed by Lund. And look at Bradley Shepherd, the speed of Bradley Shepherd. He's staying with the leaders. He's a lap down, but he's staying with the leaders.
He's just set his personal best as well.
Well, I'm not surprised following these two. He's right on him. What a pity it all went wrong earlier on, because Bradley Shepherd would have been with a shout here, wouldn't he? On this speed.
Well, this is the last opportunity for these guys to make a move on that last lap. He looks he's adjusting his seat going down the straight there.
A bit late for that for Jeff Lund to be adjusting his seat, unless his seat slipped back.
Well, hopefully not. I mean, at least he's
nursed it to take the checker flag. It's the Hungarian champion, Ivan Shana, followed by Jeff Lund, and an incredible comeback somehow from just about every obstacle indoor karting can throw at you by Ed White. And what can you say? What a race that was to conclude the second round, Heat 10. Shana's going to be delighted with that, surely.
You could almost see him smiling through his helmet, can't you, James? He's 100%. Over the moon with that.
That winner's mixture, especially when it's been a close race, the winner's mixture of happiness and relief.
Absolutely. I mean, especially when you're defending for that long, you know. I mean,
he has had
it myself.
Rear guard action all race long, bar about 2 laps.
Yeah.
And we've all been there. And yeah, as you say, the chance to breathe. He's getting congratulations before he even brings it to a stop. There he is, Ivan Jana. He's the multiple Hungarian champion, and he's another one throwing down the gauntlet this weekend, showing he can win in the British Championship as well. That's okay. He can win in his home country, which is saying a lot, but he's also winning from his point of view abroad. He's winning on foreign soil now from his point of view. He has now arrived as an international driver with that win there. So amazing result by Jana and an incredible second place by Lund. These Americans, they've turned up and they're doing a great job of coming in second, aren't they? Which is great considering, I mean, he was here last time, wasn't he, Jeff Lund? But some good shows. So everybody, we're going to be having a bit of a break now as we, I think the carts are being fueled. That's the end of round 2. We're going to be back with 5 races from round 3 before the end of the night. We'll probably be staying with the revised layout here, so you won't be seeing anything different. But as far as I know, we've got a bit of a breather when the cars get fueled, possibly. We'll keep you updated what's going on. So thank you very much, Sam Slater. Excellent commentary there. And we'll be back soon with the opening race of the 3rd round. So we'll see what happens there.